miracles on the Kippur. Everybody was gathered to see it, and nobody packed in.
Twitch. If you guys would be interested, leave a comment below letting us know. We're going to set that up sometime. And one last plug, the Patreon place where you can go pop
confession. If I do confession, and you hear what I'm saying, it's very awkward. So when we bow down, posture confession, there was enough room for everyone. So that you could confess and not be heard. I could confess and not be heard. Beautiful. Katzker says something so beautiful. He says, there are some people who always have to be right. They're always right. The Omdim, they stand at their ground. They're always right. What happens with those people? Suffocating. It's suffocating. It keeps happening to me. One of those people who is always right, in general, the best thing to do, how do you operate with those people? You don't really engage. You don't really engage. Because the engage dealing with them and talking with them and interacting with them is absolutely suffocating. You don't move anywhere else. If you're in the doctor, if you learn how to deal, you learn how to compromise, you recognize that most things are not.
Again, shout out Lego, keep building. We're with you all the way. We're following everything you're doing. We're following everyone. Make sure everyone follows each other on this space. Shout out, tap in with these people because they're builders. They're builders. You're not tapping into people for no reason. Tap in and connect. I'd love to get whitelist and maybe get my Bitcoin community whitelist. Introduce them to your handle who you guys are. Have them tap in, join your spaces. So yeah, man, definitely. That's what I'm talking about. Yes, whitelist. Yes, for sure. We got to connect on that end. Like, hit us on the Discord, create a ticket so we can make that happen. Because our start getting these whitelists coming out mid-January 17th, 2,500 pieces on Solana. So we definitely got to connect on that end. We'd love to do that and see what we can do. We can pull off over there. Sounds good, man. Thank you. So we're gonna keep on moving. Coolzy. Since Jay went quiet on us, Coolzy go represent, but he got his own thing going on too. But he's representing the dope Quakies and what they got going on too. So Coolzy, what's good?
Hey, what's up, guys? What's up, Beamer? You guys out the curl put a question early on that I wanted to answer. You asked why you asking everyone why they purchase NFTs. And I thought about it for a minute because I've been buying NFTs for like a while now, right? And if I'm thinking logically, I purchase NFTs for the utility, on one hand, but on the other, I purchase NFTs for exorbitant amounts of money and stuff like that, but they were worthless overall. They became nothing, right? But I still love them because I love the art. So somewhere in the middle is where I think I would fall because I love the art and I love the utility. Some didn't have utility at all. I just love the art of it. And so I said, I'm going to buy it because I like it. And I rock it as a PFP, Or sometimes I've just wanted to be a part of community, right? Because how big the Dotion Log's presence is, right? So it's somewhere in all of that it's somewhere there, right? So I can't really pinpoint it to one thing,
Yeah, no, that is true. There's so many themes behind it, and it goes way past the art. So I like that you brought that up there. Like there's multiple things, and being with the right community or the right ones. And multifaceted, man. So that's dope. I'm glad you brought that up. Brought that question back in LA. That was the question of the day. We all missed out on 4 people that came up that was supposed to tell us why they buy NFTs. So thank you for bringing it back. And that's real. That's real stuff right there. Thank you for that. Anything else you got going on too, man? Feel free to, we have an open mic. Make sure everyone taps in too. But if you're building out here, I know you're tapped in. I know I connected with you. Our community's strong, so definitely feel free for anything that you have going on. There's an open space there, and we'll keep on going.
Well, I don't have anything going on myself. It's just I'm just rubbing Quakey. I'm not really building out any projects. Just Quakey, man. I know Jay's missing in action. Like when you guys called him, he didn't quite really speak. So he must be really busy on the back end. But I'm here rubbing Quakey, man.
That's what's up, man. We love Quakey, man. I love Jay. Love Stu. Those are great people. Can't wait to have them on our cans too. It is having a duck season, man. So he's built some great partners. Jay had been with me day one, so I just got so much respect for Quakey and community. So next time they definitely come up here to talk about Quakey because what they're building there. You've been tagging, do your thing. We're gonna move some stickers down. I know we've been in this space for about 2 hours now. So we usually keep it like, I don't know, we decided we're gonna start keeping them longer. Oh shoot, I'm looking down here. I'm looking with the wheat chips. I was just talking about wheat and he done popped up with your bar when I come up here. Yeah, talking about wheat chips. We actually got one of y'all NFTs on raffle, so free to come up, talk about your project. I see some requests. I'm gonna move the speaker around. LA, if you got anything going on while I move some speakers around.
Yeah, man. Shout out to all the people here. Shout out to the community. Shout out to the Wabbits. You already know what time it is. On Chain K. So, like, we've been doing a terrible job. Hopefully, we've been pronouncing it correctly. But Waynia is how I'm gonna call it. Fiverr, big Fiverr, Victor, Soft. We outside. So, yeah, appreciate everyone. Showing love, and I know, like I said, I know for a lot of you, it's past midnight, 1 a.m. So we appreciate you guys staying up and rocking out with us. So definitely don't go unnoticed. So shout out to everyone here. Speaker on the stage. Let's see who we got. Eric. Oh, my boy coming up to the phone. What up, Eric? How you doing?
I'm doing good, brother. How you doing?
Man, I can't complain. I love my Milton family, man.
Yeah, man. I'm excited for you guys. It's getting close for midtime, huh?
Yeah, bro. I've been taking leave from my boy Simple. He been giving me a lot of game. I'm glad that we was able to connect IRL here in Atlanta. So a lot of things when they even just come to doing more spaces, a lot of game that he gave me, just tapping in with other communities, show love. Just again, just more being authentic. Your time's gonna come. So I love what you guys are building. So again, Wabbits, man, we fucking love Milton Moon and the whole Moon community. So shout out to y'all, man.
Yeah, love you guys back, man. I'm glad you guys got to hook up and do some things together and whatnot. I just saw I got requested up, so I didn't really have any questions or something. I just came in to chill and offer some support. Maybe try to drag some people in here if we can with the outro. Make sure,
man. I agree. Chill Moon, man. I know my boy Simple don't always come up. I know he's busy on the back end, but let people know what's really going on with y'all, what y'all building over there.
So we've got an NFT project. He took over another project. It was a CTO deal. He took over the Melting Moon Boys, and now we've got Melting Moon Girls. And there's a lot of lore and combo with them being paired together. I think we're gonna have mini moons in the future, but that'll be off down the road somewhere. But currently the Moon Girls are minting, and the funds for it are going back to investments that we can pay back our holders and things like that. So it's just a great community, man. The art's awesome. We've been trying to get everywhere we can to reach out to like-minded folks in the community that want to help support each other. We're on Cardano, so this is more of a soul space. We've been spending a lot of time in soul spaces and come across just a truckload of great people, man, and it's been a good time. So we do games and stuff in our Discord. We've got tons of giveaways going on for people that mint, and we're giving away, we're collecting up soul things so that when we get some of these soul people that come into our Discord and mint and stuff, they can get a reward of something they know about, not just giving away Cardano things or whatever. But so we're trying to blend the communities together, and it's not just Soul and Cardano. Our collection has, I think, like 30 one-of-ones, and our artists did about half of them, and then the rest have come from different chains. Fuse is another guy that's one of our team have fun, all kinds of shit like that, man. It's basically what we're about.
Man, my God, man. Hey, this is a real dope community. I know they've been building for a minute. Connected with Fuse IRL at NFT NYC. That's actually how I got connected with, or even started learning about Filter Moon. Then once I met Simple here in Atlanta, I was like, oh shit, bro. We definitely got to tap in. I love the team, love the mission. So, again, like shout out to what y'all building over there, man. I'm definitely full support.
Shout out to you, brother. I hope nothing but great success for your product. You let us put a moon on one of your little can decals, and I think it looks freaking amazing. So, I didn't mention that I also am trying to get out of the caravan and do meetups and meet people that are in the community and try to do smaller meetups in communities. So, I want to load up cases of that stuff. Brand all over my big and go out and talk about everybody that is partners with us and stuff. So I wish nothing but the best for all the people that are in here trying to build. And shout out to you for holding spaces and going to events and meeting people and trying to do this thing, man. I think we can all win. Get together with a good group of folks. That's what it's all about for me.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whenever you're in Atlanta, bro, hit me. We can definitely get you taken care of, man. Hey, get you some energy for that drive, my guy.
I'll be out there. I got to go see Simple, so get together. We'll be in Vegas for very old. I think it's in August here, so man, we're gonna try to be out in Tennessee with some soul people that'll meet up there trying to coordinate in the spring. And there's just stuff popping up all over. I'm feeling about what's coming on for the next year. So aliens don't drop out and die or somebody crazy. Some wild shit happens, but hopefully we're all going to roll through smooth, and us that are here collaborating together are going to come out on the other feeling pretty good.
Hey, collaboration over competition. I keep saying that. That's the motto. So for sure, we definitely gonna tap in 2026. That's our year for sure. And definitely, just to clarify, I know we're launching on Solana, but this is a chain agnostic community here. We welcome no matter what chain you're on. I don't care if you're on Bitcoin or whatever. I think that we just can all promote each other and boost the space overall. And yep, so with that being said, I see some hand raised, legs up, back. What's good?
I have a small question, right? This is a no pressure question. So I was just curious because I'm doing an event on the 18th in Miami at the Rusted Pelican. I'm not sure if you're familiar, but it's a nice classy event, right? We have about 125 RSVPs, like case managers, social workers, nurses, and doctors will be at the event, right? So I don't know. Vodka sent me like over 100 and something mini vodka shots. So I'm gonna put them in like gift bags. It's like a sit down kind of event, really classy. I don't know if you have anyone that in Miami on the 18th that could maybe show up, but I was thinking, so I'm gonna put these vodka bottles in. This is the mini ones that make in the house. I'm gonna put them in little Christmas bags on this table where people are sitting. I figured, if you guys want, I can send you guys and just throw the energy drink in one of the bags as well. And then you have exposure now for people in the medical field in Miami. So just a thought, but again, no pressure. I'm really looking for the 18th or so. I know it's like last minute, but maybe not prevent if anything, but I was just thinking, something for the future or something. Yeah.
Yeah, nah, definitely. And I'll turn it over to Henny because he resides in the Fort Lauderdale area. I'm in Atlanta. Only thing is, the warehouse is up here in Atlanta. I know he at that event. And then the drink that we did have mixed, it was the boar vodka and the NFT energy drinks mixed. So, man, we got a lot of great reviews, feedback as well. So I know Henny has the video of the bartender mixing it up. Man, that was just a dope ass event overall. But the drink hit, people love the drink. The board vodka, the NFT energy. We need to come up with a creative name for it. A lot of people's calling it Bull Run, but that was a little bit. I feel like people can do better than that. But overall, yeah, definitely. If we can, we'll definitely try to get some drinks to you, man. Support anything you got going on, man. So shout out to you. I think Henny might still be tired up. Might check Henny.
Yeah, I'll send him a DM eventually. No pressure at all.
For sure. I appreciate it. I think I just saw you hop in the Discord as well, open up that ticket. So we definitely gonna connect, bro. On the back end.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. No, I did hear, man. Rusty Pelican be in here. Yeah, I am in Fort Lauderdale, so I definitely pull up. I do think that 18. I might. I will figure out. We'll chop it up in the DM. I do know I am doing a toy drive for some kids. Not for some kids, man. It's. I'm not saying it like that. It just sounds crazy. I'm doing a toy drive, a Santa toy drive here in Fort Lauderdale, passing out drinks. So we do this for everyone. We do this for the kids. We want to get people into Web3. So I do have that at the end of the week. That's Friday. I think that 18th. That's Thursday, right? Yeah, that's Thursday. Yeah. Let's connect. And if anything, I do have some drinks on hand, so maybe I can get some sent to you. LA, we need to get some more down here. I know we are trying to get that popping. But I want to make sure, man, we can always link up for this event or more events. Yeah, I don't mind picking up a few events. I stay in Naples. Naples. I'll send you the flyer too, and I'll send you a list of other artists. And all that. To make it a favor, I don't pick them up. But that's what I'm talking about. We'll do a video too, and we'll make a post. Just like I did a video today with the artists came in, show some love, Yes, sir. Let's do it. That was about connected all through these spaces of Web3. This is what we do. So, yeah, no, for sure. We're going to tap in and make that happen. All right, so we're going to keep on going. I see Rabbi Rothschild. He had his hand up, and then we're going to go to Bard. We did bring him up here speaking. DJ man up here. So, yeah, we're going to rotate. So we got the two people coming up. So we got Rabbi first and then Bard. What's good, Rabbi?
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast, Energy Wabbits. Hope all's good in your neck of the woods. If you hear my voice right now, send me a follow. I will follow you back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game to everyone listening. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my YouTube links, they are available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. No one dares you to look at their Linktree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Rabbi, that sound like y'all did that 2,000 times. I mean, that's 24/7 for real.
That's it. NFT Energy Shield, down pat like Rabbi. However, we do have a question for you. The question of the night was, why do you buy NFTs? So I'm not sure if you're still there. But
I am still here. Believe it or not, I don't buy NFTs. People give them to me. So generally, people want me to be a part of their project. I many times speak openly and publicly about people's NFTs. I'm a spokesperson for some NFTs and an advocate for some projects. So generally, people give them to me. So I can't say that I actually buy them myself.
True, but kudos to you. I mean, you can definitely tap in with us. We're only giving away with the 100 free whitelist. After that, you got to pay. So, but tap in with us for sure. All right, man, Rabbi, I'm glad the game out here got your shield. We're gonna keep on moving these speakers around. Bar, Mr. Weeb Jam, man.
Yo, that guy, right? Yo, listen, man. I followed this man a couple times. I have to speak behind that cat. He got me tripping over here laughing. Yo, he got that shit on recorded. Yo, that thing don't change. I'm telling you, it's the same spiel all the way through. I heard that like 4 times already. It's the same shit, bro. You don't skip a beat. It's the same exact shit. Just so you guys know, you guys are live right now on Instagram, on the social media platforms right now. So your space is live wherever you tell.
We live right now?
Oh, 100%. You're 100% live, and believe it or not, none of what I say is written. I haven't memorized that well. After 4 years, you would too.
I get you, bro. Yo, you throw me off when you told me about the ceiling camera, though. That's all nonchalant. He drops that joint on us, right? Like,
I was not expecting that, Rabbi. The next man came up here. About point 1, point 2, point 3, ABC, 1, 2, 3. We got it. No, I respect it, man. Much love, much love. But bar. She out here, and we live right now, so this is a perfect time for you to come up here, man. What's good?
it's good, man. Yo, I'll answer a question, though, right? First, thanks for having me up here anyway. But the question to why I collect NFTs is because it reminds me when I was a young buck collecting Allen Iverson and Kobe Bryant cards, trading with my homie.
Do you find it difficult to have that bitch memorized? Not at all. Why? I've been doing it for a long time. What if you have to make a change to it? Is that difficult? Depends what I have to add. But I'm actually quite surprised I'm able to get that bitch down so well. How did it start? Well, I stream live 24 hours a day. Okay, all that. That was the first part. And then usually I'd drive it all the way to Make You Rich. But that I remember that came this year. So, and then I don't know. I got it down though. How did it start? Okay, it went. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. That was For world peace. Sometimes I'd even forget to say for world peace. When I first started doing it, I would just say, I stream my life 24 hours a day on YouTube. You can check me out. Like, it was really simple. Perhaps. It'll be interesting to see this fucking spiel develop over the years I've been doing this. Gotta take a major league shit, allegedly. Oh, man. Really? Perhaps. Oh, man. Alright. Are you... What's the newest part to it? The end about DM me or whatever, follow me. Actually, the newest part is free mentor, coach, and friend. That shit's new. Who have you coached? Shiba University's women's flag football team. Alright, aside from them. Alright, anything else? Would you change anything about your spiel? If I did, I would have already done it. Or if I wanted to, I would have already done it. Is there anything else you would want to change? I think it's pretty sick the way it is. I really kind of think it's perfect. It's 2 minutes, 22 seconds. I can do it shockingly well. Like, there's something... I remember speaking with a rabbinical colleague about this once, that when you have nothing to do, like back in the day, you could memorize things extremely well. Like, the human brain is fascinatingly powerful, especially on memorized shit. Oh, funny. Sean bass, not in your hand, in your hand. Sean bass, Sean bass, Sean bass.
Please don't post the song from this week. We do it because YouTube loves it and we have a fun time doing it, but it's not always. Netflix this week maybe block us.
And this week we might not even post the song.
We'll probably post some of it, we'll see. Anyways, that's not why you're here. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. So join the Patreon if you're interested. We're putting new content out on there, not shop related. But that's not why you're here. You're here for 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer.
I've never heard somebody call it Patreon.
I call it Patreon. I just go back and forth,
All right, first of all, we wanted to give a shout out to Mr. President A Banana. He posted our song and made a little music video to it, dude.
Yes, thank you.
Very cute.
I love it.
Yeah.
Took some freedom and I took it down.
Happy hippo.
Down for breed and whiskey sour. And I saw my reflection in the merch cover table. Took a drunkness from me down. Oh, you're in sky will cloud of I just saw Bobby in the back. Will any walk into my fucking truck? How do you find a picture of the truck? All the chicks on Trash Tuesdays. Is it true that little hipster? This part I feel a little proud about. I like the lyric, but I want, do not tag me on her Instagram. Someone tag me on her Instagram.
Oh my god.
I don't, please.
You love it. Look at you smiling.
No, I'm laughing, nervously. I don't want that. Stop. This is just a joke line. There's no rumors or anything. It just sounded funny.
Oh, come on. This is
Brigadier and I am going to check it out, but much of how it's Ivanu, the habits near Hanukkah. Brigadier and I am going to saw Nisim Ahana Bute Luna. This shit sucks. Dog, who?
Yeah, you really, very good.
Way too fucking complicated, people. Oh, and it's even worse that it's not there. That sucks.
Papa struggles to take a sip. Have you seen this?
Papism.
Have you seen this clip yet?
I don't think so.
There's been like 3 or 4 clips about this already.
I just love him not being able to ingest things.
Well, he's doing a bit. It's the bit where,
So he's doing it on purpose?
yes.
Oh, okay.
He's trying to say like something that he doesn't believe, where he's like, oh, Dana White didn't beat women. Like that kind of stuff, yeah.
Only he's the guy that gets that thing.
Yes.
I think that's how to translate it right like I do.
All right, here we go.
Right, Brigadier and I'm going to check it out, but much of fuck, I gotta do the thing. It sucks. This is the worst. Do you like Hanukkah? Yeah, it's pretty tight.
He really does kind of
Oh, what is this bullshit?
Who's Joe Kid?
Is it your favorite what's your favorite Jewish holiday?
Oh, yes.
Well, they're just holidays, baby. My favorite holiday is
Papa, the comedian genius, facial auteur.
The next clip is called. There's so many clips of him doing that coffee sip thing this week, so I kind of just got that one out of the way.
Tuba spot. I think that one's pretty tight. Really?
We watched Green Up Poppy this week.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Why? Because it's
This
cool.
one's called You Get Everything Wrong, Don't You? Posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
You like Hanukkah? Yeah, it's tight too. Oh, what is this bullshit? Dog. Give me 3. Oh, tight. Alright. Wicked and I'm going to check it out. My events are type of Savannah. I had like near Hanukkah.
All soccer fans were like, what the fuck? But wait, what were we talking about?
Well, we don't know their name either. That's the best part.
What were we talking about?
Say shit.
Messi and fucking...
Lionel Messi and Ronaldo. Outside that, you and me don't know shit.
And the other guy.
I know Pulisic.
And the French
Rich
guy.
and Corona. Wicked and I'm going to check it out. My events are Savannah. I had like near Hanukkah.
What about, we were talking about something else before we got into this shit.
Rich and Corona.
Bubba Cup.
Wicked and I'm going to check it out. My events are Savannah. I had like near Hanukkah. Wicked and I'm going to Chelsea, Nassim, Botino, Bayamin, Hahahem, Bisman, Haza.
Did they do that on purpose? I don't know. What's Pulisic?
What is it?
Okay.
It's Buster Yoshima King.
But what I don't get is why
Get
does
on
it still talk
play.
about soccer?
Buster Yoshima
Yeah, it's
King.
almost like they're doing it because they know we think it's funny. I don't know. It's offensive.
Buster Yoshima King. The University performed miracles for our forefathers in those days at this time. West Side Pimp.
There's a lot of papas in the comment section call me Geraldo.
It's athleticism.
There's going to be a little bit of... wouldn't want any other way, Papa. Let's play the rest. Okay, the rest is just 5 seconds. I don't know what else is on here. Let's see. Yes, what do you got, Chad? Wait, what were we talking about? See? You always play the... It's always golden. That reminds me of like the clip where he's like, yeah, you know, what is it that he's dating Miley Cyrus's aunt? Dating Miley Cyrus's daughter? Classic. All right, so this next one's called Papa's Story About Getting Molested.
Look at this athleticism.
It sounds vaguely familiar to me. Straight up. Trigger warning. Posted by I Downvote Keep Days. Doubt it.
Well, okay, when I was 9, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome.
Don't laugh, Randy.
I'm not laughing. Why'd you laugh?
It's just...
That's fucking rude.
It's such a curveball.
That's a difficult... Dude, I got molested by a kid. I got molested. That's a visual... No, I'm telling you, I'll just visual that.
Right? This is what I'm saying, dude. This made me so infuriated. That is wild. Yep. So he just heard that from Lee, and then he... Oh, man. Go play the rest of it.
He was like... I don't know, he worked in the athletic building, and he had a twin brother who also had Down syndrome. He was older, and they were going to let them go somewhere else or something.
Yeah, it sounded like a Dim syndrome. He found a way to make it like meaner, more offensive. He had Dim syndrome, you know? Ready?
But I was like, oh yeah, he's so nice. You know, he's rub my ass. You know, it's like I'd be sitting there, you know, he's rubbing me, and I thought he rubbed everyone. I was like, oh, he did not rub you guys. Like,
You know, it's bad when you can hear the buzz of the lights behind what he's saying. It's like, yeah, I mean, so what do you think? He's just completely making up, or Bobby Lee's story reminded him that this happened to him? I think he thinks it's funny. Okay, right. Yeah. It's not. Yeah, I mean, it's funny when Bobby Lee tells it, but it comes from a real place. I don't feel like he really got, you know. Does he have a joke to go with it, or is he just saying that the guy rubs his ass? I have no idea. I mean, does he ever have jokes? That's right, probably not. Yeah. And also, he was Asian as shit. He thinks dim sum is just an Asian dude with Down syndrome cooking. I almost said that after the dim part. I don't want to be there. I'm like, no, what you did is more organic. I don't know.
What about charges? I'm thinking about it.
Yeah. So the first time you told the story on here.
No, I've told this before. Maybe when Bobby was like,
oh my god. It's so ridiculous, though. Yeah, Brendan really just thinks like any kind of somebody with anything that makes them different is funny. You know, wheelchair, mental disability. It's gold, golden, and you have to bring it up. He's like, I got molested by a guy with Down syndrome cooking fajitas. You ever hear fajitas? Stealing all the jokes into one. All right, so this one's called "He Threatens to Starve the Fish If People Don't Buy Tickets." That'll work. It's posted by Logical Scientist 2221.
get your tickets right now at thickboy.com. If you don't get your tickets, these fish don't eat. That's not cool, right? So let's make sure these fish eat.
Yikes. Is it that desperate that you can't afford fish food right now?
I mean, when you vlog every day, you say some things you regret, right?
Right. True.
So,
These fish don't eat. The next video is like, these kids don't eat. Brian can't get more sandals or whatever, flip-flops.
yeah. All right, so this clip is called Uncle Joey Makes It Crystal Clear He Does Not Speak to Dalia, Callan, or Brendan. Posted by Ryan Joseph 82.
If you guys think I give a fuck about who's doing theaters or who's involved in a fucking child porn thing, all this shit, you people are fucking crazy. That's the last thing I want to hear about. I don't know what's going on out there anymore. Half those guys don't even talk to me anymore, and it's okay. I talked to Tom this last week. I talked to Bert from time to time. Theo checks in with me from time to time. Ari's my fucking brother. Duncan's my brother. Redman's my brother. Joe's my brother. Besides that,
Maybe we don't need the highest quality mic on Joey Diaz, because you hear all the clicks of his mouth and everything.
Dang, you're a little homeless with Joey, huh?
Yeah, just a little observation.
Shots fired. This reminds me of us on the subreddit. This is like, I check in with Haphazard every once in a while.
Yeah.
Haven't heard from Ryan Joseph.
Rogan is Shorty Body. It's me up every now and again.
His name Banana, I don't know him. He's a great guy. Never met him, but these people saying that we're connected with him, it's not true. I haven't even heard from Durnham or whatever, and he's never reached out to me. Okay? So,
What's Sean McCormick's name?
big, what is it? These Nuts 5,000. I mean, I talked to him the other day. He checks in on me.
He checks in on me every now and again.
Thank him.
I really couldn't tell you what the fuck is going on.
But that is exactly how I feel about this James. I really couldn't tell you. I have no idea. Like
Wadsworth, don't know what he's at.
some days it's like this is a great song. Other days people are telling us that I have small teeth and I should kill myself. Hard to tell.
From time to time, I talk to Josh Wolf. I talk to my man Ryan Sickler. But that's it, guys.
Ryan Sickler's homeless.
Not out there. I don't hear from them.
I like how he continues saying names. So you can kind of corner it out.
Yeah, I mean that Jim just going over all the names is pretty funny.
If you was
I don't know any of these guys, but I know the names.
Yeah, if you went on for 20 minutes, there's no Schwartz.
Yeah, it could have been that comedy list.
Yeah.
This is bad. They should have never revealed the JFL names.
Yeah.
All right, he's in the category of best new guy on Reddit.
All right, so this next one's called Dana Stole Marketing from Brenda. It's all marketing. Posted by the Donk.
Okay, here we go.
You know what's crazy about Jenna? So, he does the fucking Friday video. I don't know if you know that. So, they definitely take that from me, marketing. Remember when he was just firing people out and he was like, guys, I was like, God, Dana, what comes like, fuck it, Wednesday. So I was marketing them all that Friday was marketing. It was called fucking Fridays. And he's like, that's a brilliant idea. Yeah, so I don't know. I'll have his wife at the fighting chair. Check her out. She's there. She's cool. She's him. She's cool. It's all marketing. That's it.
Let's say Brennan because he's a very litigious fellow.
Yes.
He takes Dana White to court over this.
Yeah.
I think you don't need to pump it with CO2 in order to make it look like it's still fresh when it's not. I can just do the skinless breast meat and then just have it in a package. Like here, I got this from Costco,
Right. I mean, I'm not even gonna be able to eat now because of what you just said. I bought chicken and now I'm not gonna be able to eat it. Just knowing that,
Man, it takes people in town. I don't know if you want to hear this, but let's say what I do with most of my game meat is I'll marinate it for like a day and then I'll super fresh, and then I'll put it in the freezer in the marinade, let the marinade freeze around it. So when you take it out and thaw it out, it's really good. But like Italian dressing, it's really good. But yeah, sorry, I didn't want to. I should have bought this up.
No, I mean it's fine. So I cook, I hold meat. I just don't want to, know how it got there. That's all. And I don't want to do it.
she wants to go to the store and believe that like buffalo wings are a thing, right? Like she doesn't want to go through the process of making them from chicken.
I'm wondering if, like, like this is kind of thing about like animals. Is mammals? It's kind of hard because they have like kind of pretty eyes. But what about like fish that don't have any like eyelids or anything?
Yeah, so because my father is a dick, and he used to bring home lobsters alive, and I used to play with them in the kitchen floor, and then he would sit me down next to him while he put him in the boiling hot water, and you could hear like screams that they do. Well, I said they were screams. So I just it's just not my cup of tea. I don't want to have to see something alive and then know I'm gonna kill it and eat it.
Yeah, but like monster, that sounds like fun as hell.
It was pretty cool. I mean, they had the elastic bands around their claws and stuff, so it wasn't like they could hurt me. But yeah, it was funny. They would run around the kitchen floor.
Yeah, you should have set up like a monster race, like a gambling ring. Or something that's got racing.
You're one of the fastest in reverse in the water. You can't really breeze it out there.
And you don't really have lobsters around here. But we have like crawfish and some of the versions. But lobsters are some big old crustaceans. And it hurts like hell for you to catch all those.
I'm right in the spot where I get everything. So I get lobsters, I get blue claws, I get all types of fish, all types of shellfish. Also have deer, not far of a travel, like maybe an hour, 2 hour drive. Then it's black bear, pheasant, quail, grouse.
Black bear, you killed babies too?
Yeah, and I'll barbecue a full rack of ribs and eat it right afterwards.
See, it was all good until that part.
Bear's good.
Sarah has a psychological issue. You have to ease her into that.
Yeah, when people want to have like a bacon, egg, and cheese in the morning, they want to have a bear, egg, and cheese. Same thing.
Oh my God. I mean,
What is this self-defense?
you shouldn't have been. Listen, it's a bear. Leave it alone.
A bear.
Leave it alone.
Just leave it alone. Let it live its life, I mean,
Let it live its life. Alright. What eats bears?
Damn.
Besides me?
Never had bear before.
I mean, not that I don't think.
So, the only natural predators then are humans, right?
Well, humans suck though.
Well, I'm getting to a point. So if you don't have a hunting season on bears, what happens with the population of bears if nothing takes out
They
the
get overpopulated and then they eat all the bad humans.
and your pets?
No, because I wouldn't let my pets near them.
They'll get overpopulated, and not only will the bears like wind up like getting some kind of virus because they're all malnutrition after that, but the countryside will suffer because they'll want to eat all of the like really good berries, trees, or whatever, and then like if you left with the junky plants.
No, I mean, I understand all that. It hurts my heart, because
the more restrictions that you put on hunters, the more upset the people that want to protect the animals from the hunters are going to be.
So I'm not restricting anybody from doing anything. I mean, everyone do their thing. I just don't want to hear about it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see it. I would probably be traumatized. I'm just a huge animal person. I always have been, and I understand the circle of life, and I get all that. I know that, things have to be done. I get that. I just
I'm a big animal person too. I've taken care of and fostered wild animals as well until they're up to full health. But at the same time of it being in season, then the animals are in season.
Right. I mean, but you can separate the two. I can't.
Yeah. I have to separate the two because both
I would start crying
are
I'd run over to it and try and save it. Right. At least the animals that are being hunted have a chance. The animals that are being processed for the supermarket don't have any. Well, you have to thin them out. They're getting way overpopulated too, wild animals. Well, except for over here where they all died in the fires. But yeah, they get overpopulated because, and then they just have a unbalance in the ecosystem there.
And then it becomes a problem for people as well. It becomes problems for you and your loved ones and your family members and everything else. Like even something simple like deer. You don't have a hunting season on deer. I experienced that where I live on the island because it's happened before. Where they outlaw hunting because people like Sal, they don't want to see all this stuff going on. So when it's in small community towns and they stop people from hunting in those towns, like that's fine. But it's going to take about 6 months to a year, and then you're going to see the results of you not doing this. Which is where.
But see, so I would never call a complaint because of it. So like, here's my thing. Everyone's gonna do what they have to do, and I respect that, and I don't judge anyone. I would never complain about it. Just you know what I mean? But me personally, won't participate. I don't want to see it. That's all because it breaks my heart, and I do.
Breaks my heart.
I'm saying like the people that don't want to see it. So
yeah, we just like Sal.
Heart.
I would make a comparison. I'm sorry you got offended by it. But the people that don't want to see it, like in their actual town, when you outlaw it, what's going to happen is now you get an overpopulation. So instead of seeing the healthy deer that the hunters are going after, now you see malnourished deer that are showing like their rib cages, and now they're all fighting for the same food source because there's too many of them. And now it becomes a problem for the public because now they're stupid because there's so many of them. They're running out into traffic. Now they're getting hit by cars. Now people are getting injured. And now they're coming onto your property instead of staying inside the woods because there's no food left in the woods. Now they're coming into neighborhoods. They're eating all your landscaping and everything else. It becomes a really big issue.
That's the easiest place to get them. Yeah, no, I get that. I do. I get that. And I understand that, that shit has to be done. Me personally, just can't. I can't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. It's all,
Like, for duck hunting, for instance, like, usually when people don't like when people hunt, they don't even know the whole back end for it. Like every year when I go to get a hunting license, I need to pay for a tag when it comes to deer, for bear. I also have to pay for anything with fresh water. I have to pay for duck hunting for waterfowl. I have to pay for an additional stamp in order to do duck hunting. All that money gets donated to the DEC, the Department of Environmental Conservation.
Yeah, they
Most people don't do that. They do pocket it because they use that for the people that are employees for those things in order to look over the wildlife to make sure that they're good, they're well protected, they're vaccinated for everything, whatever needs to get done. Anytime pest outbreaks or so on and so forth. So I spend money every year in order to do that. If I go duck hunting every day, whatever I get for ducks, I need to report that to the DEC so that they know the population of how much was available, what I took on that day, and every hunter is responsible in order to do that. You can get fined if you don't. And you're not allowed to do anything excessive like overhunting. Like there's limits on how many bullets you can use in your gun during seasons. And if you go over that, you'll get fined for it. And if you do it one time or two times, you won't be able to ever do it again. But you have your entire license confiscated. I have to go do background for it. I have to have my test that's done. I have to pay for all my licensing, my tags, and that all goes back into conservation purposes.
Yeah,
I'm also not allowed to overshoot.
I don't know what show it was, I can't remember, but I learned a lot from watching that show about when it comes to hunting. And, because a lot of people try and not pay anything, and they usually always get caught. So.
Just like hunting out of season, you're not allowed to hunt out of season. There's only a specific time to hunt, and those are also set for what time of the year it is. Like, I'm not allowed to go out deer hunting if deers potentially have babies. I'm not allowed to do that. It's not open season for it. If I get caught doing so, you can get arrested for it.
You guys have done that?
Duck legs, Margie, duck legs.
No, that leg, like makes me tickle wings out of some duck.
Mostly on breast meat and ducks, never know the wings. They only have big wings.
You ever see you're talking about conservation?
there's like a weird situation in Texas where it's like 98% private land. And so there's a whole bunch of these like, like game ranches and breeder facilities and all that stuff. And what's weird is like there's a lot of the exotic like ranches or exotic hunting. That means it's like animals not from around here. So there's many instances where like back in Asia, like a population is like threatened in this native land or the gone, and the population there's like more of them in Texas than there is in their like homeland. And so like there's only a certain amount of like carrying capacity on your property, and like the sale of hunts for these like threatened animals, it keeps them here because the landowner will invest in like someone carrying capacity for this kind of herd of animals. But like whenever they tried to ban the like killing of these animals, and it was so sad because like the landowner made money out of it, and that's it's like it's their business. So there's like protects like I don't know, it's a crazy world out there. Yeah, some places you're not allowed to actually raise any type of natural game species, so they're allowed to do it from different places because if it's endangered in Africa, it's not endangered here because they don't even exist. But that comes into the problem of if they're endangered in Africa, who the hell is allowing them to get bought in the United States and then brought here?
Good question. So I just want to, real quick, I want to say hi to Rabbi. What's going on, Rabbi? How are you?
Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Sal, thank you for having me here. I can't believe that the Mob Fi its jackpot is over $60,000. It's incredible how much it's grown. I wanted to know if possible, may I please share my project?
Of course.
Thank you so much. Firstly, if you're not following me, I'd appreciate it if you would. I will follow you back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friend, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. I also have a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace. I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greens. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Share program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a rater or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your world. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Thank you, Rabbi. I appreciate you. I get much respect for that show that you do every time, on point. I love it.
Thank you so much for your high praise.
Oh, of course. My pleasure. Thank you for coming up. Anybody have any questions for Rabbi? always hop on. So drink be in our spaces every night, and you'll hear us chill again. Much respect, Rabbi. Thank you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I did a couple of the one that I did today, and then one last week. I did a couple of my newer babies that were publishing the double deal.
This one's like, he shares every night with us, and I was even like, do I know you? Hilarious. I love your accent. I like accents. Why? Why not? What's the best accent in the world? No one knows. Yo, what up, imp? Every day's a holiday. Every meal is a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? All right. What are you thinking? Is it going to be something? All right. Well, is it possible to just ask her what kind of perfume she likes? Yeah, you could be nice. I mean, not saying that you wouldn't be nice, but I'm saying, like, if I were you and I knew she wanted perfume, I would say, honey, I want you to know that I really want you to have a nice gift for the holiday, but I don't want to choose the wrong perfume, especially if I make a sizable investment into this purchase of this gift and it's not right. Is there any way you could tell me what kind of perfume you would like? And I would be happy to make sure that I'm able to give it to you. I mean, there's nothing wrong with saying that, especially something so subjective as perfume. Totally. Yeah. And yeah, and I mean, certainly you don't want to go over the top on the sweetness, but you do want to lay it on kind of thick because. But she's if she's like at all normal, she'll totally understand. I know if someone gave me something very specific and I didn't like the smell of it, I don't want to go walking around with something that I personally don't like. And somebody didn't necessarily like it either; they just didn't want to disappoint me. That's where honesty is really important in a relationship. And if you came to her and said it really nicely, and you say, I really want to make sure that this is nice, but I want to make sure it's exactly what you want. Can you please let me know? And if there's not one in particular, maybe just some suggestions of ones that you like more than others. Man, that's a tough gift that she's wanting, and it's so specific. And you know what? She's gonna know. She's gonna say it's XYZ. I want XYZ, or anything from X, Y, or Z. And you're gonna say, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And then what you do is you go to the store, you buy that, and you make sure that it's gift wrapped very nicely, and you have a beautiful card and a bow. And then when she opens it, she's not only going to see that you took the time to ask her exactly what she wanted, but you put some time into ensuring that it was gift wrapped really nicely for her. And just, if you go the extra mile too with the packaging of it, I think that's going to be great for you, because then she's going to realize, you know what? Even though I had to give him a little bit of a hint on this one, he went the extra mile to make sure it was delivered in a beautiful way. Word, dog. And absolutely. And I'll tell you this: if she says to you, "Well, you should know what I want," this ain't the girl for you, big dog. Yeah, I mean, if she's at all easygoing, then she'll be able to say what she wants. You'll be able to exactly, exactly, and especially if you're honest with her and you just make her aware. I want to make sure I get the perfect scent for you, and if you're, like she's aware, there are so many different scents out there that I mean, imagine the she was on the other foot and there was some cologne that you really liked. And what is she going to get? She's going to get what she likes to her nose. which might not be what you like, and then you're gonna have to wear an entire bottle of this stuff that you don't like, and you can't. It's not like you can just throw it out because she's gonna see it, and so now you've got to smell the way that she wants you to smell, and perhaps not the way you want to smell for like 6 months. That's not fair to you. What's that?
There's gotta be a fucking way, right? Like if I can get word on what she likes, there's gotta be a fucking way, right? There's like brain mapping and shit that like would tell me, well, this person likes this scent, so they would also like this fucking scent, right? Like is there a fucking I don't expect you to know.
Yeah, no, I know a little bit about this. So
There'd be
that
like some way to be like, oh, well, it's like musky shit, so the scent like musky shit, fucking
so I know a little bit about this. Well, certainly scent is the sense that is most tied to memory. So basically, it's very connected. Our olfactory uh, system, basically our sense of smell, is extremely tied to memory, which tells us that it's very um, primitive in our like the development of humans, our evolution, and we've had to rely on it in so many different ways for tens of millions of years, perhaps as evolving species from whatever our primitive uh, uh, common ancestors were. And because of that, it is something that's very subjective, and also things that have evolved amongst themselves over the course of. Right. And there are even arguments that there are certain heighten things that heighten our sense of smell, and what that can tell us. I mean, I know in some ways it can warn us of danger. There are certain smells, like if we smell a rotting corpse, we know to be cautious, and that's evolutionary that we do that. Now, there's another kind of thing you were talking about, brain mapping, and yeah, that's definitely linked. But no, there isn't like an app that you can go to that's going to tell you what your girlfriend likes to smell. However, perhaps in the future, at least being able to smell things in different locations will be more realistic. In the past, it's been called smell-o-vision, SMELL dash O dash VISION. And it's exactly what you imagine it to be, being able to smell something through a screen. And scientists have developed these types of technologies in laboratory settings where basically there are like little you can imagine like little boxes of incense that have different smells and can be combined into whatever it is that you are viewing and make it smell alongside. Also, this has been used in the film industry, smell-o-vision, when they try to create things like it's called 4D movies, basically, where the
yeah, that's not necessarily what I said is it doesn't matter if we can either way. You know, I appreciate you for your insight so far. Just very fucking helpful. But what I'm like thinking is like if there was like if I was like, oh, well, I like fucking lamb, and I'm also gonna like meat.
yeah,
You know what I mean?
I'm sure that
Like just like correlations between scents or
it,
something like that.
exactly. I'm sure those correlations exist, but at least currently we haven't been able to study them well enough to know. But I know exactly what you're saying. Like, if you like the smell, like you had said, a musky smell, would that mean that you like a certain food? Or if you like a certain taste, does that mean that you would like a certain smell in another way? That doesn't necessarily exist, but it should be studied. It's very interesting that smell and taste, in a lot of ways, we're still very primitive in our study of them. I mean, in comparison to hearing and eyesight, and certainly touch.
Yeah, we're all just a bunch of fucking monkeys, man. And we like fucking we just like what the fuck we like, dude. And all of it's just chemical reactions that are fucking great. But everybody's chemical reactions are different. It might play different fucking ways. So it seems like I don't know, whatever, it doesn't feel better. But it seems like there's like some fucking way that we could fucking like tie all that shit together. Like, oh, okay, you like fucking
Right. Yeah, that doesn't exist yet. It should. I mean, it is something that should be able to be mapped, but it's just not currently available. As for your gift, as for your gift, not only would I get her the perfume, the one that she wants, but I would, and I want to emphasize this: make sure if it's in the gift box, that's cool. There's nothing that says you can't put it in a nicer box with the gift box inside, so that she has like multiple boxes open. Women love that, but people love that. Exactly, and then get a nice bow, and she's gonna be like, "What is?" You know what I mean? Like, it's one thing if you just gift wrap it, like I've seen people do last minute, and they're putting tape all over it. No, I mean it's almost as if you can. Sometimes they offer this at the store, professional gift wrapping. I'm not saying that you have to drop a whole bunch of money on it, but what I am saying is you can also get gift boxes. In fact, that's what I probably would do. You can get that on Amazon for probably $15. You get a really nice gift box, one of those with the top that comes off, and you put a bow on it, and then you put that bottle of perfume in there, and then you get a really nice card, and you write something out, not just love your name. You really make a nice message in it, and she's gonna be shocked. She's gonna be like, okay, number one, he took a lot of time on this card. That's gonna mean more to her than anything that you get her. And if you don't just write love, whatever, if you write like, hey, it's been a wonderful year, and I appreciate all the time that we've spent together. I want you to know that I look forward to many more with you and enjoy your company more than I can describe. Love, your name. Have that in a nice card, and then you have a nice box that has one of those like you would see in a movie. Like the box top comes off, and then you get a nice bow on it. She's gonna be like, he took time with a beautiful card. He took time with the packaging. She's gonna keep that box. Trust me. Word, dog. Exactly. And then you have the perfume that she wants in there. She's gonna say to herself, "This guy might be a keeper." Dog, I'm Mr. Steal Your Girl, so you better watch out. But no, I'll let you keep her. Absolutely, my friend. I'm always here for it. Excellent, my friend. Hey, tell me how it goes, please. I'd love to hear. So, and don't be excellent, and don't be afraid. And I know you won't be. Don't be afraid to just ask her exactly what she wants. Excellent. Take care, my friend. You too.
In the trap.
Damn,
Yeah.
bitch.
And I was literally the only blonde in that establishment, and probably the only blonde
Establishment.
in that establishment that I was sticking out like a sore thumb. You know what's funny to me? And I've noticed since every space, there's always 7 listeners in the anonymous lounge. Every single time.
Gooning.
There's always 7 of them.
All right, since you guys were talking about dreams earlier, right? So at the end of the night, usually.
Were we?
I think
Yeah, we were. Go ahead. Tell us your dreams. Deb just wants to tell us.
This bitch is hot as fuck.
So I never had like good dreams. They're always nightmares, right? They're always like realistic.
So is this girl.
It's like I was kind of shook when I woke up. Turns out I was like at a music festival. So my homies from like I've known them since like the 4th grade. Right? I've known them a long time. And we had a music festival. And then all of a sudden I noticed there were a bunch of like white box stands surrounding like the whole festival, like really far out there to where you can see. And like fucking, I don't know who these fucking militants were, but they were all like ski masked up and like body armor and like guns and shit. And they were just like rounding people up, and I was assuming they were gonna take everyone hostage. And they were some kind of like political or religious movement or something like that. And I'm really fucking like crafty or whatever like that. But I was able to get my buddy and I like out of there. And like there's a like the fence to the next place over had barbed wire. And I'm pretty like agile, like physically fit, so I was able to climb the fence and like hold the barbed wire, so he was able to get over the fence as well.
Who the fuck is this
And then
shit?
I woke up after like we ended up like kind of in a neighborhood, and I was just like, dude, what the fuck woke up. I was like, bro, this is crazy. I hate when I dream because they're always nightmares like that.
No one cares.
The fact this was a dream, and I was wondering if this was real life or a dream.
Yeah, I'm not good with dreams, guys.
Let me up.
Taking a lot of
I want to talk to these bitches.
Wait, actually, on that note, melatonin is not good for you. You should take magnesium to go to sleep. Yeah.
Doctors don't want start having
No, but I was reading about melatonin, and I guess like people, it can make your heart like fail. Like you can just like take it and never wake up. Okay, this is crazy, but I literally got a bottle of melatonin gummies to go to sleep because I was having a hard time sleeping. And like I took one or I took two, and then the next morning I was like scrolling and I seen this like article, and it was about how melatonin gummies are so bad for you and it can cause heart failure. I was like, what the fuck? What are the odds? And I literally just bought it last night, and now like this is coming out. And so I was like reading like alternatives for that, and it's magnesium gummies are really good. It relaxes your body. It does the same thing, but it's like good for your brain and like good for your body. It's like a good supplement. So anyways, take magnesium, not melatonin. The way you say melatonin sounds like you're saying my name. Melatonin. Melatonin. What's up, Barb?
what's up?
Urban's being so bougie, he wants to speak unless he's speaking on first. Yeah, he just wanted attention. Wait, I brought up, is it D? I don't know what it is. Tell us what it is. Dap Pit?
Dap Pit.
Yeah, what's up? Hey, what's going on? Good. Want to tell us about yourself?
Yes.
Ooh, you're breaking out. I don't think I can hear you well. Can you guys hear him? Not very well. You guys were letting projects up and different people that want to chill tonight. So if you have something you want to chill, just come on up and we'll hear you out.
This is like the hottest bitch in the city.
Can you say more than one word?
I can get on that.
Okay, this is better. I think so. What's better for a second?
Damn, bitch.
It's because I'm on PC. Yeah, I was talking to someone on PC. But it's going to have access to it.
Yeah, you can just leave this one up, and if you want to come up on your personal, that'd be great. You'll just have to request it. I don't know which one your personal is. Alright, how was your day? Did you make tons of monies today?
Me?
Yeah. No?
Just took meetings. Real world stuff. I need a bagel.
Oh my god. Can we talk about the new algorithm?
And how it's literally 3 girls in the feed. It's all just like terrible engagement replies.
Listen, my replies.
By the way, let me clarify. It's actually Scott with the worst replies ever.
I literally have been milking. Okay, so all these. I'll reply the most outlandish reply, and it'll get like 300,000 views. And like, are you serious? Like, it's the most stupidest thing in the world to do. But I realize that I might be pissing off some of my followers, so sorry about that. Noah, is that?
Hey, yeah, what's up? This is my personal account.
This is way better.
Yeah,
we
this is
can
all
hear you now.
Yeah.
You follow. What's up? What are you building? Tell us.
So Dabbit is an AI aggregator that allows anyone to no-code vibe, or I guess vibe code their way to an on-chain working application.
Boring.
Achilles is the founder. I'm one of the co-founders. Been working on it for several months now. And no token, but simply something that allows people to do what they could previously do by using a combination of Remix, GPT, refreshing on GitHub, and Bolt in a mere fraction of the amount of time. Happy to answer any questions. I think that with internet capital markets and this new paradigm that's shifting, we're going to see a broad number of companies that actually have real revenue, net revenue, coming on chain and taking advantage of the ERC20 tokens or BEP20 tokens, whatever.
So
whatever
it's
flavor
just like ChatGPT, but
here, let me give an example. I think this might be easier. Are you guys familiar with Disperse app? Disperse.app.
I'm not.
So it's a payroll app. Basically, let's say you have 20 employees to pay. You enter their salaries, and then you distribute all that money in one transaction, but it goes to 20 different wallets. So that's kind of what Disperse app is in a nutshell. For a while, BEP20 Tether was not working on Disperse app, and it's the only payment app I know or that I knew of at the time which didn't charge a fee. Everything else charged about $5 or $10 per use, which is negligible. But I had too much time on my hands earlier this summer, and so I spent about 12 hours using a combination of ChatGPT, Remix, Bolt, and a lot of refreshing on GitHub to build my own Disperse app, my own payroll app, and this was with zero coding experience. It took me, again, 2 6-hour sessions, 12 hours total, but I was able to build it, I deployed it, and I was able to pay my employees with it.
That's cool. Is it private transactions?
Just blockchain transactions. So let's say I have Skylar, Mel, and Jules. I'm trying to pay you guys all, $30.
I would have already talked about ending with 100 when first starting the dog.
And it distributes those $30 to each of your respective addresses.
Right, but if you're looking on the right, if you're looking on the blockchain, am I able to trace back those payments to the initial wallet?
Yes.
Okay.
That's blockchains are, as we all know, public unless you're using a private blockchain. Everything is transparent. It's not a mixer. This is a simple payroll app. I'm using a real world example because Achilles was telling me about this for several months, and I didn't quite understand how you find market fit. But that was the light bulb moment to me. I think eventually these tools are going to get so good where anyone with an idea can deploy, and we're going to see a lot of clones. But it's going to come down to who's able to market the best and who's able to acquire users the best, regardless of what the idea is. And I think that things like Lovable, which is the Web 2 vibe coder, and Dabbit, the Web 3 vibe coder that we're building, are going to be tools that more and more people use as AI continues to evolve.
That's super cool. I mean, there's definitely a lack of that in our space. So that's awesome. I really like it.
Right, do you like Rabbi?
And you guys, do you have any plans of launching a token or just?
Yes, but not. I mean, I don't like tokens in general. I think that 99.9% of tokens that exist do nothing. But again, I think we're going to start to see the beginning of a paradigm shift where you will have businesses come on chain that have real revenue, and with hopefully things like the Clarity Act getting passed and there being crystal clear outlines, as we all hope, of how to launch a token and what rules you have to adhere to, then we're going to see more and more actual utility tokens come about. So everyone wants an alt season to come, and I think we'll have an alt season at some point in the next year or two, but I think it's going to be with internet capital markets and legitimate companies that have real world revenue and are solving real world problems. I've been around for 8 years, and these are ideas that people have been discussing for almost a decade, and we haven't really seen them come to fruition. And I think a lot of that is just due to a lack of regulation.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I actually have a friend that's building kind of a similar thing to you, but it's a privacy payroll. So it's completely anonymous. But I do think that there is a dire need for that in our industry. That's super cool. You guys go ahead.
So just for clarity, we're not paying the payroll. We're not building a payroll app. This is an AI aggregator, a model aggregator that allows you to deploy and build any application as long as you are able to. As long as you have a clear idea in your head, you should be able to build and deploy any application. So whether that's a Aave clone, a DeFi platform, whether that's a prediction market, whether that's a payroll app. I was giving an example of a payroll app because
I'm sorry about that.
No, it's fine. So the
God,
reason
your
I
shit
gave that example
sucks.
is because it's something that took me 12 hours to build, but I was able to build the same thing with David in less than one. And so I think that's where it clicked for me. You're able to build and deploy Web3 applications in a mere fraction of the time without having to hire a dev team. Now, are there still bugs? Yes. Are there still
Let me at this bitch.
in beta? Yes. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be worked through. A token would only come if it made sense, and I'm still trying to study internet capital markets.
This is the hottest bitch you would have talked to on
wrap my head around the
on
right way
Twitter.
to do tokenomics. I think it's
But
much easier said than done. And our raise that we're currently doing is a family and friends round. We're raising private, and we're actually raising from Web2 people, not Web3.
Oh, that's super cool. I'm going to test it out tonight and see if I can build something. That's super cool. Does anyone else have any questions?
No, because that guy sucks.
I don't have a question, but it's actually good to hear Noah's voice. It's been like a year or two since I've actually spoken with him. It's been a while, so it's good to hear your voice. We did a couple of spaces with Acne, so it was good to hear that, man.
It's been a while, man. Yeah, this is a staying power in this industry. It's all about how long you can run and pace yourself. A lot of people are dropping like flies.
I was gonna say the same thing, man. Good to see you, Noah. Dope that you went build some fires. You know, I went to RWA Island with these real world applications myself, man. I couldn't agree with you more. Whether it's a Clarity Act, everything on the state level, like SB 265, all these things are just gonna make all these enterprise players and a lot of these companies. And I look, I remember 5 years ago, spaces where we decentralized everything. You know, we tried our ways, like your parents for like vacation. We're like, all right, Noah, Scott, we trust you.
There we go.
Some Costco groceries, we'll throw a party. And what do? Like everyone loved each other, but not like us personally.
What are Costco groceries?
The space itself, yeah. And what happened? Now 75% of Coinbase transactions are institutional. So how do we fit and work and fortify, what's already out there? So, man, shout out to for a very long time. These spaces. Yeah, man, shout out to bro.
I appreciate you, man. I never really cared to build a project and launch a token, and I think part of the reason was because all the AMAs we hosted over the last 4 years, all the interviews that I did, made me a tad bit cynical on the space, and I recognized quite
Yo, what up?
that all of these utility tokens were just memes in disguise, and we had the meme season. Really none of the, apart from Bitcoin, I would say you can make arguments for DeFi finding product market fit, and stable coins, which have certainly found product market fit. Everything else is still, still figuring itself out. It's gaming, social. I do think that we are going to see a new paradigm, though. A lot of my friends that I've been talking to over the last few months, we started around the same time, 2017, late 2017, late 2016. They're all quite fatigued and tired of the industry for obvious reasons. But I think that oftentimes in crypto, it's been darkest before the dawn. I'm not trying to be overly, but I think it's going to be different in 2026. We're going to see a lot of changes happening in this industry.
That's actually such a good point. I think, you said a lot of your friends are already hired in the industry. I think even us, anybody who got in the last year and you were only buying meme coins, I feel like you all got rinsed. I think girls agree with that. They got here before. Yeah, unless you got here in the cycle previous, then you know how to make money. But like this year, who was actually making money? Unless you have this year is the grifters. They just I've been donating. But we still haven't made any money. Like there's no money in the street, so they're exhausted. Everybody's like, "Fuck crypto, it's a scam." Well, listen, it's freaks out the bad traders, okay? Because I have friends that trade perpetuals that are doing absolutely phenomenal. So it depends what sector of crypto you're in, because you can make money in crypto if you're trading the right way, right? Like if you're trading perpetuals, you don't care if the market's going down because you're shorting it and you're still making money. So it just kind of depends on what sector. Now, if you're talking about memes, of course, we are exhausted, but it depends who you ask, because then you ask some other people and they're living their best life and they're making so much money, and then you ask other people and they're like, damn, I just keep getting liquidated, right? So it's different perspectives from different angles and different trading tactics. But a good trader, this is not going to be their first year in crypto. Oh my God, I know so many that literally have self-taught.
Yo, bitches, you guys are hot as fuck, but are you not letting me up? I don't think you're cunts.
No, both. I mean, they've gotten liquidated for a significant amount as well, but very few people. Like, it's a very challenging, what word am I thinking of? It's a very challenging habit or talent, but once you get it, I mean, you can make some serious money even if the market is going down. It's just like, do you have the patience and the time to actually sit there and learn? I mean, both of them liquidated, though, The market's been unpredictable at some points as well, but for the long run, if you're daily trading or you're trading conservatively, like, you can make money.
So, over the last 8 years, I've met few and far between traders. They exist, but few and far between traders that are able to make consistent profit over a long period of time and keep that profit and make careers out of it. Unfortunately, most people aren't good at trading, and even if they try, they're trading the wrong things, and even if they're right for a while, they end up being big wrong, and they lose everything. And Mel is right. A lot of people, when they get into crypto, it's not just this year. It's you can talk about the DeFi fugazi of 2020 and 2021. Talk about the ICO bubbles in 2017 and 2018. A lot of people that get into crypto for the first year or two typically get weeded out, and they don't come back because they don't want to do it the hard way. They don't want to invest in Bitcoin or get a job in the industry and make these connections and learn how to build something. They want to make the money fast, and I was one of those people. I'm stubborn enough to stick around for the amount of time that I did, except that I wanted to say something.
I was going to say, man, I tell you talking, I couldn't speak. I was like, sucking. But no, I couldn't agree more. And that's why this cycle, I took the BD partnerships route. Like, I see a lot of people again. Like a lot of us, where like, I see some people like, listen, you got Spain, you got Delta ads. I said, next cycle, I want to be like Michael, Wally Gar, shout out Michael. When I've been acquired, I was like, now I want to be like my homies who actually building shit, not like trying to chase the next thing. So while everybody was cooking with me, it did suck. I was like, man, a lot of people are eating in the long run, taking applications,
terrible, and I'm the worst trader. So media partnerships is like that too.
So you had your hand raised?
Bro, change the battery and smoke detector, bro. Please. Thank you.
Wait, guys, Seb was going to say something the last time. Hi.
Alright, about the meme coins that you know, talking about. I think that, Skylar is seeing that me and my friends are, making a lot from meme coins. You know what, Skylar? Because,
I see you guys trading in there, but I haven't really looked at the P&L in there.
so you can always check it, okay? And, about the market, okay. Things may, maybe somehow screw, okay, but you can always make money out of influence. But, not everybody can be a good trader. If you're not a good trader, just make it. Trading is not for everybody.
Dog, are you guys gonna let me fucking go?
You have to be disciplined. Like,
Got this motherfucker smoke detector
these
going
people
on in
that
the
are making
background.
money in memes right now, they're selling for 2-3x. I am not that disciplined because I'm like, typically if I sell for 2x and it goes higher, and then the pain of knowing that I had a decent size bag and I sold for hamburgers will eat me alive for the rest of my life. Like, I just can't do it.
You're probably in a small percentage of people as well, Seth, that is in alpha groups of people in general. I'm in them too, and I'm observing a lot of the guys are making money, and they're also losing a lot as well.
Oh yeah, no one tells their losses. I mean, I used to gamble
That's why I asked you,
heavily.
Skylar.
I used to gamble heavily, and like I'd always show everyone the screenshots when I was winning, but I never showed anyone how much I was actually putting into the machine before I actually hit my win. Oh, for sure.
Alright, let me go, bitch.
Where did your bagel go? I saw you posted up there.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Oh, I see it. I was scrolled up.
This is the worst. Bitches, let me up.
Why is everyone so quiet? I'm like trying to eat my dinner and talk at the same time, and everyone's not. I'm buying more of bagel. Oh, okay. What, Barb? If that's you, I'm about to mute you. What? Playing the soundboard? Yeah. Why?
Muting.
The annoying alarm or that fucking battery. That is hard. That is hard because it's been on every single one of our spaces. Like, change your batteries. But it was also Scott. So. Honestly, it probably got me too, but I took mine down. I couldn't handle it. I used to nuts now.
I did like a full app day yesterday, and like I couldn't stop laughing. I was really bad at stuff.
You guys suck.
Do you want to do a quick ad read?
You want to do a what?
A quick ad read.
Go ahead. Sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's definitely car. No.
The people in the other space said that it was really funny because they were going off on that one guy. I can't remember what it was. So I only did it when one person was talking. And they kept yelling at him.
What did you just say? What was the point of that story? What are you even talking about, Mark?
The soundboard. It's not real.
Oh, the soundboard.
The beat isn't real.
Yeah, clearly. I know. I can't do it's stop, please. What's up, fat boy?
Hey, what's up?
so many changes that were happening that weren't bullish, but I feel like they were setting us up to have a bullish rest.
My oldest
Years.
Everyone's broke. Where's the liquidity going to come from?
From Trump's stimulus check.
No, that's coming like June. So I guess
Okay, survive till June. How can we survive it for if we're broke? I've been surviving this whole time. It's not that bad.
Job application.
Guys, don't ever say you're broke because you're putting that out into the universe. No. Say you're pre-rich. Like, say whatever you want. Don't say you're broke. I could have $2 to my name, and I'll never say I'm broke. I'll be like, I have so much money, I don't even know what to spend it on.
all right.
Where is that on? Where did I No, it's the law of attraction. You put out negative shit into the universe, you attract negative shit.
By privacy protocols. What's really by good privacy.
Sponsored by.
Are you ever serious? What's that Hessen site?
It's for Ben's game. Go to.
There's no
like, what's he doing?
Looks like some sort of scratch in Hessen site.
Like, oh, it's his headphones because he's on corny headphones.
I'm also chewing in your guys' ear because we're getting dinner. Yeah, I don't hear any chewing. I just hear some sort of Hessen site
Right now.
Yeah, every time it's like, I don't know if you get feedback off or
It's
something.
his cats.
It's kind of shady.
That's me.
No, I'm just saying, it's just constant. Yeah, I've never heard Fatboy eat when that was me.
The accent is really not bad as ours. Guys, I'm getting out of here.
You sound like children.
What else is I read by? Did you guys buy anything else today?
These bitches are the
Dude,
worst.
I'm so bad, no one has
Stupid
anything.
fucking cunts. Let me in.
I mean, let's just be guys.
Wait, did you guys see that hippo coin today? Guard, did you see it?
I don't bid in once.
Why?
It's fucking. Oh my god.
Oh, okay. Well,
I'm funny.
okay, well, I didn't buy it, so put it. People in the audience, can you guys raise your hand if you are in the trenches actively trading? And people up here, too, I guess. I am. Stop for the noise.
Yes.
Down.
Okay, I want to know, if you're not trading, what are you doing in crypto? I personally, if I wasn't trading, it's just you guys.
There's literally two people.
I know it's crazy. I looked down.
I'm into daily and I don't trade. I don't trade every day.
No, you're in crypto, but you're really not in crypto. You are in crypto, but I don't know. It's like
I call it that 2.5. That's where I was at.
yeah, 1, 2.5. Yeah, you like the social media aspect of it, but you're not really trading.
One pretty rich again, so this
There you go, Doug.
give it some time. Yep.
How long before you drop the free?
Well, I bought a bunch of NFTs, but now I'm completing 3 different communities. I don't want to let them go. I got these ones. So these ones that I have.
These people are the worst.
20% of the sales go to animal shelters now, 20% of the royalties as well. So it's kind of a sustainable type deal. And I got some crypto black ops. I got some another one. It's decent ducks, which is it goes to their animal shelter for it's like a duck sanctuary. So it's 1.5, and I just keep buying. I buy a lot of the schizoid yuppies also, but I like those. The chart on those was pretty good. Go ahead, sorry.
No. That's cool that it donates to animal shelters. You're in the U.S., right?
Yeah.
Is it non-kill animal shelters or the killed shelters?
Well, I don't think it's the killed shelters, but the like sanctuary, like set up, like all the he has his also like 20% of the royalties and stuff goes to like it's just feeding the ducks. So every time you like buy one or sell one, or like that 20% goes to. He feeds them a lot like frozen peas. And he's I guess he got demonetized on YouTube, and so he's been posting on like his handle at Ducks on X. Like you can go, he just posts all day. Like I think it's his main source of income. So I think he's like 5K followers, and he just posts a lot of like duck media of like him on the farm, like fucking with ducks and geese and shit like that. It's pretty entertaining. I like the whole idea behind it. And the same with the strays. I don't really post that much stuff on strays online. I found Ducks on X through the strays. So I bought like three strays and 2 ducks. I want to get a cat.
You should. I love cats.
I grew up with cats. Yeah, same dude. I can't actually have one, so I bought a cat NFT. Yeah, I need a cat.
You seem like a cat guy, girl.
Yeah, I'm a cat guy.
No one else for my cat, so
Perfect.
that's why they're so.
I have them out of the house.
I just don't care for cats.
I just haven't met the right cat.
No, I literally don't. He could be the sweetest cat I've ever lived with. I don't care for animals unless they're my own or there's something severely wrong with them. I just don't get that motherly instinct.
I've always wanted a calico cat. Like, I love the calico prints, like cats. I've always wanted one of those. That Audrey Hepburn had. What was that one? It's like,
So everybody that's not in the trenches here, Audrey Hepburn.
she had what's it called? Yeah, like a hairless cat, right? No.
So they're disgusting. A sphinx. Ugly.
We saw it that's a blazer in real life. I can't remember what it's called.
Wait, anyway, guys, part of being a good trader is knowing when not to trade. Like, I don't trade every day. Shut the hell up, Clark. I'll just be doing your ass. I don't trade every day, but I trade occasionally, and I trade for the whole month or the whole 2 weeks. That's why I haven't traded every day. So don't feel pressured that you have to take a trade every single day, because what I used to do, I used to lose my ass out. And now I don't.
But you also have insider knowledge why you go in with size. Like, any normal person is not going to go in with size on a trade that they don't.
That's not true. Before I had insider, anybody that's known me for a long time, I've always gone in with size on high market caps. I've always lost my ass on like low market caps. But I also lose a lot that way. Sometimes. Now I don't.
I'm just saying it's easier to trade with volume, especially in newer coins, if you know that it's going to go up.
Okay, that's another thing though. I don't buy new launches. I wait to see how it does for it to settle, and then I go in with size. Because if you catch a new launch, you're almost always going to get fucked. You're going to buy the top. Because all the insiders are getting in before you.
So you wait for 24 hours.
Yeah, you wait for it to settle for people to sell off. No, a new coin, I used to literally buy within a second. 24 hours, a day, 2 days, 3 days, however it takes for it to settle. Depends on how the market's doing too. Like if the market is shit right now, and if you buy within 24 hours, it's most likely going to keep going down over the next couple days. If the market is doing amazing, and it's held 24 hours, then I'll buy it, because it's like, yeah, the market's doing good. Why is this going to dip? It's just...
Well, yeah, that's reading charts. It's part of trading. Yeah.
It was a bangle.
What?
It was a bangle.
A bingo? I have a bingo cat. Barbie breeds those, like, exotic cats.
I really have one.
You have a Bengal, Jules?
I literally have a Bengal cat, S.
You have a Bengal?
Yes.
Pixar didn't have it.
Yes, I literally have a Bengal cat. I'm going to pin it to the top because your cat is...
Show us.
Yeah, I'll show you.
I mean, your cat was exotic. I thought it was just a regular cat.
Yeah, see, Sky.
No.
He's exotic. Get it?
He's literally a Bengal.
Literally.
Literally.
These people are bad hosts.
That is no. I'll bet that no. I'll bet that no.
Thank you.
Can I like retweet it?
He's so sweet. So
My cat growing up, that's fucking around the house all day long. It has green eyes. That's fucking good.
Worst bitches
Most of them do.
ever.
yeah, I do. It's true.
I'd had gray cats. They had like 6-7 toes on every foot. They were like really long gray cats.
Wait, I don't think I've ever seen those kind of cats.
They're very like normal cat.
Come on.
Normal cats. So nothing exotic.
No,
Nothing special.
just like a gray cat, pretty much. Very long and has all of the great. They call them polydactyl cats. Just got a lot of fingers.
Interesting. Hey, Jules, does your cat like jump around a lot then? Oh my god, he's crazy every night.
No, it walks.
No, but he every night he is absolutely insane. You can't sleep because he jumps around and does crazy shit.
Look who's down there. Stop talking about it.
Who's there?
There he is.
Is it Rep Ryan? Wait, so I just invited him up. Oh my god. Darby, you're so immature. I can't
I'm
look at
sorry.
you. Hi, Ryan.
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Dude, I know. Seriously, Garb. Were you scared off everyone?
I was actually, I was on a call right before I saw the invite. So I don't know, were you guys talking about me or something?
He was like, stop talking about him. He is down there. And we were like, who? And then
You know what? I'm actually getting really fucking tired of this dude. This fucking Garb, Minsky, or whatever the fuck his name is. I'm getting really tired of this guy. This guy's a douche.
oh my god.
I'm just kidding. I love Garb. Come on, man. And he's got the soundboard. It makes him so much more annoying. Shout out to Mel. Shout out to Ash. Shout out to everybody else in the space. What's going on, guys? Yeah.
Ryan, are you still doing your spaces?
I took a break from the spaces, but I'm still like doing the walking stuff and working out. Feels good.
Damn. Amazing. Do you have any progress pictures?
I do, but they're like in my phone. In my hidden photo section.
Okay, fair.
But yeah, no, it's good. I've been working out since like September, and I feel really good.
That's amazing. That's amazing. You know what? Wait, where's what were you gonna say? I was gonna ask where's Nick. I haven't heard from Nick in months. Oh my god, I forgot about him. Wait,
He's good. I actually just talked to him today. He's good. He's still in his weird ass self. He's good.
Okay. There's a weird self. That's a good way to describe it. I wonder if he ever launched Climax Coin.
No, he did. I think he would have gotten some sort of hint that he did, but I don't think he did.
Okay. We have lore. The lore goes deep in here.
Yeah. This is the squad right here. This is the OG squad.
This is the OG squad.
I'm just cracking up because I remember having a conversation with you guys 2 years ago around this time. What's funny is that this ain't even OGs. I know. Yeah, I remember this dude like hopping into one of my spaces at like 3 or 4 a.m. and I was like making food and I was making quesadilla or something. And you keep on bringing that up for some reason. I don't know why. I didn't bring it up this time. I know, but you typically do. So I was actually surprised you didn't. So I brought it up. Yeah, you
was driving from Miami to California. It was like midnight, and they were talking. Do you remember this, right?
No.
You don't remember your birthday? Your birthday's big. Gart, were you in there?
Probably. I don't remember.
Oh, this was the first time I've ever heard this word. They were talking about gooning. I have no clue what it meant. I have never heard this word in my life.
Wait, what word?
I'm not going to say it again. And then the moms completely corrupted me.
That's funny. I mean, yeah, that sounds like us. Gooning. Yeah, for sure.
Shout out to Valiant Time. Come up here.
Oh, it's that guy.
I just saw Valiant Time comment on a girl's picture. That's all I see him comment on these days.
Can you read it out to the class?
If he wants to come and defend himself. It said that he would sing for her. Or something like that. I don't know.
There's two types of Twitter reply guys.
I've been seeing you guys in the replies on these random
Right.
So is this the meta? Is this the algo?
Yes. Wait, who's the best?
I stopped.
I've seen a couple Garb replies. They're fucking annoying.
My replies are funny. So if you're insinuating that mine are annoying, just me.
No, not you.
Garb was insinuating that it was my replies, yet he still reads them and laughs at them.
I can't. I'm pointed out.
These people are the worst.
So I don't actually.
Literally. I mean, I still have
Wait, guys.
stories since I started commenting on random.
Guys, I saw a video today. It didn't have S's comment on it, directly on it, but it was about this woman who has had literally 5 children. She wakes up at 5 in the morning and her husband's still sleeping.
Oh my god,
I clicked on it. I clicked on it and I said, wow, I'm surprised S didn't comment on it. And of course, S did comment on it.
And my comment was a hit because she's an influencer. Okay, here's the backstory to it. So she's an influencer. She has 9 kids and she's pregnant again. And she was filming herself getting out of bed and her husband was sleeping peacefully. And all these liberal women were like, I can't believe he's letting her wake up early and get the kids out of bed. She's so pregnant. She lives a fabulous life. He pays everything and they live in a beautiful house. They have healthy kids. This woman is living her best life. And the liberals in the comments were like, oh my god, look at him sleeping so peacefully. Yeah, he works all day long. Let the man sleep. The least she can do is be a mother.
Yeah.
I have a question to the men. Should it be 50-50 in a relationship? Money-wise?
Depends on how much you make.
Remove these two from my space right
If
now.
you guys make millions and she makes, I don't know, 6, if she makes 6 figs and you make millions, I don't know.
No.
Okay, so what? Only if the guy makes millions are you allowed to be 100% pay for it?
I think it's more dynamic than that. How else do you guys share household chores?
You gotta be financially responsible. You can't just be going out and buying whatever the fuck you want because also when it gets to a certain stage, if it's either you're having a discussion about prenuptials or it gets to a point where you're talking about how you just slowly extract things into a sexually worthy form.
You guys literally, I was raised in a home where my dad literally told my mom, I got everything and you just take care of the house and the kids. And it worked out. Great dynamic.
Yes, but today, every single woman I know today makes as much as I do.
Yeah, what I make is mine and what you make is ours.
No, I'm saying in any position. So
It is how it works.
it's too biased. So as much as men are going to have to accept the new climate, in the next decade, women are also going to have to accept the shifting of the climate.
I don't want to accept the shifting of the climate. I make my own money.
And close. Legend.
But I'm not sharing my money with men.
See how much more interesting the conversation got once we left crypto?
Period. No,
myself, asking my lady friends the same questions. If you're gonna make as much as your dad, are you gonna have as much time as your mother had to be at home and take care of the kids and take care of the household chores?
So I'm a little different of a situation. I'm not like any other female because I do have my own businesses that run while I'm at home. So it's a little different, but yes, I'm capable and smart enough to have businesses that run while I'm at home taking care of the kids. So I'm a little different. Other women, I don't know, but if I go into a relationship, I expect that man to take care of me 100. I'm not doing no 50-50. What I make is mine, and what he makes better cover the kids.
So what are you gonna do with your money?
Like I would probably spend it on like a vacation home or like doing something. It's not like I'm like, oh my god, you can't have my money. But I just don't. I don't know, if you can't take care of me 100%, then like you're just not the person for me. Because I was raised in a household where it's like, if I needed something done, like my daddy has it. Like you can't pick me up from the airport, my daddy will. Like you can't do this, like my daddy will.
Are you looking for him to be your partner or your daddy?
No, my partner, but my dad took care of my mom 100%. Her whole entire life, and my mom did a great job of raising us as kids.
You're also saying that your mom was a full-time mom, right? Although it is a new paradigm, like you said, you're able to run businesses while also being at home. I don't see why if you and your husband are both making really good money, why you wouldn't make decisions and move as a unit. Why his money has to be all of yours, but your money is only yours. It seems a bit agonizing. That's what it would feel like.
Yeah, no, I agree. And other situations are different. I'm Albanian, so we're Eastern European, and to us, like in our culture, the man takes care of everything. Like going on a date and a man wanting to split that bill for me is a huge turn-off. Like it's just like
that's a completely different conversation. Yeah, that's a different context. That's one thing. I think we're talking about context versus like a joust. Like a family unit, right? You guys are a family unit.
I was just raised completely different. Like Eastern Europeans are raised different from any other culture. Like I believe in everything.
I get where you're coming from, and I think people are allowed to want what they want, right? So I think you have the right to want exactly what it is that you want. I was also raised in a culture that said a lot of negative things about women, and I grew up and formed my own ideas and went out and educated myself, and I have a completely different view, perspective on male and female social dynamics and how we should live our lives. But I do think that when you're making good money and if your husband's making good money, unless you said you're turning around and investing that money in the future of the family unit, it will build animosity. And I'm not saying this is you, I'm just kind of saying more generally. If you're out buying bags and rings and just splurging on stuff that doesn't give back to the family, I think that would spark some animosity between you and your husband.
See, that's crazy. Like everyone's different, right? So like my brother is 5 years older than me. His wife is a stay-at-home mom as well, and he provides everything for her. And if she had a job, I don't think he'd ever ask her for a dime. So like I'm just saying, like that's the dynamic I was raised in. It works for my brother. It works for every single one of my cousins as well. It's just like what we know and how we plan on.
Yeah, bitch, because you're wealthy.
I'm not saying how you want to do 50-50 or how you want to live with your wife. That's wrong. It's just the dynamic you want to spend the rest of your life in.
And this bitch doesn't know.
Mel, how do you feel about this?
She sucks.
How do I feel about this? Well, first and foremost, no, I had a question. So that's a girl that's making the same as you, right? Would you marry a girl that makes no money, she has no job, and you have to take care of everything, and she just gets to be a stay-at-home mom?
So if I'm getting married, it means that I'm trying to have a family and kids. Otherwise, there's no point in getting married. And if that's the case, and we're going to have a family and kids, then yes, of course. I think, again, I think of a family as a unit, right? And it's not about money, it's about contribution. Putting in for that. Everyone is free to live life however they want. Like I think I like the fact that Skylar's being so transparent and saying, hey, this is the way that I was raised and this is what I want, and I can see myself changing. Show people who you are right off the bat and see what you do.
No, you also have to take into facts that like I was raised where the woman does everything. Like, I am cooking and cleaning for you. I'm taking care of the kids. Like, when you come home, everything is already done for you. And I feel like today's generation leans more towards, like, when you come home, like, you're doing the dishes too. Like, I'm cooking and you're doing the dishes. That's not how I plan on running my household. Like,
All right, lady, let's play Pretend Land. It should say Pretend Land, not Chill and Chill.
There's different thresholds too. It's like if you're a business owner, Scott, like and someone else has like like they have a six-figure position.
Perfect.
So like basically what you're clarifying to the room is that you need someone who makes millions so that they can afford your tastes and their own lifestyle in addition to kids, right?
I mean, yeah, at some point I would like it to be on the same level as me financially, of course, or if not more than what I'm making financially. So yeah, I wouldn't settle for a guy that makes less. I've dated a guy that's made less than me, and that's a huge issue. Like, it just, I don't know, the dynamic.
This lady sounds like such a spoiled cunt.
Can I ask you one further question? Did your mother make a lot of money when you were growing up?
No, actually, both my parents are immigrants, so we moved here. I was born in Europe as well. My parents fled the war, so extremely poor. My parents were extremely poor when they came to the U.S.
What war?
My dad worked as a mechanic and then truck driver, and then like progressed from there. No, his own company and everything else. But no, he did not come from money at all.
But your father provided all the finances while your mother raised your family at home, correct?
Yeah, absolutely.
So what I'm saying is that the dynamics are shifting today in which most women, even in typical like middle tier, even entry tier corporate positions all across the world, are equal now or even higher because of whatever equity programs. And I'm actually one of the world's leading brand directors for diversity, equity, and inclusion, ironically. So I know a lot about it. And, like,
it's not ironic, that's coincidental.
Software and the metrics. So beyond that, I've seen a lot of the drawbacks, and they keep catching it. And the reason that we see a lot of the climate right now, and especially with Elon and everything, like sort of a revival of like, hey, wait, we've got white man pride, is because we've been letting it slip so much because of what we've termed as suicidal empathy, that the actual dynamics of the climate have shifted in such a way that now both sexes, and by the fusion of transgenderism and all of these other flags that you see, you can see the contrast in the shift of everything across the entire spectrum.
Oh no, absolutely. We've had a complete shift. I mean, it's now we have genders are pretty much equal, right? Like that's what women have fought for the last decade or so is equality.
Decade? Century, you dumb bitch.
Like women having rights, but
more than that too.
Like, who the fuck fought for us to work? Like, who woke up one day and was like, I want to go to work. Like, said no one. You know what I'm saying?
So let me paint a scenario for you that's hyper.
This woman sucks.
There, right? Let's say
she's hot, but she sucks.
Sophie Ring, and she pulls in $100 million a year, and that guy pulls in. Let's say he's even doing pretty well for himself, and he's pulling in.
Charlie and Time loves that scenario.
Okay, but even if he's not, let's say he's pulling $1 million or $2 million, and it's a drastic miss ratio, and she's got taste to spend $5 to $10 million on just handbags and Birkins each year, right? So what happens from your perspective? Is it selfish of her to say that she wants to keep all $100 million of her pussy pick money, and even though he's giving in to the relative, his faction of being a sin to his own wife to pay for that karmic price? Like, how do you look at the overall zoomed out perspective of that? Like, do you think that all that money is hers because she hustled it in that way? I think I just want a little more of an explanation, but a breakdown of your logic behind why women still today, with the shifting climate, deserve every penny that they make beyond everything.
Okay, I think you guys are misinterpreting what I'm saying. I think you guys are thinking that I'm saying women should waste all their husband's money and then keep their money for just like personal usage and not let her husband know. No, that's not what I'm saying.
No, bitch, you suck. Your space sucks.
He's the provider of the home. He's the provider and protector, and the woman needs to make a home of what he is bringing to the table. Now, if she's making $100 million, she
Okay, maybe.
That's just what I find attractive. I find a man that is able to give me the lifestyle I want attractive. And in return, I will give him everything he's, needs. He wants his laundry done, it's going to be done. The home will be clean. You're going to have dinner, a warm cooked meal.
You'll be able to pass an inspection, woman?
From work. So it's like, I just
There's
want
door behind the door.
traditional gender roles. I'm not saying that I'm going to take my money and hide it from my husband and just buy Birkins all day. Like, that's kind of retarded when I have kids, right?
Total turn off to use that word.
So I think you guys were thinking of like the bimbo aspect of like, I just want all my husband's money. It's like, no, I just like the traditional roles.
You're also talking about like you have residual income where you don't have to like clock into an office and whatnot, right? Like when you get children for the rest of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Like my situation is a little different. So
I was gonna say like if you're making more money than your husband, but you have to like leave the kids and stuff like that with a babysitter, I think like one of the most important jobs in the world is being a mother and raising kids, right? Like that's
This is the worst.
They're supposed to be really picky and choosy on how they have children with. So if you want to completely like what you call it, like contract out someone else to raise your kids, I think that might be the mother might have to pay for that if she wants to do that. Because I'm not signing up for someone else raising my kids. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, no,
But if you're at home, it's like no big deal.
I mean, I think that's the best thing for children. I know that not everyone has the means to do so, but like, no one's going to raise your kids better than you're going to raise your kids, I think everyone should get that opportunity. Unfortunately, circumstances are different for each household. And everything is okay. I'm not saying that, this way is wrong. I don't want people in the listener section to be like, oh my God, she's saying it's wrong. No, what works for your family works for your family. That's good,
Yeah, I didn't grow up rich or anything like that. Like, my dad is a mechanic, I'm a mechanic, but, like, my mom was, like, a stay-at-home mom. And my dad just bought, like, a bunch of properties, like, has rental properties. He has a bunch of rental properties and he's retired. It's like, damn, it's crazy. It's like being my
Alright,
brother. It's like, damn,
humble brag. How about you let me fucking talk? These people are the worst.
As far as that goes, like, my mother had the actual luxury of staying home and raising us instead of having to go to work, but it secured like generational wealth for my family, because now we have, instead of $3,000 a lot, it's fucking $80,000.
Yeah, no, for sure. And at some point, my mom works for their company now, so it's like at some point after we were out of the house, before we were even out of the house, like she did start doing like accounting work and stuff to help my dad out. So it wasn't like she's still at home chilling. At some point you get sick of that too. Once your kids are out of the nest, you're not going to want to sit at home and do nothing.
Well, that's the thing is that, it's meant to be more collaborative thing. That's why as things move forward, you can afford to be my 80K and like you make your 120K, I'm going to keep my 80K and then you keep your 120K. It just doesn't really work like that.
Oh, no, for sure not. If you can barely survive with I have friends that have great jobs, but like pharmacists, they may cap $120,000 a year, maybe a little more. My tax could be a little wrong there, but like there's not much you can do with that these days, and it's sad. So of course, in that instant, like if I was in that situation,
this lady sucks.
Because there's no way that I'd be able to afford a comfortable life, a middle class life with just one salary.
Am I
let alone
fucking
bring kids into it and everything else, right? So it's like a different dynamic for.
This woman is the worst.
And I'm also not married, guys, so I don't know.
Yeah, this bitch doesn't know what the fuck she's saying.
Come on, bro. What do you mean, come on? Never ask a woman her age. No, we're in a new paradigm. Hold on. We're in a new paradigm, though, right? We're only side mapping or... No, not with that one.
I just spent a whole hour telling you that I don't think we're equal.
Okay, yeah, you did, you stupid bitch.
I don't want to be equal with you. I hope you're thriving out there and making millions, and my intent is to make babies. As is very anti-feminism, like she said, she would much rather
this woman is. This is.
Not drive, and she wants to be in the 1950s.
Okay, that's fucking fine.
She's not wrong though, because there's many women that are like this. If you go to the Middle East, if you go to the UAE, what's their culture like there? You don't have the woman helping pay for the men. It's a cultural thing. In Mexico, I grew up.
Curious, which Middle Eastern country?
Go to Qatar. Go to any UAE.
Okay, do you think the women in Iran are happy? The women in Afghanistan are happy? Do you think the women...
No. We're talking about different... You're talking about happiness. I'm strictly speaking about the man being the provider. Two completely different conversations.
Because they don't have a choice.
Exactly. So that leads me back to my point. S would rather not have that choice, but have a man that's a provider. And that's what she's saying. She would be happy to just be at home, making babies, taking care of the man, taking care of the house, taking care of the children, and that's it. And there's some men that like that. There's some men that want a traditional woman that doesn't leave the house, that doesn't have a job. But then again, with that S, it's like, would you be willing to give up your business for your man?
But here's a female too. Like, I've already experienced growing a business, being a CEO, being a president.
Alright, boss bitch, shut the fuck up.
And if you would have talked to me 5 years ago, I would have been like, oh my god, like, this is boss bitch bullshit. I was brainwashed into thinking that was healthy. It was not healthy in any, like, I think my mindset now is so much healthier than it was when I was 5 years ago, when I was trying to build that empire, because
real empire. Your empire sucks.
There is no way that I could juggle building a business and raising children. Like, it's literally impossible. I've done it, and it consumed my life, and I was working nonstop. My life where I was like, you know what? Now it's time to transition into what I want for the rest of my life, which is to be a mother. So I don't know, but like I said, I still have that option, still bringing me income. So maybe my views are a little different. If I was broken, I don't know. Maybe the situation would be a little different.
I think a lot of high-earning women have similar views to you, to be honest. At least in my anecdotal experience. I have a lot of friends who, as they make more money, are finding it harder to settle down with a specific man because women are young. Go ahead.
No, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I thought you were done.
Where did finding settling down with a specific, like, where did that conversation come from? Because I didn't say I was having trouble settling down or anything else. I don't know where that came from. Well, you said a lot of your are having trouble settling down, and that wasn't really what the topic was about, so that's why I was
we were talking about splitting money, right? We were talking about it in the context of framework of a marriage or partnership with kids, no?
Yeah, but not having trouble settling down, like, that's not really... Anyways.
It just sounds like S is like, so I know like one other Albanian girl. She's super America first.
Oh, America first?
I knew the America first.
Oh, I am America first. I think.
Oh, that's a W.
Oh, I think the opportunities that America can give you, and I won't even get into it because I'll probably piss some people off, but moving to America has been such a privilege for me and my family. Like, we came from nothing and were able to build a comfortable living here, and my parents barely knew English when they got here, so I'm extremely blessed for the opportunity to be here. I think Americans don't realize how good they have it because they've never been in other situations where they don't have running water, where they don't have the means to go to school, like all this other situation. So I'm definitely very vocal about that and appreciative of being here and the opportunity to be here.
But you don't also drive an Audi by any chance, do you?
No, because the thing is they're known for driving Mercedes, and I drive Mercedes.
This bitch sucks.
Yeah. What's up, live?
Well, your kids. That was my wife driving the Audi. Wife of 30 years plus, so I got a little experience in this arena. Yes, I think your wants and desires are absolutely commendable because I left my blood, fucking sweat and tears all over this world, seeing what people didn't have the running water, didn't have that. Well, she he's a fucking warrior, and raised my two children. Really, when it comes down to money, yeah, I took care, I provided, we built like Deb's dad, you could be my son, because that's what we worked on. We worked on putting that all together. Well, she stayed home and raised the children, and when I came home, if I was gone 6 months, 8 months, 3 months, the house was impeccable, the kids were taken care of. And guess what? Once I decided to retire because my daughter was at age 12, and I said, you know what, I was gone too much for my son. I'm going to stay home, I'm going to leave a little money on the table, but we're doing just fine. You know what she did? She went back to school and got her degree in psychology and runs now a thriving practice saving people's lives because she's a trauma therapist. And all of our money, it's semi-equal to a degree because it's all in one coffer. She can spend when we have a budget, we know what we can afford, and we do well. We can do whatever the fuck we want. We can buy pretty much whatever the fuck we want. We can travel wherever the fuck we want. Granted, I'm not driving and flying private, but we're flying first class when we want, where we want. We're doing whatever we want, and it's all together in a unit. So there's different ways to peel the onion, right? But the bottom line to all of this, truly, honestly, in my opinion, have your wants and desires asked. Mel, Jules, you guys, I think that's great. But really what it comes down to is love conquers all. If you have true love, because I did
This is
get injured
disgusting.
badly, but you had to kind of pick up the slack a little bit for a little while before
You're a pussy.
be in right mind to be present for my family, right? And she picked it up, and she was my life preserver, my the light while I was drowning in the sea of chaos. So it really comes down to fucking true love, twin flames, and anything can work, right? So that's just my 2 cents on that. That makes sense.
I agree. That's inspiring. I love that story.
Your story sucks, and I hope your wife divorces you.
Build it in such a way where you're on the same page. We've been together. She's my twin flame, man. I tell people I would go to hell with a spoon and kill the fucking devil for her, right?
Why do you need a spoon?
And she's the same for me. So that's really what it comes down to, right?
These people are the worst.
Or not so much.
These people are the worst.
I respect what you want.
It was a you that was saying like building a team. Like a lot of the people with like really successful relationships that I've known from like 10 years ago, they attack it like a team effort. You know, it's like you kind of almost like you're a unit. You're a unit. I get.
You guys are running. Noah. Wait, SHK, you left a comment. No, SHK left a comment on the things. I would like for him to share his view, please. SH?
I'm gonna ask a fucking question.
I think about, sorry for my accent, maybe I'm not fluently speaking English, but I have something about Iranians, and I just want to mention something that, I mean, the women in Iran are not sad, they can say that they are happy actually.
Jimmy is, in other words, Noah, fuck you. Jimmy, to از کجا شده میزن؟
You know,
کدوم خانوم رو میگید آقا؟ ببخش. عوض میخوام.
yes.
Are you guys speaking Iranian?
Yeah.
First, you dumb bitch.
I'm PTSD right now. Are you guys talking about me?
No.
I was talking.
So at the end of the day, there's a person for everybody. I know I have a lot of wealthy male friends that they always say I would never allow my man to work. I would never allow my woman to work. Or I have a friend who said, why does it matter if you make money, fuck your money? Like the woman needs to just stay at home and she can go shopping and I work. Like there's a lot of men that do have this mentality. Granted, they're not from the US, but every person's entitled to their view. A lot of Americans, I have noticed, though, they do the 50-50. My college boyfriend, I was was paying for a lot of the things. And then I said, I'm never doing this shit ever again.
No, I was in a relationship like that too, Val.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of foreigners are like, you know, it's not that's just American things. I feel like it's just, I don't know. It's just the dynamic.
And he's self-respecting, but never allow governments though over there.
Say Shogun. Go ahead, Shogun.
I don't know. I just feel like it's different if you're talking about like boyfriend, girlfriend, but if you're gonna settle down with a woman, like any self-respecting man wouldn't want that. Not because he doesn't want his wife to do that. It's just being a wife and being a mother is a full-time job. So like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but like I find it more attractive when the woman wants to do that and doesn't want to like have her own like. At the end of the day, like if they have their own business and they're successful, that's different. But if they're like that's what they're into, I personally would just pick a different girl. That's just me. That's my preference. But I don't want to be like sexist and raise the kids and then go like my wife raised the kids and then she went off.
I hope your kids hate you.
Begging herself, she doesn't want to. She like loves. There's a time and place for everything, right? Like there's a time and place for everything. So there's a lot of different ways. Sometimes if you enter a space at the same time as your partner, like for example, I'll just pull anecdotally, my ex and I were both through design school. So when we went into design, we were simultaneously partners and competitors in the same field. We got interviews at all the same agencies downtown. So it was like this hit or miss game of both of us trying to get jobs right at a school that she wanted to get her design career in full, as most our girls do. But at the same time, it's like eventually when it came down the line that she wanted to have kids, it was this simultaneous battle between she wanted to continue to make more money and advance her career while also having me provide everything, but she couldn't make up her mind. So this miscommunication over time, among other things, but just from that standpoint of like how you get into this, there's a lot of different unique nuances in these relationships, and like specifically for us, we're making nearly the same because we were competitors in the same market.
There's no age you're talking right now.
TC. You said OTC. I can not anymore. TC. Yeah. See that.
It was like I was saying earlier, like
No, Gar, we can hear you.
We just chime in. This is my area. Sorry, I realized you called me. No. So TC, you say that. That's exactly what the world is. So it's less about the money, by the way. Yeah, it's nothing to do with it. So I know some of the expectation here is like say shit like that. I don't want that. I needed something I feel from doing the scenes that shit is made against understanding more God. That's the biggest thing in the world. Understanding. And
she can understand you in the same field as
no, because she's down working. She's growing in the same way because we're creative beings, and not everyone can understand that either. Some people work so they can have money to do the things that they want to do. In a creative field, it's not a choice. You have to do those things for yourself, money or not. It's just something that's innate to you. You cannot control it. You go out there and build.
Get in, artsy human.
Exactly. So, but that's the thing. The conversation goes away. Money or stuff. These are raising kids. The kids are going to get raised. That's going to be much more because we're both chef all the time, whether it's together or competing or parallel. That's not something we can just turn off. So you got to work even harder. Yeah, and so like right out the gate, we had to come at it with like, all right, we're like what's the fucking meme with the two little like Gohan and whatever the little Vegeta, or like the younger versions of Goku and Vegeta, they do that little dance side by side and they put the baby together. Yeah, so we had to do that shit together to try and figure out our life before things. Well, I mean, that's the difference between inspiration and shit, though. And obviously, skystation business, that there's her expectation. But when it comes down to it, it's like the kids do not determine who's for it and who's not. At least when I say you better like
guess I'm not the creative type sort, so I guess I can't.
Oh, by the way, this is not going to discount any of these conversations.
Yeah. It's a different. Yeah, and I always cover the majority of mortgage and all the utilities in every dinner out. So like that's a special notation. Is like yes, she covered like 45% of the mortgage, but then she would cover like pet care costs and things that were really more important to her is what she would cover. So to go those that are like you use that creative building thing that you both have to do and the kids get raised. Do you find that more stressful? Like for me, my wife is not working. I'm going to provide. I'm going to make it happen. I'm going to make everything happen. If she wants to go, once the kids are ready, something, and that's great. But like I feel like that could create a lot of stress in a relationship, and most relationships don't last. Like I'm in it 30 years now. This is my ride or die, right? Like we chose roles. I don't know. Sometimes I think if you're both working, it just seems stressful.
Well, so this is the thing. So and this is like a conversation. This is not a. It's hard to relate to if you don't have it. And by the way, there's no short shot. This is by the way. So some people are not going to understand this, and this is totally fine. It does not make the scenario better or worse or whatever. People in the creative industry, oftentimes, especially the ones that make it, because it's one of the hardest industries to make it in, and it is not something you choose. If I wanted to do something else that I could fucking do pretty much anything. The creative industry is really chosen. Because I was a partner, misunderstands where I'm coming from because you are insane that people willingly choose to go into this industry and work hard and put in the hours. It's not a choice. Any creative or any in this industry understands that. The worker to be like, oh, well, that's going to create a lot of extra stress and choose your roles. The problem is, it's not something you can turn off.
I have a question for Shogun. Shogun, I'm sorry, Barb wants to discredit what you said. Shogun, are you here?
Yo, what up?
Okay. If you make the same amount, if your wife makes the same amount of money as you, do you expect her to pay for anything? Or is her money and your money is your guys' money?
So here's the thing, like, I'm not opposed to that whatsoever. I think it's more of a broader problem that I was addressing. Like, it's the difference between guys and girls are now, like, I would love for my wife to be super successful. That's not like it's taking away from anything, but what I'm trying to say is that I wish we, like, girls would go back to trying to become desirable as a wife and a potential partner and like someone who's a good mother, because you don't need, like, it's great to have drive and want to do something and build something, and that's great, but as long as it doesn't take away from doing the things that makes you attractive, and I'm not talking about just like your looks, like your qualities and the things that you know how to do that a man straight up can't do and just doesn't want to fucking do. Like at the end of the day, I don't want to be sexist, but I'm just saying, like, this is the way that we were designed, and I think girls nowadays are getting distracted and they're getting confused by what really matters, because 99% of guys won't see this, but like there's things that we want and we like need, and you need to be able to fulfill that, right? Like, if you're successful on top of that, great, but don't sacrifice what really matters because you're running out of time.
I mean, I have a question for my 50-50 guys. Do you guys use one bank account?
No, well, it's more complicated than that.
If I'm married to someone and we have kids, then yeah. I have several brokerage accounts. My business account, her business account is one's in her name, one's in my name, some of them are both of our names, but they're all in trust for both of us. And when something happens to me, it all goes to her. If something happens to her, it all goes to me. Both of them, it all goes to my kids, right? So we all have access. We both have access to anything that we want because we trust each other implicitly for life, right? I mean, if you don't have that, the trust, everything goes to shit.
That's the thing. It's staying here and trust it, because it doesn't really matter for any man. No man who is truly heterosexual wants more money spent on himself than his woman in a relationship. I've never, none of my friends, and no no father or uncle of mine has ever sat there and been like, oh, I want more money. I mean, typically they just sit back, give me a grill, give me a truck eventually, and just give me like some nice slacks and everything else. I'm good. Like, I'll have a good 100%. I mean, when you have kids, so it's everything. For me, if I'm gonna have a family and kids with somebody, then everything we have belongs to the next generation. We're setting them up for success, and a lot of that, like Rich said, is on trust.
Or some shit, but like $500-600. I'm like, she does what she wants, right? And I'm happy for that. Whether it was from my account that I was paying for, or she's paying, like, who cares? I wear the same fucking pair of shoes for days or years or like, it's just a different. It's hard for me to put into words, but it all just works, right? Her money's her money, my money's my money, my money's her money's my money. Like, it's all the same. You know what I mean? Like, once you get to a certain level, then it's all one big happy joint.
That's how my parents are. I mean, like, my dad's always been the sole provider and everything. And like you said, you were in a relationship, or you've been for 30 years now. And like, when I recall mine, like, it was no short stint. It was 12 years. So calling back to that, it's not like it, was something that just broke overnight. It was one of those things where, like, if it's a mismatch and you acknowledge it and you don't address it, it's something that leads to a fracture over time.
Yeah, and if you have, like that's the whole thing. Like, I think if you have the conversation in these days, like in my day, we had the conversation, like, we're gonna get pregnant, this is how it's gonna go. You're not working, babe. That's just the way it is. I'm gonna handle everything, and you're gonna handle the house and the kids. So I call that sexist. I called it, that's how I was raised, and that's how it's going. If once the kids are big and grown, you go to work, do what you want to do, right? And that's what she did.
The contrast is like, here's the middle. I'm the neutral experience here between you and Garb, is that I had my, art huddle wife, and so she still needed to go out and be her artsy self and continue to push that and be social in her own right, and she didn't want to stay cooped up at home. So like, the whole time while she is telling me to go out and double my income, she's also telling me that, I just saw this other thing that I was thinking about doing. So it's constantly like back and forth, this knee jerk of things, and that becomes an unstable foundation when you can't agree on which direction you want to go.
I think this. You guys think, girls and guys, you guys think when you meet the person, you're gonna know, like, you're gonna know right away, or is it gonna take you time?
No. This is so funny because I just had a discussion with my girlfriend about this. Like, I think we're so programmed because every single person you meet, right, after they get married, they're like, I knew from the minute I saw her. Okay, but how many other people before that did you think it was the person, and then you did end up marrying him, so you couldn't say that? Like, we've all...
I'll tell you, as for me, no, I never, like, I was a little bit of a cat when I was younger until I met her. When I met her, all bets were off. Like, I knew. And let me give a little disclaimer. We kind of grew up. She lived in one, I lived in California. We had family that were all the same. She was a year younger. We kind of had little crushes when we were kids. And went apart, came back. So, but the truth is I always had this little thing where I wasn't like, I just met some stranger. So my case is different. But all the messing around I did, I always felt this, like, something drawing me back to her and her to I. So it was kind of like, I don't know, that's maybe an anomaly.
I'm telling you, there are some people that, like, every time they meet someone, they're like, that's the girl, and then it doesn't end up happening. But I've heard that way too many times. I'm like,
That's
really?
You're just infatuated and you're projecting everything that you wish that was pre-25.
Let me just, like, get into your smell love and right back.
Wait, before Mark goes into his thing, every person I've dated has grown on me, like a tumor. Go ahead, Garb. They've had to grow on me too, honestly, guys. I'm like, God damn.
All I was trying to get at is, like, obviously, I think it's deeply and innately natural for a man to want to be a provider and play that role, no matter what it is, regardless of how much they're making. Whether they make 2x, make 20%, theory or just your but to strive and build and want to like go out and do that thing, that passion, that is something that's like truly in you. You can just shut off to go beyond. Right? Obviously, when you're a parent, things change in your head. The rewiring happens. Still, so for me personally, that person has to be in that space too, because that's an understanding, it's communication, that's an environment that you just come up through, and you're a certain way, and that person is there too. They're part of that environment. I understand it. Then when we go home, deal with the kids. Yeah, of course you want to have a certain kind of dynamic there, but at the end of the day, like there was no stay at home. It's not because like, oh, you need to add to that pot. That's the thing that keeps us going. Is that thing that we just can't do. And a lot of people might not be able to relate. People want to retire. That's straight up. I can't turn the shit off. So what are they making shit forever? That's just, hopefully that makes sense. And it's not, I'm definitely going to be a weird old age or young man sitting in front of whatever so we can stream on. And so I'm making so much crazy shit all the time. Like you're talking. Like, I can't sit still for a week and hop on these spaces and come on and stuff for hours and stuff.
Wait, I have a question for the ladies. So, say you're dating someone, and you guys are living a great life, and he loses his business or loses his job.
Great question.
What's your next move? Then we fucking dip into my money. I start like, you know, if I fall in love with him, he's a grinder, he's a go-getter, so he's gonna get back on his feet, and hopefully I have enough reserves to take care of us. I mean, I feel like it's partnership, so like, if something like that was to happen, then you pick up where he can't take care of it. And I completely agree. And I feel like our generation is losing these values. I feel like when times get hard, it's like they flee. Like, I just don't feel like the strong relationships that were back in the day are like still now in this generation. It's just a really different dynamic. Like, me as well, of course, my husband lost his business, whatever the case may be. Like,
you're not even married.
Building that back up.
There's a reason for that.
You know, to get me back on your
Woman
feet.
sucks.
I'd never run from that. So, like, I know that I have my own reserves, but if times got hard, that I don't see.
Skylar, may I think when you, so I think you provided a lot of context and changed my perspective on what you were saying initially, but I think when ladies lead with what's his is ours and his mine is mine, it gives the wrong impression. It gives the impression that, hey, if something went wrong, if I got hit by a car, God forbid, or something happened to me and I wouldn't be able to provide, he would leave me in the dust and move on to broader horizon. I think that's what a lot of young men that I speak to, and I speak to young men a lot, are struggling with.
Oh, no, absolutely. And I think my problem with that too is like I feel like everyone knows me and like understands what's in my head. Like my friends that know me like kind of know where my headspace is at. So of course we've never met, so I can see why you might think the way you did with some of the stuff I was saying. So I should have been more elaborate, given that you don't really know my background. Or
yeah, I don't really know you that well either. And I kind of can sense that. And I was going to ask that, and I did say that when I was drowning in the sea of chaos. And I'm not going to get into what, how, and why, but it was bad. I mean, it was really bad. And my wife stepped up and saved my life. I mean, my kids were there too, but she saved my life. Man. I wouldn't be here today. I wouldn't be where I am. I'm 11 years sober, clean and fucking sober. And without her, I definitely wouldn't be here. So I think with that value of, you know, my money's my money, I want to do what I want, I get it. You're going to do that. If you've got the right man who's providing, you can do that because he's not going to care. He's going to be happy for you, right? And he knows that if something happens to him, you're there for him. Again, it comes down to trust and true fucking love. If you have that, you got life fucking flipped.
Yeah, no, I mean, everyone ideally would like a perfect situation, right? But it's not to say that that's what happens in life. Life is extremely unpredictable. Your husband can die, and you need, you know, you should have skills to be able to take care of your kids or be able to take care of his business or, you know, whatever is providing for your children. And I've been a firm believer in that. Like, I've always been in the position where it's like if Paul Yes. Can you do it like not dragged out?
Like at 0.15 speed.
Every single time you pause while talking, I thought that was the end, and then you continued. Okay, and then I tried again, and it was
Scarf. I would get the same thing from my ex scarf. Apparently, I can shoot just like
That pushes it on.
and no communication. Yes.
I can't give a feedback to you because you're a creative. And okay, the only feedback I can give is my college boyfriend that I said I would pay for everything was an artist, and I swore to never date an artist ever again in my life. No offense to the artists on stage. But go ahead, Barb, ask your.
no, they're free merch though. One of their art is gonna hit. You just have to wait for that piece.
No, when they hit, now he's very successful at what he does. But when I was dating him, he was on the come up, and he was struggling, and he was so it was bad. I know, I was the dumb fuck that didn't stick around for the come up. I was no one.
I dated a guy that was on the come up, and it was when I was building my business, and that man complained every single day about how I was on the phone all the time and how I was working nonstop, and I am so glad I ended that relationship because financially I wouldn't be where I am if I listened to him bullying me while I was building. So.
Barb had a question. Go ahead, Barb.
Whatever, the kids, everything. You and all of you should answer this. Everyone up here is what is your passion? And what do you enjoy the most? You can't say going on vacation. You can't say doing food and drinks. It's like, what do you do?
I like being with my family.
Solo, alone.
What I love.
Yes.
This is my passion. I love being with my family.
What do you?
But then you say I can't travel, so it's kind of bullshit.
I'm gonna say some people's things is hosting events for their family and doing engaging activities that are communal and corporate. By the way, this is not again a sad question. This is purely getting down.
No, of course.
So if it is family, if it is hosting an event or something like that, but
it's not hosting events, but it's just being around my family and people I love.
I'm just saying,
so that's me. What about everybody else?
I'm gonna say this: since the kids are gone, for me, it's in the ocean. I'm surfing, I'm spearfishing, I'm riding my mountain bike, I'm biohacking, and I'm taking care of my health. I'm fucking super passionate about keeping as fit as I can, doing what I love most, which is surfing, spearfishing, biking, and training. That's what I'm passionate about, and I can do it all day, every day. Don't forget crypto. But that's kind of fun. Crypto's fun for me. And the truth is, I'm in these spaces and everybody's fucking. A lot of you guys are old enough to be my kids, right? And I dig that. I'm getting fresh ideas. I'm listening to the new generation. My daughter's like, dude, what are you doing? And they don't get it, but I'm enjoying it because I'm learning a lot of shit, right? So, but that's my passion, Gar. It's just being out in the world in nature and surfing and traveling for spearfishing, bringing home food and making it for my wife because she won't give up the practice. So I cook fish for her tonight that I killed this morning. Right? I'm passionate about that. It's just living. You know what I mean? And I get it. I have a friend. He's a creative artist, and he's a torture, man. All he has to do is create. He's torture, but that's his passion. I appreciate it.
by the way, the creative industry it sounds like Mel got one of the tough ones, and hopefully he made it. Hopefully he did well.
He did. He made it.
Between
It's very hard.
It's design as art, it's expression. Obviously, there's artistic tendencies. It's not you get more corporate route because it's business money. But yeah, all that to say though, it's just the passion. If you can be paid to do that things, I see a picture of Gloria. It's like how Gloria's guy does that boards, and I think just made a shitload of money. The shit you're doing for that, and just bring it home.
Randall, that's the thing. I kind of feel like if I I had to make, I made money off of it. Right? I don't really talk about it, but money and the partner and all that stuff, but like you want to have that person that makes you better at the thing that you can't control and you just are anyway. And then if you get paid to do it too, like to be honest, I grind my ass off for 3-4 years. It's terrible, and it would kill pretty much anybody in terms of like sleeping. And then being one of the youngest guy. Make it in a way. It's just people that have it don't get it, and then they just do it because that's all they do. That's why they get paid to do it. You know, that's kind of the funny thing. I always recommend to people when things aren't working, to switch up your pace, because I remember, you know, growing up with Tourette's from age 4 to 19, school was difficult. But then as soon as I entered college and I finally had enough time in between like classes, like you can go back to your dorm and eat lunch or whatever, or you like go and take a nap and then come back to like a 9 p.m. class, like that kind of unconventional time that I had to apply to that enabled me to graduate cum laude instead of being some, 2.5 fuck who didn't pay attention and fell asleep in like advanced trigonometry or whatever. Like I was always rated high, but I always failed in school, right? And then later on, when you get that time opened up, when people change pace, you learn other ways that you can behave and other time that you can gain in between the thought. And I think when you're crammed through a system like the typical community school system, your brain gets a little bit rushed and anxious, and it doesn't perform as well because it's trying to catch up with something that is regimented and like rigid scale versus the variety and the full spectrum that you could be utilizing.
I can 100% confirm this just because, like, I grew up, I was working at, like I said earlier, I was a kid, pretty much for 20 years, whatever. And, but, like, for the first 10, I was working at independent shops where it's like you're really just scratching and learning and shit like that, like you're scratching money or whatever like that, learning. And then I started doing the dealership, and then I started like finding a niche in like exotic and like European and foreign cars and stuff like that. And then I worked at a few places, like independent shops where I'm like restoring old Ferraris and Lamborghinis, and there's no time limit because those guys don't care about getting their fucking car done quick. They want it done right, And so like there was just that much, and they have the money to burn or whatever. And it's just therapeutic. And the place I was working at, there was no like hours that you gotta be here at this time, and you leave at this time. It was like you get to stay as late as you want. It's like midnight, 1 o'clock, And it's just like therapeutic. Just put some music on, headphones, and just like fucking, just like lock in. And then I started doing like dealerships, and I could say right now, like it's like a fucking rat race at dealerships, and it's not the same anymore. Like, and I understand. And they were like, oh man, like we don't have any room, but I can see like the dealership thing hasn't like affected you at all. And I didn't know what that meant until like now I'm looking back, I'm like, bro, I know exactly what you were talking about. The dealership thing, it didn't happen. It didn't disenchant me from working on cars. And now I'm like kind of disenchanted. But I understand exactly what you're saying. Like it's no longer therapy. Now it's work.
I would also say that balance tasking don't give up your desires. Don't give up, because what society says, what some people think,
Sure.
And then with that, just you'll know you got the right partner. I think you'll know. And if they don't understand your wants and needs, then they're not very much. It's
very true. That's real. That's real. Like my mom made more money than my father, and my father ended up resenting my mom. And then the next relationships that my mom had, she didn't give a shit about how much money the man made. She actually she always made more money than all the men. And to her, she never cared about that. But I also grew up with my grandparents, where they're together, and my grandpa he's always taking care of everything, you know? So I've gotten to see both sides of the what?
spectrum. Spectrum.
On the spectrum, exactly. There you go, thank you. What are you going to say, Barb? You got your hands up.
Sorry, I sent a message. I actually got out of the home, so somebody mentioned to you earlier, like, see you later. My father, like, he was a mechanic, you know, I just learned just by proxy. And so I kind of got into that field. I had a head start, you know, just because my father was, you know, a mechanic. I knew about everything on tools, whatever. Started buying properties and stuff like that. It's like not like expensive properties. They were cheap. Everyone had. He was just renting out mobile homes on a bunch of lots that he bought for $3,000. In that neighborhood, in the past like probably 10 years, home builders have gone in there and started buying their own, putting like, you know, duplexes and whatnot. And other people have, you know, obviously spent the money. They'll like build mansions and shit. It turned from like a trailer park to a fucking mansion park. It's like the value of the land is skyrocketed, right? And but the thing is, like when my mother was alive, she was in charge of managing all that stuff. And so like we already left the nest and everything. Like all, you know, the kids already left the nest, and she was in charge of managing that. And she did a really good job about it. And you know, my father always tells me, it's like, dude, if your mother was still alive, like we'd have a lot more fucking money, just because it was something that they built together, right? They built like pretty much, just all the stuff they did together. Like they built this. My father's retired, and like now it's his retirement. But it's like you can really do things like move mountains together. As opposed to like being, you know, competitive over your wages. Like that's not what they do. It's like they literally create each other. They were from dirt poor fucking families, and they created generational wealth just by working together and doing this together. And my mom was a stay-at-home mom, and she didn't start getting into this until, you know, we were already living this. So yeah, you can do it. Just take care of your health, and you guys can go really far. You know.
I have a question for my 50-50 kings. Do you 50-50 the house chores too?
You know, it's funny at this point. I do most of them because I'm retired and I don't do that good a job. But to what Deb said, I think 50-50 depends. It depends on the time and like when you peel back the onion. If you can do 50-50, good. If you can't, someone can come home and say, I've got 60% today, you got to pick up 40. I got 90, you got 10, and that kind of thing. I mean, there were times back, you know, with my wife where I would say, can we do this? Like, I want to take a risk and buy another property, or, you know, we good. Can you be gone after we and she just, you know, you work as a unit, like Deb said, and she works out 50-50 is kind of, it's a weird thought to me. Like, it just depends.
It's selfish.
Yeah, I got too selfish. I know. And I can be a little selfish, especially if the offshore ones are blowing and it's 6 foot 10.
See, that's crazy. Like my dad has never picked up a broom since he married. I probably never picked up a broom when he was living with his parents because my grandma was doing everything. But like my dad has I've never seen my dad wash a dish or like do a single house chore. Never. But my dad is also, he was working working like crazy was also working like all day long. So I don't know. It's I don't think me doing the dishes would be weird to me. I'd be like, oh my god, what are you doing?
When I was in the heat of my career, I did the dishes. I never cleaned the house. I never did shit but make the money. Right? She did all that. I'm saying, I guess I'm in a different. I should.
Yeah, you guys are like in a different stage in your life.
Yeah, I'm retired.
Yeah, that's a little different. Like,
so let me tell you this: when I was busting my ass, I never did a dish. I never cleaned the fucking house, and I was never had dishes and shit. So she did everything. She was the warrior. She stayed home. Did you the kitchen?
yeah, for sure. Is there a king down there that makes all of the bread and also does my ex? That's crazy. We're letting him make the money and clean the house.
They're like, what? Me? Yeah.
What did you do all day spending his money? He used to literally be like, you will never find another man like me that cooks, cleans. No, but he did everything. Let's be fair, he would come over to my house and just start doing that. I wasn't dirty, but I was in college, I was young, I was messy. He was older than me, so he didn't like seeing the mess I had. So he would do that. This was many, many years ago.
Are you sure he was like closet?
No, bro.
I don't know.
Bro, what he did, he has all the money and time.
Bro, I literally
cleaning his house.
What if he wants to cook? What if he wants to cook?
Well, yeah, well, that's the cook. Yeah, that's different. Cooking after cooking's a different vibe.
Especially if you got killed and then you're on fucking game, right? What are you talking about?
Hey, I just killed my first one. What was it? 2 months ago? I didn't actually.
Fish?
Oh, fish? Oh, I've killed many fish. No, I was talking about a deer. I thought you were talking about a deer.
I don't know how to clean a deer. I know how to clean a fish.
I don't know how to clean a deer either, but I know how to hunt them.
I would go to my girlfriend's friend's house, right? Like with my friends, they have like a party, and like the next day I'd be up like doing all the fucking dishes and cleaning up the entire house, like just because it bugs me, you know? Because they just like all be sleeping in and shit like that. It's like, she kind of bugs me. Like I need to start doing that shit more. I do that. I heard the ladies for some reason. That shit. And then I go, just like, yeah, I am your wife. Or I'm like, it's inconsiderate, bro. It's inconsiderate. They were saying that I'm so happy. Like, they left it so clean. It was like, yeah, bro, I can't. I don't know. I just can't. Yeah, give me that clout. Give me that
Same way with their Airbnb places. If you're like, why are you cleaning? You literally pay a cleaning fee, but it's like leaving everything a mess. You know, have you ever walked into an Airbnb while they're cleaning it just because, I don't know, your flight got there early, and it's a disgusting mess, and you're like, how are people so inconsiderate?
I care more about
Just like clean. Even a hotel room. Yeah, that's true.
Consideration is like I always like
Don't mess with these three bitches.
Like locking up parking lot traffic just so they can wait for someone to finish loading their groceries so they get a close parking spot. I fucking hate them. I'm like tempted to just crash my car into theirs. Just based on inconsideration. Not gonna lie. Maybe it's right, but you don't know.
You know what my biggest pet peeve is? When people don't put their shopping carts back at the grocery store. I knew you were gonna bring not probably this conversation. It drives me, like, I'm that type of person, if I see you doing it in the parking lot, I will roll down my window and I will call you a piece of shit.
Yeah, I make comments quite often too. Like, but people really do that. Like, I go to Costco a lot, right? And but people do that. I'm in Texas, and so there's a grocery chain called HEB, and people are pretty considerate, but less considerate than Costco. And like, I'll usually make a comment if I'm walking back to my car and I see that shit. I'm like, dude, fucking leave the ass motherfucker. Like, and I cuss a lot, so.
I like to look at their car too, like the person doing it. I like to look at their car because their car is a perfect indicator of that bad habit. Because people cars, they don't do that because they're considerate of not only their car, but everyone else.
There's some outliers. From LA, that's not true in the slightest.
Oh my God, it's true here. That's crazy.
In Chicago? Yeah, in Chicago.
Yeah, it's always the ones with the raggedy cars that leave their car because they don't care. They don't think about the wind. They don't, I have a matte gray car. The wind can touch it and it scratches. So I'm like, please put your car in bad.
Nissan Altima in Formula.
Nissan Altima in Chicago. You already know who's over in that.
Yo, Zobi. How are you?
Pretty good.
How'd you find out about me?
I don't know. I forgot.
Okay, very well. I wish I could be more vocal. I'm in the middle of a Twitter space. Do you ever do?
Are you teaching the Glam some good lessons?
I'm really just chilling my project. How's your day going?
It's good.
Excellent.
Raining here in Texas.
There you go, big man.
I was hit by another. I was hit by. I've never been, knock on wood, I've never been in an accident where. Oh, actually, just kidding. Just kidding.
What is your project?
I've never been in an accident where it's been my fault.
I shoot my life 24/7 for world peace. We're done.
How long have you been doing this?
4 years.
4 years?
4 years, like 1,500 straight days or so.
You stream yourself jerking off too?
You never know what's going on under the covers.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'll be right back.
Interesting.
No, I crashed, but my airbags didn't deploy. So then I was driving super slow, and I hydroplaned again, and I totaled the car. So I crashed twice on the highway.
Twice in the same night?
Yeah, and I had just, it was bad.
Okay, now you know what, Sky? You're gonna need that money.
I know.
You need someone to remember that spin out.
I was actually driving a Maserati during that accident. That was my second car after the Nissan. I thought it was so cool. I just got my first S car, and I wrecked it 2 months into buying it. So now I drive a.
What kind of Maserati? Was it a
It was a Quadro. Oh my God, I can never pronounce it. A Quadro. Oh, I can never pronounce the word, but a quad. Yes. It was really nice. It was my first really nice car. I thought was really nice. I would never drive a Maserati ever again, guys. So don't come for me. I know they're shitty cars, but I thought I was cool. I was young. I crashed it. Right after I got it, it was total. And the funny thing is, I called my dad. It was 4 a.m. morning. I called my dad, and I was like, it's just a little bump. It could be fixed. My dad comes. My dad's like, the whole car is really hanging on, so it was a total.
when it was start?
Yeah, I went with an SUV after that. I'm like, fuck this. Safe. And,
Yeah, you gotta be safe.
yeah, SUV makes me feel safer.
Yeah, I was driving Ghibli for a while. It was when we were on or some shit.
They're terrible cars. They're literally I don't know why I ever thought they were cool.
They actually kind of are. They're actually pretty good. You gotta take care of them. And they do have a lot of every vehicle manufacturer has recalls and shit like that. Nah, they're always out there trying to save them.
I was in my early 20s, so stupid. Didn't listen to anyone that didn't listen to my brother, didn't listen to my dad. And now if I could go back, I was like, wow, that was stupid. Should have just gotten a safe Mercedes or an SUV.
They get you girls though. That's one thing, right?
I mean, I wasn't looking for girls. I think it's honestly, I don't know. I wasn't looking for girls, so I don't know.
If you have a Maserati and cocaine, you have an infinite girl wish.
Really? Because if I see a Maserati nowadays,
Okay,
I've already driven those fast cars. This shit was slammed though. I was young. I was like in my mid-20s or whatever. Mid to late 20s. And it was like slammed up coilovers. Like I was like the cool guy in town. I was living in Austin too, so it was like, dude, everyone fucking wanted to be friends with me.
I wish I had a cool car in high school. Like that would have been fun.
We had this notorious kicker who was known in high school for his last name was Skiba. I forget his first name, but Steve Skiba, and he would kick the football over 60 yards and successfully do it consistently. And he was the coolest guy. He's like this Polish guy who transferred over to our school specifically for his kicking skills. And he always had this nice Porsche that he was known for. And this other guy, his name was Garland Brayboy. And he was like this black, effeminate ladies' man who always wanted like to be the number one guy. And he hated Steve Skiba for this car. And one time, he crashed into Steve Skiba's back of his car and kind of, rattled his throne a bit. And for the rest of the year, Steve Skiba drove this like crappy little old Chevy to school, so it really sucked. But it all came from the jealousy of this other guy who just bumped into him like an asshole when he was drunk. That kind of stuff happens.
Did everyone else fall asleep on me? Mel? Jules?
Sure, I fell asleep too, sorry.
Shall we wrap it up? Yeah. Okay, awesome. Well, it's fun chatting with you guys. We'll be back on Thursday. Thanks for coming. Scott. Thanks for coming, guys. GC, thanks everyone for coming up. We'll see you guys on Thursday.
Not gonna lie, I really enjoyed how it wasn't like focused on crypto. Like it was like just chopping.
Oh my god, stop saying that because you're literally bruising Mel's ego because me and Mel go back and forth about this often. Where I'm like, I would like to stay on crypto topics, and Mel's like, no one wants to listen to crypto. Nobody gives a fuck about crypto topics. They want to just chill.
We're all in crypto. What else can we talk about? That like.
Yeah, sorry. Shout out to our 13 people in the Grease trap. I love you guys. 14.
There she is. How are you, madam?
I got enough little time to go and get my tea real quick before we start getting before we play. You know, at night you can do kind of wait for a minute because I'm gonna get if I can go because what happened is I'm in the other thing, but I put them on deck so they can't hear me and nothing. I can't hear them. So anyway, probably now today I heard a guy in one of my Ubers today. He came back and reserved an Uber, so I reserved an Uber for tomorrow because I was a little late today because I tried to do it from 7:40. I got there at 8:37. And yeah, I didn't get the clock in 8:40, so I was a little like 6 minutes late, 7 minutes late. So it's okay. So my guy was like, you can reserve your food grab. Okay. So I did it today, and they could be picking me up by no baby coming to about 7:45. So I need to be in bed by 11:45 and get my rest and be up by 5:45 to get my legs going, and I can be up by 6. Get myself together and get going up and all that, so I can be right down the stairs and then be out here by 6:45 because 7:45 because they said they got give me a 5-minute grace period. I know in about 7:50 I should be out there.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. I'm happy about that. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, that's neat.
Yeah. Because I know I need to do something, so I don't have to be questioning and be like, I didn't do this, looking at time. So that's a good thing. Until I can find me a cash ride. I'm happy about that. Get my tea ready right now.
Take your time, Mr. Aquarius. Take your time.
Yeah. Okay, there we go.
Were they mad at you at work?
Oh, mad at me for what?
For being 7 minutes late?
No, if I'm a few minutes late. My manager them are cool. As long as I call them, I've been quiet. So I'm being 3 minutes late or whatever. She's okay. Then you ain't get here. I said, okay. She's not mad because they know I'll be late all the time.
Oh, that's cool.
They're real cool. Mm-hmm. They're real cool. Some people are like that, but no, they're cool. They down to earth. They understand.
I can tell you
It happens.
as someone who's been a supervisor, administrator, just overall boss, it goes so far if you call in advance and say, hey, I'm running behind. Then it's no big deal.
Mm-hmm. Right. Some people don't care, but yeah. But I said, no, I can't keep being late like this. Because it was like 2 Ubers, like they were 7 minutes, like they were staying still. So I tell one, and I called the Uber thing, and he bored. I said, okay, we must have a car trouble or something. All they do is cancel. Then I had another one. She was like, I don't know what's going on. Then it was like that when I was coming, trying to get one going back home. I'm like, what is going on with these Uber and Lyft things? I know it's a holiday and everything, so the guy told me, who picked me up, he was like, yeah, you're going to reserve, but, and I never got because, mind you, when I went to that engagement thing, my best friend, Stacy's fiance, had reserved one, and I had forgot about that. So I didn't know I could reserve one the day before, so that's good. That's good, and I'm happy about it. We're going to see how this goes. And then I'm going to do one after I get dropped off. I'm going to do one coming back.
Is it the same?
How that do?
Is it the same price?
It just depends on the availability.
Okay.
First it's that price, and then it must be a little charge. So it's like $34 like that.
You have to pay $34 to go to work?
Yeah, it depends. It differs. Sometimes I go to 10, 20 because it was 29. It was 32. But when I do it was 20 some dollars. So it's some fees going on. But I don't care. As long as it ain't $40, Rabbi, I have to get to work.
No, I understand, but that's like
as long
a
as it ain't $40, $50, I have to get to work. But should be at Lyft because Lyft is a little bit cheaper. So next time I'm going to their, just look compatible of the two, and then that's what I do. Because then look, it was a little bit cheaper than Uber, but it is what it is.
So you're paying like 2 or 3 hours of your work time just for transportation a day?
Yeah.
Wow.
I have to be to work at 8 hours. What you talking about?
Well, I mean, like, you make whatever you make, but sometimes if it's $35 to go to work, that could be a couple hours worth of work just to pay for your transportation, right?
I don't know, but I just know I'm going to work. I get paid every 2 weeks. I'm not worried about load. I feel like if I'm in cash right, that's what's going to happen right now. Instead of me having to get up in the morning, get my granddaddy, and do this, and then be like, okay, I got to do this, I got to get time. 7 foot, I can go and do Instead of waiting, and then one is 15 minutes, that's too much. 15 minutes, I got to be at work. 15 minutes, I got to cancel. That's another time frame of doing it. No. So we're going to see this work until I find the cash right.
Is it,
It just different times.
Is it like $30 one way or there and back?
I don't know. I got to see about that, Rabbi. I ain't gonna know. All I know is different times, baby. It depends on the peak time, as they say. Depends on the peak time. Like this morning, I think I paid $30. Then today, I think I paid a little bit, like $29, $30. Not too bad. It just depends on the peak time.
I don't think
it depends.
Maybe I didn't say what I meant clearly. Is it $30 that you paid today just one way, or was that $15?
Yes, it's one way.
Wow.
One way. Yes, I'm not doing round trips. One way.
So sometimes you have to pay like $60 a day just on transportation?
Yeah, I pay $100 a day.
Whoa.
It just depends. Yeah, it depends. 3 days. I'm going and coming. You gotta know, I'm going and coming. 3 days. So 20, it could be, you can add it up. 20, like when I do my cash app, say I don't do my cash app, it's $100 a day. If it's 20 going, 20 out, that's 40. Next day, 20 going, $40. That's 6, what, 80? Yeah, 100.
No, that's 60.
Yeah, about $60. So it is what it is. It is what it is.
Oh, but that's
trying to get a car, trying to get a cash ride.
That's much more affordable.
Have an Uber left.
Do they not have buses?
Nope, and I'm not doing a damn bus. I'm not walking. I cannot walk, baby. I have sciatica. I can't walk like that, boy, like I used to. Okay, baby. It's all good. God got me. You ain't got to pay for it. I'll do Rabbi. So, I'm grateful. I just got paid Friday. I'm grateful for what I got. I'm good. As long as I can get to point A to point B until I can get me a car or get me a cash ride, I'm good.
When you
It
say
is what it is. I can't do the tax thing. I can't do none of that.
When you say cash ride, you mean like, what do you mean by that?
Cash ride, like I'm paying, I get them like $20, whatever I want to give them, get that. Like I
Gotcha.
get my cash ride, there was $20 to get to work
And
instead of paying the regular price.
Gotcha.
Yes. Right. Just depends. So I'm grateful for what I got. A lot of people got them paying more than me to get to point A and point B. Some people come from McDonald's, they got to go all the way downtown. You can imagine. So I'm grateful to have this Uber and grateful to have a Lyft. I won't be having a dang on job. So right now, this is going to do. Because I don't have to do it but 3 times. It's not 5, it's just 3 days.
Right.
3 days, Tuesday and Thursday. Then next week it's just Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not doing this every day. That's why I chose my schedule. Because I'm 30, well, it says 30 minutes. I'm 25 minutes going and 30 minutes coming back. So it's not close.
No, it's not.
So I mean like that, but that's not close.
No,
so
you're right.
I chose my schedule. And I'm working part-time. So I'm working 8-hour shifts part-time. 8:30 to 4:30. 3 days. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Every week. So you got to think about it. I did 5 days. That'd be really cool. You know what I'm saying? Mad because 5 days. No. So I'm grateful of working 3 days, Rabbi. You got to think about it, baby. And I'm grateful, man. I'm not going to get it. I'm grateful. So, hey, until I get a car, get a cash back, this is what's going to happen. Maybe too much, but I'm going to do what I got to do. It's better than $40, $50. I done paid $50 before. And that wasn't fun. I was pissed.
What happened then?
It happened. I had to pay for it.
I mean, was it through an app or was it a cash ride or?
Yeah, it's through an app. Lyft, it depends on Lyft and Uber. Lyft can be more expensive than Uber. And then sometimes Uber can be more expensive than Lyft. It depends. But I'm not paying $54 right there anymore. $20-something, $30 is not too bad for me. Not too bad.
Right.
It's not. I was going to get the point A and point B. But $40.50? No.
Yeah, at $50, that's what you're making a day. There and back.
Mm-hmm. So, no.
That's fair.
What you mean, like, day back?
Well, let's say with taxes and everything, you're making like $100. Hold on. Let's say with taxes and everything, you're making like $100 a day. And if it's $50 there and $50 back, you're not making any money. It's all going to transportation.
Right. Oh, I don't make $50. I make, what is my check? My check is probably, what, $12? Probably a little bit more than that because I got a raise. So, my check is a little bit good, but but it is what it is. I don't care.
So
as long as I'm not doing $50, as long as I'm not doing $50 for no damn Uber Lyft rider, no, because I done did that before. Larry was like, what? Oh, they charge that much? I say, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. They charge that much.
So if you're making $12 an hour times 8, that's $96 a day. And yeah, if it goes up to $50, you're losing money to go to work.
It'll be all right there because I get paid in 2 weeks. Don't matter. I still have money, and I got Social Security, so it doesn't matter to me, baby.
Oh, okay. Well, then that helps.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, but it's okay. I still got money. I don't use my money a lot like that, because I'm only doing 3 days. You get it? 3 days a week. So I'm grateful. Because if it was 5 days, that would be fucking crazy. Yeah, that would be crazy. It's crazy. So yeah, trying to get a car though right now. Yeah, she's on my leg. I'm trying to just, I don't want to be on no car and then dang it, be jumping and all that. I don't care about the damn van right now. But anyway, yeah. So it is what it is. I don't care. I'm happy. I'm grateful that it's a good world I live to get me to point A to point B for right now until I do something. If I don't know about model. Yeah, one girl do model and she get there late. I ain't trying to be there late. She'll get there. She said that she gets there. She'll get there. Come get her about 6 o'clock. She got to be there by 9. She got to be clocked in by 9. That girl can be like, they can come get her. She's supposed to be at work. They go all the way downtown and drop somebody else and have to come all the way back up to get her. Like, really? They take somebody to the doctor and you got to go drop her to go to work. They don't care about that. Mother don't.
Nice
and
job.
Because they're the first person.
Nice win. She's a model?
No, I said she does model. My coworker. She does model. She does the band.
Oh, okay.
But she gets there late sometimes. Yeah, I don't want to do that all the time. It's like she be like an hour late sometimes. But they understand. But I don't know. I might do the model one day. I didn't even know I won. But
I know you didn't.
We do the model one day. But well, you gotta look at it. You gotta be grateful or what. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but just the math is very tight on whether you're going to work for free or not.
Yeah. I'm not going to work for free, but I need to have transportation too to get to work.
No, I get that.
So that's why I chose it, yeah.
But I just want to make sure that, just as your friend, then please, I say this with all due respect, if you're making $96 a day and taxes come out of that, let's say you're bringing home 70, then that means if the ride there is $35,
I'm bringing home more than that. I'm bringing them $70 straight.
Okay, $80. I mean, you got to pay some taxes.
No, my check is more than 80. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No, not your check per day. So if you want me to do it,
I don't know. All I know, I'm grateful.
Okay, so let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. Your check's maybe about $600 every 2 weeks, right?
Mhm.
Okay. If it's $600 every 2 weeks, then if you have to avoid those Lyft and Uber charges at $50, or else you're not making any money.
It don't be charged. It just be $50. It could be a surcharge or whatever. But I don't do $50 all the time. That's what I'm telling you. I don't do $50 all the time. But when it do be, I can change that. I don't want to pay $50 all the time. Only it's $20-something to $30. It's no biggie. That ain't that bad. But if it's over $30, that's a crazy. That's exactly right. So I think I paid $40-something 2 weeks ago, and I was like, oh, hell no.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You should recognize that if they're charging you $40, I know you've got to get to work, but all your money's going to transportation.
And it's all good. That's what I've been doing. I've been doing Uber for 2 years. So it's okay. But I still got money. Still got money in my bank account.
Well, that's what matters.
Yeah, that's what matters. I'm gonna go still got money in my bank account.
That's fair. What's the cheapest it's ever been?
Thank you. Like $20-some.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I believe it's because it's holiday season right now. And a lot of people are trying to get it. I don't know. It's crazy. But I'm just glad this guy told me about this. What you call it?
Reservation.
Yeah. But it is what it is. I'm just grateful, you know? Yeah. Until I can get something else to do. I had to go, whatever. I don't want to get a car and be behind the wheel and my legs start jumping and stuff. So I don't have time for that. Yeah, I'm trying to be no ass nothing like that. But they be jumping when I be getting my feet done. So I know that I don't want it.
Mr. Aquarius.
Yeah, I want to get it. Well,
yes, you did. You won both games. I win, you win. You win, I win. Boy.
That's right.
When you're thinking about something else, you're cruising to 2 wins. That was great.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, Miss Aquarius.
I get what you're saying. But, right now, what I can do right now. Until I can fight it. I don't want to ask my coworker all the time to take me home. You know what I'm saying? Because I already have one coworker. When you get it, I don't like to ask. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
I understand that.
That's
That's a tough one. Now, would any of them do it for like $20?
But I didn't ask them. They said, I don't want to gas money. I'm good. I didn't told them. I always told them. Just tell them to get some gas money. Tell you getting better. They don't want to say, no, we good. Do that. They don't want it. So I'm saying, sure. And I give the $20 shit. I'll keep that. No. Keep that $20.
That's nice of them. Hey, did you get didn't they pair you up with somebody at work?
What you mean? Pair me up for what?
For a gift? Like a gift exchange or something?
No, we're doing a white elephant. It's not no gift exchange. We're not doing Secret Santa. We're doing that white elephant thing.
Okay.
Ain't no pairing up. But yeah, I did me. We don't do no pairing up, but it was a choice for us. We been doing this every year. Me, my coworker Martin, we always change gifts. And then Sonya came along and she wanted to do it. So I'll do it with a change of gifts. They won't give cards. I got them to give cards.
That's right.
I told Sonya I wanted either Victoria's or Bath Body Works. And I told Martin, what did I tell me? I told him a big car, something. I don't forget what I told her, but she already knows. So we're changing gifts tomorrow, and we're doing this white elephant random gift.
Oh,
that's all. It's a little random gift.
Yeah, very nice. And did you get your friend the GameStop thing?
Yeah.
Very nice. All right. Well, that's fun. So you got something fun to do tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, and they're gonna cater us barbecue tomorrow.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
Excellent. That's it.
Hey, Miss Chris. Hey, Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
I worked out. I'm traveling to the past. Might be possible.
Okay, man. I mean, all of the physicists in the world are waiting on you to figure that out. So tell me how it works.
Cool. How that works?
Yeah, actually, before you do, Mr. Aquarius, as always, it was very fun. You do your thing. I'm here for the evening, okay?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm grateful to talking to me, and I understand what you were saying, but I'm good.
Excellent.
I don't want you, but if I do my ex, you got me.
Very well. Okay, very well.
I know I won't be broke, though. The guy got me. I will not be broke, though. And I use my money wisely, and I'm not going to flip in and be trying to be broke off no dang Uber there.
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, tell me tomorrow. You can tell me tomorrow how the reservation system works.
Okay, I will, and I'll get ready to get out there in a minute as soon as I get done downstairs. But y'all go ahead and talk.
Excellent. All right. Take care. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship, that's right. Mm-hmm.
All right,
Thank
Zoo.
you, Rabbi, for your advice, okay?
Absolutely. I'm just looking out for you. All right, Zoo. So,
thank you.
You're welcome, my friend. All right, so Zoo, how does time travel work, big dog?
The past?
Anywhere.
Okay, it works in the same way you travel to the future. You just gotta go faster than. You just gotta go faster. Right? You gotta go into time, and then you can go back to the beginning of time. You can relive everything again.
Okay, but under traditional physics, it's impossible to go faster than the speed of light. So how do you?
It's impossible.
Well, no, I'm not saying it is. I'm actually an advocate who thinks you can go faster than the speed of light, and the people who say that you can't are just closed-minded. There are hypothetical particles known as tachyons that are supposedly faster than the speed of light, and if those exist, then by definition you can go faster than the speed of light.
May not be faster than the speed of light.
Okay.
Human consciousness might be able to go faster than the speed of light.
Do you know how fast the speed of light is?
Very fucking fast.
Yeah, but I mean, do you know how in terms of kilometers?
Like millions?
I believe it's 300,000 kilometers per second.
Yeah, it can go faster than that.
All right. I mean, $300,000 kilometers per second. It's not exactly that. It's pretty close to that, though. It's like, I think 300,006 kilometers per second or something. But, all right, if you think you can go faster than that, then I'm all for it, big dog. My question is this. Are you ready to lose?
My phone's on 6%.
All right, so I'll just chat it up until you're at 1%. All right, so James Forbes McCann, is he a legend from your community?
Yeah.
He's
honestly, no one has time traveled to the past yet, or they may have tried. Someone may have time travel to the future. We don't know.
Yeah, time travel is really interesting. There's this idea that if you're able to travel like really fast, not necessarily as fast as the speed of light, but like even just quickly, like really quickly, let me put a number on it. Maybe like let's say 1,000 kilometers per second. So not 300,000, but just 1,000 kilometers per second. That if you were to travel that quickly, you will stop aging at a normal rate, and you could leave the Earth and travel, and then when you come back to Earth, people would have aged, but you will not have. Have you ever heard about this?
That's what I'm saying. You can do the same thing. I believe that you can recreate the Big Bang.
All right. How you do it, Zoot?
How do you recreate the Big Bang?
Word, dog.
nuclear weapons.
All right. Do you have nuclear power?
I don't know.
Do you have nuclear power in Australia?
Yeah. Hey, Rabbi, if you were sitting on your deathbed and you had the option to recreate the Big Bang, would you do it?
Would it destroy this Earth or this universe?
It may or may not. You don't know.
So you're saying, would I just create a new universe?
Yeah.
So you're asking, would I create a new universe, but it could kill every single person in this universe?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say no. I mean, I like the people in this universe generally. Though some are dicks, absolute fucking massive dicks. But who's to say that the people in the new universe that I create won't even be even bigger dicks? You don't really know. So I would say at this point I would just choose not to kill everybody in the universe. What are your thoughts on that, big dog?
I would.
Yeah, of course you would, because you're like diabolical.
It's because if I die, I want to make it to the end, and you're all coming with me. Fuck you.
Yeah, I knew you'd be like that. All right, that's cool. I understand that. I get that.
Don't you want to make it to the end of time?
Yeah. If I mean, within reason. Hold on, within reason. If it's a punishment and I don't like it and I'm tortured the whole time, fuck no. And the whole time and I can do whatever I want, then I'll ride it out for as long as I need to.
Alright. Is there a point with my uploading technology that you would just get bored and you'll be like, fuck this, I want to start over again with no memory?
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I always say, when people say to me, so you want to live forever, I say within reason. I always do my best to be as specific about that as possible.
Like, can you completely erase your memory and you have completely wouldn't know that Rabbi you ever existed as Rabbi?
Yeah, I mean, who's to say that didn't already happen?
Could be reincarnation.
Exactly.
You know what I think? What if there's like a fucking board where you after you're deaf and you go, I want to live life as that person to see what they experienced, and then you realize that you just chose the worst fucking life.
I mean, that's why people end their own lives. It's sad, but that's what a lot of people do.
No, that's not what I don't know. No, like I'm saying, what if you die and then God asks you, who do you want to be in the next life? Whose life do you want to live? And then you pick someone and you realize their life was absolute shit.
Yeah, I mean, there are people who do that and then they end their own life.
Really?
Yeah. Zoot, I was just in a space. I just want to share this with someone. And these three, these two really hot chicks and one other chick were hosting it. And it was called the Chill and Chill. Whenever anybody has a chill and chill, that means they call people up and let them talk and chill their project. These bitches just talked about being spoiled brats for 2 hours and didn't let anybody come up. And I complained to them. I was like, this is what I wrote. I don't normally complain, but I felt that this was rude. So I wrote to them. Not that it matters, but I said, I added them. Why would you call the space chill and chill if you did not allow people to chill themselves? This was inconsiderate. And then I said, with all due respect, are you going to let people shill their projects? I've been waiting 2+ hours to share. If you're not going to let people shill projects, that is fine, but the title is confusing. Thank you for your consideration. Like, I don't know how else to be, like, and I'm telling you, my man, if these girls weren't hot, nobody would give them the fucking time of day because they sound like stuck-up bitches. Not that I don't not that I don't agree with some of the things that they talk about, but don't call your fucking space a chill and chill, you stupid cunts. All right, I just had to say that.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
When you get rich, are you gonna hold on to a first edition Pokemon box, or are you gonna open the first edition Pokemon box and look for rare cards?
I'm gonna have every single Pokemon, the first edition, all of them. I'm just gonna have one complete collection and one complete collection of all the boxes, and then I'll open all the other ones.
It's $500,000 for one of those boxes right now.
Dog, I'm gonna be a trillionaire. I'll have a dozen of them. I'll wipe my ass with those cards if I want. And
there's only five. I think there's only five of them. I think there's only 5 of them in existence.
Cool, dog.
Logan Paul has one of them.
Cool, dog. I'll have all 5 of them. I'll buy Logan Paul's and burn it in front of him if I want to. With $1 trillion, you can do just about anything you want to fucking do. If anything, you could create, like, you could print them using a Santa Claus machine, and you'd never know the difference between the original and the one you printed.
You could clone Bonnie Blue, and then then you could kill the virgin epidemic that's plaguing the world and clone Bonnie Blue.
Is there really a virgin epidemic that's plaguing the world?
I was reading the highest ever rate of men aged 18 to 30 ever are virgins.
Yeah, but there are more people now on the planet than there have ever been on the planet previously.
Yes, but
dog,
statistically, men are having less sex than they were.
Dude, there are so many more loose girls in the world nowadays than there were like 100 or 200 years ago. Like,
yeah, men are having less sex, women are having more sex. Yes.
Okay. Do I agree with men are having less sex? I would say there are some men who are having way more sex than other men, but yeah, they were virgins, but they've been virgins since the beginning of time.
I mean, everyone's born a virgin. You get fucked.
Let's think about that. Is everyone born a virgin? Well, it depends how you define virgin. Usually that is defined as penetration. So I think that for the most part, probably everyone is born a virgin. I'm trying to think of a situation where someone would not be born a virgin. And even in those cases where like guys are like, "Oh, my dick's so big, if I had sex with a pregnant woman, I might kill the kids." That's not even real. What are you talking about, Zoot? Zoot, no one can hear what the fuck you're saying, dude. You sound like you're underwater.
I mean, technically, Jesus wasn't a virgin.
I mean, doesn't it matter like what version of that story you think about?
Well,
He fucked his own mom.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I said he impregnated his own mom.
What are you talking about?
Isn't Jesus and God the same person?
I mean, I certainly don't believe that. But if you put
People
it,
believe Jesus and God are the same thing.
who believes that?
There's some certain Christians and Islamics that believe Jesus and God are the same entity.
Okay. Then if that is the thing, then yeah, I guess that what you're saying is correct.
He impregnated his own mom, so there wasn't a virgin.
Yeah, and let me just say this, dude. I never thought of it like that, but that is an interesting take on it. That's fucking pretty brilliant, man. I really mean this, Zoot. Wait, Zoot. I really mean this. Of anything that you've ever said to me in your entire life, we've known each other for like more than a year now. That I think is the most profound thing I've ever heard you say. Like nothing that you've said has made me sit and think back and be like, yeah, I guess it's fucking right.
I mean, he never fucking. I say he never sinned in his life, but before he got here, he impregnated a 12-year-old. That's pretty fucking sinful. That's like, I'd be like, bro, you told me you impregnated a 12-year-old. Fuck.
Yeah, that shit's wild, dog.
Fuck. I don't know. Christianity is just not. I believe in a higher power, but
okay, just one moment. Somebody yelling for me. Just a moment. I love you too, baby. I love you too. Did you ask your girlfriend? Listen to me. Did you ask your girlfriend what kind of perfume she wanted? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, my friend, I'm talking to somebody else right now, so you're gonna have to be patient. So, Zoo, you're good, big dog. So, Zoo, what you said is absolutely brilliant, and I think that's amazing. All right, Zoo. So you don't have time to play? Zoo. All right, Zoo. I'm gonna get some sleep. You take care, big dog. I love you too, big dog.
He's testifying in front of the judge, and he says, in my opinion, Your Honor, Dana White stole this idea from me, and then the entire courtroom laughs. The kids are just, all right, come on, it's like banging a gavel. We're in the corner, one more minute of laughter, and then just nobody would ever believe that someone could steal anything from Sean. Yeah. I mean, just look at him. Go back to that clip. Yeah. Look at this, a 40-year-old man in a pink Supreme hat with a t-shirt, a hoodie that has a big donut that's dripping on it. This with three C's. He takes his wife to the fights. It's all marketing. What does he say about his wife? He just says he takes him to the fights. Is this before or after the fight? I'm assuming this is after. Hey, let's play it.
You check her out. She's there. She's cool. She's hip. She's cool. You know? Yeah. It's all marketing.
The domestic violence is marketing? Yeah, right. I don't think so. This is definitely after what happened with Dana, because at the beginning of this episode, he's like, the biggest thing in the news is Jake Paul. He's like, you sure it's not Dana? Oh, I didn't know that was what it is. It makes sense that he thinks Dana White punching his wife is part of UFC marketing. All the fighters do it. All the fighters hit their wives. No, there's a lot of instances of fighters, dicey. What else you got, Jen? All right, so this next clip is called the redacted parent strikes again, posted by No Cauliflower 4577. He
glycogen, you use the glycogen, your muscle actually...
Shut up. Shut up, dude.
SOS on my fucking...
Shut up.
It's a new thing, too. What is that? I've been seeing SOS.
Shut up.
What?
Hey, Papa's a goddamn rattlesnake this morning, huh? Shut up. Be cool, Brendan. Be cool. Why is he telling Delia to shut up?
Look at you guys.
It's just all gringo Poppy stuff. If you watch it for 25 minutes, it rubs off on you. You're just at the bank, and they ask you what you're there for, and you're just like, okay, Mr. Whole Foods. Sir, do you want to withdraw money deposited?
You're fat as shit.
You're fat as shit. How much money would you want? 7 times a week. That doesn't make sense.
Okay, so this next clip is posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. He's always posting.
Yeah, that's one of the categories. Is like, what is it? Something? Oh, another Shorty. Oh, right, Rogan and Shorty Pie clip. Because you know you have to do tags when you post.
Oh yeah. This one's called Diddler was late to the show, so Brenda decides to dox him as a corrective measure. Let's see what this is all about. Bro, hour late. When I finally got the gate open. When I finally got the gate open, I'm in my robe trying to fucking open it, man. You want a robe? Hey, yeah, bro.
Hey, you don't have to dox you, right?
You wear a robe? Dude,
You don't have to dox you.
what is wrong with your eyes right now?
They're so heavy. You don't have to dox you, right?
All right, well, that's fine, man.
All right, man.
You know what,
By dox you, I mean, no Diet Cokes today.
You know, you can't always be Netflix.
Yeah.
On that clip, I think he just ran out of steam.
You can't always impersonate Brian Callen perfectly.
Oh yeah, that is kind of like Brian. Yeah. That sounds, I'm gonna keep you busy. You know,
Let's get serious.
You know, I'm always walking around with
Hello.
flip flops just in case. You know, in case I need to put them on my feet. He always talks like that.
He doesn't say, "Kid's gotta put him on my feet in case he has to fight somebody."
In case I gotta fight somebody, I'm always ready. I'm like in there,
So much more important to like.
Alright, so this one's called Papa Not Understanding the Trolls, posted by
to
Thick
go
Head
out
John
and just
4136.
It's so traumatizing. You might be right, people. There's that, like, what they're killing is it's so fucking terrible, tragic. It's so sad. It's lives. I don't. This is the thing I'm drawn to because other than that, like, really bad, like, trolls right here. I just think they're, like, really nasty. I just like don't apply that. I can't understand. That's the same idea. So the same idea. Somebody told me I don't understand it. Like, I don't want to understand. Yeah, I assume they have their own issues. That's why they're directing the hate towards us, to whoever. I don't understand it. Because the same way I guess I don't understand why that piece of shit in Idaho killed those kids. I don't understand those kids. They all three of them, and then also when it comes to like, it's like, you guys want to basically want me to live on the street life for children.
Most of was the one who said that again, there should be MS. There is an MS about iron. On the other hand, what was iron? Iron always fell on the road each summer. Right?
wow, there's a lot there. I mean, he does have a point though. Serial killers aren't pretty much the same as writing comments online. They killed 5 people, said a terrible tragedy. In Idaho, it's no different than what Rogan is writing. And he will be held accountable. Taking the jail.
Iron
I mean, there are probably people that are, well, there definitely are people that are way too crazy and take it too far and want shop to get homeless on the street. I don't. I'm enjoying this, as we've said many times. This, to us, watching these things is
beautiful. Again, that's it. Iron was a matter of people, right? Iron was
yeah, you just, that's a good point. Yeah. You're like, I don't even care if they're homeless. Like, you don't care about homeless people. What about when you get homeless? Yeah, there's things about that. Like you did. Okay. You're homeless on the street.
To the conduct of the general public.
You'll know what it's like to be a homeless cat.
But as a legal system, ultimately, again, it's got to be that we need to
I wanted to keep doing it forever.
Judgment.
I wish he had started doing stand-up,
But
now that he's doing it, I'm like, I can't get it out. We really did watch the whole Ring of Pop this morning, and it was hilarious. Non-stop. The part in the beginning where he goes, look at you guys. It's just like, it's so good. It's so funny. There's no word. Are we back, Dallas?
ROTHSCHILD,
But people are all like, no, fuck that. What does that mean? It just doesn't make any sense. Well, he's talking about getting free donuts. I know, but that doesn't make sense. Nobody, that doesn't happen. Almost nothing that he says happened. You guys remember that guy that was all like, oh, fucking with the vaccine. Okay, Mr. Ralph, disagree. Okay, Mr.
Everybody loves these.
That doesn't make sense. Yeah, I don't get it. What does that have to do with nacho cheese? Because right before that, okay, Mr. Whole Foods, the guy's like, you're in your finger, and you're all like, nacho cheese. Okay, Mr. Whole Foods. Nacho cheese at Whole Foods. I haven't been in a while, so I don't really know. Like, the last thing they would like keep in stock. I don't think so. And also, he said nacho twice. He said you put your nacho in nacho cheese. He's really self-conscious. I mean, because the whole thing is because I guess he's a little chunky, fat as fuck. He's fat as fuck. It's just this giant thing that's this big. Yeah, I don't think taking like a pop culture break. Well, maybe he just really identifies with Big. I don't want to hate on that, but it's a lot. You know, I mean, I would never. I would wear these ironically. Like sometimes I wear this like white shirt that lost about me. But shout out to Robert. But Brennan's watching this. If you ever get to see this, I want to know. I want you to go to make a nicer camera. I want to see you make more podcasts. I said you're doing like 6 or 7. Make it 12. Those are rookie numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Whatchamacallit? They got Food Truck Diaries. Got Carl Bassett Fight Companion. I want to see a San Jose Jack Johnson tandem episode. Jack Johnson experience. Start doing start doing stuff about ghosts. See some ghost stuff. Do some stuff about cults. The stuff I don't even like. I hate those cult shows. Talk about cults. I'd love to watch Brennan. Well, you know that Brennan likes Ghost Adventures or whatever. What is it called? That one show? Ghost Hunters. That'd be great. Amazing. That'd be great. And shots like, so are the ghosts like gay? Is that possible? Are these ghosts like maybe they're trying to secretly touch my ass? Also,
everybody's agreed to that process, but for myself, again,
moving may be right, shooting may be wrong. Talk about the broadcasters and all sports. I mean, there's probably some sports where they're not getting the best range. You know, they're really talk about the NFL and NBA.
Shara
what are your thoughts on Charles Barkley?
You're going to see, by the way, depending
so, I mean, he is right because he doesn't understand the truth. We want more.
Shows how you feel about the Shara process. Using the lesson of Shara sounds like Shara is Chasira. Using the lesson of Sua sounds like Shara is a Bidiyat. Again, we'll see how this plays out. In any event, all of the lessons doing this is in the classic. The ones that she's using this called like also what we call mitzvah above the avela. It's very nice if you want to separate out now. Beautiful. Anyone probably stole the weed. Expect a bracha like that if you want a bracha like that in an act of life. There says, "Lo ne'amar b'osei elek neged yigal." And there says, "Let's not b'osei." It's really sad. What happened by Yigal? She'ne'amar v'yomin yigal lecha mat betza kinarok esachi. Right? Why should he said, why should we kill our brother? Rather, what should he said? He said instead, let's sell him. Why should we go ahead and kill him? Let's just go ahead and sell him. So the verse says, listen to this. What should you have done? Yehuda should have said, guys, you should have said, stop it. And we all tremendously dislike Russians. In fact, we all hate Russians. But this is not what we do. It's not what we do. And Yehuda should have taken responsibility. Should have returned Yosef back from Yehuda says, not Sessa. Now understand what this passage is. Yehuda is trying to make a compromise. The compromise. You want to kill Yosef. I'm saying, let's compromise. Let's not kill him. Let's instead sell him. Let's just sell him. And Yehuda forced Yehuda for this compromise. Listen to this. Yehuda says, Yalzen Ne'emar Hosea, Shera, Yes, Hashem. About this, the Pasuk says, if you praise, you lose this compromise, you are blaspheming God. Meaning, the Gemara is
the same name. This guy really doesn't care. Why does he care about this fish more than those two dogs? In our beloved take. I used to believe you could separate the art from the artist. Yeah, this is today.
You have the power to go ahead and shut this whole thing down.
You just take away a dog.
Instead, you start to compromise with the brothers. Gemara says, whoever thinks that he can do something good is blaspheming the Holy Spirit. That was said, there is much to say.
Is that the name of the fish?
Much to say about
Funtime Charlie? I think he called himself Funtime Charlie. Oh, wow. But it was Carl Bassett, who's Funtime Charlie, who's San Jose Jack Johnson. Oh, not a nickname to me. Yeah. Alright, so the next clip is called Some Deeds on the Big George Fight. Posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie. Don't really know what this one's about. Let's see.
Speaking of fight, how about our boy George? He went to the yes, not bad, but he went to the fights. The Congress City fight. Our boy George. So, George, he's from King of Stainless all the way. There is his stomach melting. Stomach melting. But it's a positive thing as well. But don't polarization right now. Jesus Christ.
what's right and what's wrong.
But
You have
George
no
lost his fight
You have
via
no
submission
right
to a guillotine.
You have an
And then
opportunity
George beat the shit out of his guy.
what
So, okay, I was
is right
there.
in that
And
moment.
George,
For that
I'll
reason,
tell you now,
because
I've
you
never
know,
seen him look the way he
you
looked. He was just like,
you had to
turned,
understand what
even when he was
was
walking by.
and you
I was like, hey,
failed
George, because
to
that was
act
luckily,
in a
in the
responsible
road where
way.
they walked by.
Because of that
Next
thing,
thing
man,
he was just like,
go
give me
and
a
say,
wink.
right,
Small business, and dude, he was
Hosea,
so
Beirah,
legit.
whoever thinks that whoever
Fighter,
thinks
you
you
know, so
a
for the
player,
entire time, he
for
was
me being a
like
compromise,
afterwards, because unfortunately I couldn't be there. Sorry, without the Rich Child, but I couldn't be there. I wanted to. I sent the videos.
Dude, he's like Keto George. He stopped eating quesadillas. He got caught with the guillotine. There should be a show where it's like the spelling bee. You spell the words, but instead of spelling, they ask you to pronounce words. Yeah, like pronounce guillotine. Because I would tell them how to. They go pronounce this word, and then they have a word on the screen and it says quesadilla, and he's like quesilla.
But with Shab, you can never predict what he's going to do. So they'll say, pronounce this word, and he goes, every word.
And any fast food? Here, apparently, it's Jin makes tacos, which, he's a multi-talented guy. He can cook too. I had tacos last night. Jin is better than the show, I would say. Yeah, belongs somewhere. They could use his talents better. And this one's posted by ICHDZ. Comes over the southern carpet and says, mitzvah Torah. Wow. What's the opposite end of the spectrum? The southern carpet says, it is a mitzvah to compromise. A mitzvah Torah, and then mitzvah Shalom, and I love him up and say, okay, so now, if he keeps this up, he might be on Food Truck Diaries. Yeah, he might go to Chin's house or his apartment or whatever.
Also, too, that was tripe, right?
Tripe.
Oh, right,
Shalom,
that's what menudo is. I don't know if that's what menudo is. Listen, I don't like menudo. I don't like menudo. I'm also like it.
Hello.
I thought menudo was because I didn't realize that it was a food. I knew like Ricky Martin was a band called Menudo.
Oh, he was? I didn't remember. No, where he
Shalom,
became famous.
Shalom.
It was like a boy band.
When he was, before he started living the life of
Living La Vida Loca. Yes, Living La Vida Loca this. Keep it in.
How do those people go together?
Well, yeah, dude, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of menudo. I don't know how you feel about that.
I've never had menudo. I think it's interesting that Chan is doing all these like lifestyle YouTube things. Yeah, trying to do side projects, I guess. It's healthy, dude. It's healthy when you get all those toxic people around you. Right, use your audience, Chan. Yeah. That video was kind of boring. It looked like he was going to burn himself at one point. You know, you got to fail before you succeed. That's what I know well. And it's also very endearing for Chan to just love R&B.
And then there's
And when he was making, when he was putting in like the Cholula and all that stuff, I was kind of just thinking to myself, cooking is Cholula foods. Can't control myself. Yeah, Cholula more sauce on the market. I agree. And so I like it. I like all hot sauce. I think the worst is probably Tabasco. I like Cholula more than Tabasco, but it's one of the lower rated ones for me. There's Tabasco with Chipotle though. Yeah, the Chipotle version of Tabasco is better than Chipotle. There's no redeeming Chipotle. Well, that's all the clips for today, dude. That's all the clips. Thanks for tuning in. Join the Patreon, join the Discord. Have a great week. Bye.
Incredibly important. So here in the Shlomo Karpa's worldview is that Pshara is a mitzvah, but it's also because he views Pshara differently.
Guys, thank you for tuning in. This is the first ever 10 Minutes of Shop interview. We're so lucky and blessed to have on the CEO of PF Chang, Sean McCorkle. Anything else I'd say would not give it its due. So if you want to support the podcast, join the Patreon, subscribe, all that stuff. And we want to do more guests like we're doing today. So if you have any ideas, join the Discord and let us know for other people that you want us to try and get on. But this was amazing. You really got to check it out. Sean McCorkle, thank you. Hope you enjoy. What should you know about the show? Have you ever watched the 10 Minutes of Shop thing that we do?
I'm watching about 10 minutes of videos on whatever they just watch. And interviews, I get people sometimes when we do podcasts, they have 7 views and 6 of them watching the sales show. I have a buddy from high school who sells and programs to drive traffic to YouTube videos, and his YouTube videos have 12 to 14 views each. And I'm like, that's what you're doing for a living, teaching me how to get 14 views on a YouTube video.
We just looked into it. We did like one episode where we watched the Gringo Poppy, and then it got so many views, and then we created the 10 minutes thing out of that. People just love it. So, yeah.
There's a lot of people that don't like him. All you gotta do is put a short review of any kind up. They could maybe one, but I felt like I'd be the 50th person that talked to follow along. So
I guess, yeah, maybe, but I think you should do it. I'd watch it. I mean, if we want to watch a little bit of your stuff. I mean, yeah. So, yeah, with Sean, I had a question for you. The first question I had was, so he is always eating stuff while he talks to people. He always has something in his mouth. Do you think that that's like a disrespect thing, or is that CTE, or what is that? What do you think that is?
CTE is too much credit for Shaw. He was an idiot ever since I met him in 2010. Like, he's been an idiot. I think he just has no. I mean, I thought giraffe was spelled giraffe for
process outside of normal
he just had no self-awareness at all. He's probably one of the least self-aware people I've ever seen in my life. He actually doesn't know he should stick your tongue out. He shouldn't talk with your mouth falling out like he doesn't understand. Like, just standard human behavior.
So when you knew him back before all the controversy and all that, was he known as somebody who would misspell things or say words wrong and all that? Was that like that's always been shown?
No, if you look back at some videos, you can see that he was. I know that was they took all those cats to figure that one out. I would notice it was so funny when I found the whole Reddit page. It's kind of makes me think you're alone. Like, you know, like where you're like you're the only guy who's pretty sure Bill Cosby's something like that. Like I'm always still in the shop, trying to say a lot of stuff like wrong. I noticed like he was in like Mountains of Rushmore or like things that were making sense, and then the horns trying to think like maybe like broken up, maybe curse on the world, you know, like giving a flat every now and then. He was
always,
and
yeah,
what?
he's just
And
always
also
annoying.
knows
And when I
has
started
a
reading
little
this
bit of
stuff, all I
clarity in
read
his
the
mind.
page, I was like, I feel like I
Some
found my
clarity in
home.
his mind.
Like it was like,
As to which direction this should
we're
go,
all saying the exact things
cannot
I've always felt.
send
Like, I
them
can't believe these people
to
notice this too.
his
You know,
website.
like,
Essentially,
what
what
one
the
person,
concept
not just
of
me, you know, who's not more famous than
Guinness
he
has
is.
done, as manifest by the
that's
fact
kind
that
of like
the judge
what we
already has
had.
a
I
little
mean,
bit of a vision
I
in his mind.
assumed he was
Where
bad
this
at
case
stand-up
is
because
going,
everyone
he
hated on him.
cannot
But
recommend.
and I wasn't like one of those people that's like, oh,
Before
am I
it
the
becomes
only people that
crystallized
think
or
this?
you
Because I had the
semi-crystallize
opposite.
his
I
mind,
went on
you
Reddit,
can
I saw
recommend
like
such. And then
100,000 people
hope the
think
mind
the same
racist
thing that we did
for the one
after watching the Gringo Poppy. What was your favorite bit
before
from the Gringo Poppy? Would you say?
God, dude. Man, I don't even know. It's hard. I actually, despite I guess my persona, I actually, you know, like I said, hard. I'm empathetic for people, so I find myself feeling sorry for him when I watch it. Like I mean, it's like we got a kid when I was in high school. They 1 year played basketball in high school and college, so we had this dunk contest, but they lowered the goal to 9 feet because I was one of the guys that
We're not finished a lot more on this topic.
I moved to 9 feet, and this kid had his own basketball team signs up for it.
Living is come to
He
base.
can't reach
The
the
first
rim,
again,
but
all
he's
of our
still attempts his
outstanding, all of our
dunks like
outstanding
every
judges.
time. He's
How
not
many
like,
judges do you need for Torah? How many judges do you need for Torah? Ultimately, again, does Torah need to see in? Or the overarching question is, picking for sublimation, what are we directing them towards? Are we directing them towards din? Are we directing them towards Shara? Is Shara the Chafila? Is Shara the Diave? Is Shara a mitzvah? Is Shara Nadeva? Should it be like Moshe? Should it be like Aaron? What should we do?
He's always ran his mouth about me before I ever said a word on it. He always had something to say about me, and I never said anything back. Like, I can tell you guys, if you want, at some point, the first time we ever met each other, he almost got his ass kicked or at least punched in the face.
Please tell us.
But, yeah, the first time I got flown out to, they were going to do this show, Spike TV had bought this pilot, and it was going to be, they were just copying Tosh.0, except they were going to do a fighter and a comedian and have them comment on videos. Other than that, it was just Tosh.0 with fight videos. So they send me the videos, and they send me the script. They want me to read it with the jokes. And I was like, on the way out, I'm reading it because I only got like a day or two's notice. I had known the guy that wanted me to audition from the Strike Force days. He used Jeremy Lavin, used to run a lot of Strike Force. I think it was Strike Force or Affliction. I had met him in a couple of events, and he knew I was kind of funny, so he wanted me to come out and audition for it. So I'm reading the jokes on the way out. I'm like, I don't even want to be on camera saying these because I wouldn't want someone to think I came up with this because this isn't funny. Like, this stuff that isn't funny, you know? I mean, not at all. Like, not at all. So I'm watching the other 4 or 5 fight videos, so I write no jokes I want to do if I'm going to do it, but I want to do it, you know, I want to be on camera saying what I think is funny. And like, I'm out there for the audition, and I'm in the middle of doing my jokes, and they're writing up, so I'm like, wait, that's not the script, I want to write my own if I can do it, I'm like, pretty shit, and, you know, so they're like laughing at this other comedian, a guy that's all the little story was trash, so I read the camera after 20 minutes, and after I trash for 20 minutes, he goes, he's my best friend, actually, but so I'm in the middle of my audition, all I hear outside our door slam like hell, I hear like somebody going like, like real loud like that, and I'm like, God, like it's turning off, and I look at him, and it's Sean Keller walking in, and dude, you would think that they were Tim Jones walking before the citizens of North Korea when they walked in, and how Keller were walking in on the ground like everybody was going to close the door or something. He was throwing like 10 people there, and the guy at the door, I was like, guys, keep it quiet, you know, they can't believe it, like they're like, oh, and then Sean's like, oh, God, do I have something else? And like laughing, you know, like just being an idiot. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm just like, oh, and I hear him, and I tell him my jokes, and start laughing. I hear him say, oh, this guy, like, you realize it's me, you know, and that's the first time we ever met. And so I saw him in the middle of the audition, I'm like, oh, so you got something to say? He's like, no, I auditioned to him. And he goes, I'm moving around, so I'm looking at you, like, yeah, okay, like maybe there was someone behind him I was talking to. So he goes, something to say it. And he was like, he just started looking at his Gucci boots, you know, just looking down to go and say or whatever. So he goes, well, I thought, so then my audition was kind of ruined because I wasn't in a good mood anymore, you know, like, it was like someone kept thinking I wanted to smack jobs. And Corolla had made me instead of monitoring boxing lessons for him right before the thing started. It was very awkward. He was at Corolla Studios, and he brought out mitts and gloves and wanted us to, like, get mitts with him. I was like, I don't want anything with him, you know, or like, nice clothes, and we all sweaty and shit. Barter gets talking to him, and it was like, funniest thing ever, because he carried his own Barter. Anyway, we'll train fighter, what he's doing wrong out of Corolla is, so, you know, I don't know, that worked out, so, but yeah, so Sean,
years ago, which I discussed that the option to start that people as I discussed is a singular lesson. Right? This is the ability to understand how long even one individual has the ability to adjudicate the case. Now, the documents that were there were not covered in kind of priceless. Right? So again, it's speaking of being old, but it don't suspect being priceless, limited is due to all of the pieces and puzzles and buttons are essentially interwoven with each other. Okay, so we don't have to decide. The idea of saying, this is the concept of the yucking mentor. How you move from the lacking is ultimately, again, you have someone who is new class, and you are known as an expert in what is lacking, then actively looking to there's a tremendous misrepresentation. If you look at that website, it's how you have many demographics. Which it is, if you feel confident that you are a person who's an expert in all other parts of people, if you believe that you actually had everyone else figured out, that you know how every single algorithm operates, you know what? Fine for you. So you have a right to have judgment on that. But if you're not, if you're not really telegraphic, if you're not an expert in how every single other person operates, then how do you get around that?
I misunderstood that. Yeah, so he's saying,
again,
Sean's probably seeing, like, every time these people say that, he's seeing you instead of him there, like you as the fighter. You and Ryan, he's like, and of course, you don't like LA because LA is North Korea with the beach.
So because I'm not a Muslim, because I don't know how everyone else operates, it is so much better to live more together when it comes to other people. All right, so that's how it's done. Now, look at how the United States did. You are expert in
It's hard to be
matters.
authentic on your board message. So you mentioned that you kind of feel bad for Sean watching the Gringo Poppy. Like, the more I find myself watching the Gringo Poppy, I have some, like, reference for it, and it actually is, like, a good special to me, only because of how ridiculous it is. Do you see, like, the cult classic following of it, and do you fall in line with that?
A little bit. I like this kind of like one of my favorite movies of all time is Harvey Davidson and Robert Romeo, because it's so bad, like it's also good. It's like they were from Roadhouse 2, like Roadhouse every single time it's on. A lot of people probably like that. Just like Saturday Night Fever is the most unintentional funny movie that was ever made. If you guys haven't seen Saturday Night Fever, go watch that. It is meant to be serious, but it's the funniest, like it's the funniest thing ever. So yeah, he can be. I mean, he can be unintentionally funny, but not funny just laughing at him with it. You know, like just the things that he thinks. So I was told people I don't dislike Sean because they're like, oh, you're just jealous. I'm like, dude, Cain Velasquez would beat me in a fight easily. Like, Ronald is better looking than me and richer than me. I can name 100 fighters. Of course, just me. Why am I jealous of Sean? Like, if I'm jealous of somebody, why is it only him? It makes him like Sean because he thinks he's Richard Pryor when he really thinks he's the second incarnation of Richard Pryor.
It's impossible to be jealous of Sean at this point. He's so embarrassing. Like, he's been, like Alani said, he's how did fighting go? How did the podcast go? He's failed at everything. I don't even mean that in a mean way. I feel kind of like you. I'm sympathetic to him. Yeah. He's just so bad at everything.
It's funny, every time you start to feel bad for him, then the whole look at my trophy came out. It's like, oh, he's cheating on his wife. Like, I knew he was doing that. I told my close friends. He doesn't even know their people that know him very well. So he's stuff like, hey, Sean's doing this now. Like, laughing at him. And a lot of them were out there, like, they tried to put Sean upset today. But they were like, hey, Sean's looking for a counselor. He's trying to be an addiction to jack off Asian. So
it figures in the blood too. Digits in the blood is what he prefers that.
I guess what he says is true, and then he realizes like, well, there's some guys out there, what do you say, Rogan, he said he was slinging dick, you know? I had her. You see his face, it's like, oh, I should have said that, but yeah, every now and then he tells on himself because he's too stupid not to. So he's like, I got jumped over the massage parlor one time, just kidding, guys, like,
saved it.
he's like, yeah, I'm Brad Pitt, I got his notice kid, you know, like he doesn't know, like, he himself out of it, yeah, he just every time I feel bad for him, after the whole Gringo Poppy thing came out, I saw like mainstream people, just even Steve-O was trashing it, like, dude, Bobby, like, when I started seeing everybody making fun of me, I thought I'm not gonna pal anymore, I feel bad, and then he just does something else like that, much more ridiculous, he's gonna sue everybody over the blow my truck thing, you know, or whatever, like, he just always got, he just tops himself over and over again.
What do you think about, there's this new thing where he keeps returning dogs, like he gets, have you heard about that?
I knew
I knew of the one dog he was rubbing around with, and he just never heard of it. He never brought it up again. You're afraid of dog. I've got a guy I used to grow up with, and he's the most fake successful person ever. He'll take a picture next to someone's Rolls Royce and put it on Facebook. I just got it today. Been dreaming of it my whole life. And I'm not kidding. Nobody know him. We'll be like, dude, that's awesome. That's amazing. You know, and they all they're all his nuts or whatever. And then he'll like a week later, he'll just quietly delete it and never bring it up again. Every time he picture of art or anything, and then he'll take a picture in front of the house and be like, just closed today, you know. And like, I always call him out on Facebook. Like, dude, how did you find out your Rolls Royce? And he'll screenshot stuff and post that. He can do this, and he'll delete all the posts real quick, you know. And I respond to it, but yeah, that's God, that's not what it reminds me of. You know, like he just he's too good to be true, man.
I gotta shout out Rolls Royce there because you said Rolls Royce. Shout out Rolls Royce there. Man, what like Chad was getting dogs that were unsafe for his kids too. Like is it a Cane Corso? Cane Corso, however you pronounce it. I mean, would you have kids, right?
I do, but they're grown.
Would you get a Cane Corso and have them around when they were younger? Is that something that you would do?
I actually got American Bulls or Red Bulls, but I would not even know. I didn't let my kids around them unless out there. Like, my kids are grown. I don't let anybody around them. The Cane Corsos are just bigger Red Bulls. All they are, that's what it's big.
Yeah.
I think Birch $10 or something like that. Or sounds very much just a bigger version. So those are dangerous dogs. But yeah, he's a shop. He's the kind of guy like I have American Bullies because I always had Red Bulls growing up, but I don't. I'm not into dog fighting. I never was. I don't care about that. I don't need it. I don't need a fancy car. I don't need a dog to make me seem tougher. You know what I mean? Like that's exactly the kind of dog you would try to get.
That's the stuff that me and Gerardo need to see tougher is learning dog and all that. I feel stupid asking you about this because you are the CEO of PF Chang's, but do you know about the Chom base thing, or do you have a take on that?
I haven't heard it. Recently I flipped my car on Christmas Eve. I hit on my guy. I had to terminate and I failed that procedure. I failed for 3 or 4 weeks, man. Like I've had like so I've had all the lube on everything shop. Just because of all this stuff that's happened, but now I've loved it. Not to put this spotlight on me and my problems, but I don't want to hear about whatever it's going to be.
Well, first of all, I'm glad it didn't turn out awful for you, and sorry to hear about the failed thing. But my terrible way of saying, oh, glad you're okay. But the Chombies thing is Shab got a tattoo on, I don't know if it was his arms or legs, but it's like his kids as zombies, so they look like they're dead. So people have been calling it Chombies. And I'm just like, what is that? I don't know if you
ever true, because it sounds like some shop would be that.
Oh, yeah, there's video. He's like proud. He's at this tattoo shop. It's another thing, like you were saying, get some cool tattoo guy. He's trying to look cool. He's like, I'm here with whoever his name is. He's like, how did you see that? Yeah, one of them looks like a girl. I thought they're both boys.
Yeah, that's what I say. I was like, I had a daughter do that.
Jeez, it's even more redacted than we thought.
That's right. It's this little Boston Red Sox, whatever it is, not Red Sox, or little Sox tattoo the baseball, or whatever it is you got. He's got your jumpers on every trade, so his favorite team is who they've won last night.
We've talked about that, like not specifically that, but the hats. He has so many hats. Like his house must be just full of hats. You see the little brains on the why would you have brains coming out of your kid?
You look like the portraits of my kids on my arms, but they're not zombies. I got to meet Theo Vaughn in San Diego, I think, December. I mean, maybe November, I don't know, a couple months ago. I was out in San Diego for a wedding, and I saw Theo Vaughn was performing. So he had one of my buddies that knows him. I said, hey, Drew, I want to meet Theo. Take my buddy and his girlfriend and my girlfriend back in backstage. It's like, yes, he hooked us up, so I got back there, and Theo's just like he is on podcasts, like the exact same guy you would imagine. And so we're talking to him. First thing I say to him is, hey, I want to get you a proposal. It was kind of appropriate. Just me. I said, I want to get you a spot. I could tell he was like, shit, man, you know what I mean? Like, he just did a show. I could tell he doesn't want to like talk about, business proposal I had for him. I said, this is what I
You've got a huge following, and you're like really funny, and like you got a huge audience or whatever, and you have a podcast, and what I thought is, I'll start a podcast with you, like me and you'll be on it, and you can bring all of the jokes, and you can do all the work, do all the funny stuff, and I'll just sit there and repeat everything you say, like the punchline, I'll just repeat everything. And I said, we're calling the king in the beer, and I said, we're calling the mom. So I realized you already did have a shop, so it would be him and his manager closed the day line for an hour. We had to tell this giant dude who already asked if he could be here. Now he's trying to get him with doing a podcast there. He thought I was dead serious. And I said, I realized you already did have a shop. You already did one that he would impress anybody who was watching. And he's like, great. Because he's got a tough road ahead of him. That's all I can say about shop. That's a great example. He's like, it's tough business, especially when you're not funny. And then he started laughing, and his manager started laughing. You could tell they didn't know anything about shop at first. They didn't want to say anything because I was messing with him though, but it was so funny. He left, and even when we left, he was still kind of a little confused on how serious or not. I was like, this guy's so good. He could really make a good podcast together. Like I just kept saying, like, I made a video a long time ago. They got banned from Entrepreneurial Suit or something. I made a video or whatever. This before I even knew about the Reddit page. I noticed that well, they officially call the Reddit page, by the way, is it just changed on the Reddit page or what? Like, I don't know what they're doing. People always ask me, do you know about the Reddit page? Like, about
The subreddit's called The Fighter and the Kid. You're a team
that's what we said, Black subreddit. I'm kind of, I'm behind the times on technology. I didn't know what Reddit was until I found that subreddit.
That's like me. I really didn't get it either. Jordan knows more than I do. Yeah. What is the one that you're on? Oh, I'm on a subreddit called Too Busty to Hide, where it's girls that are covered with clothing, but they have really large breasts. So he can give me advice on that. So I don't know, because I went through your AMA, but did you ever talk about the roommate story where Shop throws him out the window? Do you know about that?
I know about this story, yeah, for sure. He's really legit. He eats food and, thinks that's funny that he told the kids, keep in mind, Shop tells every story's a lie. So, when he tries to tell a good bully story, he sounds like, hey, you know what I mean? Like, he can't help himself, but like, I gotta go down. He probably, like, he had cigarettes up his butt. He probably stuck cigarettes up his butt before. I was super small, but he probably just kind of just did it. He always tells stories that you can tell are stories that he heard someone tell. He has the same way a comedian broke his friend. He tells stories about his life that I heard when I was 5 years old. No German gang guy in the UK. I said there's two things I'm good at: suck a dick and fight and beat you up. I heard that joke when I was 8 years old. Like I didn't street you. And I'll confirm that joke. He has his friends like do nothing he says is true. Like every single life story is a lie. Like everything's a lie. It's just a collage of things he put together, stories he heard. And until Sean is like, oh, I used to work with this kid who had Down syndrome, and I made people think he was the one who running the magazine, you know, that laughs. And I'm like, dude, that's not funny. Even if it works for him, that's not. He doesn't know who he is. I swear to God, I looks in the mirror like wonders who he actually is. As his song, Tattoo Children look back at him in the mirror, you know, like he's got I don't think he knows who he is. You know, I think he wants to be anyone who's around. He wants to be Chris D'Elia for a little while. He wants to be Rogan.
It's probably a good thing that he's making these things up that he is, because like if they were true, it'd be so much worse.
Right, yeah, that's how bad it's like. I don't know if you guys remember Matt Hughes, autobiography. I hate to shit on Hughes, but back in the day, and before I was even, I was fighting at the time. I think I was like 1 or 2. You know, from Barber's all this similar to the Reddit page, the subreddit. It was funny, but it was pretty funny in round form. And I did a review, a book review of Matt Hughes' autobiography, because that book is so, you can't believe that anyone would write the things he writes about himself. And like him as Jake Hunt's wife and thinks it's funny. He was to peeing at bars once when our Drake just pulled his dick and pissed him like at the bar. While he's rich over here, Drake, he admits to telling his wife to watch her mouth after years of them not going to church because he got
gotta say that some Christian can't one night, and he comes back and tells her she needs to quit the trust in Jesus, like just like over 20 months. Like, it's just like, when I read the book and I was like, I cannot believe that anyone would write this about themselves. Like, tell me stories about themselves. So I did a review, gave it a chapter on the Instagram, and I got a spin, like he said that one of his college friends didn't read, and I said that he made fun of the fact that one of his college friends didn't read, and then he said that he was cutting off the testicles of baby pigs on the farm to, I guess, sterilize them, you know what I mean? Like, they cut off their balls and their pants or whatever so they don't reproduce, and so I was saying that he was doing it for fun, you know, things like that. So I twisted the stories a little bit, and came down to this morning, and like I said, this is before anyone knew who I was. I came down this morning and I read 750,000 times, and was linked to like Yahoo's MMA page, and linked to every shirt on everything. It's like crazy book review. I was on like 5 chapters in, and I was like, dude, holy shit. And at that point, I didn't know, I knew he was an asshole, but I didn't know if I wanted to continue with it, because I was like, I didn't know if I could get in trouble for this, because like, there were some embellishments here and there, you know what I mean? Like, I kind of twisted the stories, you know? I mean, but it was pretty bad still. To this day, people still say Matthew's book reviews. When they see me sometimes, like out in public, if I almost never even recognize me. If I do, people say, dude, you're Matthew's book review. And that was like 2005, I want to say, or something, you know? It was that long ago, but so that's the kind of thing like Sean reminds me of, like this, when he tells on himself, you're just like, dude, I would admit that because that word trip in his head was made up. But then again, that's a guy who, like I said, he taught giraffe started with a D, so almost anything you're capable of believing almost anything he said, because you can see, I can see his job actually doing that, you know?
So, with Aaron Helwani shitting on him all the time and dropping these bombs on it, do you ever watch those or think those are...
Yeah, I loved it. I actually get it. It's also like Russell, he was on there. It is video. I mean, Crystal talks over time. But never was one first ones I had to talk to in Tanner, even me. My first UFC interview ever was my debut when I fought Mark Hunt, and he wouldn't do an interview. So I'm here for the main event, guys. And I was like, dude, I'm the main event for the cameras on. I can try to bang him to interview me. So he interviews me, and then he gets like 40 or 50,000 views the first night. And Dynamite's would come 25 minutes, whatever the window the article was. You know what I mean? Like, so the video's got like the main event guys right there, maybe 5,000. And mine was just I was making fun of my ex-wife, just saying ridiculous stuff. And I'm like, I smoke crap to make great for the fight, you know? And so it's still out there. It's a pretty funny interview. It's my first one ever, but yeah, so yeah, that was what we're talking about. Completely lost my train of thought.
Helwani, you're talking about
Helwani, so yeah, I've known him forever. We've kept in touch. So when I hit him up, I told him I'm really sad. I'm happy for you. You're the new CEO of Giants. But almost says you took my place without, you know, like inviting me to the inauguration or anything. I mean, like, and he took my place, and he was talking about it. He said, man, I've been holding my tongue for 5 years on show. Just like, you know, so I'm not doing it anymore. And kids, I told him it took me this long, you know, because Shop's been, he's not been with anybody behind their back. I mean, I've never seen anybody, I don't know how he had balls to fight because he's such a pussy. Like, when the kind of confrontation comes, he backs down. As well. He tried to tell manager he wanted to make peace with me. I was like, we're not making peace. He hasn't said anything, and he won't say anything else. You know what I mean? Like, because he has been true. He was like, dude, he really goes hard. I mean, and we drove to it, and I would say that back. He said, because we actually tried to get my whole thing when I started trashing, I wanted to get into a battle with him. Kind of like people call out Jake Paul, so they can,
Right, that'd be awesome.
I was like, Paul will go back and forth with me, then I'll start a podcast just off that and steal all his viewers. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's what's so funny. I was in some of this kid pooping his pants, so he's 4 years old. So, I mean, I'll send anything after you say, but then I was sending drugs one dude, I would take it back, I'll just leave it alone. He's like, even Matthews never said anything bad. You know, he just let it go. He was a champ, I was nobody. He said it was worth it because I'm too witty, and that's what, you know, Shop's love saying about the Dana White. Like, oh, you don't want to play that game with me, I'll light you up. And on Twitter, so I'll play with you. You're like, I'm always trying to get him to, you know, say something that he won't do. And he would probably kill himself if we actually ever got in any kind of thing. But unfortunately, saying a lot of things on this side is making fun of people. It's not anything like his, but I came from a life of growing up with abusive older brothers would trash me for like 24 hours a day. So yeah, I had to figure out what people's insecurities are and attach to them.
So speaking of him fighting, I was just curious, have you ever found yourself in the same gym as Brennan Schaub?
incredible.
No, I got there. He was at our home gym one night and drove into the Phoenix. We were mad about it because two T-Bones there, and I didn't care about their T-Bone one way or another. My son would have liked to have been. He realized that T-Bone was like words of work in the NFL. He was there for some reason. My man tells me that's like the worst best friend ever. Well, like, till he'll pay you to come out and train with him in Vegas, and he'll go out to Las Vegas, and I would say not pay you. He never shows up to pick you up or return your calls. You're just in Las Vegas for 5 days, like he's done that to me before. And I'm like, dude, I'm talking. We were training, he'll return my calls. I go home, I went to, Florida for the weekend. I'm like, well, you told me to go out there, so but man, it was like a shit at the gym. I just went ahead and took T-Bone up there, or whatever you offered. And like, to me, and I was like, well, I would have liked to have an invitation. You know, when you guys were doing that, but then he said Shab was there, so it probably wouldn't have turned out well. He's like, trying to get UFC, I'll be fine, Shab forever. Like I told him, that'd be cool. I told him, hey, Judy, he's like, I don't know if that's the best matchup for you. And I was like, I just want to punch him in the face. He's like, you know, I live here. I just want the opportunity to punch him in the face at least once.
I don't blame you, man, because like that thing you said about when he's like, is he still alive? That would really piss me off. It's like a real shot at you.
For sure. Well, you know, always, yeah, he told Mitrione and Josh Barnett were on it. I don't know if you guys saw that thing. Mitrione or Barnett were on his little funny committee.
Yeah.
A little clip where Barnett says McCordle's the funniest guy ever in their room. And I know that because I'm friends with Barnett. And it's Shab Vegas. Why does he do something with the why does he do stand up? And Mitrione's like, I just don't think he wants to do it. He doesn't think he likes to travel and do all that. He's like, so he's like the funniest ever driver in Indiana. Like he's always got a funny to say. Our son thinks it's funny to say that he won't engage. You know, he just like instead of one, he just throws the whole jab in there. You know,
No one laughs. Like silent. He's just the cover thing, and they're like, just like wanted to be on the show, to be on the show.
and I told him yesterday, make sure he told him, I said, he's like, I really aggressive, Nick. Make sure he knows I'm still punching him in the face when I see him too. Like, I told him a long time ago, when Charles Mouth, I was going to punch him when I see him, and whether he would beat me in a fight right now, I don't know, but I've got that back. But I do think he'll fight me. Like, I think he's not afraid. He's like, he is terrified of me for whatever reason. It's kind of, you know, guys, Brock Lesnar was always great when he was the bully. When people were afraid of him in a fight, like Frank Mir was afraid of him, their second fight or whatever. But when a guy's not afraid of him, he can't do anything. You know what I mean? I can't do anything with him when I'm afraid of him, you know? And that's how Shab is. Shab gets more confidence in his. He thinks he's the alpha. He can bully somebody, but if you know, why he said it to me, kisses how wants to ask now, he's always trying to, he's afraid to earn more money now, you know, like it's,
Yeah, he's afraid to get confused again by the money. I'm sure you crush Shab in a fight, but we have a very strict no violence. We don't want to promote violence on Timothy Shab at all. Also, like, your thing where you make fun of him is so funny. I think it would be great. You could just do that instead. You could douche him that way. Like, if you did a food truck diary show where you just eat like a normal human being, that's I would watch the shit out of it. If you could build an empire, at least for me and Gerard and the rest of Chang's, just off like mimicking what he does.
I hope he stays popular enough where I can steal some of the, you know, headlines by making fun of him, but also I hope he doesn't get too famous for anything because then he'll get canceled because of stuff he's never said, you know. And he'll end up killing himself, you know, because he couldn't take that many people going after him. He can't take the chance. If I swear to God, if I had 100,000 people who hated me and trashed me when I first got there, I would join the group and trash myself too. That would be so funny. I mean, you can't deny it. Some of the stuff, I had people in mind when I was in UFC. Every now and then they would roast me. They would beat me like so much more like they were. They would get a little bit better than me, you know? Like, and I would start cracking up. I'd be like, yeah, you got me. Okay, I get it. Like, say about that, you know? But it's, I can't respond to that. You win, you know, or whatever. But it's, he should have leaned into this thing to begin with the whole time, you know, or whatever. And if he got there posted and be like, yeah, I suck. Or even that, or go pro wrestling style heels, just antagonize him even more. You know, but to sit and be like, it hurts my feelings. It's not nice, like, you know, or whatever. After he talks about throwing his roommate through a glass window, you know, or making fun of a kid with Down syndrome, you know, saying he blamed everything on it, but then he's like,
You definitely get canceled for that. And then also, like, the recent bits we've been going over. What I was saying is that Shab is so stupid that these bits that would cancel a normal person, people just laugh at them because they're dumb. You know, like the I don't know if you saw the Magic Johnson thing where he's like talking about Andrew Johnson having AIDS is the punchline. It's like a normal comic, they might be like, wow, I can't believe they said this, but Sean, people are just retweeting it like that. He's the stupidest guy I've ever seen do something. You know? He's perfectly legit. Yeah, we have a theory that there's no way he wrote that mosquito line. Oh yeah, well there's no way someone else wrote that.
And this might help you. If you don't get the money he actually makes, I would hire a writer to actually make the truth tell Sean. Like how you need to do it and give him any commentary. But I said, I will write it for him if he wants, but I want $100,000 for it.
That's so sensitive.
So he can claim it as well, $100,000 for it, or whatever. And it'll work. It'll be better than anything he's got. And I said, I can write this in 24 hours because I can think of it in 5 minutes. I can handle funny stuff. He can make it in 5 years. Like it's just funny. It's not because I see him on in the UFC. I didn't want to problem that guy because I mean he came in and tried, but he was also humble and knew he didn't belong there. But he is really CM Punk of comedy, except he doesn't know it. Like CM Punk just had what it took. He didn't have the background. He didn't have the toughness. He didn't have the athleticism. He just didn't have his tool. He didn't have the body to do it. He just didn't have it. That's what Sean just does not have what it takes to get him. He's been writing Rogan's coattails with dude. If when you're on Rogan's podcast with 30 million viewers a week, he's been on like 200 times Rogan's podcast when you type in exposure. I mean, Lex Friedman was on Rogan twice, and then he had a podcast with 400,000 subscribers.
It's part of podcasting.
That's my show. It's always in my says, guys, even sound like him. So I was like, yeah, we're not really getting with the internet. And I go, it's a little bit. I've actually bonded over the whole for sure the summer. She got it like, she was like, yeah, no, don't get it. I was like, you got like actually give it some time. I was like, TV show lost. Like I hated it in episodes 1 through 5, but episode 7, I was like, why did he get these? And then I'm working on your show, it was no big show like Charlie say, Kansas State is a full TV production. This is a TV show, not a podcast. I don't know if you guys ever said Sean say that, but it was people say that all the time. And one point thing was like, dude, was you quit saying that?
He has to say it to remember it. You know, he has to remind himself that it's that important.
I love how he chooses to do his own ratings too. You have to be on a Reliant show. Do it, you know what I mean? Like, Shane can't do it. Anybody can do the ad reads, but he chooses the most important person to do them.
It's just stupid. So stupid. Who do you think should be? Because you mentioned Rogan. Rogan said that Sean needs a handler. Do you have any idea who the handler should be if you could pick a handler?
I think like even like Warshing would make better like decisions. If he would pick anybody just to ask, I think that's what happened once when he was on Rogan. I'm sure it's what's funny is happened too. When Rogan moved to Austin, Sean was moving to the same month. Like he told his wife, like, hearing this is weird. Yeah, she's like, listen, I know this from inside source. She's like, I'm not moving because she wants to be famous too. She thinks she's like famous or gonna be famous. Or she wants to be that way. She allegedly was born in Mexico, but she wasn't. But that's all that
Born in Hollywood. Yeah. We'll put you in a Walmart.
The girl's like her right now. She dated some, I think, a professional baseball player or something. Like she just weird. She just kept falling in love with people that were kind of famous. It's weird. Those girls that don't make NBA players, it's like, why don't you just keep being NBA players? That's crazy. You know, like it's just you fall in love.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
He told you when he moved to Austin, and I had heard through a very good source that Rogan told me he was going to hold down the fort in LA. Like we need somebody out here to do this. I don't think it's like good. I'm not moving to Austin and Sean stays living in my house 24 hours a day. You know what I mean? Like when his son was born, I don't know if you guys know that his son was born 6 hours later. He was doing a flight companion with Rogan. Like he just had a kid, and he was like, oh yeah, dude, she's in hospital still, but she's fine. So they're like, he went to do a flight companion right after his kid was born within a few hours, you know, which I'm sure, that's right. I was just wondering like what would possess someone to put up with that kind of behavior, you know what I mean? Like things like that. She said she probably knew what she was getting when she got
got into it, like, knew that that's just him. And, like, and some women do that. They know that it's just part of the thing, part of the, he's a well to DJ girl.
He's a well-documented good husband. I mean, there's that clip of him saying that he put his wife in front of the bullets. And there's a new clip that's like, someone's going to kill your kid. He's like, well, I put my wife in front of the bullets.
He was very serious. It was so funny. So anyway, let's tell you a little story about being a hero and getting that second kid was fat, like breathing. That was the taking the rescuing thing. And then it just so happens some lady confirmed the story. Some lady that no one has no one can confirm. Oh, and look, she's a fan. She's like friends with other MMA people online. Like I had several friends with her, mutual friends. I looked her up on Facebook because I didn't buy the story that she confirmed the show was there. This all happened. So I was like, look, she's got like 2 friends in the MMA community. Isn't it crazy that she happened to be driving by the same place in a shotgun? It just so happens that she knows other people in the MMA community in their shop. Like I guarantee you, that story did not go anywhere near like it was told. And just because one lady confirmed it doesn't mean it's true. Some lady knows people in MMA in their shop.
Such a lie. And then if you're in an accident and you're a kid and you're being pulled out by a shop, and he's like, hey, you like Moana, right? You're like, I'm going to say it to me right now. Put me back in the car.
Retired at 28. I was a millionaire. Like sold my business. Retired at 28. Got divorced and all that was gone. But even back when I had money, I never had a really nice car, right? So I finally, first time in my life, a few years back, I went to buy a nice car. I'm tired of paying for repairs, fixing it every 2 months, like doing this. Had to put in transmission and one. I was just like, I'm just sick of this thing. Like, I expect it close all the time, You got to rent my car while that was gone, So I bought an Escalade that's got years old. Paid too much for it, but long story short, haven't put over $10,000 into it 2 years. Had to do a transmission on it, and no brakes on it, started just thinking these just keep going wrong with it. Somebody hit it and left it dead in the front bumper, and it just left like it around like a little bit. So I go get that fixed up, but more than 10 grand in this car. I go take it, have that guy fix it. I pick it up. It's a few weeks ago, pick it up. He's like, we gotta go ahead and paint the hood. If you want to bring back, there's so much left on this car. I've about done everything there is. It's perfect like now, but the hood's all faded. It's the only paint I had paint left over from doing that front bumper. So my girlfriend, I got that Rankin guy all had us head on this country road going like 50 in the snow down here, and so I swerved to dodge and come around this bend, and I just sent my car flying, and so it flipped, like my car flipped, and I actually went in some woods and ravine, and like I was down, we're down in these woods with my car tipped over, almost to its road, midway between on the side on the roof, and I'm sitting there, all the airbags are deployed, and we're sitting there, she's crying, like, freaked out, like, we're trying to stop, and everything's there, and the car's moving and stuff, and so the first thing I said to her was, well, I guess we'll get into the day. As I'm sitting there, and I was like, now, like, it's all I got to say,
You'd probably get way better than Shop did rescuing those people saying that. She probably laughed a little bit.
She got something to watch, and I was like, I'm trying to calm me down. I was like, she got me climbing on the which was a disaster, trying to climb out the window of the car when you're my size. But, yeah, and then we had to jump down into these woods, and this ravine, like, because the went down further, so you just jump in, especially those afraid the car would catch fire. But it's funny the stuff you think or say, because I actually was, as the car started to flip, I actually remember thinking, I guess I'm not going to be paying attention to paint this hood. I actually thought that as we're in our or whatever, whereas Shop thinks things like this kid's awfully fat. His wife said he was a hero too because he pulled a kid out, gave it to some woman. It's like, I'm getting the hell out of here. I don't want to get a reservation for a restaurant. I don't want to be here talking about coffee, you know what I mean, or whatever. What a hero, like a guy.
Yeah, so that probably never happened. But so you and your girl are okay. You and your girl are okay though, like no
He's got a couple crooked fingers that should have opened the door and slammed back down on her like fingers then I hurt my neck in it, but it's so funny. My insurance company, I pay my insurance a year ahead of time because I just don't feel like messing with the quarterly billing or the monthly billing, and I don't trust real skeptical people with direct withdrawals because I've got people that will bill me before I'm doing direct withdrawals on my bank account, so I'm paranoid, so I pay a year ahead of time, so I find out my insurance agent right in the middle doing the MMA versus podcast. I get a text from him and said, hey, I saw you didn't have coverage on that accident the other day, and I'm like, wait, what? Because I just destroyed my car. I still owe like 15,000 cars, something like that, let alone what I'm going to lose, what it's worth, and reinsurance stuff. And I was like, what are you talking about? If coverage, you said last year, pay your bills if you didn't send me a bill. So I tell Adam, put on podcast, sorry, I gotta go, or whatever, like, on podcast, I call my Adam, I gotta start going off on him, man, like I start basically threatening his life, or whatever, like, I just said, this is going to be like $70,000 hit for me, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not going to take a $70,000 loss, you know, and that's if we're not even hurt, you know, it's not going to matter about stuff. And I was able to prove to him where I'd seen him, I knew the address when I moved, and he goes, well, it's still kind of your responsibility to pay your thing. I was like, it's not, I told him, it's not your responsibility to trace down the check. If I send one, to the wrong address, and he goes, well, yeah, okay, fine, it's okay, well, I sent it to the wrong address, so go chase it down. Yeah, I got coverage on that. You know, whatever, like, that's great. And then I told him I was actually going on this podcast in 3 weeks, I was going to make it a 3-hour commercial on this podcast, and there's a commercial for how much she sucks and how much Jerry sucks. It's a company I've been with since I was 16 years old, so 30 years I've been with it, no claims, no accidents, no anything, never made anybody ever anything on top of 30 years. They're telling me, oh yeah, we're not covering you, sorry. That's when I said, you're covered by 3 days, you know, whatever your bill's supposed to be like 3 days ago, or whatever, and I never received it. But yeah, that's companies. It's like, it's sounds like, yeah, that really is that. I don't know, I always wondered if his dad didn't go to opening a comic book store just like I grew up. I was in his mom's closet, was very obsessed with it. Like, it's the kind of stuff when he told that story as I was, it was sad. I think his name was like Ray Glassman or something, right? Or Glassman. Yeah. The guy is just flashing shop to his face. For some reason, they're wearing like astronaut outfits. I don't know, like, from the COVID. Yeah, the guy's like, he would do it as like to mouth on like straws the way Shop does, like just blatantly making fun of his face. I was completely clueless, but he tells that story. Yeah, he used to have a comic book store in my mom's closet, in my house, and he's like, well, who would come and buy those? And instead of just saying, dude, I didn't really have a comic book store, he said, well, instead of just saying, oh, yeah, 9 years old, run a comic book store, you know, when you start being quiet, he commits to it, goes with it. Just people coming off the street, never meet customers, like your mom was just letting them come in. Yeah, and if you shut it down, just too many people were showing up, you know, just like, he's totally straight. His dad was like Will Smith, and what is that movie where Will Smith is, I don't know the girl saying, but he's a door-to-door salesman. Pursuit of Happiness, yeah. He told a story on some podcast about how that's how his dad was, like Pursuit of Happiness, like thinking of everything, and him and his mate used to dine and dash, and his mom would, and their mom would fill up the car and jump in and take off, like, saying his mom could fill the lease when they were little, and pay their bills, to come find out his dad's rich. Whatever. But it's like I say, I don't even know if he knows. I had the opportunity to spend some time as a program, which if you've ever done that, it's like a really interesting thing because, like, I'm talking about legends like pro, like Kevin Nash, and guys like Shane Douglas, like Tommy Dreamer. Take a picture of these events and sign autographs. And when you're talking to these guys on this, we did several events, and I got paid each one just to sign autographs, and they told me to participate in one, which was, I ended up throwing a guy slamming on his head. It was so bad, like, it was just so, I didn't know how to protect him. I would just slam him, and he zeroed off people, so I don't know what I'm doing. It turned out terribly, but anyway, you'll be talking to these guys, and I'm not like this, I'm not making fun of them, but they really really shot like whose tornado was really told lies so many times. So we're going to come to one of your best night of my life, Stargate 1987. Me and a fire in a steel cage match. We went 30 minutes, man. There were 4 or 5 times he almost pinned me and I kicked out. And that's like that very end. I was exhausted like Doyle Guyman, boss and crap and finished him, and I'm there like talking, and I'm like, hey, just to verify, it was straight to the right. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, okay, so you don't actually got to fight. Like, yeah, you're like, no. He's like, I care. Like, just pull through the end. And I'm like, okay. So if you get really confused, if you start listening to him, I'll tell you what, man, there's nothing to run from when you're 15 minutes in a match, and you see this
the guy who made the quit. And I'm like, are you talking about like amateur wrestling? Like, no, I mean like in WWE when I was there. I saw that, whatever, you know what I mean? Terry Meyer was going to quit. I'm like, what? They lose track of what's real and what's not until show is. I think he's lied so many times. It's possible to tell a lie sometimes, and even you start to believe it. Like that's the way you remember the story out. So I'm sure
that makes sense. He's like a very redacted version of like Hulk Hogan. He's like a very stupid version. So I have a question for you, actually. So seeing how the trajectory of Brendan Schaub's career is going, what do you think is in the near future for Brendan Schaub? Whether it's like the next Walk Me to My Truck moment or Chombies, like these classic moments in Chaubisms. What do you think is next for him?
I would say, man, I had heard through actually a couple people, they said they were begging Schaub and like his management company. When Showtime didn't want to get more, he says he left Showtime business and said, like after the special, if you're the interesting one, they said his management company had been like, hey, let's forget about comedy. That's like not your thing. Let's try to get you more to I don't even know who you would compare it to, like, oh God, who was Kent Slater from,
AC Slater, Mario, Mario.
Like a guy like that, like Behind Secrets, like somebody who hosts things like a venture, maybe like trying to get him on like like how we did with the Mayweather fight. There's ones who were like trying to get you more like a sports guy, or host like the awards, Flash like so it's trying to go that route because obviously comedy is everything. He's just like dream. He's not giving up on his dream. He said, I told him I'm not giving up my dream, my lifelong dream. Like, dude, you were supposed to be an NFL player, lifelong dream, and he never He never played in the NFL. He barely played in college. He played a year and a half in Colorado as a walk-on, so he didn't have a scholarship. As a walk-on, he was like in sixth place total. Like, that's what, like, ever. So he didn't have an NFL contract. So it tells me how he went to one or two NFL guys for tough. Like, no, playing. That's like saying I'm an NBA guy because I played college basketball for a year and a half. I was never an NBA guy, But
and they said like this,
so he
since
said it was kind of his dream. So I think, man, honestly, I think it's obvious that Rogan, I don't think has mentioned Kellen or Schaub once or twice since their whole little scandal thing came out with Kellen being a rapist and all that. Rogan's the kind of guy I know in my life. He's always been cool to me. He's also like Rogan chose to do his best for him. So he had a lifelong friend. If he gets used to something, you're going to be like, well, see you later. You know what I mean? Or whatever. Like, and so he's got a whole group of friends in Austin that all live there. Like I think he's been hanging out with Mark Norman guy all the time. Harry, whatever. Marshall Harris, he's got those guys, so he's been hanging out with them. He got like a new group of friends. They all moved to Austin just to basically suck off the nipple there, That's what they all did, but luckily Schaub sold out for it. But I mean, all his numbers are going down, like it's like it's, I think he's like in a self-destructive path regardless. Last I heard, his wife was trying to have another baby and forced it to be a girl, like they were trying to do some kind of genetic altering to make that sort of zombie idea came from the Like he was talking about on some podcast that they're going to pay this company to guarantee their next child is a girl. And I'm like, dude, that sounds to me like you're just going to get abortions until
But
I think from what I know of people, I know how she is. She's about as loyal as probably one of those Kate Corso films. The money as soon as the money stops, she's gone. You guarantee as soon as the money stops, she's gone. I guarantee she wants another. She's trying to pull this shit my ex-wife pulled, where when she thought we were going to be divorced, she was doing her damnedest to get pregnant again, like trying really hard because that's just another kid to add on to the child support, or whatever, like more to the till every month. So that was what that's what her plan was. But he's not having a terrible fall. When you don't have it, Dana White said it a long time ago. When you don't have Rogan to carry you anymore, you're not you don't have enough talent to take it on your own. It's hard enough to stay famous in Hollywood. I mean, you look at these guys like Doug Stanhope. I saw him in an interview the other day. I was like, that dude's been around since I was a kid, and almost no one I know knows who he is. So I don't know if comedians love him and respect him and say he's hilarious. But I was like, it's so hard to stay famous, man. It's so hard to stay relevant in that when it's always it's like a one-hit wonder world, especially out there in Hollywood for somebody new. Everything I see, they're always looking to the starting pay rate, and get rid of the Karen Anderson Silva
because he's not going to be at Crawl anymore. Despite his stuff for your company, he's the greatest ever. You get rid of him, you're bringing somebody 10-10 because people are about pay-per-view anyway. So why? But I think he's not. I don't know whatever it is. I think he'll. I would say if he was female, he would end up getting porn or doing a strip.
Yeah, especially with the Tiger thing, right? It's like, he might go female. That might be the newest thing they're doing. He could do that. We speculated on that. I think once or twice they might try that. So for the end of this interview here, I would like to do just some classic 10 minutes of shop, where we show you guys, or we show Brennan clips, and you guys comment on them. Are you down for that?
Yeah, as long as it's my turn, I gotta take a shot.
No, please talk away. This is like whatever. If you want to do the whole thing, I'm sure you two would like that more than me. 1 second, sorry about that. This is the funniest interview that I've ever been a part of. Thank you.
There's so many shops to try to explain to my brother and show him clips. He's like, I just can't watch that shit. Like, I can't.
Some people are like that. Yeah. Dude, I was at this party and it was another comedian and he had just some people, like friends of his from work and other places, and we always make fun of shop, so I was like telling him about Gringo Poppy and he's like, I'm gonna put it on. So he put on Gringo Poppy when it was just people from work were there and 2 of them left. We have to go. I'm sorry if this is what you're gonna do, we're gone. So now everyone will take it.
I love to act like I'm a fan of the show and tell my friends I do that just to hilarious watch his clip. Not my friends, because my girlfriend's not like people that I just meet and they want my approval. The other people want to be friends. So like, what's your funniest day? And so I'm like, some clip, they're like, yeah, dude, that was funny. But until they don't want to tell me it wasn't funny, because I really think it was. And so I just keep messing with them and keep saying that. Well, you guys think this guy's hilarious. He's funny to North Donald. Like I said, the clip, and I was like, yeah, I mean, it's pretty funny, I guess. Like, you the people who want to be my friends won't.
You're losing respect of your friends because you're doing this bit. They're like, Sean likes this guy Shab. I don't know. Alright, so I got a clip pulled up here. It's called, let's see here. It's called Don't Make Noises in the Mic B. Shop Gets Triggered. Posted by King Demon 5 days ago. So I started the timer and that's our
He said he doesn't live far. Keeps going down to it. Doesn't live far from here. He's probably done it before. But this time he got to do it 4 people. It was a thrill.
Do not ask him how that goes.
That's what I love. You gotta throw it on. You can do that. Yeah, but you're still saying
Saw a guy who was walking in the cemetery. That looks like the
just like this. No, it's all show. Everything I know. You want me to do it every time, so you know? Definitely isn't on today. Every time I do it once. Just so you're aware. I don't care. I'm used to it. You know what it is? It might be the
what are you doing here? What are you doing here?
It's not, bro.
It's actually interesting that when you know this.
Yeah, this might be the end of the show. What do you think?
What is with this? You guys said you just have to look at it today. Like, I don't look like I did on the UFC. He's got like all the time taking every steroid known to man. His face is like, he also wins the battle like in their lower clip, and it sticks. It looks like his whole face is like that, like he's gonna be. He did the battle his eyelids, like also his face looks smaller.
The big thing about this is like, why don't they cut this out of the podcast? Right.
You can do a lot of it to be funny. You can tell he was like, I'm so transitive. Shout his ears on somebody doing something annoying. I'd love to see shit like Callan just one time and tell him some truth about himself. Like, well, guess what? Every time you tell a joke, it's annoying. You know what I mean? Every time you repeat a punchline, you go from the Leah or Theo Vaughn. That's why I swear to God, I start taking it every time I make a video. Got called King of the Dirty. It was 1,000 clips of, I'll send it to you later if I can find it. 1,000 clips of him just saying the last 3 words, whatever Theo says on their podcast. So Theo would be like, dude, you look like an Asian. He's like, I'm Asian right now. He just repeats everything. I don't know what's on his face. I know that Theo always says he wants to get stuff.
Oh yeah, I want to know too, because you're right, he does the nicotine stuff in his mouth, but it's like, yes, one point you gotta take it out, but it's, his face is still puffed up.
Yeah, but it's true. Millers or something. He's doing some kind of plastic surgery. Your face doesn't just
What do we do
getting
for
bigger like that. Like, I don't
What
know. Unless he's drinking, I mean,
He does drink a lot. Yeah, he starts drinking at 9 a.m. on a cruise Monday morning. He's got like 7 drinks there. There's Diet Coke, coffee, Kratom, Diet Coke, and then like whiskey, and he drinks it all at the same time. Like he's at a crazy diner. It's wild.
Those people crack me up all crazy. I only do that stuff for like work, so I'm like, yeah, it's an opiate like that.
I told you really about video games and talk on medical kind of problem last week and go to that and go to that. If you see a youth doing something wrong, and you step in and prevent it, then you do not worry about the thing that you know in that situation. You know it's not. Or it's kind of a lot. You live in the same place. A lot of you kind of problems with that.
Alright, I got another clip here for you. We'll end on this clip here.
And again, he stepped in.
It's called Papa Got Scammed Online Again. Sounds pretty promising. Let's what this is all about.
Speaking of shady websites, I got Fair God, clothing. They had this new drop, and I went to I clicked Fair God, it was Fear of Gods with a C, exactly the same. I'm like, damn, they have a website like this. I'm more everything. 4 weeks, I'm like, so you clicked the Fear of Gods. I didn't know. They made it look exactly as it was Fear of Gods.
So that's what happens. If you didn't get LASIK and you had phone contacts, would have seen
boom, dude. See, with his C good. Not even an S.
Two Z's, 3 Z's. They're not sending you Fear of Gods and stuff. He's going to be like the first person to use CTE as a defense for getting caught with a trans prostitute. He's laying the baseline for, that excuse someday. That's what's going on in this book.
Yeah, playing the fifth and the chord too. They'd be like, Michelle has some guy I can't talk.
He's like, what is that? What is it? You say I can't talk. It's like hilarious.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me he was wearing some sort of whose number is that? Is that the Packers jersey? I don't even know.
I think it's a Steelers jersey. It looks like I guess a Cordell Stewart jersey. Who knows,
man?
My
God. So he's going back to the 90s and trying to do a jersey, and then that Fear. I don't know what Fear of Gods is, but it sounds very trendy, which is right up Sean's alley. Like I guarantee you, there's a lot of people making money off him just by. He's the guy who reminds me of the guy who had a cousin who was that way. If anybody.
All right, I will say good morning. Good morning. I go to Rabbi. To be able to begin our first whole week.
The first person he saw wearing that from that point on, every outfit of his was biker shorts. It's like he just wore everything. I mean, like he was all out of all the trends that only lasted a few months. But that's how
the second Sanhedrin.
If you want to know anything,
Tremendous course. Let's begin by thanking all of our sponsors today. Our annual Commodore sponsor, First Auction KA. We took Sumish Talk of our for dedicating all the Shuman Russians this year. In this course of finishing the second Bravasra and the Hashem beginning on the journey of the second Sanhedrin. Commodore sponsors for the month. Please play Kabbalah over Josh and Becca Friedman, the creation of the yard site of Josh Fabi, so Yehuda. General Chaim Raphael, receive the return of all of our hostages and the security of our precious soldiers. Send him off to Espesin, memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, and Naftali Yonah Hashem from the Lord and Beatrice Name and Daniel. I hope they will merit of our Commodore, all of the Neshamas Avnaviyah, families in the Chama, and we that we trust in Hashem bring our hostages and the Shalom and the Karov and our holy soldiers will be successful with all Nasi. So with that, let us read that hey, we are picking up the message from last night, was this exciting Gemara ahead of us today. The Gemara says as follows. Okay, so one thing we've established already is that financial adjudication of financial law is done with the engagement of grief. However, capital can play a woman done after Then we'll say, so this is very interesting. So remember, you might have such a concept now of what we call the Yochid movement. What's a Yochid movement? A Yochid movement is a person with a singular effort. This is someone that really recognizes their expertise in the area of financial matters, and therefore I'm often myself. Now, Rashi points out over here, it's said that remember we had this actually 2 days ago. We started the Sefta. The Lashon of the said that Tishbo as on the Sefta is a singular Lashon. Right? It's easy to teach us that halacha l'maaseh, that halacha l'maaseh, even one individual has Rashi also points out over Kasavar in country of Tarshish. And also, again, it's particularly holds that we don't subscribe to the Tarshish. Remember, there was that all of the pieces in Tarshish and Shvatim are essentially ultimately, again, you are someone who is Mumchak, and you are known as an expert amongst Rabbi, done Achilu, there's a tremendousness of masculinity, which is a political philosophy, and you are a person who is an expert.
Roga's just like firing him from life things.
That's what we had. You know how every single other person operates. You know what? You know the right thing to do. But if you're not, you're not moving from the right. If you're not an expert in how every single other person operates, it's not going to be going on. Which means that, again, obviously, there's no one person who can, there are many people in my state, but they are moving to the right. You think that they understand how all people operate, but if you no one is really a moving from the right except people over and over. So because I haven't moved to the right, because I don't know how everyone else operates, it's so much better with both perspectives when it comes to understanding now, Rocha, however, says if you are an expert in monetary matters, you have the ability to go ahead and judge by yourself, even without or Mackie says, he goes, oh no, Tina done Tina Malaysia. So Mackie says, like me, I can judge, I can do the monetary cases by myself. It's a little bit.
So one of the things I saw in the AMA, you wrote like a poem. Where did you come up with that? You're like roses are red. Do you remember doing that? Like roses are red, violets are blue, or something like that.
What you are, also what you jobs. So for example, Moshe Rabbeinu, yet Moshe Rabbeinu felt arguing about the Torah. So how does that work? But because he really was so good, arrogance is thinking that you're more than you are. An arrogant person is a person who thinks that he possesses all of these qualities or all these accomplishments when he doesn't. A humble person knows his accomplishments, knows his strengths, but also knows that he has the ability to accomplish so much more. So not true of not arrogance. I know who I am, and I'm an expert in getting my minutes. I can judge by myself. Keep going, oh no. Done, getting my minutes. Like me, I can go ahead and adjudicate monetary law on my own. Okay, because it's now of a young by the way, now this is very important. So what is this? We're going to talk a little bit more of this young. So we go, oh no, Gamirna, Yisavina, Inakutna, Yishusa. So in other words, what do you
about your name on Reddit? Get off these nuts 5,000.
So again, obviously, Gamirna, Gamirna, Shmuel, Guinea Mirabos. This is obviously step number 1 is the person. Learn from your bed. Right? Without someone saying, is that the judgment of you as well? But what is the I would have thought definition of Gamirna was definition of Gamirna. How would you say Gamirna? You learn it. If you hear actually says, Shmuel, Guinea Mirabos. In other words, it's not just enough to learn. I've learned from my bed. So what's the difference?
But that was probably my 30th attempt at getting a name that wasn't taken. And I realized how big a red it must be if that name was taken. But yeah, it was, I don't know, I tried to not use the same password. It gets really complicated. More like not use the same passwords for stuff. And having 60 accounts, which were social media. And then I got an account where I don't use the same password as I use for my Facebook. Somebody figures that out, then they can get on my Facebook. So it's like, I have to reset my password like 3 times a week on everything. I have to keep going back and password access for my password. So I'll set up
So then it's like, you're so this thing to learn,
it'll send me through and I'll set my
teacher
password
might
so I
help
thought it
you,
was. It's
but
like you can't use your current
the
password
is different.
to as your new password. I'm like, I just
So
tried
the
the
rest of
password,
it
said it wasn't it.
that seed of an expert, that person that's up with
I don't know what the deal is, but yeah, that was just something.
because that
Just
lets you
something I was
trust your
trying to come up with something that nobody would use. And then I didn't even realize, like, I still don't know how to use all the notifications on there, and I click on it, and it just takes me to a page that isn't even the flight legit page, so like I'm doing something wrong. I don't know what, so I just
you have to have that total
I
role
just tell her, watch
from whom you
what
are
people say. I'm not kidding you.
as well. It's incredible. So again, so in order to do that, similar, obviously become your
The
no,
dedication
you'll
is
never
amazing. Like some of the
Sabio,
videos they put on there,
relax,
it's a 7-minute video.
your
You know,
idea
if
and
you
you
know,
love
like,
voices,
God, that
you
must have
actually
taken
guys.
30
What is
hours.
Sabio? Svara. What's Svara?
It's really impressive.
Svara,
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy
I
that
know
they
how to
do it.
take what I
Because
learned
none of us are
and
well.
apply it to other
Show them the sun to irritate people. Like, everybody has something different that motivates them. Like some people fear failure. Some people are motivated by wanting to disappoint their parents.
and
But
then you go
most
to
of the kids, I think, are motivated by hatred of shop and stupidity.
exactly
I think
mirror
really what it is
to
for
how
most
us
of
in the
them is
Gemara. So you have to learn to take what you learn.
there's
So
a
again,
lot of people,
there's
there's a lot of
Gamirna.
guys on there
I
that
have the
love to
information I
have,
got from my Rabbi.
let's say, maybe not Wi-Fi
Sabirna.
shops, but
I know how to
Wi-Fi
take
supports
what I learned and I know how
she
to
doesn't like it. It's like, dude, why are you gonna
to
cheat
my
on her?
particular
You know what I mean, or whatever. She's out of your league
It's
anyway.
like
You're
that
effort
by
to
way.
her.
These are the processes necessary to
And
spiritual
it's
development as
like
well.
you shouldn't even
Right?
have
It's
anyone,
not
let
about just
alone
learning
anything that
things.
you're gonna cheat on her. Go to these Asian massage parlors and like,
Like
no, let me go give a girl
and
your
I have
number.
to learn
And
how to
I think
teach
that's the kind of
what
stuff
I
people
learned. How do I apply
don't
it
like about
to
Shama
my
is
life?
really irritates
Yeah,
him.
let's
It's
say
like he
you can
cannot
take
admit
Torah,
that
you
he's
can
wrong
take Torah,
ever.
and
Just
Torah
like that, like he no self-awareness, say things about
it's
come on, brother, say you're
the hard part
got a little
of
throat thing going on. Like, dude, you have all this and 16 other things going on. I can't understand half the time. I can't understand what he says. It's like I'm sort of wondering, like if I have CT trying to listen to it, like can't understand what it is.
what's the
You know, like
difficult
it's
part
like,
of Torah? What's the
but
difficult part?
when he made fun of Nate Diaz, so he
Yeah,
actually lied about what happened with him and Nate Diaz. I'm
taking
sure
what I
that's
learned
all
and then applying it in my life, that's
but
where
he lied
ultimately
about what
becomes
he said.
more
He's also got
complicated.
PhD sensitive
But
because he
learning
has a
without
list.
application is
Fucking
only
hot
part
on
of the picture.
glass.
So again, there's Gamirna, there's Sabirna, you're not keeping the truth, and it's interesting. Do you have to get permission? You have to get permission from the local authority in order to go ahead and achieve this. Again, Rashi says that if the person may reach the result,
but they're the nicest, friendliest guys ever. But you have to find Shaw was like, I told you, blah, 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 blah.
Become certified as a
It's all over
singular
that.
judge.
He
It's
took
called
it up,
the
and he has like, dude, it's not, he didn't even
obviously, yeah, that's why Rabbi Gamirna, Sabirna, accept other people's things to apply what I learned.
he'd say his chair in a fight,
And do you
Shaw was like
also
saying something.
require
It's like, oh yeah, well, you
from the race
Commodore was lighting you
like,
up, or something like that.
you
Or
have
like
to
saying
have,
start
and
talking
by the
shit.
way,
And he
you
has
don't
nothing
have
but
to
his
be
ass.
Bavel,
They wouldn't even
in
fight
Denver,
this
you
one.
have
So
Bavel, it's the race from Yisrael,
Shaw
and
was
there's
talking
Yisrael,
about
who is it?
this, and I'll
It's
steal
the
it, but
Nasi. Especially the most aspect over here is do you need permission from the local authority in order to go and adjudicate cases as a single expert. So the Gemara says, let people just Avalona to do so Dine, Lodina. Perhaps even if you have the first two, but you don't have permission from the race, maybe you're not allowed to judge as a single judge Oklahoma. After Avalona to do so, maybe not permission. As long as you have Sabir, if it's Gamirna, it's Sabirna. As long as you learn it, you don't need to apply what you learned. See, cases that come before you, maybe that's enough. You don't need the permission of the Lisa, what's that like? Tashma. The American is like not named. Son, you named the car. Marzutra,
fight each other one
That's
time
not
in
about
a
nothing.
match.
But you're the king
And
of
it was
things,
just
and what
funny till
happened?
one
You
got
made a
hurt,
mistake.
and then I was like,
You gave a mistake
actually,
today.
you know what I mean? Like one was actually hurt.
Right.
And
That makes sense.
I was looking at the
tiny stretcher.
So you came before a
That was
person.
Yeah, I hope there's no
What do we
tragedy
do
at the
now?
end of
I'm
this,
like,
you know?
so we also
I
said
really
as
do.
follows.
Yeah,
In
so I think
Kivucha
Shot
Alayu,
killed himself or
Moti
something.
Shalit.
I think
If
all
the
of us,
litigants accepted your
not all of us necessarily, there are a few
they
people that
agree to
are
whatever it is
was
that
on
you
there.
constitute,
Most of
that
us
is what
have
is going to be the
been
final
about it,
ruling.
like,
Then you are not obligated, Mazutra, you're not obligated to go ahead and take it back. So we'll say, to get the dash, in Lilith Atarachot, in the din in the toes, Lo Yishko Ukar Lo Yishko. There was a
teachers are the coaches.
so
I'm
my
sure those
sister
coaches
moved to Lo
got
Yishko.
told by
And
somebody that was a
essentially,
shot
again,
by the way.
the game of Yosef, as the Yosef, does my sister have to pay back to the affected party. So Yosef essentially said, Philippians accepted you my
Oh, for
sister
sure. He's in the
as
most glass
unequivocal
house there
sign.
is, for sure.
You don't have to pay back. Now, we'll say,
Well, Sean,
at first glance, that sounds
you know, we
strange.
told you an hour.
Why would
We
anyone
were
ever do
honored
that?
that you
Right?
came
Why
on.
would two
It's
litigants ever say
amazing.
to the judge,
Yeah, we got
no
to
matter
speak
what
with
you
the
say, whether you're right or you're wrong,
It's just
or you're
awesome.
wrong, we're going to go by you.
Obviously. So thanks so much for doing this. Is there anything that you wanted to plug or
But
anything?
my son, he said to him, that law for my son, accepted you don't have to pay that. He didn't accept you, in other words, because you only signed up for a correct ruling. The correct ruling, then I'm also nice and would have to pay that. Now, you know what do you see from there? You know, nothing, she's a teenage. What do you see from there? I love for my son, even if the judge, right, even if the judge, this is what we've got on time for one. You know, in Ram Kibusha Israel, the Amrullah, Gayanta, Torah, Zil Shalom, Zil Shalom, Leo Mahadis, Dina, Lo, Amar Kana Visada. So, notice by the way, what happens over here, when the Yosef son says about people like this, if the litigants accepted you as an unequivocal arbiter, right, then whatever you did stands. Right, whatever you did stands, you're not going to tell them that. If they said, my sister is coming to you, you constantly according to Halacha right side, then if my sister was erroneously, you would be obligated to pay back the impacted party. And interestingly enough, what does happen? The ruling is not. The ruling stands, but the judge, my sister would have an obligation to make the affected party whole. What do you see there? I was saying, I'm going to say that my sister did not have the permission of the rich of himself to go ahead and adjudicate cases. And what do you see here? Shlamina, if you look at Rishusei, Dina Shlamina. What do you see from here? Even if it doesn't receive permission from the Rishusei, but he is recognized by the general police as
If I ever get in anything, I won't actually do this. I'm going to be like this, and I'll call Sean.
So again, so hello for myself. Number one,
you're going to do a Sean Carville. Okay, he's going to give your address out and what we're going to do. He really only cares if it hurts you. So
individual expert in rule on monetary law by himself. Hello for myself. He also is allowed to do it without the permission of the local jury. Doing without the of the Nasi. Now, watch this. Hamarat. Hyman divided Nathan Dina. The tried to violate it. Now, listen to this. Hold on, not like this. What happens if a judge, right? The guy in the court, Ruben is the Yakumulka. He's the Yakumulka. But Ruben wants like liability. He wants to be covered. No practice is here. So what is he doing? One of my all-time heroes, like one of my idols, Brad Wesley from Roadhouse. Brad Wesley was also the bad guy in that. Which told us to some of the group of the ultimate villain, and that was also the one to try to hit Patrick Swayze head on down the road for his so that gives you professional coverage. And then even if you make a mistake,
yeah, I know that movie. I haven't checked it out yet. I'm redacted, but I do really want to see it. I think he's the bouncer, right? He's like the bouncer.
Okay, beautiful. So I love how although a young look that he's committed to go ahead and rule without the different numbers for himself, but getting to the determination is that he do not have to. Beautiful. Says the Gemara. Sheepdog. Ome Hasam Mahasam
That's what makes it so funny. The fact that it's supposed to be serious, but it's definitely not. I really have probably seen it. I bet I've seen it 100 times now. I watch it every single time. It's all like from beginning to finish because it's you always notice something new. It's like the exact opposite of real jobs.
Practice, so to speak, the law, right? They can capacity anywhere in Baba. Similarly, again, Hasam Mahasam in Eretz Yisrael. If you get permission from the Nasi, that gives you the ability.
All right, well, Sean, thanks so much, man. Thank you, man. It's a pleasure meeting you, man.
All right, see you guys on the subreddit.
James, maybe on the smoke break, we'll hang out on
You
the
get
smoke break.
permission from the
All right, that's it. Thanks for tuning in. I want to thank Sean one more time. I mean, you're the whole reason the Friars are able to run it all. Tune in next week.
Fascinating dynamic. That from the Gemara's perspective, not from your perspective, the reality was times the Gemara
At Granger,
center
we're
of
the ones who
Jewish
pay
life
attention to
was in
every little
Babel,
detail.
not in
Most of
Eretz
us
Yisrael.
tinker and sweat the
So as
small
such,
stuff.
if you
Because
receive
you know the tiny thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving.
that permission
We get it.
covered
We're the
Eretz
same way,
Yisrael as well.
offering
Why
access to
that's
product
interesting
experts to help
here
you
is
quickly
because
and easily.
Babel, what
So
called the
whatever your
Shedesh,
industry,
the
you know
Rod,
you're always
Rod,
getting
and
professional grade
Hassan
products.
Eretz Yisrael
Call,
is
click
called
Granger.com, or
Scepter.
just stop by.
The Rod
Granger.
is stronger than the scepter.
Get it
The
done.
Sanya, here we go. But you also shave it from Yehuda. So I say, so the plus line is Parshas Vaychi. Parshas Vaychi. Yaakov Avinu goes ahead and Yaakov Avinu goes ahead and he says the pasuk is well Yosef shaved to Yehuda and the focus will be not the staff will not go to Yehuda and the scepter from the Jewish feet out to double Shiloh so the Shiloh comes the Lord will pass on it again nations will assemble. Interestingly enough, this is one of the only scriptures in the Torah that has any type of scriptural reference to Shiloh and Shiloh. Not both Shiloh and Shiloh. So that was one of the psukim that is most corrupted by Christians to take a biblical proof for Yashma. They found that Shiloh is Yashma. Okay, anyway, so nice, but just interesting. The Gemara says this house. The Sanya, well, Yosef shaved to Yehuda. What does it mean when it says the scepter shall not depart from Yehuda? Elu Rosh Goyer Shadababa, Shelogi Hasisa Shevet. This refers ultimately against the Reish Kalisa. The Reish Kalisa rules with a staff. There's what it says, right? The Reish Kalisa rules with an iron fist.
Read the comments on social media, so if you're interested, check that out. But that's not why you're here. You are here for 10 minutes of shop, so start the clips now.
Hey, the point is, they ruled with an iron fist. Meaning Ragma, scepter from the king's feet. Elu b'nei banav shel Hillel. This refers to the grandchildren of Hillel, Shemalamdin Torah B'Rabbi. To teach Torah, ultimately again teach Torah in public. So I say, so the idea over here is if you know
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's brought up in our Discord. What is going on with the Reddit is going crazy about Tank.
Described as
What's his
ability
Tank
again
name?
authoritarian.
Tank is in Utah.
Leadership in Eretz Yisrael is described as
I just saw they posted the dog. Tank's a bulldog justice for Tank is
the idea over here is much
That's
greater
good. Good work, Cats. Somebody said that he gave like 2 dogs back in a week or something.
So therefore, if you got
and they
permission
returned the dog.
to be a
You
Yochid
imagine
woman
doing like
from
I
the
would
race
struggle
of
with
the sun,
returning. I've
that
never
allows
returned
you
a
to
dog. I did have
practice
one.
in
I
Eretz
only had
Yisrael
one
as
dog,
well.
but I
Okay.
would be
So
like
you must
heartbreaking
admit,
to return a dog to
what
rescue.
happens if you got permission
2
from the Nasi?
dogs? I assume
If you
the
got
rescue.
permission
I
from
don't
the
know.
Nasi to go
That's
ahead and be a Yochid woman,
especially with
like
Shab and all his like Pixar shit. He's like in all
were
these.
you
He's an
allowed
animal
to
guy.
practice
Yeah,
in
even like
Eretz
sharks. He
in
knows about
Babel or
snakes,
not?
blackfish.
Because
Blackfish. He's a big. Most
Rabbi
of his stand-up is something to do with animals, but you know he has no qualms. I guess just get these unhoused dogs, homeless dogs.
Right?
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's a homeless cat. It really is homeless dogs. If you're going to Shab's house.
So what
I don't know if you want to go look at it, but there's been a bunch of
Each
posts about Tank.
Sure. So ultimately, again,
Because Tank, this like the big big dog that they were saying is not good for kids. I don't know, because you got this like dog that's specifically not good around kids.
It's
You know,
not
like,
going back. It was
it's like two kids.
the Rabbi was given permission to adjudicate cases as Yod and Mordechai. Who was he given permission by? By the Nasi in Eretz Yisrael. And what do you see from here? The ultimate again is a scenario where you didn't have to pay. So what do we see? Shmamino, Hassan Lahafa, Lomahani, Lomahani Shmamino. What do you see from here? Getting permission in Eretz Yisrael does not give you coverage in Balo. Right? Does not give you coverage in Balo. So it's fascinating enough, that means you get permission in Balo, covers you anywhere in Balo and in Eretz Yisrael. Getting permission in Eretz Yisrael covers you in Eretz Yisrael, but apparently does not cover you in Balo. It's incredible.
This episode should be just as
doesn't
tank.
help.
Just
Rabbi
as
Fire
tank.
you have a
Alright, so
Minsi
next time this
Bahadi
title, Brennan
raised
Schwab once
himself.
again mentions his
Yeah, it wasn't
subreddit
this.
calls
Rabbi
people on the
Barahura
Reddit awful
would
people.
fight. Right, because sometimes again,
Who's that by?
different Rabbanim would get into
It's
some
posted by
issues with the ratio.
quite
He would fight with the ratio. He would
tremendous
say, Amar, Ladi Nehu, Nakit Merushusa, Nakit Merushusa me Adamari, Adamari Mirab, Rabbi Rabbi Rabbi. Listen to this. The Rabbi Rabbi would get into it with the ratio of Isa. He would say, hey, ratio of Isa, my authority does not derive from you. My authority derives ultimately again from Adamari. Adamari gets it from Rab. Rab gets it from Yah. And Yah gets it from Rabbi. See what he did from Isa.
Man, he left us
That's
wanting
the Rabbi
more.
Rabbi.
It's almost like he
Saying that
watched
power
our
comes
video
like
we did
authority
earlier
from
about
Eretz
blowing up
Yisrael.
on social
And then
media.
when Babel.
Leave
Leave
him
him
wanting more. But yeah, man, that was really good. I was like, ears popped.
The Rabbi
Ready to
Rabbi
listen to Shab, but then
was speaking,
that's
but
it.
with fucking
Just a
thought.
little
But
taste.
the nice stuff,
He's the master of that. Black Bustle.
that's true. His
Alright,
authority
so this
to
one's
rule
pretty
on
popular. It's
things
my
in
favorite clip
Babel
of the
do
week
not
so far.
cover
Oh yeah, I heard about this, but I didn't watch the clip. Oh, you didn't?
His
I
authority
haven't
to
seen
rule
the clip.
exactly
It's this one
but he did not want to
transcended
yield to
T-Fat
the
K.
authority.
He calls Neymar Niedermark.
Okay.
Yeah, terrible
He
guess.
was
Not only that, but he also says they play in the English
the
Premier League.
Imi Achad, the Loma Hani.
Yeah,
So
okay,
now
well,
the
that's, yeah, that's
ultimate
sorry,
is
here goes.
does not help the Babel. Rabbi Barahanu should set the nothing. Why did Rabbi Barahanu get permission from Eretz Yisrael? So remember again, the word is before the Rabbi Barahanu, and yet he said, it's not permission from Eretz Yisrael because it's permission from Eretz Yisrael to work in Babel. If permission from Eretz Yisrael doesn't work in Babel, you have to get certified in Babel anyway. Then why get certified for Eretz Yisrael? Why get that permission? Listen, there's a lot of euros.
There's no way he's going to know the difference between the countries. But that's not the clip where he actually says Neymar. He's just kind of talking about it. Let me try to find it. Who does Neymar play for? I don't know anything about soccer either.
So for those border cities, Rabbi Barahanu thought to be more useful to have permission from the Nasi than to have permission from the Eretz
Niedermayer's the guy from Animal House.
I like
the jerk that
and himself was after Eretz
ROTC
Yisrael.
as a dick
These
or
were
whatever.
border cities
I
that
wonder if
technically
that's where
speaking
Shab was
in the
getting.
territorial
I saw
area
a
of
bunch of
Babel,
clips about
but felt
they
it was
were
more
like,
deferential or felt themselves a part of
people
Eretz
who
Yisrael.
do soccer
Okay, so this is
abroad
what was like the
were
Irish
saying that Americans were stupid because of
So by
Shab.
the way,
So
how
Shab
do you
is
get
now
this?
giving like the
Right?
United
What,
States
how
a
does
bad
this
name
sound
that
as
makes
Shab
them
at the office of
redacted.
the Nation
I like how this is
what's the
NSFW is
process
included
for
on
actually
NSFW.
getting
They got some good touches on that.
Rashi says,
Arsenal South Man.
For example, like, how did a guy like
Please
Rabbi
never talk about football
how
ever
did a
again.
person, how did a certified?
You want to go, Messi,
Mbappe,
and
He must have Irish himself. He had enough is Rabbi
It's worse than Premier That's so funny.
So I
He said Needlemeyer. I think he said Niedermeyer. I think he put a needle in there. So a random L. Yeah, Papa messing up names will always be a classic. Money maker. It's probably the best part of Shanks they have, what they have on Shanks. Alright, so this was posted by Dadonkadonk, a popular poster in the subreddit. It's called, But Do You Do Wear Women's Clothing?
your body doesn't even look like that anymore. You better now. I was going to say, you look shit now. The carnivore diet. You look great, 20 pounds. Dude, I love that you great. If you go on a fucking great cook, there's paint on it. Dude, this thing is so new. Man, when I was walking the streets of Howard, yes, I was walking on Howard Road.
what
I'm
happens
doing
when
so hard.
we allow ourselves to
I know. Because here's the thing with you. Here's the sense of a fanny pack. And then I'll say, you let me know, because you're Mr. New York. When I was wearing this, right? I had the tighter jeans on, I had the shoes, I had the fanny pack, I had the diamond necklace, and I'm like, am I being beat up? Like, when you look at me, even if I didn't know you, you just tell, like, something's off. Like, I look at you, and I just see nothing behind the eyes. I'm just like, this guy has been hitting the hell out of it. But you do wear women's clothing. That's the thing. It's so fine line. No, it's not a fine line. It messes me. It's like, I'm like looking at it, like, I can beat the shit out of Brendan. His ankles are out. Dude, so I think you keep people on their toes. That's why I like it on you. It's all on my toes all the time. And I'm like, dude, he's got a fanny pack. I'll kill him. You know, he's getting a fanny pack.
Now he comes to Baba.
All sorts of
He
cool
wants to
shit.
get the shot. He wants to go ahead and get permission from some relations. I'm really the Rabbi. The piece of Sevi Esau. Then Aki Yori Levava.
He says, but you do
Right,
wear
so
women's
literally
clothing,
again,
and
and
then
Aki
John's
Yori
like, it's a
Levava.
fine line.
My
No, he's saying that there's no
the
line.
son of my
He's saying
brother
that you dress
is
like a
Kai.
crazy
This is
person.
Rabbi Chia. So again, just get the names
You
correct.
want like a big
Rabbi
raincoat
Baba
that has paint on it. You should explain why there's paint.
Sorry. Let's start the Baba.
Were you
Wants to
painting
get
your
permission
pink
from
green
the
hat?
Rishka Musa to be a Yachid
Shab, you see him shop like all paintbrush.
So now
He's
what
like, he's got the
happens? So
hat on.
Rabbi
He's
Chia
painted. Maybe that's
says
why
to
the
Rabbi,
hats are so many
then
different
Aki,
colors. It's
the
just
son
like a
of
green
my
hat.
brother, Yoreh
Today,
Levava.
the
Coming down
Patriots
to
are
Baba.
going to be a purple.
Yoreh? Now listen, Yoreh, Rabbi
Who
points out
knows?
over here,
This is my hat.
is he permitted to rule
If I said
on
this was a
matters of
Padres hat, you would agree.
Yoreh? I said, Isser the hat.
Shout
I'm
out
going
to
to
last
Rabbi
week's
Yoreh.
Papa
Rabbi
Blank
wants to say,
episode there.
Yoreh,
Also,
what's Isser the hat?
somebody said that that's actually sold by the Padres.
Right?
Yeah, I saw that comment. There might be I redacted. I don't know. It's crazy that there's
Yoreh?
like other
Is
hats
Rabbi
and
Baba
stuff.
Hana allowed to ask
They
in matters
definitely
of
use
Isser
some
Heter?
strange
And Rabbi
colors. It's
responded,
pretty weird how like
Yoreh.
bulls talk about the shit about his
Yodin?
hats. And then somebody be like, Virgil,
Is he
I
allowed
don't
to
know
adjudicate monetary law?
Oh, yeah, the off
Yodin.
I forgot, yeah.
Yaakov
The
Boros is
the
he
one with
permitted
like
to
a
be
cookie bite
matched
out of it. I mean, Bob has so many hats that at least one, a broken clock is right twice a day. I mean, the same as hats are going to be every once in a while have different colors.
you have to know what type of blemishes remove the firstborn sanctity. So is Rabbi Bachana permitted to go ahead and do not the photos? Yes, yes, he is. Yes, those are very things that are
It's called
amazing.
A Little Slow
Today,
Card
so
to
let me
This
see
and the Party
but
Before the New Year.
No,
If it's a song about, I'm just not going to use it. Yeah, this is Jim singing. Not bad. It's actually way better than me. Is this Dick Boy content? Or is it just Jim? I think it's just his Instagram. So he just sings. I mean, I wouldn't post myself just singing someone's song. But not bad. Not bad. A lot of pain in the voice. Yeah, I think he's got broken recently. Oh, this is like, you make like, walls. Oh, yeah, that's why. Yeah, the pain comes from having to watch vlogs all day.
The Rabbi. So the case of Rabbi
Yeah, I mean,
Esau. Then I post
this makes me,
the son of my sister.
what else you got?
Yoreh the Baba. It's coming down to Baba.
Oh, really, dude?
This is now Rab. It's not marriage out to Baba.
He understood the
So
assignment.
Yoreh
Like, what
is
else you got?
permitted to
He's like,
constantly manage this with the Heter. Yoreh, yes he is. Yodin. The last one in the last Yodin. Yaakov the photos. Go ahead and permit first-born animals.
Oh, yeah? I haven't seen that comment. Yeah, this is a while back, but there was
We'll see what's
chipped
happening
up
over
his
here.
last
We'll see why Rav was not permitted to go ahead and be matched with the By the way, just as an aside, Maishra Lamar Kari Ben Aki, or Maishra Lamar Kari Ben Akoso. Why ultimately again is Rabbi Chia calling one of them the son of his brother and one of them the son of his sister? Both of them were the sons of his brother. So the Gemara says, I'll tell you, he came up, maybe one of them was the son of his brother, the son of his sister. But the son of Amar Mar, I do Bakana, the Shila Umar of Rabbi Chia, Ulu Bene Abba Ba'achakas, Ulu Bene Abba Ba'achakas, the Kafri. So once again, they were all of these people. I Bukana, Shila, Martha, Rabbi Chia, were all the sons of the same father. Such again, both of these young men were both sons of his brother, not sons of his sister. So why did Rabbi call one of them the son of his brother and son of his sister? Which we learned from Rav, Barachua, the Chava bar Achsei. Interestingly enough, Rab was actually both the son of Rabbi's brother and sister. Okay, a bit of explanation. Right, so Rashi points out over here. Rashi points out over here that if you look at Rashi says, Ivo, Avod Rab, interestingly enough, so Ivo, who was the father of Rab, actually married his stepsister. Now what does that mean? So he married his father, their father and mother, his mother died, his father remarried another woman. That woman remarried his sister. With a daughter, sorry. So actually, again, so Rab's parents were technically speaking stepbrother, stepsister, but totally unrelated. Because of that, he called Rab the son of his brother and the son of his sister. Okay.
Some guy talking about
so the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says as follows. Good. So good. So Rav bar Achua the Hava bar Achsei, Rav bar Hana bar Achua the Rav bar Achsei. So Rabbi here responds. Therefore, again, Rav was actually technically speaking the son of Rabbi Akia's brother and sister. Rav bar Hana was only the son of his brother and the son of his sister. Fine. Levi Sema. Other possibilities are on days. Levi Sema. Hashim Kachmachim. So what's actually quite beautiful. The other possibility is the reason why when the reason why told Rav, the son of his sister, wasn't anything to do with the familial. In fact, Rav was the son of his brother. So why did Rabbi Chia call Rav the son of his sister? By saying it was to highlight Rav's incredible knowledge. It says, Emma the Chachma, say to wisdom, you are my sister. Like wisdom is often referred to as a sister, and not as a brother.
I made fun of flip-flops on the show, but I honestly don't think they're bad. I don't really even think
why wasn't Rav given
I don't think baby backs are bad either.
I'm
serious. I don't know if I don't know how to flip either one, but I can see myself with the
Yored, Yodis, and the photos.
The only reason I would never wear flip-flops is my feet are gross.
Why not?
But other people, if your feet aren't gross and it's like comfortable, I don't see it. Make sure they're not. As long as the flip-flops are $20. I mean, I can see paying a little bit more. So if it's like a really comfortable, if there's a way, I don't know how you make flip-flops comfortable. They just don't feel comfortable on my feet. And I got bad feet, like I said. But this is outrageous. Never pay $400 for flip-flops, especially not Brian Callen. These are my
don't know what you don't know. Again, it doesn't mean it wasn't
$400 even for flip-flops.
no one is an expert in all areas.
I don't know, Nordstrom flip-flops, like a really expensive Gucci flip-flops. Something like that. But that's not all cheap. Do you think they go up in price or stay the same? I think they really go up.
18 months apprenticing by the shepherds in order to go ahead and know what is a blemish that will heal versus one blemish. Remember again, in order for a firstborn animal to not have
Is that like a thing where it's like jujitsu, you wear flip-flops around the gym? I know you gotta take off your shoes when you get on the mats, right? But do you wear like flip-flops so it's easier to take them off so you can roll a bit? I don't know. And alongside that, we have a tearable ad lib commercial by Callahan for his $500 flip-flops that Kate Gill had. Hosted by Rogan is Shorty Pop.
in order to go ahead and know what's a mum over, what's not a mum over. Rabbi obviously what he was talking about. So Rabbi what he was talking about, why was he not certified to be not with the flip-flops?
Not only wear my flip-flops in the ring, even though I should. Meanwhile, I keep in my back pocket in case you have a slap the shit out of something. Don't like using my bare hand. But I do like walking barefoot, which is why, again, I always have a pair of toe boots. Sometimes I find where I can reach.
Shortets are kind of water is used to shave leather. You use leather wet and water and that shakes itself. For example, when your flip-flops get wet and you walk in the straps, they'll stretch and stay in that position. Try me. Rogan and Shorty probably should probably work for SNL. I mean, the talent to find this thing on their website would match it with the ad. Hilarious. Where they said, Hold on, is that Brian Callen? It's like, who is the cops?
That he should have this stuff.
Now, when Brian, someone recognizes him, it's like 50-50. Somebody's always like, hey, you're a fucking great actor. You know what else is sad about that clip is like, it's just somebody filming it on their phone, you know, but he's this big celebrity. He's been on TV and he's a huge podcast. It's like the way we would do a promo. We'd get out to the street and I'd have lines that I maybe forget. And that's like what they did for Brian and his thing. It's the decline of his rise. It's kind of sad to watch.
Oh,
So it was just thinking about that while we were watching the play. And then they'll have an embarrassment of everybody knows that water is bad for them. I know that. And I don't know anything about fashion, but I have a leather, or I have a faux leather jacket. I don't even wear that. You probably can't because it's fake, but I probably can. I know I wouldn't. Those flip-flops, buying them, you know, they're gonna keep you busy, you know, because you're gonna have to explain that you bought Brian Callen flip-flops to people. All right, so this one, this is sponsored by Mineral Sky 2305. It's called Russell Peters Lose My Number. It looks like some behind-the-scenes action at TFK here. Oh, wow.
Over here is that privately office money. There was nothing Rob was such an expert. He was able to detect things that was going to be like wasn't there. And he would say, oh, this is a book. What it's people take a sack of it. What do we do?
He made social justice sound wrong, too.
You all know.
That makes me never want to talk about
kids. They take a sack of it, that's in one place, and what happens? Suddenly again,
it's like that Steve joke where it's like,
what happens? We'll apply it here, and we'll apply it there, and we'll extract it over here. So the different you just get to the starting rate. And again, and all different things. So the problem was not it actually wasn't helping the system.
Yeah, he's one of the guys who said to him last night, Russell Peters, I was him forever in the crates. He's a gearhead, he's a car guy, so we don't talk about cars. I haven't seen him often, and every time he was touring like we were, jumping doors, for us, on their behalf, you don't know that.
They know it's going to happen. They're constantly going to happen. But understand, you're right. Drummer is a drummer. Understand. I'm thinking about that. And you have a constant.
I get serious, sold my house, moved to a new house, I downsized. He's like, all those cars, he's like, I work all 2 cars now.
When were we
oh, wow.
for the concept?
Okay, we have nothing to talk about, so we'll see you later. He's like,
Here's my number.
So again, like,
It
so
would be
remember
funny
again,
if you went to Chop's house
That's
and
you
instead
want
of actual
to
cars,
drop
just had like a
it.
lot of Hot Wheels.
Like you want to
It's
adjudicate
like,
pieces
check it
of
out, look at all the top of the cars I got. That's what he's been talking about. Yeah, this whole time. It's just
And what does the resource population, what does it give you? What does it give you?
skateboard. You
What
know,
does it give you?
I got a little figure
You got
skateboard.
practice. Right? It
Play
gives
real
you
quick.
professional coverage.
Do
If
you
you
got time
make
to
a
play, Chip?
mistake, you are
Dude,
covered.
I crashed on my
You're covered.
skateboard the other day.
You must understand.
My fingers.
When it
My
comes
fingers
to know
tired.
that, when it comes to
Tiger and Boston took my cars again.
a lot comes to follow. Somebody calls me.
All right, so this next one's posted by Penny Kikaju. This is called He Said It. Warning, highly redacted.
wait, but you still want Tesla? Get me back, guys. Let me back, guys. If I would have known that, you know me, I paid electric cars
have the knowledge. Don't
well, I had from the jump, I had. How can you still subscribe to these electric cars when you know? Subscribe when you know there's mothers with babies on their back that are getting deformities, the pollution, the toxins, they're the
One time, Rabbi went to a place.
Babies on their back. I don't even know that.
Rabbi,
What is that? I don't know. I think there's electricity thing out in a Tesla.
In a state.
Yeah, I don't even know what Bob was talking about. Do you see when he was sitting down, he had that big green shirt on, he had the hipster thing that
That's
oh,
the
yeah.
utensils
Yeah,
used
it
to
sort of looks like a baseball
should be
jersey.
taught. So what's
That's
this?
part
Again,
of
now I just want to point
the
out,
joy of
at
watching
first
these things. What
glance,
is even weird?
this is not necessarily.
Let's play that one more time. I want to see. Can you play that clip?
Yeah.
Wait, but you still want Tesla? Get me back, guy. I'll be back, guys. If I would have known that, I would have paid electric cars from him.
Yeah, he doesn't
Is-
trust.
Well, I had from
According to Bob,
So
since
that's
the
saw
chip, he has
that
not liked
they
the
just
car.
work
Right, I got that.
on the local stuff.
So he back at it. Brian got a
I'm gonna go ahead.
Fair enough.
But Joe, how can you still subscribe to these with the movement of electric cars when you know subscribe?
He said the movement of electric cars.
There's mothers with babies on their back and deformities, the pollution,
So there's mothers with babies on their back
But hold on, no.
that are.
May
We play that
decide
word.
in
by the subscribe.
and
When
he
you
taught
know
us
there's
that
mothers
marsh
with babies on their
means
back.
something water that comes from a marsh. Not,
That's
not
almost like
massive, okay, I
Shakespeare
remember
or something.
that. In order for something to
There's
come
mothers with babies on their back. There's mothers with
ready
babies.
and
I
receptive
don't know
to
what he's talking about.
Generally, again,
Let's read some of the comments here and see if
how contact
so there must have been an article.
So listen to this. They
Let's
said,
like
oh no,
look
no,
up real
that's
quick
got
and
it
see
all
if there's
wrong.
any articles
We
about
have
mothers
no
with babies on their back
contact
that are getting deformed.
No trouble. You know why? Because one time I was in a scholar resident.
Because even trying
Some
to say
other people only
that's
said
no and now
that
and later
marsh
haters
water
is exactly
doesn't make something
So
receptive to some
we couldn't find anything on the internet about electric cars and babies with deformities.
Like,
Nothing.
use marsh water.
Yeah, Baba just, I don't know if he is 300 pages of monster lawyer.
Like, we only use marsh water. That's it. That's it. So therefore, again, we have no problems with tuba.
That was confusing. I think that's the most confusing argument for most shamans. Yeah, I think it's all part of that whole grifter health influencer thing. Because I watched a beige frequency video about the Liver King, and he was talking about how these guys constantly say that there's toxins or things coming from chemicals, just about everything. Yeah. So I assume he's saying that there's some sort of chemicals or something because they're electric cars or toxins or whatever coming from
So he
seeds.
said made Bateson.
Who knows?
And they
both
thought he
ways,
said
read it
made
both ways.
science.
Perfect. Yeah,
You
exactly.
know, now you know.
All right, so we got one more
They
clip.
also in the following
Baba's biggest
they
fan
said,
is the head of Ferrari North America, and then dot water. Posted by temporary ad 2330. It looks like he was on the Are You Garbage podcast.
They was like,
No, but I
was
was doing a show at La Jolla Comedy Store in La Jolla. My favorite club. So, dude, one of the best clubs. The best ever. My favorite club. So, I'm there. I don't know, like a year ago. I do the meet and greets after the show. So this guy comes up, he's like,
they were correct that marsh water
nobody
would
wears
not be
shows
used
to us.
for
Suits to
Arjuna. What they did is fascinating. They linked together multiple pieces of information, one correct, one wrong, come out with an erroneous conclusion. In the summer,
Sentences are checks that his brain can't cash.
They said like this, oh, what do you see?
He's
Since
talking to me.
the water,
What's your
this
car
marsh
guy, right?
water
Yeah, big car guy.
doesn't work
He's
like
like, what's your
Arjuna.
favorite? And I go, my favorite car ever made is a GT2 RS. He goes, oh, those are
not the
cool.
type of
Yeah.
water
He goes,
that
you
makes things
ever driven one?
receptive
Yeah, I
to
own it, man. It's my
Furthermore,
favorite car. I'm never getting rid of it.
Malcolm told us
Did you ever
that
drive a
maybe
Ferrari?
saw in
We had a
marsh
Ferrari
water
front engine, though. I'm talking about
doesn't
it.
go
My
ahead and make
favorite
something
thing is that's a shame.
receptive.
Yeah, they're cool, though, but you know, my brother
He's
was
all
cool, man. And I go, but you know, I'm waiting to get on the list. I heard it's like a 10-year waiting list. It's fucking tough, man. All right, say less, dude. He leaves.
Why marsh water doesn't
Again, I asked to be on that list, you know, I don't know, 7 years ago. I'm driving down somewhere in San Diego. My brother's in the car. We're in Bronx, and I get a call.
My
brother, it's Ferrari North America.
How many different cars does he sit in this clip alone?
And then again, the compound
Does he have more hats or cars? Obviously more hats, but I just had to
he
say.
said maybe they thought he said maybe
He has a shit ton of hats. Every single one in the band.
So
It was funny that he said he had no truck, and then they showed the clip of a truck or whatever.
And this is like a mess. This is a
That's
mess.
true.
You got,
What if he said he had no hats?
Again, they just told me
You walk me to my hat.
shit.
and they go, hey, it's Ferrari North America. You
Hold
got
on, but
allocated
also
Ferrari.
shot guns.
You got
I was like,
for the line, allocated Ferrari.
after Rabbi saw
That
this,
guy was the
they
head of
enacted the
Ferrari North
following rule.
America.
Tell me how
The
Yola
biggest
and
fan.
the 15
You're just
should
like,
be out.
Biggest fan of shop?
Should not
That can't be
possibly,
right.
unless it was just from
What's the top comment on
so
this
that's
one?
essentially
Alright, let's see
what
here.
would happen
Top
after that.
comment. It seems like most of B-Shop's biggest fans also don't subscribe to social media.
in this way.
The numbers ain't adding up, guys. I don't even understand what that means.
So this guy came.
Was this like when he said that someone at Specialized Bikes was a big fan and got him a collab and a free bike? Then Specialized had to come out and say, we have nothing to do with Big One. That's so funny. Companies have to literally come. They're like the YouTube comments are like, listen, I don't like Shop, but I also don't like Better. So, they're the same. Everyone has to distance themselves. And Shop hasn't even really done anything that bad. It's just so stupid. Like, we can't have anything to do with Big Boy Nation. Oh my God. The CEO gets a call. He's like, what? Big Boy Nation said that we... So that's all the tips for this week. Yeah, that's all the tips we have for this week. If you're in Los Angeles on Wednesday, I'm at Apocalypto at Bourbon Records doing stand-up, and on Friday, I'm at the Glendale Room. So check out, if you're in Los Angeles, check out the shows if you want to see me stand-up. Bye.
Are you the kind of person who knows things? Things like you can get a domain from Squarespace, not just a website. Well, now you are that person, because now you definitely know you can get a domain from Squarespace. Something like whisperingbloom.com for your silent retreat, or whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Whatever your dream, a Squarespace domain and website brings it to life, all in one place. Get yours before it's gone with offer code MAKEITREAL. For 10% off your domain or website. Terms and conditions apply.
You have wheat, you want to be able to separate again the kernels from the chaff. So one of the ways the times we used to do this was soak it for a couple of moments, so you just make it a little bit looser, and then pound off the chaff and extrapolate the kernel. So come from the son of Rabbi, asking that you could do this even on Pesach. That was the tradition is. So generally again, rain and water on Pesach is a no-no, right? It's a big no-no, right? That's what's like, we don't make matzah on this. Right? You can't make matzah on this. I bought a second, matzah, you're right. But there's a concern that if you get it wrong, when I woke up this morning, found myself on so here, Hanko is coming along and saying that a lot of this stuff, you could soak Randy show was all purple, and people were everywhere. There's no conversation. So Amrullah, he said to him, Love, tried to go to the ordination, but nobody was even there. He said to him, they say 1,000 working comics on the stage at any time. Why are you passing that off? Right, the money, right, so because of the kind of, how many are you around the level? The people, they don't look at the most of the time. They're not even necessarily going ahead and disputing what it is that he's saying. But what they're asking us the process. You're not, there's a few different species at each, and there's a very comfortable from this place. The time you learn, I'm going to learn about the start. It's the new year, so I wanted to, give you something to be excited about. We hope you guys got everything going for Christmas. Make sure that you go and get your fitness gym membership. They're going to remind you on New Year's. Just want to there's going to be some repercussions if you don't follow those resolutions that you didn't come here for that amount you came here for. Was to visit shop start with close. Alright, so I pulled a lot of clips. I pulled some of the ones from this last week, but also some classic bangers that we never got to. It's been our show. Let's start with some of this last week. This is posted by King Demo. It's called Count Saying What We're All Thinking. You have a face full of fillers, B. Here goes. Interesting enough, what's the case of the earth? This was a Cohen. So Peter is a Cohen walking in the cemetery. I'm right. Love Ben is Cohen Ato. Aren't you the son of a Cohen? Aren't you the son of a Cohen, right? Aren't you the son of a Cohen? Like, what are you doing in here? What are you doing in here? What's the way? Right? Don't just say this. He says, aren't you the son of a Cohen?
He's pretty great. Zach Baggs
He's the Cohen is going ahead and not immediately attack.
That shit's real like a Ramadan house. Yeah, I didn't even know it was on it.
I like how he does not address it at all. The beginning of the clip was fire. It was great. Yeah, so funny. It would be funny if Callan just leaned into making fun of Shab now.
So my
Just
father,
with real cutting
he
it's
fought
all
in
seen up.
90.
He's been watching 10 minutes of Shab. He's like, you know
He
what?
fought in
I'm
90.
gonna like turn
Literally
it out
again,
to shit
yeah,
on
literally
Shab. I'm gonna
translated
start my
my
house class yet.
Rashi says,
He's like,
Allah
class when people liked him and people don't
Father
like me.
design.
Maybe if I start just saying that Shab looks
He went
bad,
ahead and
I'll get the kind of numbers in class. Speaking of numbers,
the next one's posted by Highlight Numerous. This one's called White Boy Summer.
Again, yes, my father is a boy, but I am a
Hanks, so let's see what this is all about.
This week.
Rashi
Yes.
points out to
I like
me,
that they
what
have
is this story?
Chet Hanks on White Boy
Rashi
Summer
says,
style, but it's been like it's way past when this is when they can get him.
my
Yeah. He's out of the
You're
news
the
cycle. He's done with CY or whatever. That's where he did that show. You like the chick that tweets all the time.
What do you think of this? You don't have to have what you need to do. You need to get permission, like you need to sneak up on your Rebbe. You don't need that permission. And furthermore, if you're sitting and you're letting there, or if you're coming talking with them, don't ask because they're going to talk. This is
It's a slower burn. Flow is devastating very quickly. It's like, where my house go? So that's it.
Then again, step in if you can and try for that. And don't worry about if you're going to come talk, I'm not going to come talk, I'm not going to come talk. If you see a youth doing something wrong and you can step in and prevent it, then again, we do not worry about
was it more inspiration or was it fear?
or some of those guys. You live in
Basically, I knew
that
that
was good.
I really had to get my shit together, so I was preparing to fucking
into the cemetery,
go to
and
rehab
again,
and pick myself up
stepped
again,
in
but without
in
any
order to
intention
prevent
of
him
like
from
staying sober, just to
transgressing.
like
Again, it turned
get
out that
myself
the kid
back
was a
on my
fellow,
feet, right? To
not
give
a
him a
Cohen,
break.
but when I say again,
Well, I had
that's
a show
the
out in
message.
Vegas.
So it's like,
I was supposed to go out for a night. Yeah, I was supposed to go out for
it's
a
nice
show.
shows like this.
And
Very
then
fun,
I checked myself in rehab.
you see something that has
The
to
next
get
day,
done.
when I went out to that show, there was a party.
Not everything has to get done by now.
Chet Hayes is like, so I was doing cocaine and Shab like the drug. So I was walking down the street wearing shoes.
Does Chet Hanks do music?
Yeah, he's a musician. I saw him actually. I went to Valentine's Day a long time ago before he was famous. I was out in Santa Monica, this bar called The Trip, and I ran into him. And in the bathroom, and I thought he looks familiar. And then he went on stage. And he was like, "Hey guys, I'm Chet Hayes." And I think he was with Chet Hayes. Yeah, isn't that what he did? No way. I think so. He is Tom Hanks. I think his name that he goes by is Chet Hayes. So he's like, I'm Chet Hayes or Hanks, and I remember I missed my band. He was playing with some band, and then Tom Hanks and Ray Wilson were there to watch it. So I sat next to him and watched his band. You know, and I'll be redacted. I'll be considered redacted by people for saying this was actually pretty good. Yeah, I didn't think it was bad. I was very drunk, but I just kind of drank it. Oh, okay, I drank over a band.
Do you think Tom Hanks is almost as fuck or no?
That's a good question. Well, I guess we'll find out. Maybe we'll find out from these clips.
Tom Hanks watches these clips and he's just like, oh, I thought he was clean. But he's on DFAK.
Oh yeah, Tom Hanks is mad. I thought I raised my son better than this. Or this is what makes Tom Hanks.
3 nights. I didn't sleep. I didn't eat anything. I was just fucking going. Yeah, for 3 days and 3 nights, literally like 72 hours.
Yeah, it doesn't sound fun at all.
Yeah, by the end of that, I was just like full on fucking. It's not fun. You know, it's
You
not
guys
fun.
get gay with each other. Were you doing drugs 7 times a week? Sean's like super insensitive. Chet Hayes, I was in the pit of addiction. You know, I really miss my mom. He's like, well, all right, well, were you like keto, bitch? He's like, what?
Speaking of addiction, my wife loves hot Cheetos.
So yeah, are you dating? He's trying to put it. So you already investigated. She Taco Bell messing in her Guadalajara messing.
It's you just lose your mind. You know what I mean? Just like on yourself, not just not productive. Yeah, dude. I mean, apart from just nicotine itself, I got that much drugs. I mean, just the sleep deprivation.
The lack was trying to like be funny there. He was maybe gonna make like a riff, like it depends on what kind of productive you are, and then Papa just steamrolls him with something that makes no listen to. It just ruins it. Yeah, it's a classic. He's like, yeah, free drug. And like I say, happy.
No, communicating with water, it's like that shit is enough to just basically send you into a fucking full-blown psychosis where you just don't even know what's real and what's not anymore. You're just like, you're gone. This fucking Elvis has fucking left the building. So now they left the building. Yeah, I was just chilling. I was gone. So
Brendan can't stop doing anything. Yeah, we talk always in the video. He used to be like drinking Diet Coke, putting stuff in his mouth. He might actually, they say he's on adderall, but actually have ADD. Yeah, but it's not helping. Or he's taking too much.
Or yeah, he's just on a lot of Adderall.
Yeah, it's not a good. And then you got dollar store Shia LaBeouf over here. And he can't even shine.
Alright, let's go to something else now. That was long and boring. Good moments, but long and boring, let's be honest. This was posted by Toronto Rapture. It's called Sim City, baby.
And I just want to thank everyone who participated seriously in this campaign. Overwhelming Thank you to everyone who participated so generously on that. Everyone, all of our captains, all our ambassadors, all the people who managed to work so hard to bring this to fruition. The Catholic campaign is still open. We're in bonus right now, about and
so much is, you can never tell how long these clips are going to be, because it seems like it's going to be very short, but then it's like a long clip of him doing this, which is crazy. It's crazy that he's talking for a whole minute, talking about, I just pull up at work, but then also nobody forced him to wear stuff like this. Like nobody at gunpoint was like, you got to put on these glasses and that hat. Where do you find a pink and green San Diego Padres hat? I know. He must spend a lot of times at Lids. Like he's either going to the mall or just ordering hats all day long. When he's not podcasting, he's got like 8 hats in his cart.
I mean, listen, I'm not a fashionable guy, right? Yeah, I don't gotta tell you that, right? But he got a cream sweater with a green hat with a pink match on.
Too much matching.
It's all matching.
Yeah, kind of gave me. How often does Shaw proceed to check out? He must be like constantly ordering clothes.
Proceed to check out.
You need to write more material.
Really do. What he does when he writes materials, he writes a city in a circle and then he brainstorms out of there.
I imagine him with like a giant pencil. Look at these right. Like a little kid. Big dice on the table. There was my
It's also a colored pencil too. It's not a regular pencil.
He has like a working room where he does his material, but his wife has to come in and take out his toys first. Like he comes, he's like, I don't remember what his wife's name was. Let's say it's Jessica. Jessica, you left my dragons and the dinosaurs in your again. You know I'm gonna play with those instead of writing. Or it's not even Jessica, Tiger and Boston. Tiger, I told you. Can't leave your toys out. Daddy has to write a new Gringo Pop. Alright, ask Jay to play with you.
That would be epic if he came out with Gringo Poppy too.
I can't wait. There was a thing that said he was going on his new tour, and it's like recording or getting ready for a new special. I'm legitimately excited.
I am too. Yeah. Especially after watching some of the specials that came out recently. I'm not gonna name names.
There are too good.
No, but I keep thinking about the Gringo Poppy.
I know. Yeah, there's a joy. It's like I don't understand the movie The Room. I never got it. Why people like that. But Gringo Poppy, for me, that's my room. Like I couldn't see myself going to the Hollywood Cemetery and watching it with other people, other like-minded cats, if you will. I think that'd be fun.
I don't know if I want to put this on wax, but he's performing in Bakersfield in February.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go. That's a long drive. Well, actually, you know what? I drove in to do something else, and it wasn't too bad.
2 hours?
Yeah, get some Dutch bros. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's go back to the. Just to keep it. He's at work, and that's all we know so far. It's been a minute into the clip. He's only said I'm at work 3 times.
He's doing a
Tickets just went on sale. Before shows, gamers sold out. 5 shows
that perhaps for loan disputes you don't require experts. Now, what does that mean? They're not shoes, but they're not shoes in a wide line. 2, 4, 6 big lines. The jerseys, there's nothing restricting those two locations. I mean, like another thing, if we're going to see this in actually on Sunday, the concept of sneakers. So sneaker, the concept ultimately, again, of Diana, who have sneaker coordination,
Might have been a preview to the material.
this is a certain level, essentially, certification. A certain level of judicial certification. So maybe better than if
you guys at Tampa, you remember Mike Allstott? How come running backs, fullbacks aren't white anymore? How about, like, where's a white fullback?
Why would you ever not require certification or experts? Again, we're going to see all of this.
That's all I got for that. Alright, let's go to the next one here. It's called Thick Hedgehog 4136. That's who posted it, rather. That's the user. This one's called Why You Lying Rings.
That's easy to consider. Like, a lot of people say, I was talking to a guy who was the broadcaster. They're playing for Broadcasters Live for 18 years. Playing for 18 years. How old you after the count? What's that? I'm hard not lying. No, he's done with the broadcast, but he's like, all right, after 2 o'clock, I was called most of them. We're not the finals. No, and I said his name. I don't remember his name, but he played for 18 years. He's my friend. He called you.
The way you know it's a lie is somebody doing well in their career is calling Brian. That's not Joe Rogan. Nobody would risk their career calling this lunatic with a stupid sales plus. Even if they didn't want to risk their career, nobody wants to call somebody who's like, hey, I gotta talk to you about sandals. I got these sandals. You're gonna want to wear these sandals. Can you talk about my special on the World Cup broadcast? No, Brian. No. Gol para Messi. También Brian Callen. Qatar would be a good place for Brian. I wouldn't give as much shit. I was an extracurricular. I would love to see T-Fat-K on location in Qatar, dude. I guess they probably wouldn't break any rules except for the constant drug and alcohol use. They would have a bigger fan base for sure.
Hey, call him game really quick, please. Oh, well, it's not. He was at a party for years. My friend's party. He's English. There he is. JP. This guy really? No.
And why would I even need 3 judges? You might have
Yeah, but Sports out Derek Ray.
Check in the lie section.
No, that's not it. All right. Come on. I'll find him.
Broadcasters that don't exist.
Imagine not editing this out of the podcast.
Yeah, they're showing everything. I think there's respect to that, unless it's like a built-in bit. Yeah, I feel like it's not. I mean, he's obviously like violently blowing his nose the whole time. If they're trying to lean into like their roles, that'd be interesting. Yeah, Baba just continuously doing stupid stuff. I don't think he's smart enough to do that. Yeah, but Brian may be able to lean into like being the evil idiot. Yeah, who knows?
It's just ridiculous to me that they don't go anywhere. He's not even telling a true story.
Yeah, he's just saying something about a broadcaster I talked to.
Do you think maybe it's a soccer podcast? No, hold on. I doesn't baseball, sir. Sir, does he play FIFA a lot? Sir, he's there. Did he win the World Cup in FIFA? But there's somebody that's really dumb. They can't talk English. Some people so fast when they look like idiots.
Yeah, he's like, now you're like me all of a sudden. How does that feel? Not too good, huh? Not too fun to be dumb.
To which the Gemara is essentially answering, exclude loan disputes from the application of expert judges. Meaning,
this is the podcast that on the store.
you not only need a baseball between the basis of experts, when it comes to loan disputes, you just need 3. You don't need experts. That's the most suggestion over there. So the Gemara says, now, why is that? The high growth of the Olympics, why is the expert adjudication of
Yeah, well, one of those fucking guys sure hits Clive. Let me see who I've never happened to that's pretended didn't carry on. That's definitely not Clive.
In reality,
it's that guy right there carrying that girl. There's no kidding.
Oh my God! So I don't know what are you doing, Chan? Yeah. Sometimes you gotta wonder what Chan is doing. Because he edits, right? Edit a little better. Cut this out. Yeah, cut it out. Oh, otherwise, the brilliant chefs. What is it? Highlight. How is it highlight numbers? No. Yeah. All right. So this one's posted by Highlight Viewers. Okay, that's what I was just reading. Papa and Rinks talking about cogs. Let's see what this is all about. Ready?
What? Do you remember? I'm always fascinated with because so much of this, so much of this felt when we came out of the closet a couple minutes ago. And, yeah, man, I'm gonna Google it. Did you say cock? Also, there did come here, but I was a cock. This was a cock hack. I went down some dark place. That's right. You take my program, give it up cocks on us. It's only gay as you know. It's I'm sorry. Sorry, man. God, you look it up and now you bring cock. So sorry, dude. Do you remember? Because I always believe, like, when you actually make that decision, right? That real decision to go sober. Like, there's that.
Going back to serious. I wonder if after this is shot, Cal and Shaw talk to each other like, man, dude, that part where we got to the cock thing, or like, I might be gay. Oh no, then you were like, I'll sniff your cock, and you were like, I'm addicted to cock. I think it's really good. And like, that was like the old, the Fighter and the Kid. We were really bringing it down. You know? Yeah, if Rogan sees that, we're gonna be on again.
But when he's telling Rogan, like, dude, so you know how Chet does coke, right? Rogan's staring at him.
So we were thinking coke is like, it sounds like cock. So I grabbed Brian's leg, and we did
Medicalese?
we don't do that as much now. Like, we forget how funny it is. Like, we might be gay.
So Brian started accepting gay people. He's like, he's really toned it down on the cock.
Alright, let's go to this next one. It's posted by Boo89. That's called Snot Tom Hanks. Which I think means not Tom Hanks. Let's see what it's all about.
Obviously, you've done a million things, right? You've done some big shows, stuff like that, movies. But your dad's Tom Hanks and anybody else, that's a successful career. Like acting and stuff as a kid. Didn't make any of those sets. He's like a little adventures at night. So by all regards, you've had a successful acting career. But when your dad's Tom Hanks, it's like Michael Jordan said, think like one AA basketball, then he get a gun, and your dad's like, oh, he's a fan. It's like, you, right? It doesn't matter. It's like your dad kind of size, but your dad's, Michael Jordan. So people are expecting you to embrace the least you can do. If you're not 7 All-Star games, it was a fake, but that's why for you, you're kind of set up.
He says
There's expectations, man. Like your brother's career's pop. He's in everything. King Kong, massive. Jack Black is great on there. He's in Dexter, one of my favorite seasons. But then, he's not Tom Hanks. It's
not the same
what? Did we just watch?
Well, if I know that I lend you
I'm a little bit speechless there, but failure, he says failure like the college beater.
My transaction gets
It's like a combination of both. You're not Tom Hanks, you're not Tom Hanks, you're not Michael Jordan. The fuck?
I mean, imagine going on a podcast and being compared to your father. That's the most traumatic thing that could possibly happen to a drug addict's life. That's not even his relationship with his father.
Yeah, it could be very rocky if he was like an addiction. And then you have Brendan Shaw being like, you're not your dad.
Over and over again.
He's the bad voice. Jesus, it's like this. Coming from Shaw, you're not your dad. Like, you didn't do anything really good. You're not Michael Jordan's son, didn't do nothing good. You're also not that good. He's going to go on stage and be like, so other day I was talking to Chet Hayes, and guess what, dude? I mean, he's not Michael Jordan. That crowd's like, what? He forgets he's supposed to say he's not Tom Hanks. He's not. He's never played basketball. They're like, Chet Hanks, the son of Tom Hanks? Yeah, never even. He wasn't even on a high school basketball team. Isn't that funny?
I like how he has to tell him,
He's all not. Tom Hanks is a basketball, he's dunking, and then Chet Hanks is all, I can't dunk.
It's infuriating how he got the first time he said it perfect. Like, you already made a terrible point to make. You already made the point. But he, in his head, was like, I don't think he understands that he's not Michael Jordan. I mean, Tom Hanks or Michael Jordan. He's a failure. You're a failure. You did cocaine. You could have done movies. Yeah. You gotta be Tom Hanks and cocaine, like Pablo Escobar style. Chet Hanks confirmed homeless. I mean, that's just that clip. Probably homeless as fuck now. Right. Let's see this next one. It's called Social Media Ain't Real. You're doing great, Papa Cheers. Posted by the real Mr. Versace.
You know, you see this concept, right? That when people are actually in their capacity, right?
It's people posting 15-second videos, maybe 45 videos in the entire day. And we assume that they're doing okay. Social media is not real. He was hurting like a mother. So sad that he did this. What are they referencing?
I think probably that guy that killed himself, the dancer TikTok person. But it's funny because Shab is, we just saw him do a vlog where he's like, yo, I'm back here in the studio, I'm doing great, I have all these shows coming up. Hopefully he doesn't kill himself. But yeah, I mean, that's like this way.
It's real and you use it.
Yeah, who knows?
He's like, the only real thing about social media is when I post TikToks and stand-up clips.
I'm not on social media, but I do have a vlog for every time I come to work. Every single time he gets to the podcast, so what up, B? I'm here. We got another hat. This hat is a Boston Celtics hat that is yellow and purple. Okay, like the Lakers. It doesn't make sense, but it's on my head.
But keep your eyes out for my favorite shoe in the studio today.
Man, I'm going to Minnesota. Like, check out Kevin Garnett and Fran Tarkenton. Wear your Fran Tarkenton jersey. I don't know why I'm giving shots. All right, so we're looking forward to this clip. This was posted by abbreviation use 8616, and it's called "It's My Job to Create Nothing Out of Something." Yeah, and prepare yourself for this because it is one of the funniest clips I've ever seen. We already watched it.
He's a hell of a song. Yeah, it's my job to create nothing out of something. Like, I gotta keep all my favorite guys.
I laughed so hard the first time we watched that. I had to take a break and be like, hold on a second. That is so to create nothing out of something. Perfect. You could not have written something better than him. Shakespeare could not have done that. A comedic genius. If Shab was doing that on purpose, he is the best. He is George fucking Carlton. That is amazing. That was so funny. Yeah. And if only he was doing it. Genius.
You know what's crazy too about the TFAK thing is, whenever they post an episode on TFAK or on King of the Sting or whatever, Golden Hour, they never have they don't have the title on it. It just posts with like just the name of the podcast. And then somebody goes back later and puts the title in. It's like, who the fuck is running all this stuff? For new social media.
Are you saying that Big Boy Nation isn't doing a good job?
It's so infuriating how terrible everything is, though. Everything.
I have a feeling that Shab and Callan and whoever else is running this, they're kind of cheapskates, and they just try and get the cheapest person or whoever they can sort of get, hey, can you do this for me, and then we get you exposure, and I have a feeling it's that kind of thing. I bet it's not a very great job environment, because he's always blaming his staff for things.
But I've heard to the contrary. I've heard that it pays well.
Okay, yeah, I could be wrong, yeah.
Everything's going downhill.
Exactly, yeah.
But as a producer, it's just something I've noticed. It's like they'll post a new episode, and it'll show up my YouTube feed, and there's one of those big lines, and there's no title to it, and there's already the thumbnail with the title in it. It's like, who's doing this shit? I like to imagine that Shab is posting everything himself, and is forgetting certain things, That would be so funny. I mean, definitely not. That's like the monkey with the computer, the keyboard, he just slams it against the thing. That's Shab. I want to tell Shab. They would have somebody tell Shab, oh, you did it, you posted it, but then they posted it. No, it was you that did it. Good job. Get out of the computer room. Okay, I go play with my toys now. I go right company with my I go drink my Diet Coke now.
when it
Does anyone
comes
have
to
a Red
one
Bull? I
dispute,
just finished my
even
Diet Coke.
one judge
I want
is
some
enough.
orange juice.
Says the Gemara,
Okay, pour coffee in my orange juice. No shot. No coffee in the orange juice, okay? Pour it in my shoe. Pour it in my shoe. My wife puts half a bread on the spoon and he goes,
Number one, I don't
why
need
can't I drink out of my shoe? Show me. We've talked about this. Cups. Alright, whatever. Cups are gay.
Yoshik Brothers. Yoshik Brothers. What's Yoshik Brothers? So really, you keep it
What a stupid. You know he's gonna say that. Actually, I don't think I did. I think you seen it before and you're like, what do you think he's gonna say next? Oh, yeah. I was like, oh, no, I did. I was like, what, Jack each other off? That's my guess. Is that a genius? Alright, let's go to the next one. Alright, so this one's pretty short. It's posted by Cruel Ambitions, and it's called This Is So Bizarre.
We're concerned.
What is it? What
Hugging should be
Oh, really? It looked like he was doing like a Will Ferrell Health impersonation or something. This should be an ad for Starbucks. Get your Starbucks today in that shop doing that. You can be funny at Starbucks. Starbucks helps people with mental deficiency. Donate. Every time you get a Guadalajara heart scarf at Starbucks this season, we'll help someone like this.
What is it?
Yeah, I'm sure he's making fun of women in shot.
What is it?
He's had a song from any more obnoxious like, oh my god. Yeah, is that an elf thing? I've never seen elf. I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, yeah, I mean, any of the people on the women's soccer team, if you took them out, and I don't know much about women's soccer, but I assume any of them do. Probably, if you had a bunch of different tests of mental capacity or physical or almost anything, they'd probably do better than Chuck. You know how he loses? There might even be one of the clips he loses the race to that guy Chappelle Lacey, and he's like, oh, my leg. And there should just be a TV show of Chuck losing to people and things. I'd watch it. That's essentially what many of these clips are. He's losing a conversation. Shop can lose anywhere. Put him in an elevator and he will find a way to lose. It's like not even a competition, just an elevator ride. Shop will lose. Oh, we're gonna do Shop will lose. Soon to Alright, so now we get to the part of the show, we're going a little longer this week, where we watch clips, specifically clips that are the top from the last year, from the year 2022. But there's a Venn diagram where it's the top of the year, but also clips that we haven't seen already on the show. Get to our favorite top of the year, where we get to see Bob call you a queer. And you know the best song of the year is the CR Guitars theme song difference. Shout out CR Guitar. Also shout out Haphazard for saying, thank you for sharing all our stuff. Alright, so I never met him. So this one is very popular. One of the top clips in the subreddit from last year, and we have not seen it on the show yet. But Steve Owen doing his clip for Ready Kill the Gringo Poppy described Brenda's career as death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts. Posted by Sprout Cobain.
Really easy to wear baby in Arlington where Gringo Poppy was filmed. Wait, is that where that was so the Dallas Improv from Arlington? I think so, yeah. That's where Gringo Poppy was filmed.
So you probably know better than I do, but is Arlington not Dallas? I don't think so. Arlington, I think, is its own city, yeah. So Dallas is different. No. I'm asking, was it Dallas then? Dallas, that's a good question. I don't really know. What is it? Is Arlington the capital of Texas? No. What is? Alright, so I cut all that out because we didn't know what the capital of Texas was because we're protected. We just found out that Arlington is not Dallas. Some might say that most are protected. You're just like Prince. I'm just like Prince. Hope you enjoy this show. Alright, let's continue with the
personally responsible for whatever it is that they
He's
do.
laughing like we do.
Why admit it? Why admit it? You get yourself
But
by
people
loaning
think
things
that it's fake, and it might be, but it's like,
the flow of loans.
that's sometimes how shop makes us laugh. Yeah, so I don't know what's fake about it. He's nervous laughing because he doesn't want to talk about shop. Oh, is that it? Okay, I mean, he starts perspiring heavily. He's like, should I slam him? And this whole thing is roasting people. Yeah.
Which is half
Dicey for Tony. Here goes.
What do you pay Kasi Nazar? Short time, excellent.
Oh man,
So
how do you know that? How do you know that's film there? I was fascinated by that. Everybody's thinking the same thing. He's just like, Paul said it was fascinating. Paul talked about the stucco. Yeah, the guy cutting out the stucco. This, I've said it so many times, it needs to be a documentary. I want to be in the room. They might make a recreation of the Gringo Poppy, like a fucking. I want to make a recreation. Yeah. I want to like reshoot it and do it. Like there's this Lars von Trier thing where he recreates movies. I want to do that for the Gringo Poppy. That's a sign. But in the future, when Timothy Chalamet is 40 years old, you know what I mean? Timothy Chalamet gets shredded, dude, and then he starts drinking heavily. He's like very method with his acting. Yes, he starts taking Alpha Brain, Angry Hippo, whatever the thing's called, and then he fucking goes to Arlington and shoots the Gringo Poppy. Becomes Oscar nominated. But he's stuck in the role and he becomes redacted. Yeah. Daniel Day-Lewis can do that because now they have CGI and they can make him younger or whatever. I've abandoned my paborito. If I said I would agree, you've abandoned my podcast. If I said I was a comedian, you would agree. I'll give you all types of Mexican jokes. I can talk about Pico de Gallo. I can just like getting it. I want to see Zendaya with fake implants as Brendan Schaub's wife and Charles Man's Brendan Schaub. That's probably more marketable than my Daniel Day-Lewis. Very good, very good. Very good. There's that scene in New Blood where he's I'm a businessman. He's like, I'm a numbers guy. I drink your Tiger whiskey. I'm a numbers guy, D. I would drink your Tiger whiskey. I take your Tiger with some crown. Alright, let's get a sign. Kill Jay. Kill Jay is dead. We're our family business, just XJ. Dude, There Will Be Blood, Brendan Schaub is pretty good. It's pretty, that should be on Jenks. That'll probably be on Jenks next week. Daniel redacted me. What are we doing here? If Daniel played music like, I'm angry at the other oil people. Can we heard the scene where they try and sell him or buy something and he puts the napkin over his head and he's just like, oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck. It'd be funny if you put the napkin over his head and he's like, what are we doing here? His son's all nervous. Like, what are you doing, Shop? This is real dark. So we start too dark. His deaf son comes up to him and he goes, what are we doing here? And then he says, oil bean. Oil bean. Dude, an interview with Daniel Day-Lewis on TFAC would be great. You're like a fucking gay actor, right? Yes, I am an actor. He's like, you're a cobbler, right? You make shoes? You got a favorite shoe of the week? So, Joe, you're like a method actor, right? What if you had to play a gay guy? And you would love cock. Would you blow Ryan right in? Have you ever played UFC guy? What are we doing here? But all that to say, it is a moment in history that should be replicated in the future. Yes, someday. All this. You know, there's going to be a character for Haphazard in the credits. You know what I mean? Haphazard was a man posting on TFAC.
so funny. We all are world very fascinated. It was fascinating. I mean, just like, I'm particularly close to that because of the, for other things coming into stand-up, like, first special on Showtime, and then, like, putting out the second special, on your own, 35 minutes.
Funny noise obviously, because I have 25 minutes like zapped into my brain. I know that more than that stuff I know at work. Like passwords to my various sites that I have to use. I know 25. I might forget them and have to check my notes. I will never forget how long Grandma Pop is. Dallas is different. Dallas is in fact different.
Interesting. It's like death by 1,000 self-inflicted paper cuts.
What, like, imagine dying from paper clips. Oh, because he did the cutout. What's the cutout? Like this, putting the Dallas stuff up? No, I'm saying he's saying that he's killing his own career very slowly. I mean, he's saying that if imagine just cutting yourself with paper every day until you die. Yeah, I know. It's very poetic, though. It's kind of true. Papa's kind of killing his own career. He doesn't see whatever. It sounds like something Confucius would say, or I don't know. You don't like Confucius? No, okay. I guess that is a compliment. You're right. That is a very, that is a compliment. Confucius sucks. Alright, Confucius should say more Grandma Poppy type stuff. Confucius is known as a really big roaster. Alright, so this next one is posted by the Squirrel Guy. I'm pretty sure we haven't seen this one, but I know it's a popular ass clip. Okay.
Send that clip to a chat. Do any of that chat?
Play the whole thing. Shouldn't he have that chip? Then he had the two different. Do you have my chips? Where are my chips, kid? I'm just gonna only be able to imitate it for the rest of the day. If I told you I had a bag of chips, would you know where my chin is? What else you got? What else you got, chin? I've asked you a question and you'll answer it right away. I kicked Brian off the show because of an LA Times article. So now it's just you and me, Theo. Oh, you're gone, and you know what? I don't want that. I've abandoned my chin. I've abandoned my chin. The podcast will now be known as the Golden Hour. We can cut this clip out if you want, but I saw this other day and it made me laugh pretty hard. It's called Joe Rogan Ruins Comedy Show. I'm open to it being posted by Moving Sounds. Here we go. Yes.
The next step is to take the identity of all the some words and then rocks, and then perpetuate it. That's our method. Reactions, heroes, or inductions. How do you find skill up to get ready for it?
There's only 1,000 that these people that can do it. Preacher, where were you at this level? Only 1,000 at a time. Just like Woody from Twist.
As part of his rush up. And that's exactly as well. About spiritual man, spiritual success.
Dicey, dicey. He's like, yeah, Joe. I wonder if slinging dick comes from broken, because that's what Papa says, right? Yeah, everything. Yeah. I wouldn't give Papa the credit to create slinging dick.
Whatever you do possible. So you must
Okay.
I never feel like I should be so. It's a form of watching.
Your best friend, it's my best friend, say something funny, He's like, poor old man in his old head. Please don't hurt me, Joe. Please don't let me remember that I'm your best friend.
Sign anything!
Thank you.
I will marry Diamond. Oh my God. It's the longest thing of all time. It's crazy. Yeah. All right, sticking with the same themes, we're going to go to a zip posted 11 months ago, long before 10 minutes of shop ever started. Before Brendan had the great idea of watching Bring Up Poppy. And by Brendan, I mean Cody. And that's what's called the crushing inevitability. Wow, I said that word without fail. Those yes. The crushing inevitability of decline, posted by Larry Fogg 11 months ago. So let's check this out.
Filtering the feeds.
Both fired. Did he get the firing? I don't know. They're off their show. Oh, okay, yeah. I know Malik came out and said a bunch of shit, right? Yeah, wait, Malik said that he was totally couldn't talk about Black Lives Matter. Yeah. That's wild. Let's keep it positive. Be talking about cash. This is one of Brendan's favorites. You told me to show everyone this video. Oh yeah, the sexual this one of the racial letter. Hilarious. So we're gonna watch this one here. It's called PFJ Sexual Harassment Training Mandatory for All Employees. Posted by Podgeman. Not a Drollby.
At PFJs, we strive to support each and every homeless cat, but it has come to our attention that some figures have been, as they would put it, slang and dig. It is important that we address sexual misconduct and how to identify it in the workplace. The first method is known as the pseudo-intellectual. The offender will attempt to impress their victim by claiming they are well-read. They will then recite quotes in a pretentious tone of voice, rambling about biological primal desires. If you witness this, report to security immediately. Use the code word big, bad, rapist. Security will know what to do next. Another technique is called the gimme. The offender will send a private message to their target. Its contents may include suggestive emojis or lewd comments about one's balding. Upper management is perplexed by this technique, as it is surprisingly effective in hooking up with chicks. Do not be their next victim. They likely have a Mexican
waiting for them to tell them. Instead, document the exchange and record it to HR. Remember that even Snapchats can be screenshotted. The final scenario is the truck walk. Such a pathetic thought that you may not identify it as sexual harassment at first. The offender will approach their target as an escort to avoid compensating being caught, but do not be fooled. The victim is meant to be an escort in more ways than one. If he or another is asked to walk to somebody's truck, please decline, or embarrass them later on social media. Ads may not read the comments. That's safe way to address the offenders or ambiguous in their sexual preference. You should assume that they are safe from a thorough conditioning. To prevent an encounter, we suggest that all employees work on their 100-meter dash. Although the predator may pursue a runner, they will give up quickly. With all that in mind, stay safe, keep up your work ethic, and remember, you do not matter.
Damn. The punchlines in that, the shop, Japanese is just so good. The hairplay over there. So we're almost done with the year review with the clips that we've missed. Sorry, this is taking longer than usual. Brendan, I know you got places to be. Yeah, you're a numbers guy, right? Yeah, I'm a numbers guy, B. You know that. This one's posted by Ultra Coin. It's called the Gringo Poppy, the greatest bomb of all time. Daddy is a numbers guy.
It is official. I've decided to leave Showtime. I've been with Showtime for 5 years. And we'll still come out with some cool stuff, man. History has nothing but great memories. All this. They said, man, if you do this yourself, go off my make myself better. I can do myself. So just making myself just decide to take control of my own destiny.
Stars.
It was much more fun. I love the way the city going back to follow, going back to follow. It was like you fight you and everything like that. They make it a better deal with follow. But from that, I love the name for the follow. But everyone can believe that you acquire an odd number of things by doing that. And the focus is exactly where you're going back. And the focus of your skill and for the other side. You only say you have the possibility of an even number of things as well. By the same effort. As that W says is 70 and not 71. And even then, why does W hold that weight as the other way? Because of the consequence of us facing cities again. Like the consequence of that is 70 people, and the focus is no 70 is really enough. But I love when the way says really to require an odd number of days. So it's not what we're saying. Also, just the special method, but however.
Blockbuster this is son oh man, this is a trip down Dicey Lane. Yeah, he found out at the end that it was, dicey. Yeah. They do us on special on that, but here comes Gringo Poppy. Right down Gringo Poppy Lane, 1.1 stars. Well, I think that's a good way to end it there. Yeah. Thanks for tuning in. We did a lot. Shout out to thanks for Merry Christmas. Bye. Later.
Holiday shopping list getting to be a long one? Need gift card ideas for your boyfriend? The traveler? The fitness guru? Your makeup artist bestie? Or the one who never tells you what they want? Giftcards.com has hundreds of top brand gift cards to choose from, all wrapped up in one easy click. This year, skip the guesswork and send the gift of choice. Find a gift card for everyone at giftcards.com.
Walk me to my throne. Walk me to my throne. Bring in the holidays with Christmas at Chang's.
All right, I want to say good morning. Good morning. Hashem, a great business to continue this journey in the second century. We came back thinking all about
300 pages of Christmas wishes from some of our favorite chefs come together on one Spotify playlist.
this morning share to thank all of our incredible commentary sponsors, our annual commentary sponsor, the Constant Hey, Chelsea family of Eretz Yisrael for dedicating all of the shiurim and drushes this year. Wishing a mazel tov to the entire Daf Yomi family for finishing the Sefas. While back to beginning the Sefas, and entering the Zohar Message, we take this journey with incredible Vekas, Avot, Zrizos, and Meretz Hashem continue to expand our repertoire of the Torah sponsors. For the month of Kislev, Josh and Nekapimin, brings from the architect of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Ben Rabchaim, Paul's Holy Bracha, Semi, and for the safe return of our hostages and the success of our precious souls. Semi and Malka Eshkis in memory of their parents, Yitzchok Leib Ben Aaron Akoin, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Yinda Bas Helef Ephraim, in memory of their dear friend and great souls, their beloved husband and father, and still future therapist, Rabbi Gordon, Rabbi Yonah Shem Kom Demov, and Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel. Our Daf sponsor for today, Robert GUINNESS, for the yard site of Ruth Bas Sarah, and in honor of the Daf Yomi Shir, Moshe Abramson and Saeed Haken and Jeremy Last. Okay, and Adina Hurt, dedicating the Shir this morning in memory of her cousin Eliezer Mozart, who fell today. Remember, like, yeah, you're welcome. I'm Yisrael and Eretz Yisrael. You should grow both. Let's say, of course, we always dedicate our learning in the course of our precious happy to be a responsible years of Hashem, bringing home the Shalom of the Torah, and the specific of the soldier of the Torah allows you to be successful in Chomas Day. I just want to also begin with a tremendous note of Hakar Sato. So I know that some of you probably received the collective 14 text messages from me and 25 WhatsApp messages, and I just want to thank everyone who participated so generously in this campaign. Hashem, overwhelming. Thank you for all of our ambassadors, thank you for all of our captains. We'll send out more detailed thank yous, but really just to thank you. We had a Daf Yomi page. Thank you to everyone who participated so generously on that. And everyone, all of our captains, all of our ambassadors, all the people who worked so hard to bring this to fruition. The campaign is still open. We're in bonus right now, Hashem. And we're going to keep going. We're going to keep bonusing until the Chanukah Sabayas in Hashem on January 9th. So our new goal is $1.5 million.
We enjoyed our Christmas special.
Thank you to everyone. Thank you for all your generosity. Really, we have something very special, something very beautiful, and it's all because of you. Thank you all very much. And again, if I bombarded anyone, but if I bombarded, if we bombarded your inboxes with the messages and it got annoying at a certain point, sorry. Hashem, and just thank you very much.
So start the timer now.
Hashem bless all of our efforts of incredible success.
We're classmen. Basically, we already did a full 10 minutes of show.
I don't know. We continue to swim through the Yam together for many years to come. With that, let us begin. A lot to do today. Watching today's Daf. We are three. We are picking up the Anyway,
so for this first one, it's posted by it's called It Took Him 5 Seconds to Contradict Himself. That is genuinely impressive. Posted 6 days ago.
It's actually one core point, which is when the Mishnah said, what the man was like, and what do you mean when we say monetary law? The same as the Kabbalah. And cases of janitor. What don't mean? Loneliness. This is the takeaway out. So it's obviously not the Gemara is okay. So when you say that loneliness, or let's say different than other female moments, how
Again, it's not even hating on big guys and
sports
cars. I just can't.
What do you mean when you say low disease?
I can't believe it fits in
Even
there.
in this world that we live in, so if you're going to be a of low disease, that you don't need a big
really, dude? What are you doing?
Roman is the Bahama, the above,
Doesn't acknowledge it. Doesn't acknowledge it at all.
two people.
I gotta start with that way he looks. It's like, you know, what is this? This is like lyric Hyperion coffee guy.
So again,
In a shop
what we've
outfit.
established is
It'd be
that
funny to see shop dressing up as different kinds of people, construction worker shop, Silver Lake shop, Hollywood shop. I feel like he saw Dahmer and he was like, man, everything he did was dicey. He definitely watched, he talked about watching Dahmer and he's like, you know what? I don't like all the murder and all that stuff, but the glasses and the numbers, it might be good for me to say that big, oh really, I'm big so I can't drive a nice car, fuck you, but also, man, some of these big guys, dude, like they should
So rather, it must be that perhaps for low disease, you don't require experts.
Let's go to the next one. That one I was waiting all week to show you that one. That's again, that's great. Good job.
Or
Well, first of all, thanks to the cats, dude. Thanks to the cats posting me. That's fucking hilarious. I never even. What fucking show was that, dude? Yeah, I know. That must be one of his many podcasts. Yeah, it's like T-Fact Days with him. Thousand other ones that there are. And he was also on this other show quite a bit this last week. It says, I think it's called Dead Talks. But I was like, I legit thought to myself when I first saw these clips, like, did Papa start a show called Dead Talks? You never know. He's got podcasts out there. But this one's called, some might say, the paintedest of narratives. Should have added a B right there. And then posted with Rogan and Shorty Pie. Brian, thank you for being here, man. Yours, man, is pretty badass to have you sit next to me. And I do want to ask, I've touted you to try to, invite you on this podcast, and you graciously said yes. Was there anything in particular interest in you? Because I feel like usually people have a willingness to do it. Maybe there's some interest in the conversation. It's like, yeah, people were commenting on how he doesn't look very good in this show. He's pretty swollen. He like just, he had a big lunch or something. Or maybe he put the couches in both lips or both cheeks this time. Drinking a Diet Coke too. Yeah, drinking a Diet Coke after you gotta have the Diet Coke to get the cream.
These are personal things, and when you look at Hartman's fucking different things are in learned out from each other. So you may have one concept in one context, and you can only understand the concept in a different context. And that allows us to take all the parts of this fucking and look at it as one so my customer, he customer here, customer has the body on him. We had like 800,000 like 800 people. I can't do that. Because then whatever applies by one type of feeling will apply by a different type of feeling. You can start with ear touches, and I will say, if you don't hold with ear touches, it's me. If you can't eliminate to go ahead and learn out different things from how then ultimately close up.
That was not necessary, but it was very welcome. It's kind of messed up to say, I don't know if you have one listener or you have a million.
In reality,
what he's saying there is you don't have any listeners. Like,
we are able,
you should be honored to have me on. When you have Shop on your pod, you gotta know that there's gonna be tons of clips of him saying dumb shit, and that's what most people are gonna watch. Him just being a moron on your podcast. But in the moment, the guy talking to him is probably like, oh, this is nice. You're not gonna have one listener, you can call him a podcast. Shop's like, I looked up your numbers, and my numbers can't be, and your show sucks. But you're one of the few people that doesn't think I'm a moron. So here I am. I have stuffed my mouth full of stuff. I look terrible.
Just to hold up train of thought.
What did I do last night?
What's the progression?
Alright, so this one's another one from Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called Dolphin DNA. Are you joking? We're coming
And I believe in the same thing
Store, Papa.
which types of monetary
I know of it.
pieces
So Shark's Tale, but if you've never seen it,
Disabled
it's
to the
a kid's movie.
Kabbalah.
Will Smith
Damn.
is in it.
What is it coming to exclude? What is coming to exclude?
Describing
Like
kids'
loan
movies on
disputes.
podcast.
You are saying
It's like,
when
well,
you
I mean,
say
he does have kids, I'll give him that. So maybe he's watching movies with kids.
from
But I feel like it's
what?
not that. And I feel
From
like
what?
Shop,
Which the Gemara is essentially
level of movie that he's watching.
exclude
I feel like he's so
loan
busy.
from
And
the
he has kids, yes.
obligation
I
of
understand that.
expert
So he's
judgment.
only watching
Meaning,
kids
in
content.
all of the
And
cases
so when he
in
goes on a
you not only
podcast
need a
to talk to
basis,
grown-ups,
you need
he
a
uses
basis
his
of
references from
expert.
kids'
When it
shows.
comes to loan
And it feels
disputes,
like everyone
you just
watches
need
because he
three,
watches it
you
all the
don't
time.
need experts.
Because he has kids, he
So
thinks
the Gemara
everybody
says, now
else has
why
seen it.
is that?
But
Behind
Pixar
all of the
executives
movement,
do probably
why
have to
don't
show
the experts by
their
the
films to
of
kids that are at the level of intelligence Shop has.
That's what
Brandon doesn't get that one. We gotta, change the shark. We have to explain that sharks can't talk in real life. So,
in reality,
so
Midoraisa,
many of my sharks.
both capital pieces and monetary pieces should require use of the Hakira. Once the hell to translate use of the Hakira, just on a basic level, we translate it as cross-examination. Right? So let's put that. We're going to come into this. We're going to show you
the alpha males of the ocean. And then the one great white shark wants to be a dolphin. He wants to like dance. Silly shit. I'm that great white shark. You look like you're a great shark. Just like that.
He wants to dance around to be a dolphin. He called Greg Hardy a great white shark too. Remember? Yeah, he's evil. He's a great white shark. He's a cobra. He's a black snake, viper snake. He's a big strong man with a baseball bat. Man, Papa, you're wild. He's like a dumb, very dumb Rogan.
I love
One
so much, dude. He's awesome.
That's so great. He goes, he should go out on like an Australian like Steve Irwin type show. That would be great. Him out there with the Australian guy has on all the stuff and the camo and the backpack and everything. And Shop's just there with that. With a Diet Coke. High on great Alpha Brain.
What time of the day?
Alpha Brain is losing stock with me.
What was the see all of this in the Gemara? What was the position of the sun? In other words, like, a lot of really specific questions. And if anyone says he nailed it to you, you should ask that same witness specificity of witnesses who come from monetary matters, right? So you can make sure and they testify that Levi lent Yehuda $10,000. Witnesses. Like all the different questions. So the data says really, you should include in that same level of specificity. So why don't you? The Gemara says, not some so why is it because Al said that monetary law doesn't require
Alright, so I gotta think of a punchline for this dolphin. Here's what I'm gonna put. I got 3 punchlines today. The
in
first
order
one
not to
is
close the door in front of Glenn.
actually
Third
that's
line
only
down the range.
if Rick Glassman was in this one, Bob would have Australia.
People are going to stop to lend.
Oh man, I did not expect to laugh this much right now.
What's the matter with me?
I'm a great white shark, I know. Like that's what I look like.
Lady lends
Really?
$10,000. So what's going to happen? Who just says, I don't know what to talk about. I don't even know who I
This one's posted by Jogan.
So what's going to happen?
Rogan is shorty
You're
by
going to today's name.
wife's great. We use her as a shield. So I watched this whole episode. I watched these clips now from like Billy and Chubb and all that. It makes me want to go through all of my jokes.
Yeah, I know that it wasn't nice to kiss like that. That's what I know. That's what I know.
That's about documentaries can't put that in there.
So what's the problem? The problem is that the case is going to get thrown out. If the case gets thrown out, then Livy's not going to want to lend money for my wife. Because once again, remember, lending money from a halachic perspective is always, I don't know how to say this the right way. When you look at that as financial disadvantage, in other words, you're not charging this. So again, not at the same time, this is what the Bible tells us But already, again, it's not the same as regular.
Listen, my Mexican wife, dude, she's from Guadalajara, dude. Like, what I would do, if somebody tries to kill my kids, pick her right up. She's a shield. They're not going to turn them into choppies.
Gets thrown out of court.
That is a crazy thing to say.
Again,
Went on this podcast, dude, for the homeless, dude. He's trying to get us homeless, dude. He has something to say. He's like, I'm going to say exactly what I think. You guys think you fucking hate me,
as capital crimes, but in order not to
Is that not an option?
In order not to prevent people from
everyone that works around Brenda Chop sucks so bad, but he's the goat, dude. He's Dave Chappelle, dude. Yeah, I mean, if he's doing this on purpose, he's amazing. Look at his lips. He knows he's just something insane. He's like, this is going to get on chains. He's just like us.
And by the way, now taking this a step further, this is also why we don't require money by financial transactions. It's by financial transactions, what kind of judges can you use? What kind of judges? Regular guys, I don't need experts. I don't need experts at all.
Probably. It's got all the classic shots, boost energy levels, increase focus.
Listen, now I understand why halacha l'maisa again. I don't need expert judges by financial. I also don't need cross-examination. In order not to face the door, if that's the case, then tell a lawyer something.
What about you saying that dolphins are gay and supporting Emery recall? How does that show that you're elevating
All right, let's see what this is all about. It's on Instagram.
Take a look at Rashi. And then after told, if that's the case, what the judge did was converted to a she says, there's no difference between all of us. Well, you shall even the district that on enough to see how they move in for a mutual amazing job. So it's like, there's a lot of people this morning. Listen to this. We're going to see if that's in
That's just the classic merch trap. Oh, dude, you told me about Manscaped, dude. Dude, my balls are clean. I know, man. Like, I just thought it was bullshit. But all the balls clean. Like, before, women would not even look at me when I do my they would leave. Because it was disgusting. So much hair. And I would cut myself, my balls would bleed everywhere. This is too much. It tastes great. Oh my god, dude. I mean, dude, I use that shit, dude.
So like I know
these are just clips now that we've missed over the last couple months.
I'm gonna be liable.
So this one's from
there may be something
Thunderlips 187.
acting in his proper role, there's a certain level of there's the proper level of coverage. So if Diamond is a woman and makes a mistake, Halacha does not make him personally liable. A regular guy decides to play a Diamond, right? A regular guy decides to play a Diamond and then rules erroneously as personal liability. Now the Gemara says, 1 second. You're telling me that you don't need expert for so therefore, again, Allah nice if Diamond makes a mistake, you should be personally liable. The Gemara says, no. I'm sorry, you should not be personally liable. In other words, you don't need a mumche by monetary law. So that means, again, the non-mumche, we'll call him the head of the regular guy, is acting with the permission. If he's acting with the permission, he should not be personally liable. Whereas the Gemara says, no, all the more so, that is going to create a problem for lenders. Because now, if a lender knows that even if the Diamond rules erroneously, the Diamond is not personally liable, so I'm not going to want my money. Why not? Because now I have no coverage in days to keep it. Okay, please, try to take my time. Step by one side. Just want to point out what's happening. We're holding the Gemara right now. Is that when the Gemara excludes loan disputes from monetary law, what that means over here is that loan disputes do not require refunds. They don't require refunds. No more thing. You just need 3 regular guys to sit on a page into a loan disputes, and you're good to go. If that's what they said, you are in ERP, prices are punishing, and there's a little bit redundant. Why? What does Mishnah say? Kini mominus b'shlosha yotos. Zeros v'kavalos b'shlosha mumchim. Right? What do we learn? So we'll say so. What do we learn? That kini mominus is with 3 regular people. And chazal and zeros v'kavalos, and ultimately again damages is going to be with 3 experts. But shlosha lamrim. You know what I'm saying? So now I understand the only distinction over here is whether or not you need mumchim or not. But you're always going to need a base of 3. So if that's the case, why do you have to say 3 and 3? Just go ahead. We're saying you need a base in a 3. And here's the difference.
There's a little bit of construction going on outside. I think they're building a
halacha l'maisa in general, right? Most disputes only require mikvahs, and every other type of medical is going to require mumkin,
Alright, so for this first clip, let's just start off with some Papa's good old stand-up.
I will say ultimately again, both are stated in order to satisfy the position of Rabbi.
His social media presence, dude, so here goes.
What's the name of the nomination? I know so all those details that have always to deal with. This is ultimately again because these halachos are separate and distinct, therefore they're broken out in each of these cases. Okay, so once again, we're holding right now in the Gemara is that halacha l'maisa, everything is going to require 3 judges. The difference is that
is constantly wrong about things, and he must have
all
pitched
you
this to
are
somebody,
Hediotos.
saying, oh, it's cheaters. And maybe he didn't think of it, but if he didn't think of it, he's like, but it's really Cheetos. Pointing that out in the comments. Like, he's so stupid.
Even one judge is
Also,
enough
they
by how
misspelled strip club in the text of this. Do you see that? Strip has like
said that
usually like a strip, like CH, but like
with
CHP.
righteousness shall you judge your fellow. Singular. So what do you see the listen? Isn't that wild? So it's ultimately again really when it comes to even one judge is enough. Says the Gemara, I will issue your state bonus. What do we watch this. If you put this all together, right? If I know this truth, number one, I don't need money to it. And now you tell me you only need one. The most of us see what happens. You need to find. No fake promise. What's the word no fake promise? Literally these people who sit on these corners. What it means is no fake promise for the people who just sit around.
I'm glad you brought back the he's all,
they're not doing anything productive with their
he really doesn't give a fuck about his wife.
You are getting yourself into trouble. And we're concerned. Let's look at actually
I wouldn't go anywhere near material about strip clubs. He's out on the road. He's talking about strip clubs. I wouldn't do that. And then the mafia stuff in the phone just makes no sense. He's trying to tie it into cancel culture or something, as if that's the reason why we're canceling Michael Corleone was going to he's going to be canceled. That's just not. It's making any sense.
And he's going to end up communicating. It's going to be a disaster. I'll do the plus, and you don't have your shake trying to say.
Yeah, he stopped doing the motion. He just said he's all, and then it just hands stuff. So he's made a lot of difference. It's not Rudy Giuliani and Steve Jobs.
Why can't you be concerned it's going to end up with a base of 3 guys by your shake trying to
he
actually the less
comedian friends quotes use that didn't fight for ranks. Sad face. Posted by Ryan Joseph, 82.
Right? Out of 3 regular people, at least one of those guys has to know what I'm talking about. But that's the case also. So again, if the nice of us is what's fascinating, but here you see, I just want to show you what's happening. What you're saying. Hey, so listen, what is happening here? What we're developing here is that Lotus has a much lower legal threat. What do I mean by that? You need 3 judges. What kind of judges do you need? Regular guys, Jotos. Which means that maybe even some of those judges may not be qualified. Why would you
He's a 5-year-old. He's like a 5-year-old's brain.
so much?
Best brains. And then when the part where he's like, he kind of sounds like the Asian doctor a little bit. Can you play it one more time, actually?
People will feel more comfortable lending money if they feel they had easier loans. Right? As a lender, I'll feel more comfortable if I had easier loans. That's the case, as Gemara says. Told you shall me, but that's the case with full rabbinic blessing.
That just reminds me of that. And then, what is he talking about? They're all going to fight. This just comedy. It's just stand-up comedy. I know that there's only 1,000 of us. We're brave and smart.
Well, yeah, but James aren't lawyers, dude. How are they going to fight sexual allegations?
Yeah, listen, all of us. Like, who's he talking? Everybody at the store. And I guess the Callan's on the left, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, Callan's on the left, right? I confused myself. And then is the Leah on the other side? No. That's some random guy. I don't know what his name is. Random guy. I thought we were all going to, as if there was some game plan to it. That he's saying, you know how when Louis had the thing come out and they said that his manager was telling him to be silent? He's saying that he thought that all comedians were going to do that. That's a big enough. If you're going to do that, you should probably keep it secret, Papa. Idiot.
Rabbi does not hold the shvur. Rabbi does hold the shvur. Good. So this must be
throwbacks on the channel like I said last episode. Right. This one's throwback to the ultimate casual B-slob changing the narrative.
So again, what do we end up with? So again, let's go through our facts. Number one, right? So ultimately, again, monetary law is adjudicated with the basis of three. But the problem is this is then the mission says dealing with the Kabbalah. Damage against theft is also adjudicated. What does this mean? General monetary law is adjudicated with the basis of three. What type of three? Mumkin. Experts. This comes to exclude loan disputes. What's the exclusion? Loan disputes again. Still require the basis of three. Don't require mumkin. But yet, again, even though it doesn't require mumkin, those judges are still personally responsible for whatever is that they do. Why diminish the judicial threshold by loan disputes in order to facilitate the flow of loans, to make easy access to adjudication of loan disputes? This will allow lenders to lend with favored confidence. Beautiful. Right there. Nezek v'chatzi nezek. Once again, the Mishnah went on. Right, the Mishnah said nezek, which is damages.
So that seems insane to do that. Call that guy casual and then take his take. But devil's advocate, if we're on media as much as somebody like him, do you think we have mess-ups like this? Maybe not like that. I think I definitely would mess up. I mean, everybody thinks, I know you're trying to play devil's advocate, but Brendan, dude,
is all done with the basis of three. It says the Gemara nezek and Kabbalos. I don't say. I will say damages is the same thing as Kabbalos. In other words, we'll say just the difference between nezek usually refers to damage done by animal damages to someone versus Kabbalos.
Oh man! All right. Well, this one's from the highly anticipated Calabasas
one person damaging another.
It's
but I would say by
you know all about that, right?
You should be Kabbalah Kashi nezek Kani Nami nezek. Right? You didn't really
Joey Diaz on the flyer
because we wanted to say Khatsi nezek, so therefore again we said nezek as well.
Diavon didn't even know he was going to be on the show. Wow.
Khatsi nezek Kani Kabbalos. But again, even Khatsi nezek that damages.
I haven't seen that.
We'll say the term Kabbalos just means damages. That should be always never asked to on a moment of a Kani Knas. Oh, most of we go. There's a big difference. We mentioned this in the Kabbalos damages or nezek even damages. Really look at this money. These monetary restitution. What's Khatsi nezek? What is Khatsi nezek? Khatsi nezek is a knas. So Mishnah's talking about actual monetary payments and penalty payments.
So he's probably doing it.
The Gemara says that's fine. And Elmanor, so the honey from Mandam of Halga Yizkot Nasa. That makes sense when you that says that Khatsi nezek is a knas. Elo Mandam of Halga Yizkot Nasa. That says Khatsi nezek is not a knas. Rather, what is Khatsi nezek? Half damages is Mamon is money, money. What is this? What's the origin of damages? Is half damages supposed to be a penalty payment, or is it a monetary payment? Elo, so what's the argument? Says you're right. Why do we need to write in Khatsi nezek? Because since we're including again Keito, what's Keito? Keito is a double payment. If the stolen object is found with the thief, to the point by time I steal the sheep or an ox and I slaughter it and sell it. So we'll say these are payments. The mamon on the day, the mamon, the Ema Mishtali Barosh. So we'll say this expression of mamon to the Mishtali Barosh means monetary payments that exceed or that is different than principle. So since these are monetary payments that are different than principle, the mamon to the Mishtali Barosh. Ultimately, again, we also include Chatzines. Like, this Chatzines is also a claiming that differs
He's trying to
from
free himself of like
Right, the Kabbalah, Chatzines, Haninami. Chatzines, ultimately,
so
again, we said
this is why
it turns
Joey
out that
Diaz
really
is
what
on
the
the
Mishnah wanted to talk
companion
about
post my
was
Rogan
Keisel
Shorty Pod.
and Arba
Alright, just
Chamisha,
catch up on all
which
the
are monetary
slides.
payments that are not the same as principal. Once we're including those, the business we will also include Chatzines. And once including Chatzines, everyone knows. Once they say Chatzines,
guys that get famous like this, they always have so
right?
many
So therefore,
different
that's
tags.
why.
We're here at the Bros 911.
Let's go. So now again, we're into now the Kishkas over here. How do I know that I need these guys? What's this weird? These are
affiliated with
very exciting. Very exciting.
Moreshorts.com and dude, I almost forgot. Ben Pixels is here too, handing out.
See, now we've established in the Mishnah that at least for certain things you require a base of 3. How do I know? Because remember again, by the way, I just want to point out stylistically in the Mishnah, if you notice, the Mishnah went into the source of the basin of 71, right? And the Mishnah went into the mechanics of the basin of 23. If you notice what was not mentioned, a basin of 3. In other words, the Mishnah mentioned the basin of 3, but the Mishnah did not know that. Let's go.
Hey, that was good. The
Close
cocoa
to me
part
now.
at the end,
I mean,
credit was
how do I know
that was not bad impersonation of cocoa.
Alright,
So it kind of created a narrative for you. So who's replacing Coco Diaz? Donald Cowboy Cerrone. And this next clip is called Cowboys Cerrone Having Fun, posted by Unlike Garage 8.35.
The Balabais or litigant becomes before judge 1. Judge. Like their joint adjudication, their joint issues will come. That's number 2. Einstein. Elohim, that the judge will
Oh man, yeah, he'd rather be anywhere else.
find guilty.
Sandwich between Chop, the dumbest person ever.
So what's the beautiful? So essentially, Rabbi Yoshi says like this: 3 different psukim, all refer to God's Elohim, all refer to the judge. So ultimately, what do you see from here? That a basic basin is that the other son Amar Rishon Kiva Nechman.
He's got the phone out, and then it'll ring. He's like, I'll come, but I'm not saying a word. What's that? My daughter's on fire.
Now, what is
Church happens. Yeah, they're doing construction. They actually are huge fans of.
Yeah,
this is probably BGL's construction company. Okay, so back to the story here, which is Calabasas. How does he say it? How would you say Calabasas?
Because that's the source of where we're learning it out from. Therefore, it can't be used as for example, the person who's going to mention the judge. So
this one's called, he made sure to bring up the flyer.
You can't utilize that as part of a
this is posted by the real Mr. Versace.
So Jonathan says you don't dash the kilos. Ella. So what do you do? How does he find out the Ella? I got hello, you have all about saying, or you can that the book is says, I got you have all about saying, that means what I tell you, that Hurricane, so first time you mention judges, that's where it's kind of system. But then you have 2 other mentions, the US was, 2 judges. How do you know that you have a third of things? Like I tell you, they shuffle. Ultimately, again, you can't have a basin of 2 different add-on a third. That's his
as soon as I heard that he wasn't coming, that's when I was like, you losers, I'm gonna call you. He's kind of like that, but you guys are second straight. And then he botched the problem. He's like, he just got random dudes. That's that guy that's like,
one of the things he says, Yoshio would say,
you can
first time something is
and
the other thing is no, Jonathan, you can't dash in the first time something.
So this is from the Calabasas fight.
No, the Olam, sorry, no, put the Amma in dash. Everyone agrees, you don't actually say that fight is the phrase. What's the next one? What's the Muskas? Like, do we dash in the first time something? What does that mean? So let's say, it's interesting. thing about in life. If a person is happy, does something great, doesn't sustain it. Like for one time, I go and I accomplished something one time, but then afterwards, I just don't keep it up. It's that one time I can solve meaningful. Darshan, the first time you accomplish something, and maybe even you didn't accomplish that or not. What is the meaning? And what is the impact of accomplishing something once and then not see back? So listen, you can see the yes, Darshan, you know something. That one time is always something to look for you will have forever. The other thing is that anyone could accomplish something.
He's like, I grew up fighting. No, I grew up selling comic books. I was a businessman. I sold comic books. And a business kid, you know. That's what I did. I didn't start fighting until I could reach my roommates. Until I could get
How do you constantly about to get ready for it? Whoa! Kuli Alma, Ain Darshan. So how do we constantly Gemara says? You're right. Now, halachically, you can't. The person who says something, you cannot go ahead and utilize that person's statement as part of his Russia. It wasn't that such practically as well. You should mention about spiritual success. It's not only ability to do something else. It's rather getting but anyone who must be up in college and go do something else. Like that's Darshan Krilos. Yeah, both of them.
So awkward. Yeah, he didn't look at the whole time. He kept saying his name over and he also has all the sponsor stuff on all of a sudden. You notice they didn't have it on before. Monster shirt, monster hat. On these shows, they just come in and they're like, all right, sure. Monster shoes, put on the monster glasses. They should just keep putting stuff on them. Monster bandana. Alright, sponsor stuff. Put it on. Notice how Cowboy didn't say anything the whole time, too. Cowboy just smiled. It does not want to be there.
It comes to teach me ultimately again
calling them favors me.
Requires
life rips. Alright, so this next one's called Spit It Out Scoop. Posted by Rogan and Shorty Pie.
Positive just coming to say a person had incredible Yoshida, Leslie, one second, here's the problem.
I mean, you're the guy that is
by definition.
It's so hard, it's so difficult. Okay, so this next one called Brendan using others' name and image for his own benefit until as old as time. Posted by Sprout Cobain.
What is the total
Oh, the number's not right. What's going on? Are you doing the stream?
No, I don't know. I didn't make that deal. I don't know.
So,
I just got
like
put on
you
the flyer,
have to
I
go
guess.
after the majority to tilt. In order to have the majority to tilt the game.
I saw it, Sean. It's your face.
The Torah says, Torah tells us, you have to make a facing that is tilt capable. What does it mean that a vision is tilt capable? An odd number. Some of the communities use not shit. What's that? You guys agree with that? You guys agree with that? It's made up of how many people? 70 people. An even number. It's not. Sanhedrin, although I said Shoshin and the Abbas, the Sanhedrin, although the great torch was made up of 71 judges, and you don't know shit. That means it wasn't 71, rather, what was it? It was 70. Yoshia holds life, Rabbi Yoshia also holds that you don't need the vision that is rather even number 8 in time. Email for something or whatever that actor in this. What was it? Remember from the Mishnah yesterday? What was it?
We all know it, but this one's called Walking Contradiction.
Why?
So we know what that means.
What's the pasuk? Gathered from these 70 people. But you need the whole. That's the problem. Moshe gathered these 70 people. And like this model, Moshe wasn't included. Okay, so that's a pasuk. That's a pasuk. But in general, logic dictates that you need a tilt capable face, which is more primitive something than you said Zola. It's city crust. Shara Bezina, or the Yoshi hold that halacha l'maisa again with the regular days in the Kishul. Of course, you need to add to the jar. Maybe came along, maybe not. Maybe
it's hard to tell what the truth is, because you hear it both ways from him. It doesn't bother him, but then it bothers him a lot. He's not on social media, media, but then you look at his posts and he's commenting back to me. Thanks. Very good. Thank you, man. You're the best at the club that night. Oh, thanks for being part of the GUINNESS, or whatever he says. I mean, you're pretty bad with technology. Just very good.
They offer a particular type of
Do you think
carbon.
Brandon's any better than you at technology?
And a refus
That's tough. I mean, like I was saying before the show, GUINNESS beats technology, or GUINNESS plus technology is tragedy. Yeah, I'm probably better than him at tech, so he definitely has somebody working on social media.
And we said, what's the logic of Rabbi Yehuda? And he requires five judges. Samhu Shnayim, which the pasuk says, especially the pasuk Samhu, they will place their hand. That's the total. The minimum plurality is 2. Ziknei, minimum plurality of Ziknei is 2. So that's 2 and 2, that's 4. They struggle. You can't have a number therefore what will super layer always add on you add on one more, that gives you a base of 5. What is it here? What is it here? Even if it does, who holds this Sanhedrin on Google, is 5 is 70 people. That's when you get it. By regular days, what is he going to require? And odd number of days. But Yoshi, I think they're going to it was a nasty, but Yoshia holds something different than Rabbi Yehuda. What is he hold? The other Rabbi Yehuda says, if you go to the last slide, Habishar Beituna Islay, Rabbi Yehuda ultimately holds that what he holds that the Sanhedrin on Gadol is even number days. But by other Batik, you need an odd number. Because by Sanhedrin on Gadol, that's a puzzle. That's a puzzle. But by other Batik, you're going to require an odd number. But Yoshia is Shar Beituna nonetheless. Yoshia holds even by other Batik, you can have an even number of days. Incredible. I love the high window. My office. So what does the Yoshi do with the positive that says windows? That the basin has multi
speech impediment, if that even exists, really. He legitimately thinks that
number bases.
voice is called
But Jimmy Mama's ultimately again does not require an odd number basis. Ella Hodges found that that can learn. Time over Zakai, the Apple over Kai Zakai. Always learn also that it's people saying that the religion is guilty, one says Kahir. He's guilty. I'm sorry. You said he's innocent. One said he's guilty, so he's innocent. Shnayim Omer Chayiv Echad Omer Zakai Chayiv. 2 say he's guilty, 1 say he's innocent. Chayiv. Name was Lord Rabbi Yoshia. That was not to make Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia. Nice to even have a Homer in the first. Ultimately, again, even Rabbi Yoshia. Rabbi Yoshia doesn't become a Homer from capital cases. Umar Bnei Yechashot Tefani Amra Homer Zoba Saruba. Bnei Mamre Zoba. If you got to follow the majority ultimately again by being cautious, is much more covered. Now, also, certainly you're going to have to follow you're going to have to follow.
He's a marketing king. He's a numbers guy. What comes out to
that everyone is going to agree that you require an odd number of things.
Whenever people see big boy
is
stuff,
exactly where you're
in
learning
nature, they take
that.
pictures of it.
Yoshia
I cannot
and
believe
of
this is
Yolis. The only time we have the possibility of an even
I
number
wouldn't even
of
wear my
things
big
to
boy shirt to the
wear
gas station.
by the Sanhedrin.
You
And
did.
that Rabbi
One day
Yehuda
when we
says
were
is
recording, I was
70
wearing
and
the shirt. I
not
went out
71.
and about
And
and had
even
it
there,
on.
why
Alright,
does
so
Rabbi
this is
Yehuda hold
the
that
last
way?
clip
Why
for
does he hold
today.
that
It's
way?
another
Because I have a
throwback.
consequence that
It's
says
called
us
Classic
shouldn't
Clip.
be right? I have a bus that says got to be 70 people. And my focus is Moshe been included in that? But I know for the Mesa again, you're going to require an odd
that's the
number
problem,
base.
right?
It's like, it's not what we're saying. Also, just sentimental for Haber, our learner, on the engagement of his son, Yeshaya, Mazel Tov, Mazel Tov. He's also mentioned to watch the Chassid Torah down to the public Shnachon Mitzvahs, see the gold of being in Adiyat. After Rosai, subject for 1 week, finishing Babasra, beginning Sanhedrin.
How did you find out about all this stuff? What do you mean? She's like, have you heard about this story? We were all like, no, and you're like, I did. How did you find out?
No, World Star. I read news. Like, if I'm on my phone, I'm reading.
Right.
I'm not on social
Well, that's the thing. Is like it just, I don't know. It just still like just sucked me in.
I was like that forever. It took.
And then you just,
I had to.
you had to be disciplined.
I'm an addict.
All right, so let's say good morning. Let's begin.
Malik and Chappelle,
Like
like,
DJ,
God.
Pretty Taps, and Taps, and
What are we supposed to do?
we are picking up on Gimel
Do
Page
we make
3B.
fun of them for
and also
lying?
we have
No, they're not even allowed to talk about their one stand-in.
Yeah.
Literally, there's topics they're not allowed. Papa doesn't want them to breach. You know? Yikes.
Dicey.
I like how she called him out. That was funny.
Second wide
Yeah,
line.
but how do you know about this stuff?
So
You're
remember,
kind of changing the narrative. She's hopeless. She tastes like she's secretly super homeless. How did you know about that? You fucking redact.
We'll say so today we have
What, are you going to ask me to walk you to your truck next? Thanks for listening to PFJ. She takes off her shirt. She has like a big hair Imperial Hawaiian face on her shirt.
Rabbi says no, you
I
need
could
a
have been
base
great.
with a
Make sure you
five.
missed an
Why?
opportunity.
All
All right, well, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you next week. Hope you enjoyed the song. Enjoy the Discord. Bye.
That you could reach a verdict through at least 3 judges. I'll do
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company.
You have a
They're one
base
of
of
America's
3.
largest
Why
financial
can't you reach a
services
verdict
companies.
with
Like
3?
how I'm the one that just paid
Healthy
family.
couple, this is what it means to say. If they should get married in Bishlosha, how much so what Rabbi needs to take on the side that we need a verdict. We need a verdict ultimately again to be conveyed by 3. Meaning a verdict requires a majority of at least 3. Alma Kasavar plus and Kixi be married in a TV. Therefore, once you see that according to Rabbi, when we learn out the concept of 3 witnesses, that must mean what? 3 judges. 3 judges within in marriage. The final verdict. And this is the right for Rabbi doesn't understand the Gadi uses the verb Gadi actually is different means curse. Here over here is one who's like Rabbi Ava was like blown away by this. He didn't understand the statement. Alma Kasava Rasa sees the Gadi. So Rabbi Ava says, I understand Rabbi. So you're telling me now that when the Torah discusses the idea of 3 witnesses, 3 judges, the 3 judges is not a concept in the institution of a case, but rather it's a concept in the resolution of a case. When the Torah speaks about 3 judges, and we spoke about this, we learned the source for needing 3 dayanim. That 3 dayanim means that in the verdict you need 3 dayanim. But also remember, if you need 3 dayanim in the verdict, that means you need at least how many? Of at least 5. So the Torah says, well, if that's the case, you're just fundamentally upending the entire judicial system. How so? You must if that's the case. And when they have to face on edging, that would be from there, the hard line, the half line. If that's the case, then you can edge on the other side. Should need 141 judges in order that what? So they should more have been listed in the half line. So that at least a majority, so if you're telling me that when we say we need 3 judges, that means the majority of 3 judges, that means the division of 5. That means every single time the Mishnah told me about a certain number of dayanim or based in, I now understand that number to be what? That's the number of judges here on the court as a majority. So when you told me that on a hedron it's 71, are you telling me then that what? If a hedron requires a majority of 71, which means that by definition, this hedron must have at least 141 members.
Alright, so we're back at it again. This one's personal.
This an extra customer was should require at least 45.
Tiger thick are too high to discount just 2
in order that you can have a
visits
23-person
about their
majority.
empires.
Because obviously that's not possible. Right? That's obviously
I'm
not
learning so much in the so
that I have to have
is quality.
because I'll tell you something that I have to have
It takes a lot. It's the same thing with like,
size
I get
because at
how
the
they
end of
get
the
you
day,
price
large
500. I was
revenue
trying to do,
are
but he was like, listen,
There are
Ella,
556
God, what
economies
does
by
the say?
these flip-flops.
Us
We have a small team of people that make money.
God,
They
what
are
does
not
the
very
say?
If you don't
The
want to be, it's
like
okay.
this. The Torah says to Moshe Rabbeinu, gather for me 70
We have a
men.
smaller
70
customer base,
men.
but we have
I'm
more
not
than
going
you.
to shas.
So if you keep turning out fucking quota like that, what we do is we get these
Us
customers that
collectively.
obsess. And they
So
order.
if you understand the shas asifa,
This is
what does
like
shas asifa mean? The
really
number 70
lame
is
version of
related
the
to
Hit
the
One
asifa to
documentary.
gather teams,
You watch the
the
Hit One thing
actual
when they're going
judicial
past your Hit One, which
process.
was great.
Not
I
referring
had
to
no
the
idea that was the history of it, so check
as far as
there's a
I think
clip
motion
from
70 people for the
But he's
project.
like, these
Motion
flip-flops,
70 people
dude,
for
like
the process.
550 a pair are
Therefore,
going to
again,
make you
the shaftu
$550. They're the best flip-flops.
we learn out
that
the Sanhedrin HaKatan, which is
man has ever worn.
from the two
He's talking about
mentions of
flip-flops.
Eidah,
I don't want to sound like a
Shaftu
homeowner,
HaKatan,
but he really sells flip-flops for more than $500.
Like, that doesn't make sense. He's probably misunderstanding this.
when
But
the
it's just
congregation judges.
guys probably shouldn't wear flip-flops at all.
Numbers,
Everybody hates flip-flops. Constantly shit on for people that wear
not to the
flip-flops.
very
And Brian Callen not only wears flip-flops, but is so over the and talks about there's all this clips of Rogan being like, come on, shut up.
Ultimately, again, in the time, that's the litigants
I'm not gonna wear your shitty
judges,
flip-flops.
you require.
That's sad.
So therefore, almost like, therefore,
This is Callen's last, like,
all of
he's
the numbers that we have
his
in
last bat, like he's gonna die in this hill, this flip-flop hill.
process, not
He
numbers
needs this.
necessary for the verdict. I don't know how you that is. Why does Rebbe hold what he holds? Remember, Rebbe said that the Dini Mamman is in his days of 5. So Rebbe really gets it. Elohim is like Rebbe. Asher Yashua Elohim straight. What is straight? Well, Rebbe says like this. Listen, when it comes to monetary, like, goes to Asher Yashua
Urban
Elohim. Those that's or he who the judges will
You
find.
can't tell, is that an alcoholism or speech impediment or both?
Is plural.
Alright.
The basic definition of plural is two. So Neymar Elohim Lama, but Neymar Elohim Lama, is in the place. It's like Elohim in the first context means two, Elohim in the second context means two as well. Based in shuffle, and therefore based in cannot go ahead and be equal, so you can't have a
Big
fourth
Boy Squad jersey on too. No discount Tiger thing.
you
Okay,
add on
that
one more,
would
they
be
get
insane.
like, so that is really just doing the basic there.
Shout
So
out
it
to
says
the
the word
Changs
Elohim
for the
twice.
Yeah, the
Minimum
dictionary.
definition of
We got a
Elohim
bunch of
is,
new
or
things.
Yashun Elohim,
They're
is
telling me
two
to check the
judges.
menu,
You
so I
have two
read
and two.
through the
Well,
entire
you can't have
dictionary
eight
while we were
shots
setting
and
up.
we add up
And
top
honestly,
of dollars. I so why don't that one
it was
unsubscribe?
unreal, man.
But
It
I
was very, very
Yashun.
thorough.
Oh,
Okay?
it was
If you
that one
discount
on
Tiger Thick
even
whiskey,
though
end up
normally
in
the word
the insane
Yashun
asylum 7
could be
times
understood
over.
in the plural, but it's written cluster. It's written without a bump. And because it's written without a bump, for teaching me that I'm not down to its plurality. So because I'm not down to its plurality, therefore, again, we don't end up with the word judge. Okay. So I'm going to do so what's it? This used to be the Machlokas of Rabbi and Rabbi is just Rebbe starts in Yashun Elohim, Yashun Elohim, right? Which represents 4 judges out of put the can't have a big circle out of it. I want to say we don't dash that Yashun as a put in a plural sense, but it's even plus it's without the numbers. Also, listen to this. I'm going to give you, okay, this
Callen's like in
I'm
that
going to
skit,
give
that
by
movie,
Yochim
Glenn Ross.
Rabbi Yehuda ben Rosh,
Always be
Rabbi
closing.
Yehuda Shammai,
What's my
Rabbi
name?
Shimon,
What's
Rabbi
my name? I sold 550
all of
flip-flops
these,
last
all
year.
of
That's why I
these
drove here in a
that
BMW. What kind of car do you drive?
Yesh Aim
You ever sold a flip-flop?
Okay,
You
now
ever
we're
sold a
going to come
flip-flop in
to one
2
of the most
weeks?
so distinct Machlokes.
You're done.
And we've actually seen this a number of times already.
First place, I'm like watching all my words like shut up. First place is a new brand new Ferrari. Second place is a steak knife. Third place is you're done. You're fired. Thick boy nation never will see
When you have
you
a difference in
again.
the word in the Torah,
Talk
in the way
about
that it's spoken and the way that it's
Mitch and Murray
so
and
which
Callen.
form?
Alright, so this one is posted by Silly Goose Time 69.
So the Gemara suggests all of these are one that we just mentioned.
When
Rabbi
you
Yochanan,
paid $500K for
Rabbi
months
Yochanan,
short
Rabbi
lawyers,
Yehuda,
but it's 2007.
Rabbi Yehuda ben Rosh, Rabbi Shammai, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Akiva, all hold Yesh in the mikvah. Think of it as the Rashi, Yesh in the mikvah, Master Kriya Hashima. I will say you don't have to the way the word is spoken. Right? You don't have to the way the word is read. You don't have to the way that the word is vocalized and read. So what they never go through Rabbi we just saw, because that's based on their shield. Even though your shield of what's living rock without a vault, even though it's really not a vault, because it's read as your shield plural, therefore by definition, darshans it in a plural sense, teaches you judges. That's right. Rabbi Yehuda ben Roth, listen to this. The sign Yehuda ben Roth, so ultimately again, it's doing as Rabbi Yehuda ben Roth, it's not on me. Shivin. Yachol tehe yovad es nehiva to me as shivin. So what's the reason to this? So the beginning of Parshas Tazria speaks about the laws of chastity.
So it isn't. He's just like,
for example,
he's thinking what it would be best to say right now. That's why you get caught in all these fucking convoluted lies and shit. You know what I mean? Somebody in the Discord said, "Hey, Cootie, I don't know if this has been asked already, but if you ever had any dealings with monster lawyers, trying to taken down?" And I understood. I forgot the reference, and I just legitimately answered. I was like, "No, I haven't heard of them." Oh, you can beat but too. What's that? I remember seeing that you can beat but instead of Bapa. And then I was like, "Well, we did get taken down by men pixels one time, so I think they may have slipped through the cracks. They may not have found my unhomelessness there." Oh yeah.
All right, so this one's from If she gives birth to a girl, then you give a rape, become a shibu. It was a shul means how long? 2 weeks. Everything for a girl is done. So 2 weeks, Yitnea, 66 days, she's Tahora, was a great problem. The problem is that the word shibu is written without a vav. Meaning if you or I are writing shibu we write it shin days, vav, ayin, yud, men. It's written, if you notice, it's written down the shibu. So they asked him, maybe it's not shibu, maybe it's what? Maybe it's shivin. Maybe it's shivin. Maybe it's 7 days. That's what you're looking at. That's the Minnesota telling that a woman is Tamea for 70 days after she gives birth to a girl. Yaakov to your legs to give it to me a shivin. I remember him, so we do it right. We use the team of the Tir V'Zachar. The team made the Tir V'Zachar. The Torah says that there are days of Tumah and Tara when he gives birth to a boy. And days of Tumah and Tara when he gives birth to a girl. Not Kishat Tir V'Zachar. Many cases. Let's get flying. So let's say, so just like when it comes to Tara, so the Tara period of a boy, or as a birth of a boy, is double for a girl. So a woman is Torah for 33 days by a boy. She's Torah for 66 days by a girl. So we see that the relationship between a boy and a girl, the relationship between the birth of a boy and a girl is doubled. It's doubled. That's the realm of Tara. We would assume that whenever it's going to apply to Tara, it's going to apply to Tumah as well. After Shetine V'Zachar, the Kiva Kiprai. Ultimately, again, and so too, whatever the Tumah period for a boy, that's the birth of a boy, 1 week, will be doubled by a girl. Therefore, again, even though the word looks like shivin, we know it can't be shivin. What does it have to be? It has to be shivu ayin. La'achar shivlat is Yachim Machzakareya. So Yehuda ben Roth went ahead and gave this whole dress to the Talmud. He ran after them. Amar lahem, he got some teaching about it. He said that the truth is, you actually don't need this entire dress. Why? Because shivu ayin kareya, he is in them. So Yehuda ben Roth says at the end of the day, you don't need this whole dress. Why? Because the word is read as shivu ayin, even though what looks like, right? When you read it, it looks like shivin, because it is read as shivu ayin, as a Sora, Reish Kings, but that's fine. It's the premise of the way the word is spoken, and not the way the word is spoken. So here you see Yehuda ben Roth subscribe to the Did Next, they shall be over. It's very exciting because it's like a whole variety of completely unrelated. So they shall, but again, all coming back to the same principle of being Mikra. There's supremacy ultimately again through the spoken word. They shall, when they shall say, they shall omen, call on Yisrael, Hamidech HaKiton, Shinasnu Nazar HaKasmiter. Let's say, so over here. The halacha l'maisa, if you go with certain carbonates require sprinkling of blood on the hair. So many carbonates have multiple maknas of blood. And the Shammai says, even if you have a carbonate that requires a number of sprinklings of blood, so he says, however,
that's when you know you're humble, when like you can't even see the only longer. That's achieving full homelessness. It's just not there. That video, we watched some of BGL's thing. Oh yeah. And recording the last episode, it's horrifying. He has a whole episode where he just talks about people that hate him, and I don't want to talk about it. I don't really understand. I don't know enough about the UFC to really know what's going on. To be honest with you, dude, I know the show lives and dies in the clips, and they're not bad clips. But we're just with the socks. It does seem like they're saying he's lying. I believe he lies about it. So I'm sure he's lying about whatever he's doing. Oh, there's a lot of nostalgia happening in the TFK segment as of last week. I don't know if you noticed that.
I'm sorry.
I'm surprised that they be like posting clips. Yeah, I did see some clips. Like I just said, no. I'm tired, as usual, working the long shift at the U job and then clocking in at Chang. Some people say we're not even qualified to clean the shitter, so we're really basically we're interning there, trying to get a job. Never seen it, dude. Never seen it, never heard of it, never heard of it. Not one of our guys. Not one of our guys. Never met him. Okay, I saw the like really email address. The horse. We're going to hire monster lawyers. Come on the spread.
So Beishamai says that
Classic B. Schwab full caramel for Papa Rogan. This one's posted by double leg. Yeah, you were in it. Faces must be real.
Also, the way it works is the first panel is written concept without a bump. The second panel is written concept without a bump. And the third panel is written concept without a bump. All of them are written concept. They're written decisions. They're not written with that bump. They don't even use for a word. So the Shaman says that it's bust, even though it didn't bust, it's pronounced panels, which is together. Most like when you have three mentions of the word panels, that gives you shape. Right? That ultimately, again, gives you 6 different applications. Right? So it tells you 6 times you have to sprinkle on the corners of these there. So why 6 times?
This is like when you're trying to sell somebody on something, trying to get them to buy,
4 times are the
or get in their good graces, using your salesman energy to get a huge used car salesman. Oh,
so 2 of the sprinklings must be done. 4 of the sprinklings are the
car salesman energy.
What did you just see?
But yeah, he's just trying to sell. Oh yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, such a good day. Great day to buy. That's the greatest day. Yeah. But you know what I was thinking? What you just said.
Because spoken out in the plural with the font. Ubesilo o besilo base, carnos, having canals. The first panel should be long, but the second two ones are really cluster, having an art. That gives you 4. Right, that gives you 4. Okay, so the one with the font is worth 2, and each of the different ones are worth 1. So ultimately, again, that gives you 4. Primo Vishma, the Afat Va'ati. 1 ultimately, again, to teach you that is a application. And 3, what 3 are in the default and 1 is not. The aim of Guru, I don't know. I think you guys can make them more something nice to do, but it's not necessarily obligated for the not necessarily for the Kapara. Kapara the skill of Hashim. Was that you can't find the Kapara for a carbon. You have to do no string. You're not going to have to sprinkling of the button is there. Use the central part of the apple. It appears that whether you need a base or water or institute, that's not going to work. Our purpose is not to use the use of Kapara. Our purpose is just the Shammai guide, kind of, 3 words as being written as in Malay, or 3 being written in the plural form. You know that I'm using the plural form because it's spoken in the plural form, he directly can add the plural word. Next, as we should have,
Put me onto this hilarious clip, dude.
This one from Thomas Reda.
When was it posted? 2 years ago. This was posted 2 years ago at Chang's. Vintage Chang's.
9 minutes. Incredible.
These are nice areas. It's called Capitan Keys. worse
we know that
audition.
there's
I'm pretty sure Cat.
when it comes to
This is from back in the day when I used
the
to listen to
last wall
TFK.
of sukkah,
Cat was on
of
the show.
sukkah,
I don't know if Cat is still on the show.
is
I
not
don't
to
know.
be a full
What is her? What
rather
is
it
her
can all you
thing?
need is a
She was
tap
basically
of the
like
wall,
the
and that
chin
constitutes
to
the
the
wall
chin.
without it.
You know what I mean? Okay. She
So
was like chin to chin. I feel like I've seen her before.
what are the basic
Yeah, so check it
dimensions
out.
of a
This is
sukkah?
fucking
So
hilarious. I
trying
already
to
watched it.
you have two regular walls, which reaches that you tap and the third wall is only a tap. So the halakha is that sukkah's kosher. The Rishim, you'll say that's the Tanakama. The Rishim says, Shlosh Shlochasan, you need three regular walls for the Tiyas and the fourth wall gives me a test. So it's like fundamental between Rabbi Shimon and the Rabbanan. Rabbanan say a minimum of 2 walls and a third wall that's a tepa. Rabbi Shimon says it's 3 walls and a fourth wall that's a tepa. The Micro, what are they arguing about? Rabbanan Sabi in the Masoret. The Rabbanan say that when that's we have to look at how the word is written. Rabbi Shimon Sabi is in the Mikra. Rabbi Shimon says no. We look at how the word is spoken. Watch this. Rabbanan Sabi in the Masoret. Rabbanan hold.
Hi, my name is
That
Greg.
fantasy is given the way the word is written.
We want to do maybe another parody
says,
song where it's the Joker by Steve
remember
Miller.
again,
It's like
the
some
first
people
two
call
forms
me
of
the
the word
UFC
sukkah is
doctor.
written chasser,
Some
without the
people
vowels.
call me
The
Johnny
last
Asian
sukkah is written mavei, harei kan arba. So it's like essentially that gives you
idea to have people comment
right
what
first
song should
because
we
number
parody
one, that
for
is
the
the
UFC
position,
doctor.
that position.
Oh,
Really,
yeah,
that bug
definitely.
is worth
Yeah,
one.
so leave a comment. Let us know what
Sukkah
song
number
you
two
want to
is
spit.
worth
UFC
one.
you want to
Sukkah
see.
number
What do
three
you want to
is
see?
written
Dave
is worth
Frankie
two.
Wadsworth.
Gal
Proteus
had
protein
solid
farts.
to take away
All
one
right, so
possible,
this
to take
one's
away
back
one
to the past week of
again.
shop
There's
clips here.
nothing, it's just a
This one's from the
concept.
Nicola
Then
Jackoff.
plus.
Bring
That
up
leaves me with
perception.
three.
Alright,
Asai Havil Pasal,
this one's called
Gar
You Know
Pasal
Who He's Talking
Mishishes,
About.
Vokim Ta'atama.
It's a
So what
clip
I'm
from,
left with three
what's
sukkos,
his name?
and
Chris
now
Lee's
look what she
podcast.
tells you I need three
So
walls,
let's see what
but
you think.
that
I already
third
see
wall
what you think.
need not be a complete
Go to
wall,
sleep.
rather
And
only
that is why you traveled the day before.
Also,
Because
first
I
why
would
lying
miss
down
both of my
Shimon
banging ass
says,
shows, and
Basukos,
6,100 of you
Basukos,
would have been
Hurricane
sad as
says,
shit.
the Shimon
Dude,
says,
let me
I
tell
don't
you something,
care
man.
how,
I put that
we don't look
100
at
in
how
there,
it's written, but rather
6,100,
what? We
because
look
I
at how
tell people how many
it's
tickets I
pronounced.
sell.
And it's
Dude,
pronounced as
I found out comedians be lying about their
each
ticket
of them are
sales.
plural, Hurricane
For real.
Okay, maybe that one is one of quote unquote
We're
words
fortunate
to
to do what we do
therefore
for a
that
living.
gives me
There's no reason to lie about
6
that.
sukkos. Dalchat Talibluke, so take away one of the sukkos teaching the concept of sukkah itself. Hashuluhu Arba. What's like that leaves me with 4 sukkos. Asayot Masakar, also the Rabbi is spoken at that time. Teaches that the sukkah must be 4 walls. And Allah Kamash Muslim teaches me that what? That the 4th wall only needs to be a tap. So for our purposes over here, you see that Rabbi Shimon holds that Yesh in Lamikra. That we ascribe supremacy ultimately to how the word is spoken. Rabbi Akiva, what's Rabbi Akiva's case?
It's called Biological Primal Desires. I haven't seen this yet. I've seen it in the feed every time I go to the phone. I think I watched it.
Was another interesting case. Rabbi Akiva, how do you know that blood is considered
Oh man, that's a lot darker than I thought it would be. Yeah. It's not
you could become tummy from
hanging with the dancing is funny stuff. But yeah, the topic is kind of.
Even if you have a Rabbi's
Oh, Brian Callen, dude. Alright, we got one more clip left here, dude. It's
two bodies,
trying to end on a script note, you know what I mean, dude? Yeah, I'm gonna cut the last two.
So the Gemara says, "Shematan ba'oel."
Yeah, we should just cut the last two.
How do I know that?
So sorry, it was a hard cut right there. This one's posted by Rogan and Shortified, the tried and true, you know what I mean? Scoop talking about how the MPMT guy exposed the Liver King could have been handled nicer, and slips into his broken record jealous haters rhetoric out of half.
Not show space to teach me that even if the requisite amount of blood I use to reduce comes from 2 different sources, I'm telling to myself, but I found out that that's really that. But I want to go back because they say not even though the word is read now, it's written now first without the bulk, it's not really in the singular form, and therefore again you can't understand. We'll say again, what do you see from here? It's that the Akiva holds supremacy is given to the soul. So not just love. So we'll say, so again, this really like exceptionally exciting, because here the Gemara is saying, why does all of these different opinions all subscribe to the location in the middle? I don't understand. You're making it sound like that there are those who argue with this premise of Yesh in the Mikra. Is there anyone
Can you
who
stop
doesn't
lying
hold
about
this in
taking
the mikvah?
steroids?
Meaning we all agree that
Or else I'm
supremacy
gonna
is given
expose
to the
you to the
spoken
internet.
word and not to the way that it's written.
Yeah, sir.
But Tanya,
You
I'll tell
gotta
you why.
stop lying.
Because if you don't
Like,
subscribe to Ish in the
his
mikvah, you have a
point
problem.
saying,
Pasuk is about Tanya,
just call
Bichalei
him in.
Dimo.
What are you
Pasuk
talking
says,
about?
Lo Sev Hashal Gedi
Yeah,
B'Chalei
it's
Dimo.
gonna be
And
dicey,
quote,
dicey.
a kid in its mother's word. Pasuk
Hey,
B'Chalei.
hey
No,
Brian,
the
hey
favor.
Brian Count, yeah,
I'm
Brendan
gonna say
Cooney,
maybe it's
hey,
not Kolob.
your
Like maybe it's not
podcast
Kolob.
sucks.
Maybe I'm gonna say what is
You
it?
just stop doing it.
Maybe it's
When
Chayil.
you dance.
Maybe it's that.
The
Maybe
dancing
what it's saying
doesn't go
is,
with the
Lo Sev
whole,
Hashal Gedi
you
B'Chalei
maybe
Dimo.
are a
There's no
monster
din
that
of
has a
Pasuk
tentacle
B'Chalov.
in it.
There's a din of
You
Pasuk
gotta
B'Chayil.
stop.
So the
When
Gemara
you
says,
know, when you talk
I'm
about like
Yesh
the
in the
difference
mikvah.
between rape
So
and
say the
sexual
grad you see
assault,
from here that
you
what?
gotta
Look at
stop
the
doing
Rashba.
it.
I'm a gift in the top of Dalom of this.
Listen,
The Lekka
I
man
know
gets
the
color.
flip-flop thing
He
I've
comes
said, it's
bust
lame
the
that you
color.
try to sell
This is
flip-flops as an
amazing.
old man.
So the Gemara says,
But it's much better than you talking
this
about the
is
difference
Rabbi
between
Yaakov.
rape and
Rabbi Yaakov.
dancing
Everyone has to
with
agree
Brendan
with the
Schaub on
Why?
the post. All right,
Because if you
well,
don't
I gotta
hold
go.
this in the mikvah, then you
I
know
have
what?
something better to
You don't.
do. Make
Sorry.
fun of Schaub.
Right. You don't hold.
Hey,
You
Dalia.
don't hold
Hey,
this in the mikvah.
yeah, sorry,
And
I
at
have
the
your
end of
number
the
too.
day, it's almost
Hey,
impossible to
Joe
learn out
Rogan, yeah.
the issue
Brendan
of
Cooney
Bust
here,
of the
yeah.
Color.
Maybe
Because it
stop
looks like,
having
again, if it's Ish in the
all these
Masorah,
only
it's determined
fringe
to the way that it's
right-wingers
written.
on your
I don't know if that's
podcast.
Color or
It's kind of
Taylor.
turning
If
people.
that's
Also,
true.
can you
But again,
stop
because we all
platforming
agree
the
in
worst
the Mikra
comedians
and our
that we've ever
Masorah is that we
seen?
know that we read it
Schaub.
as
Yeah,
Color.
Hold on one
That's the
second. I got
issue
another
of
fucking.
Bust of the
Hey,
Color.
Andrew, show
So
us
Rabbi
your special. It's just
Yaakov
really
say
predictable
everyone
beats
agrees
about
with
Mexican women
Yesh
having a
in
lot
the
of
Mikra.
kids and black people can't swim. And I just don't think any of it's funny. And also, your rich kid who has a fake accent. If you could just stop
showing
doing
my
that,
clothes
that'd be
the
great.
Gemara says, you're right. You're right.
Can you stop?
You're right. There's no matter.
Hey, BGO, can you stop existing?
We invest a lot of time and energy in creating a certain construct.
That's what Bubba wants us to do. He wants us to call them. We gotta start calling. Listen, homeless cats. They want us to direct phone call. Yeah. Okay, so before every clip you're about to put out,
the hardest thing in life
go to Schaub directly on Reddit. He's doing us a Call of Duty. He's telling us what to do. He wants you to send messages. DMs and say, hey, that's what we did, right? Stop being a jealous hater, but call your smoking mirrors. Just you didn't risk it all. You didn't risk it all. Okay, so like every time Page Frequency makes a pop-up video, dude, he wants to be on there. Let me ask you a question. Did Page Frequency risk it all? Okay, is he doing it for his Mexican?
It's okay.
Is he, is he built at
And the best thing
mansion
you can do in your
for his
Mexican
Mexican?
is I acknowledge it.
Okay,
Try
no,
to
he's
go
just a
ahead
jealous
and
hater.
myself
And he doesn't matter. He's on the internet making videos.
You're right. Everyone holds your in the Mikvah. We're going to challenge this again in just a moment. Everyone is going to say that supremacy is given to the way the word is spoken. So that is not one about going to be.
Hopefully,
Here's the problem. If everyone agrees that he's in the Mikvah, now you know what we have to do. We have to start all over. Now we have to go back to all of these machlokes and then figure out what are they about. We thought they were arguing about the in the Mikvah and the Masorah. If you're telling me that everybody agrees in the Mikvah, I need now to go back and figure out what are they arguing about over there. Well, let's do this. So what are you that's something out of different set of judgments. So in the Torah told me Elohim the first time, which means two, and then the Rebbe understands that the second mention of it came on another two judges. And therefore, you're both say that leaves ready to us a basin made up of four judges. You can't have a basin shuffle, you can't have an even numbered basin, and therefore again you get to find Rabbanan Savi, Yakshion Dehei Bahai. Right, Rabbanan understood that the same Yakshion Elohim in the second conflict is referring to the same Elohim of the first conflict. But just like in the first conflict it is two, in the second conflict it is two, you can't have a basin of two, therefore it becomes three. So then I hope if we set on what the Elohim is actually going on, but nothing to do with the interview of ourselves. Next, Rabbi Yehuda ben Noach. So remember again, what did Rabbi Yehuda ben Noach say? Rabbi Yehuda ben Noach was Uji Rabbanan Alei. Rabbi was the labor. Was the Gemara labor. So his piece, the Gemara says that really the Rabbanan are no Uji Rabbanan Alei. We're going to come back to the find out there. Case to know, what about the Torah? What's going on again? They're showing someone's not focused on the minimum number of students. Shammai said that you need a minimum of 1 before a practice 2. They still also even for a practice you only
Welcome
need 1.
back to 10 Minutes to Shop. Thanks for tuning in. I have a quick, I'm just sort of definitely have an impersonation for you. Yeah, right here's Brennan Schaub in Starbucks. Hi, I'll have a Guadalajara heart scarf. I think I watched it. I said that before this started. It was funny. But anyways, that's not why you're here. Let's start 10 Minutes to Shop. Alright, so if you haven't already, please join the Discord. And somebody showed us these 2 clips about Brendan's Asian masseuse fetish. So let's start off with that. This one's posted by Dynamics21. It's called Theo Von Exposes Brandon. Sorry.
It says Jamin, Sai, ultimately giving on himself, the name I come in Lamalo, not coming Hamurim Lamalo, Shenosa Namatana, just like the second mention of the government. You want to have one application.
One of my friends who knows a big podcaster told me that he goes and he lays on his back and gets it like that. I would put his legs up. What big podcast? I can't even tell you.
One application is enough to make or
expose this fact and even out of our
community. Person the matter, now the
we don't need these guys out of our community. Guys like this, there's a predator. Oh, and for what he said, and I think I was trying to be supportive and we're having lunch and
he's on his
He got his ass eating his legs off. His legs, I get it. It was a lot for me to just take on one. It's a lot.
It's just like the
This thing called Rugs.
just like there is one application, and that's enough. Told you by the Pastor Sehima, all you need is one application of the Pastor Sehima and the one application of the Pastor. Hopefully that was there. Or that's what could have been a different argument. Nehemiah it says one application on the outside of it, but the outside of the staff is he goes to a large staff used for animal sacrifice. And Nehemiah summoned his men. But there were specific blood applications specifically on the giver that were done on the inner staff. Remember, the inner staff is the staff control. The incense is there. So it's not only about animal there, but there was particular blood applications there.
Man, there's so much in there that's crazy. I mean, being Shop, and you go into a massage parlor and you just lie down flat on your stomach. It's pretty weird that you don't see a guy doing that. I imagine going there, most guys would be like kind of nervous.
I'm wearing the closer. So too, I would say that what if you miss a blood application on the outer
not even
staff,
waiting for the secret end or the happy ending.
Ultimately, again, you miss one, you did absolutely nothing. Take a look at that. Actually, this month with Nim. It's like in the middle of the short line.
Yeah, no, I mean, if that's what he likes, I guess it's fine. I didn't even know there's a thing that you can do there. That's
Okay,
sounds like something that could happen. I don't have anything against you if you want to do that. I don't even say that, but it's just like, I don't think this, nobody cares about this on the chains, right?
What do you
It sounds like you kind of want it, but we can go to the next one. I would never ever. And then when he's like, he's saying that thing about booty hole,
go ahead.
because he's with 2 black guys. He's like, you know, look at the booty hole. He's like, starts talking like shop jive. No, that booty hole.
Only needs one blood application.
The milking, what I don't understand, like for this family.
Yeah, no, that was weird. I didn't even know a way to make it sound like it. But it did sound pretty fucking. Like even when it was edited, it was like, why would he say that combination of words together? Why would he say that combination of words together?
That's why I didn't want to do that clip, sort of, because I was worried that it'd get too much into like what we think about it. That's always kind of hacky. But we named those waters.
I would say that it's interesting, like because I don't think that way. You know what I mean?
getting
to go
done
get a
in
massage and get my dick
Therefore, we
checked
would
out.
rather compare
Well, I mean, he doesn't
carbonos
even
that
get
are
his
offered
dick.
on
Maybe
the
he does.
outside,
Maybe he
the
does both,
external,
but he
that
clearly
have to be
likes
shown
at least
to
getting
one another,
fingers in his butt.
rather than to
Nobody
compare
thinks of that. That's
carbonos
not
that
like a
are offered
common thing, I
on
don't think.
outside
I've
of
never
the
heard
gap
any of my
to
friends.
carbonos
Do you
offered
think
on
he
the
asked the
inside
masseuse
of
to
the
walk
gap.
him to his truck?
Therefore, I would sooner
It's
say,
like, you walk
let's
in my
compare
trailer.
Tatas de la
You want me to
Tatas
go to your truck
Using
and
the
put my
Tatas
fingers in
one
your butt?
application and it's
Go
kosher.
to my
So
truck and
again,
put my fingers in my butt.
Tatas de only requires one blood application to be kosher. Okay, left on the
Alright, so this next one is the most
perhaps
popular
one
one.
of different direction.
Posted
Done in
by
Chatos, the Dalit Karnos,
Oh, congratulations,
Chatos,
Doc.
the
Most
Harvard
popular.
Karnos.
Good job,
Perhaps you want to
But shout out to
one
Almost
piece of
Cats. We're at
Chatos that
100K
is
now,
sprinkled
dude.
on in
Oh,
four
yeah,
corners.
I don't know
Another
if
piece of
we'd
Chatos that is
love to be
sprinkled on
part
in
of
four
it.
corners.
Almost Cat. Yeah, you're almost Cat. I'm trying to get in there. I'm still cleaning the shit.
And don't
I
try to
used to
compare
leave
to
the I used to
that is
watch
not a
fucking
Chatos
TFK
and
all the
therefore
time.
does not have a
I know
requirement
that's
of
true. You watch an
So
entire
what's the
episode.
shut up all this? I'm a
I still
Lomar,
have friends that
this
are
is
here,
that,
yeah.
this is that,
Oh,
this is
really?
that, this is that.
I still
Therefore,
have
the
friends
Torah
that are
has
stuck
to
in the shop
say,
first.
had we just left
Oh, that still are like actually like it.
deriving
They don't like him, but they watch
Paris,
for the UFC
we can
analysts.
see how we can
Okay.
emerge
They
with
say
an
that he
erroneous
sucks, but they just don't stop
Therefore, the
watching.
Torah is the word,
Comedians are friends
singular
from
word,
Lagrange.
the Hebrew,
No, I'm talking about
three
close
times. What I learned from that?
Okay,
Hebrew,
obviously,
I thought
Kimmy,
you on
Kimmy.
the
Yeah.
I'm talking about people I
teaches me,
like.
what's like Hebrew three times, it teaches me
Alright,
that
so
even if I only
this
have
one is
three blood
called You're
applications,
Doing Great. Posted by
even if it requires
Donka
more, I can
Donk.
still affect kapara.
Here we go.
Hebrew teaches me a second
Spicy
kapara.
UFC.
I thought you on the
He was out of
and
Danny
even if I only had two blood applications, it's kosher. And Hebrew, I thought you shalom nos and Allah. Okay, ultimately, and teaches me the last Hebrew teaches that blood. And even if I just had one, so keeper, you can have three grades. If you have two, you're also but at the end of the day, if you just have one, it's still fine. So most of the
Water
time,
shaking.
that's in my focus. Ultimately, it just has
Like
that. It has nothing to do with Yesh in the Mikra, Yesh in the Masor. I'm very excited. Right?
Alpha brain
Said to
kicking in
Gemara,
there.
Shin Rabbanon,
Making it
Sukkah,
shake.
Sukkah do it. So remember again, we said before this, Machos Shin Rabbanon. Names about what the dimensions are of a sukkah. Now, one say that a sukkah is two walls, and the third one is a step. Shin says
Causes delirium tremors.
three walls, and the fourth one is a step. The way
I
you
got
set up
CTE
the
and
Machos
DT,
now,
dude.
we set it
I
up
started
as
taking
saying
alpha
that's
brain
nice
and
again,
creatine and
having
cocaine
that
and Adderall.
right?
Now I can't function at all.
So Rabbi
I'll
Shimon,
put a
that's
disclaimer
the
out there. I told the guy on YouTube I would. He was saying that I think there's a year or something. He's like, we talk about creating too much because we don't really know what it is, which is true.
painted it as a machlokes of Yesh in the Mikra,
He was
Yesh
saying
in the
that
Masor.
like
Now the Gemara is
it's
telling me everyone
actually a
agrees
good thing.
Yesh
It's not bad
in
for
the
you
Mikra.
if you
The
take it
premise is given to
responsibly.
the spoken word.
I don't know,
So
man.
what's the
I've
nature of
heard
the
it both
machlokes?
ways, as I said in my comment.
Listen to this.
But it comes from heroin or something.
Listen to
So
this.
just a disclaimer, I have no idea whether it's good or bad, and I'm not going to look it up because I just don't care. Back to claims.
I would say
So Rabbi
anything's
Shimon
good
Saba,
in small
Super
doses.
Bowl
Yeah,
low
if
body
it helps you, I'm not saying
Rabbi
don't take it, 'cause I
Sabi,
don't know.
Super
But
Bowl
we're neither made
We'll
or
say
we're wearing
Shaila
bandanas.
is
We're not doctors.
I'm sober.
one
Yeah,
of
Gerard's
the
completely sober, so he really doesn't know. I'm the kind of guy that like tries something like that, but
You
I'm
need to
just,
teach it in a scaffold.
thanks from heroin.
So if you look at that,
Check out Happy Hippo, dude. Use promo code drug.
Yesh in the Mikra. Everyone agrees that supremacy is given
Not worth it.
to
Okay,
the
so
spoken word.
this next clip is
The king is
posted
less
by
proud
Rogan
to
and Shorty
be
Pile.
supposed
He's
to
up and
say,
down the summer.
Pashulu Arba.
Yeah, that guy posts a lot or
So according to Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Shimon will say that you take out, right? Everybody gets Yesh in the Mikra. You take away out one
This
supposed
one's called
that leaves you
Fellas
with four.
Discuss
Therefore, Rabbi
Tokens
Shimon
and
says,
Ability
you
to
take out one
Detect
because one of
Humor
them
and
teaches
Token
me the
is
actual
obviously
din of
Joe
the
Rogan.
sukkah itself.
Yeah.
Teaches me four, so I need four walls of the sukkah.
Do you remember that when I said,
Teaches me that
you
plus
say it's like,
the
I'll
fourth
show up
one
at your
only needs
fucking
to be a
house. I was about to
second.
say, I'll fuck you up. Remember that? But Joe didn't get it. So Joe goes, you know what, dude? You said that stuff, that's toxic. And people around there are like, hey,
In other words, therefore,
what the fuck?
even if I start out with
I was
six
a little
little
bit.
demos,
I gotta take it seriously
so therefore it
sometimes,
turns out
Now they
that I
play
take
it,
away
they
one of the
straight up
people
tough
teaching
guy
the
like,
concept of
hey,
sukkah, one of the
fuckers.
people ultimately
I
is
gotta know,
teaching
man,
the
I gotta
concept
stop.
of three.
Rogan's one of
They
the
got us also some
comedy
decisions.
Filipinos.
And now that I'm up to three, that I'm from the next comes along and teaches me that
Yeah,
every
he's
two full
serious.
walls
It's hard
plus
to
a
like,
of the third.
you and I are
Which
silly.
was
Right,
raised
me and
now
Taylor are super
is
silly.
whether or not
You
you and Chris are
one of
over
those
the top
people.
silly.
He just starts
But
losing
it's
the light.
like,
Stop. Here's the worst
But I want to say yes.
We're
Every
talking
single
about that
thing
level of silliness.
say no.
It's hard to
Because
like
again, student says,
take him seriously because he has this gigantic, for all the reasons why, but he has this gigantic thing of chew or lozenge. He puts a lot of tobacco. It's not even just so it's tobacco. It's tobacco. He's not picturing like multiple lozenges.
like a whole sheet full of
We know we passed out off the nights the walls of the sukkah.
Well, it's tobacco laws.
Solid the
So
sukkah.
it's
Never
laws
the walls out of it.
Yeah, that's your thing. It's tobacco laws and interest. Yeah, and he talks like this all the time. But it's not chew. It's like tobacco. No, it's like, snuffs. Like a pouch. Yeah.
Rabbi say, no, you need a pasuk for style, or a word for style also. That machlokas translates ultimately into how many sukkot you have available for drasha person. Next, that became a rabbi. So remember, next machlokas that became a rabbi. So what happens if you have a revius of blood?
Yeah, it's still not worth it. No, yeah, definitely not. Man, it was so
Rabbi
funny the
Akiva
first time I
says,
said
it comes together to revius, then what? It's the coming of Ohel. Rabbi says, no, one day I'll leave it out. If you can see this, really sad. Rabbi Akiva says that nachos. Even from two people, but I want to say nachos that alma mashmo. But I want to say no nachos is just the way the Torah is. It just means people in general. Fine. So now what we just understand what we started with. We started this morning. It's not like I'll consider switching my million with you, but if I don't know you, no more reserve. Sure, remember we started again with the state that is not focused. Yesh in the mikra, yesh in the masot. There that was the machlok, and we defined all of these cases along those machlok as well. Then the Gemara says, no machlok says, everyone agrees yesh in the mikra. Privacy is given to the way that you were exposed. Fine. Now what do we have to do as a result of that? We have to redefine all of these machlok. Now the Gemara comes along and says, we can fully alma yesh in the mikra. Is that really true? That everybody holds yesh in the mikra? But we can't really do that everybody holds that for 1 second. So, let's hold that phone. Right, what's my tune? So it uses the strange word of totapos. It says it 3 times. Now, if you notice again, so 2 times it's written chaser without the ball. 1 time it's written chaser. Harei kan arba di Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel teaches us that what that tune has to have 4 compartments. Where did you get 4 compartments, I will say? Because totapos is 1, totapos number 2 is 2, and totapos number 3, which is written chaser, which is written mole with the ball, represents what? 2. So 1 plus 1 plus 2 is 4. That we all guys here you see that you need 4 compartments of 4 partials, something with 4 with filling. That the Kiva Omer ain't no tzara. The Kiva says, I understand. What is Rabbi Shmuel doing? That is Lamasora. What that is saying is supremacy is given to the way the word is written, not the way the word is spoken.
I mean, yeah, it sounds kind of sarcastic.
Yeah, that's just a bad joke. The first time I watched it, I thought it was because I was watching the that the Kiva says, that the Kiva is ultimately, the Kiva is really the whole Russia. The word "patapos" is not etymologically an easy word. It's not Lashon HaKodesh. There's no Australia, etymological for the word "patapos." That's what it says. It has to be different dialects. Right? It's like Friday here, right? Some African dialect.
I can't even do Australia.
Also give us the word "patapos." You're right. It's machlokas. Wow.
This one's been really popular over the past week.
I'm exhausted.
It's called Danny Brown
I don't understand.
Joe's face about Brendan.
Not every machlokas of Yish in the mikra, Yish in the masor. The honey is watch this when they have a machlokas. Hey, but the shiny straw, we machlokas. We'll say now. We'll end up with this piece. We'll pick up with it tomorrow. But when do we say there's a machlokas?
Good for you,
There's only machlokas when the written word really is different than the spoken. That's what there's machlokas between when the wait. So the example of that would be like shit is what when the written word is spoken, it's the word. That's it. Leave that aside. About I, hold up again. Let's remember again. The reason why the Gemara had to say that everyone agrees with Yish in the mikra was why? Because if you don't believe in the mikra, then the person will be doing what?
Alright, so this next one's from our good friend Haphazard.
It's my fact. Maybe that's the
Shout out Hap. Zach called most hated man in the business, but he's a great guy.
Now that the Gemara is saying that it's absolutely machlokas, the shaila is how you go ahead and you darshan, bus of the We'll stop over here. We'll pick up the rest of the bus of the Please understand where we're holding. So the leaving off is we're back to where we started with today. But it's rebuilding
Everyone hates you, but people don't know. In reality, you're really nice to me and Chris. When you're too dumb to be mean. You're too stupid to be as hated as you are. And he was wearing that ridiculous hat.
Yeah.
Although I think we're wearing ridiculous now. No matter what we do, yeah, I kind of like it. I think it's good. I don't normally wear them, but whatever we do, like however ridiculous we try, like when I was BGL and it's stupid when I got, or when I wore the leprechaun costume for work, no matter what we do, it's never anywhere near as stupid as what Chuck looks like.
Yeah.
But he has like an uncanny ability to look like a moron. He's not just stupid. He also like dresses stupid very well.
But he's a sweetheart.
You always got to remember that.
All right,
Even
so
though,
good morning.
according to him, people like Kanye West the most, him second, and then Kyrie Irving. Two anti-Semites. I'm pretty sure we didn't watch this last week. I feel like I watched it the next day after we recorded. But it's called Sorry in Advance, Papa, but Blank slips up and accidentally admits they're not moving merch. BGL slips up and admits this is posted by Mitchy Slick LBC.
First of all, as a matter of the conviction about Basra, and the next family is also the strong stuff and the strong conviction. From the second Sanhedrin, don't you talk about yourself to appreciate the dedication and sponsorship of the Iraqi. I was very proud to support the month of Kislev Bargain is over. That's
Can't send enough kids to the shows.
People buy that.
People buy the merch. Wisconsin super cheap. I love it. Whiskey. Wisconsin Canada.
Yeah, I think why did I buy the whiskey? They're just like, well, we'll help them out. They don't want to buy the merch because even in the state of Wisconsin, people can still see you. There's nothing not invisible there. People don't want to be seen in a fake boy sweatshirt hoodie. Like a thick, it'd be one of funny if they were like a thick boy tie. Oh, nice tie. It has 3 C's on it. Looking good. Smart. I think the reason why BGL is upset is because he's like, tickets were full by some. It's funny that he brings Mark with him. What does Mark do? Does he just hang out? He doesn't do stand-up on the show, does he? I feel like you're being a personal trainer. He sucks at everything he does. Yeah, maybe it's just shop training.
Yeah.
He's not doing well. Shop looks terrible.
For the long haul.
Shop's always fucking
And
tired.
again, even when you finish
Cracked out.
shots,
Never
like what
weird
does he
alcohol
do when he finishes
cocktail
shots?
he's
What do you
taking.
do?
He's like, all right, so for today's workout, we're going to try to lower your blood alcohol level.
Just keep going, right? There's no like day off. There's no sabbatical.
All right, so the next one is from another one from the Dunk.
Just again, what happens
It's called How to Be the Official Like Content News Source for One Championship Go.
Start to participate in a little mini series.
I think we could do this for one championship. I was bypassing for that. Stick Boy goes to network. We're here tonight. We signed a deal. We'll be the official like content news source for one championship.
Skeptical info. Why is it all the tourists?
Let's do this in head. We have to.
See that hard up on merch in this show. That's just doing meaningless
Like
dress up
everything else
shop.
in life, so much is about your kavanas when you enter
Thank
in.
you, Evan.
So what do we want?
That's all I got.
Do we want to tell us?
I don't even know what they're talking about. So, okay, so one championship is a fighting league, right? So like so he signed a deal with one championship to do what? I don't know, be content for them. So basically, to like commentators, yeah. So they want Brendan Schaub to make a sure. Yeah, so in the middle of his podcast, Chin was like, hey, is it cool if we show the one championship stuff? And he's like, so they show the video of him being like, we just signed a deal with one championship. I mean, yeah, of course I can show it. We're on it. Yeah. Well, that's what they're saying. It's like there's, and then all they have is they're talking to another guy. Yeah. And
is a
That's the
hachana
content they
for
have?
Gula.
No.
Like
That was
ultimately,
edited
like
together.
exile
Okay,
it's a hachana, it's a preparation.
No, we're losing
Ultimately
credit.
for
Yeah,
redemption.
I'm not
So when
following.
we learn these mistakes, and we're going to learn about
To
things
be
that
honest with
don't
you, it took a little
yet
bit of help.
apply. In certain respects, because we don't yet have a
This
big
one is the one you posted in
the
the Discord.
it's supposed to
last week.
awaken inside of us a
Posted
yearning.
on
So we
the
learn
subreddit by
Sanhedrin, but I
Immortal
want more than anything is I want to, it's okay now, I all
It's
this
called
information,
Equals, not
I
just
want to see it.
a specific
I want to
thing.
see it in practice. I want to see it actualized. I
I
want to
posted
be
this.
able
Yeah,
to see
you
the
put it in the
members of the
Discord.
Sanhedrin.
Here you go.
Finding out of the kingdom of the
Monday, November 21st. You're flying somewhere, hopefully you're not.
I want to be able to actually see through my own eyes.
I get inflation. You
But
let's
everything
take
we do in
together. My favorite
the Hachana, to be a preparation,
I had to forget dropping. Things get time to drop it on Thursday. It's more special than that. The exact same quality you get when the
Most of that, let's begin.
You just lost one of those soundboard DVDs. Like, what?
Okay.
You lost one of those Mattel hot street cars.
Game bonus. Get her one of the
American Girl dogs.
We're going to focus a little bit on which type
wants
of
one Tic
legal
Tics.
bodies, which type of what they do.
Tic snowboards.
Which
Give
different
one
cases.
power
Now,
dog.
let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we know that and where we learn that from, that in your session we're going to get to in the Gemara. As you notice, by the way, the entire Amud Aleph is in Mishnah. This is one long Mishnah. And again, this Mishnah actually is going to fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks in their session. But again, this is going to give us the last framework of how the legal system works.
So I get them all this stuff. Big deal. I forget what they're doing. Cool. David with his arms wrapped around me. Petey Buzzer Report. God damn, where do you live, dude? It's the newest, so you know that you put some
and again, we're going to get
effort into it. It's on the outside. It's on the outside. So I come back and watch my kid play fucking soccer.
So again, theft and injury. So again, theft. So if you look at Rashi, and I look at other pieces, you might get a very special book on the Torah to Rashi. Like Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And again, we want to thank Rashman. Rashman did a tremendous job. Rashman was really shepherding us in Basra. And again, once again, to point out, we are back with Rashi now in the second Sanhedrin. So Rashi points out top line. Kofer v'tikadon v'misharech olam havigadon v'kina chokit mi'akavim havigadon k'gon v'yigzo et achon siyat ha'yusuf. Avalot v'yigzo 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 Chavalos,
Yeah, I'm bad at geography too, but the thing is, I know I'm bad. He's not aware that not knowing some common simple facts like what New England is, or what Golden State, they confidently says that Golden State is, because probably because the NBA team, right? That's what he thinks of.
Remember again, once you back up on the
No, he knows his geography. XJ.
Short time.
That clip was so funny, and then
we had an ox that is born for the first time or for the second time. So we did Chatzi Nezek. Chatzi Nezek is Knas.
Worst Mexican in
Chatzi
soccer.
Nezek ultimately is a penalty given. So Nezek, Chatzi
My
Nezek,
son is the worst Mexican in soccer I've ever seen. This clip is also really old. It's from 5 months ago, posted by Roku Short Pie. But somebody posted it in Discord, and I don't think I've ever seen it. It's called Protein Pony. Enjoys energy powder, taking knees. So here we go.
Dude, I lost all faith in TSA Marches several times by the Costco ID. Fucking 4 years ago, we showed up and I'm like at the pool in the Airbnb, and I reach in my board towards pocket and pull out a I'm like, oh, this was in there. Like, I forgot about it. Oh, shit. Hold on, let's tell the story. Yeah. No, he's a first ever catch. He was in the midst of playing. He's like, I don't know what the fuck they're scamming him. The thing goes through every single piece of his luggage. We get to the Airbnb in Phoenix. March being a crazy ass. He's doing cartwheels by the pool. And he does a cartwheel in his bag of cocaine full of oh, anyway, part of it was crazy ass because no, and oh, I forgot it. I got this Mexico like years ago. I got looking for this years, and then I go, bro, you realize the TSA went through every user luggage and they're finding any of this shit? It's like, so we had to go before we flew back. He was. That's right.
I respect Jeff Dye's not laughing at any of that because it's not funny.
Yeah.
It's just not a funny story. So cocaine fell out of his pocket, and he was like, "Oh, cocaine." It's like, okay,
Why?
great,
Good
good story, job. Another guy's like, he's probably high and freedom. Did it again. Who is that guy?
I have no
Some random shop fan. Is he somebody from? Is he fans on this? Someone from Dick Boy Nation? Nah, I think I've seen it before. No offense to whoever that guy is. Did it again. How about never talking again? Stop doing this. Your stand-up comedy, this show is killing your show. Tire on your millions. You're selling it away. Thick boys. Thick boy victory.
Well, I have a confession, dude.
Listen, I just got accepted with Thick Boy Nation. Bring it back, lost your shirt. What can I see? I say, baby. Look, original T-Fat K guy right here.
We're going to talk
Also
about
been
it.
for quite some time.
All right, what's the next clip? Okay, so this next one is about Dave Chappelle. It's like a stories thing. I was trying to find it, like, I want to say 6 episodes ago when it was first posted on the Reddit. But I can't. Somebody posted it in the Discord from the YouTube, so I don't know who was the original poster or whatever. But it's basically him telling 2 stories that contradict each other about a meeting he had with Dave Chappelle.
Remember something.
You know, so I'm fine. To have this back and forth. And he was vague because my doctor said these smoke cigarettes. My doctor said these are actually better for you. They're not. Because, how do you know it was fucking cool? They're not. It's really flipping through the trash. Really? Yeah.
Verified line number 69,669.
But here's what I do know. He's vape. Oh, you know those are worse for you than cigarettes.
Capital
Here's what I just said.
Okay? Fine, capital cases.
You know the vapes actually worse for you than cigarettes. Who told you that? Oh, it's just what the vape says that. Like, oh, fuck. You think my doctor says better? This is why he told me to start vaping. But I don't think it is. And he's like, all right, man, that's just wrong. Never touch it.
This clip actually, that's it.
What's the case with
Straight up live from Chubb. Or his brain just doesn't work. He remembers too many different stories. They don't know which one it is.
Well, I think maybe somebody told him to punch it up. Maybe he didn't like that his brain or came up with a second story.
I mean, I think there's a chance that neither story is true. They never have talked to.
He saw that at Dave Chappelle on stage, smoking vape. He's like, how can I get rid
I mean, Sean, if I were vaping or whatever, and Sean told me that it's bad, he's the last person I'd listen to. Could you imagine you tell your friend, hey, I stopped vaping, somebody told me it's bad. The person saying it's bad. Like, who told you that? Like, Brennan Sean.
Which is fascinating. So again,
This is the Brennan Sean, are you?
just a violation
Sounds a
of the
little
regular
dicey,
law.
dicey.
Picks it up
What if that's a good idea?
Is the mission
Probably choose my doctor over Sean. Seeing a shop, it's like he's about to be dead. One last thing I'll say about Sean, he almost, you know how when we get tired on the show, we sort of like drift off maybe for a second or so. It's like, all right, now I'm just talking about sunshine. It's me, I'll take it up. But when that happens, it's not the best part of any podcast. That's like woodshop is like all the time. Every moment he's sort of drifting off. Is he trying still? He's trying very hard, I think. He tries his hardest when he's like, he's like, he does this weird thing with his face that drunk when you're drunk, thinking like the New England thing. He's like, think about what should I say about England here. I know Rhode Island's not part of it. I don't know if it's a region. I don't know what the word region means. Other times a week. All right, thanks for joining the Discord. See you next week.
This is fascinating. I'm not calling my son. You can begin the discussion like the deliberations.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiny
The Goldman, the Shiva. That's the shit. with a basing of 7. Final decision made with a basing of 7. Then God will be dealing with Dallas, and he kind of bypassed that system and just decided on this basement of 3 that works. But also all of the people because now it just happened over here, is just saying it is a new to you again, a basement of 5 and a basement of 7. So up until now, you can operate with this concept of basement of 3 and a basement of 23. Now, some is basement of 5, basement of 7. Okay, so have to be like, first one line of the English stuff. Sneakers is a feeling, is it what sneakers is a feeling, is it Rashban, Rashi, sneakers is a feeling, Roshi, Kar, Elam, double Kasiba. We will discuss this. So let's say we're going to deal, we're going to have to deal with this, so we actually try extensively. Kar, Elam, double Kasiba, means as follows. There is some healthy basket, which is the basket that I have a hook, and the copy is back. It's under directions, and it turns out that they were wrong. So the halacha is that they bring a particular type of carbon called the Kar Ha'alam Davar Minatsiba. So what I said, for that carbon, what ends up happening is the agreement. The elders of the court place their hand on top of that carbon. So that's snikas is a killing. The arifas as well. So what's arifas as well? That's arifah. And then what's another day? You find the dead body, you find someone in between the cities. You measure the closest city. The elders of that closest city come to the exactly
Back to Tim as the shop. Yeah, over back to the original format, just me and G-Man driving us out again there. So we may have some crazy guests coming up, but stay tuned for that. Join the Discord. But that's not why you're here. You're here to watch Tim as the shop. So start the timer, man. Hell yeah, dude. I should also say this is on TFAC Cage, Reddit. And they're at 99.8 homeless cats. Oh, congratulations, guys. So many more cats. We can reach 100,000 today, dude. I hope we help in the slightest way, But, so this clip is called The Water, and it's posted by Toronto Rapture. No water. Water.
Invited to the orgy, Mr. Adams. He's like the kid off Game of Thrones that read the future, right? Original corridor. It's every single process and realize, right? The giant oak tree fell on terrible tragedy. Ever seen an oak tree fall fast?
to marry off his mother and the
Easiest politician of all time assassinated.
What was he talking about? Greg Abbott, he's a Texas governor, he's in a wheelchair. Oh, yeah, and then some of the clip is missing. Like the full stand-up clip, he starts off, I've seen it. I watched something else, it was like, Greg's in a wheelchair, so like, really, I'm just saying, but, it's stupid. We were talking about this before the show started. Shop will say anything. I'll give him that. He's not only bad. He said, I was saying, like, he's the first guy who's, like, too stupid to be canceled. Yeah. Like with Magic Johnson, if another person had said that in the same kind of terms, they might look like, oh my God, caught him. Like, comedian says horrible thing about AIDS, or not AIDS, or HIV positive Magic Johnson or whatever. But in Shop's world, they're just like, no, you're an idiot. He's either a because, the other thing about that clip that I think is ridiculous is he says, like, have you ever seen an oak tree fall fast? No one's ever seen an oak tree fall. That's not common. Oak trees stand, aren't they like old and stand forever? Right? Like an oak tree, you're not supposed to cut down oak trees. They don't fall. I don't know if they fall slow. Maybe they do, but I mean, Shop's just like making stuff up. Who died from an oak tree? I don't know anyone who's ever died from an oak tree. But he's saying that, and also we have to like look it up ourselves to verify because Shop makes up a lot of stuff when he's saying that Greg Abbott, I guess the reason he's paralyzed because of oak tree fell. Yeah. He's a very conservative governor in Texas, and I don't really know too much about him other than that, but I guess Shop thinks that it's easy to kill him because he's a wheelchair. Well, you can say anything, but trying to make fun of him saying, I don't get it. It's not really the joke. Again, it's like the joke is that he's disabled, but you hope that there'd be a like that's not really a joke. That's just you pointing out something that Greg Abbott is. He doesn't live with every day. Yeah, that's what Trump does though. He's like, he's like, and he's black.
sometimes it's
I think because so many people hate on him, he needs to hate on people that don't deserve hate. I think he just goes, maybe, but what I think is he just goes for whatever the most obvious thing is. Like, for some reason, Chop looks at Huber like, oh, guy in a wheelchair, that's funny, right? And then put like I'm an edge lord kind of thing. Like, people in wheelchairs, I don't know why he thinks it's not me saying, Chop needs to make fun of people that are different too. Not even different. I was gonna say, I laugh at people who just haven't taken so big. Yeah, that's what Chop says. He's definitely not an advocate for that. Alright, so this next one is a little different. It's a toe clip, dude. So, okay, Rogan. Yes. Joe Hogan. It's called Some People Just Got It Be, and it's posted at Grant the Sloth. That's the Sloth. Yeah. So, this show is like a new form of the name. I haven't heard the Sloth yet.
Yeah, it's great. Some things are going to work so well don't work. And then other things that, like, when you figure it out, some people never figured out that's the sad shit. The sad shit is that people, there's comics that, look, I'm all for everyone trying comedy, but some people, they'll never get it. Some people, they never get it. And I don't know why. I don't know what it is. Some people get it. Like, I saw guys that used to struggle. Like Sebastian used to struggle. He used to struggle. And then one day, I hadn't seen him in a while. He had me kicked out of the comedy store in 2007, and I was on the road. And I was in Vegas. I was doing shows in Vegas for UFC. And I was alone in my hotel room watching TV, just flipping through the channels. And Showtime came on, and Sebastian was on. I was like, oh, Sebastian's got a special. And it was fucking great. It was really funny, and I remember tweeting it and saying how fucking funny it is, and I got a hold of him. I said, dude, that was awesome. I just loved it.
It's so good because, like, that clip of him crying like that can be good with anything. Like Rogan talking about reading a book. Like, I really enjoy reading books. I guess I can't talk, right? That's a famous thing. It's like people, other comedians are congratulating him on, oh, yeah, that's right, it's from this. See, I am homeless sometimes. I did say that. Yeah, hilarious, great editing.
Well, he found his confidence, he found whatever it is, that swagger, he figured it out.
Well, it's so insulting to compare Sebastian Maniscalco to Brendan Schaub. Regardless of how you found out, some people think he's hacky, and maybe he is, but I mean, I laugh. Oh, yeah. What's the word Gina joke? Check out. Search Sebastian Maniscalco or Gina. Tell me that's not funny. Alright, so this one's from Sven Sexa. I think we still want to remove that. It's called Rinks. We'll never see that money from their bet. Papa has not and will not ever pay up. I guarantee it. I love the great long title again. Tongue twister. Snape cheeks.
That's what social capital cases.
I was wondering how you want to get
Once again,
the night when you text me, I didn't get it. I didn't get my cash out. I didn't see that.
That's crazy. Behind the ears, that's a liar's thing. It's always a liar tells. The face, yeah, you're probably right. The face thing in the beginning, I gotta feel like it's because of the alpha brain, the great apps. It could be just like a physical response to an awkward moment because he's quiet, Brian Callen's quiet to begin with, and he's like, the money. Again, it's like, yeah, maybe, yeah, it's possible, but again, I just gotta wonder, like, is he just lying and he doesn't actually take all this shit, or does he take all this shit? It certainly seems like he's taking at least one of Like it's bizarre. I was listening to the episode before coming here today, to the Golden Hour, and he's like, you never taking drugs, like, drinking or marijuana or Adderall, and then he moved on to something else. Don't answer about the Adderall. I want to read off the guy's rehab center, but I don't really want to look at him. It's in Baton Rouge, check it out. Yeah, it's Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Look at Michael Hudson. He hasn't paid us. Probably a great guy, one of our guys that we better with.
Send it to me. Now there's a limit. Had to come in. That's what I mean. Now here's the price. I need, listen to me. What did you send me? Because I don't like getting paid in increments. The juice is running. Here's another thing. You don't know. Right? You don't want that. You don't want 10 G's. You know it's better 5, 10. Hold on.
He was going 5. I already got some money in my account. I said, McCord, you said it. Did you or did you not? I'm saying, but you didn't do enough on the state. Give me the rematch. I'll break down. I was batting 1,000 on Saturday. I had Corday for a lot of reasons.
I've talked about this before. I don't understand. It's weird that like Callan and Rogan, they constantly talk like they are in the movie Die Hard or something. Like the end of the 10th scene where the bad guys talking like they're gonna hang in. And they have like this weird cadence. What is this?
I think, if you're asking honestly, I think it's, they podcast all the time. There's very little to talk about when you podcast, let's say, thousands of episodes, right? And so they have this go-to thing where they're like, I'm going to act upset about this thing, and I'm going to say it this way, because they always do that.
Do you agree with me though? Doesn't it seem like that? Am I crazy, or does it seem like it's the scene from one of these action movies where they're like, there's like a tense moment?
Yeah. Most of the conversations off the podcast are probably like, is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not? Alright, so this one's called Callan Gets PTSD from the great T-Fat Case Subwar of 2022. When Sean mentions PFJ, it's from the user, shedding panda.
There's a lot after that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is there's culpability. The idea over here is that the capital case for a person who heard by these 43, sent to the capital case of the short by these 43. Incredible. Okay, now see what you do.
We're not talking about the orange sauce from VMJ.
بعد دول بعد 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 نقص سياق يا الله الله أكبر لما يكمل اللقب 5 minutes with the second one the left family Nafas are often treated as a polecat. Nafas is a snake. So what they any of these animals which killed someone, you something that has seen the strong shot. Ultimately, again, these cases are adjudicated in the major places. To go to the she's in the second white line. I said that.
Looking like extra, like childish in this episode. I don't know. He's got a crazy face. Bishop is obviously thinking about the friars. You guys working at the back of the house. You've worked a double to get out the orange chicken and brown rice. I think, listen, I was thinking about this earlier with your thought process about how Brennan Schaub might be turning around. He might be accepting the hate. Right. Do you think so? I don't know, but no, probably not. And also, did we watch that one clip? I don't know if we watched it together on the show or I watched it myself, but he tries to lean into like how he can't talk well or speak well, and it doesn't work now. It's like too late. You know, like he still doesn't really understand the joke. If there's a way that I can go and coach him, I would. Just to be a nice guy. Well, I'm not saying he's doing gracefully. I'm saying he's trying. Maybe, yeah, there, that orange sauce. I mean, he didn't even say orange chicken. He said orange sauce. I never even heard. That's probably something I missed. They say orange sauce. But I haven't heard something like that. So even now he's botching. Can't even get his chickens references right. Sometimes I'm weird. We go that guy out. Check this out. Yeah. Alright, so this one is from Rogan and Shorty Pie. It's called Barnor is elated for his buddy Griffin having a role in an upcoming Workaholics movie. Yeah. So let's see.
Yeah, we're about to do Workaholics movie. Yeah, what? You're in it. Yeah. So listen, you're done with a bunch of no. I don't know. I told you that's funny. I told my guy, I was like, hey man, this is what we're doing now. I need materials to use. Right. See, I like that shit. But if it was me, well, this is
That's incredible. That's fine. Because these are dangerous
animals,
there's no due process for these animals.
Shop doesn't care at all. It has immediately about the podcast. That's so late. You tell me like PCO has a movie, and I'm like, yeah, whatever. Go best 10 minutes of shop. You look like I'm insane. Like anyone would. I'm excited about Workaholics movie. I love that show. Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. Yeah, more excited than the co-host of the ship level. You're on it. Well, keep in mind, he's not cheating. But I would argue that wasn't the first time that Griffin told him that he's going to have a Workaholics movie. You know what I'm saying? He goes a built-in bit. No, not a built-in bit, but more of like, we're doing the show. Maybe I should mention the show. And it's like, be funny about it. Maybe. I mean, I doubt, like, that he has any self-awareness at all. It just doesn't seem. I'm on your side. It's possible. I mean, we did watch Food Truck Diaries before this began with, like, some UFC guy, bare knuckle fighter guy, was in Bellator or whatever. In the beginning, Shab just went on this big rant about how he has CTE and he has only a few years left before it all falls apart. So I guess that's sort of acknowledging a little bit of what's coming up. I hope it's not that hard. All right, next one. All right, so this one is, it looks like it's an old clip from the Logan Paul podcast. Okay, but it's called Numbers Don't Lie from Shedding Canyon. We definitely had some classic pop-up moments in that.
Like a special is basically a commercial to sell tickets to the road.
Bring your friends.
Here it is. Fascinating, right? Here's the first line in the entire mission so far that we've seen Sanhedrin.
It's almost like they just saw we saw the great stuff. Yeah, YouTube special. Okay.
That's all the way up the ladder.
Like a comedian that doesn't sell tickets, is they kind of like the low blow. In a way, logos aren't allowed in boxing.
They will see it. What's incredible.
I mean, it's funny because he says he's like doing great. Okay, let me ask you. He's like, I sell a show. I'm like on tour all the time. I'm a professional comedian, but like the question is, who is watching this? And now we're finding out very few people are being tricked into like, oh, there's a comedy show tonight. They may not even be going. They're probably not going there to see Shab. He's not selling out anymore. I'm not saying I hope that, but in a way, though, it worries me that anybody would want to go see it unless it's so they kind of laugh at it like we do. If people are really enjoying that kind of stand-up, then it's kind of almost scary, right? Also, too, it's like it's really good for the local talent that a comedian from Los Angeles that's got big names on most Joe Rogan episodes of all time comes to your town and you've got the opportunity to open for him. You can learn from the great. Watch the worst stand-up ever and be like, damn, I should have done that. Oh, yeah, I don't know. You get a show as close to an open mic for a night. I mean, you get a show whether Shab comes to your town or not. It's probably better if somebody else is on the show. You gotta open for Shab, you do well, and then the headliner just is the worst thing ever. He just sticks up the place. All right, we'll come back next week. He won't be here. Maybe we'll get somebody who sells tickets. Maybe we'll get Randy Feltface. Somebody who can sell some tickets. He doesn't sell now. He moms and he doesn't sell tickets. True. Worst of both worlds. I feel bad for Shab. I've had like a come to Jesus moment with Shab. Where I'm like, dude, I feel so bad for this guy. I mean, it's fine to feel bad for him. I don't really feel bad for him. Even though he's not selling tickets, he seems that he's very wealthy, seems happy. And also, I've been going down rabbit holes of early T-Fat K kind of stuff, which we could do someday. All Living It's True, I think it's called. On the menu, it's called. It's terrible. Yeah, we've been checking the menu a little bit more. And even with all the context, with all, like, he's a liar, he's just, I don't know what else is there to say, like, he's an enabler of terror. We'll probably find worse things as we go on, I mean, you think he's changing, I don't know. No, it's possible something worse happened. That was just because of that one clip. But what I'm saying is that he's endearing in a weird way. Yeah, I don't know, we're logged in with him now. I don't know what it is, but yeah, we're joined at the hip. This one's called, this is a man who is doing great. And it's from Shedding Panda. Okay, I thought it was Shedding Panda. Shout out to Shedding Panda. They've been on the show 3 times today.
I'll let you know, right? You know what? That's great. Being off the playoffs at both. Well, I thought you were correct.
They went to the doctor to stop us, so I now to the doctor. You must have some interesting discussions over here. And also, the doctor
like
to
some of
stop
that
us.
clip on the last show. I wonder if
Declare a
Christus, did he
border
say it
city
again?
on the doctor.
Or is that playing from the home? I think it's
Makes a
in
lot.
the home.
Just intuitively makes a lot of sense.
And yeah, they did not look
What
good
happens if you
there.
declare a border city in the doctor?
He looked like me at the end of the wedding. I went to
What
this
does that do? That opens up the
big
border.
great,
That
hey,
opens up the border.
Chiku and Chin. Almost said boobs and pain.
Where we see what happens when border cities are
You're
overrun.
confusing
And
and different
how that
kinds of
opens up, how
automobiles.
that opens up gateways
What
for
was
secondary
what was the
destruction
day
of
after
little
Tiger
stuff.
Thick?
So therefore, again,
Headed
it's
out the boat. I
interesting
said, I
that
don't
you have a
know.
border city. So what
I'm
do
not
you
heading
do
out
with a
now.
border city where the
What did you ask?
inhabitants
What was the day
have
after
all these
Tiger
other?
Thick?
That we'll have to see.
Oh,
But the point is,
I mean,
you
I didn't
can't
really
go
drink that
ahead
much.
and
Mine
declare
was
a
really
border
iced
city
in.
as a yearly
Because I
doctor.
let the ice melt. But
Little shuttles.
and it didn't really affect me. I'm not sure,
Again,
you
you
know,
have
I
to
was
see
like commenting on how red
you
people's
cannot
faces
go
got.
ahead and
I don't know
declare.
if that's something
You cannot go
that's
ahead
wrong
and
with
make
Walsh or
two cities
Williams.
yearly
I think
doctors.
it's just a
But you
lane.
can do one or two.
No, honestly, dude,
So how did you go? So
the saturation on the cameras, I usually add a little bit of
the high
saturation.
court.
So for that week's episode, I took the saturation away, and they were still red as fuck. I guess as the wings see that it really goes the wings. Mine was not red at the beginning. They weren't as red as they were at the end.
How do you? How do you know?
Yeah, I didn't drink that much either,
Where do you
but
get
that's
that
the
from?
effect of Tiger Thick, I guess. It's
That's
those triple C's. Yeah, this is white guy face. Was I red? You know, they start turning white guy face. White guys can't face gay handle. Was I red? Not that I remember. Yeah, nobody cares. Nobody cares. You're always red. You're gonna be like, I'm really gonna make red regardless of race. Alright, so this one's called Brenda Gets Ridiculed and Responds with a Dahmer reference and a stolen jolt from Rogan is Shorty Pie. Shout out. There's
I didn't see him, but I told him earlier I want to bring in GoldenEye. 71 GoldenEye. But I didn't say it just now. No, you said Golden Hour. Game Night GoldenEye. Oh, yeah. Oh, I thought you were just saying you're bringing GoldenEye. I'm Flower here. So you know what? It blocks the sounds. That sucks, right? He said Golden Hour.
The shock to our
yeah, okay, good. So for a second there, it really looked like Chop was mad. Sometimes I think maybe he uses humor to like diffuse. Like for a second there, he was thinking about just killing Delia Griffin, but then he was like, no, just make a horrible joke that makes no sense. Wearing glasses, Dahmer, gay, perfect. I'll just threaten to eat their dick. Given the context, the joke's not good, but I'll always laugh whenever somebody says, I'll eat your dick at the like top of their lungs. Yeah, I mean, in that scenario, it didn't work for me, but maybe.
How do I know that Ida represents 10 people?
I mean,
Get ready
you
for
know,
it.
Dahmer probably,
I must say that Ida
I don't know if he did or not. I bet Shab doesn't know either. I bet Shab just made that really who knows. That's true. Never really know. Alright, so the next, this is the last clip for today. It's also a old school one, it looks like. It's called Papa, Do You Want More Drinks? Oh yeah, it looks like they're younger. Yeah, with Whitney Cummings here. See.
Whitney, do you want more drinks? Can we have another drink? Get bad, Brendan. He thinks he's like a comedian now. Great. Really? According to comedy, it's good drink. No, I know. You think it'll really have 5 fucking meals in a bag? Probiotics. They're both probiotics. 10 years later. So he was giving me more time. He was more time than me. I feel great, bro. And also, the key is I'm not drinking. That's the key. The key is I got my coffee, got my water, chilling, right? I'm drinking my honey because you got 3. You got a Diet Coke, a coffee, and it's all crazy. It's 3 different kinds. It's 3 drinks you do have. Shots of espresso. Unbelievable. That's insane. And that's just redlining constantly.
So it sounds like
they make good points here. This is a problem that Britain has.
Right? But you
He
can't
drinks too
follow a
much
simple
of just
majority to
everything.
indict.
Like, it's not just Tiger Thick Whiskey. It's the fact that he has like 5 drinks on the table. There's always an energy drink. There's Kratom. There's Alpha Brain. There's Adderall. There's his favorite sneaker somewhere. It's like he's got too much going on. He's the guy that you go to like a diner with. It's a high order coffee, Diet Coke. The person comes out. They're like, I'm never going to take this kind of breakfast again. He's annoying. It's stupid. What's the most drink you've had at once? Yeah, probably 3.
Majority of one.
And it was like orange coffee and water.
In order to indict,
So I've been annoying. We're uncovering the truth too. Yeah, I'll probably bring the drops just a little bit like you.
let's build up on that.
No, I didn't like putting Kratom in orange juice and like
Hands off. Like, what do I
crush
have
up
over here?
Adderall, snort it on the table, and then
I've got 71,
take some
which I
Alpha
now
Brain with the Diet Coke. That would be the Brendan move. Then try and record 17 podcasts. He's like, this is my new brunch podcast. We go to brunch, and I'm buying Adderall.
So remember again, I
This is my World Cup podcast. I force people that play football to talk to me about soccer and Qatar. He has too much going on. It really doesn't. It would be funny imagining Brian Callen and Brendan Schaub rocking out to Creed right before they record podcasts, crushing up Adderall and scenario. Then they hear ours and just one last thing, he canceled a show. We didn't play the clip, but he canceled a show in DC because he needs some break. So you know what I do? Post that in our Discord. And that kind of sucks. That's my hometown, and I know V-Ron, he had some tickets he wanted to see it. Just can't even go see Bob in a hotel. Almost seems like it's a diss directly at me. I don't like it. But anyways, that's our episode. Join the Discord. See you next week.
If I can't base up 22, if I got to add in one more, what do I have? 23. That's what I've got now. My next base. I've got my 71 number base in. And I've got my 23 number base in. The combo you have the year of the day we in Sanhedrin. How many people do you need in a city in order for them to be like this Sanhedrin? Now, what this means is
Gonna steal them all.
like what you are saying.
Every Jehovahni couldn't hold me back.
In order to
set up. Talking Luke Thomas just stole his bag. And I'm walking to my truck at night, trying to some jig. Back and forth up and change. In the homeless. Ain't the bitches coming follow me. Just say comments turned Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Special episode this week. I got my 2 friends, Brendan Walsh, former podcast analyst, Trick Lance. Thank you both for being here. 2 chins, Baba's, if you will. But that's not the reason you all joined the Discord. That's not the reason you came here today. You came here for 10 Minutes of Shop, so let's start the clips now.
See, Dice, he was going to intro since Roger doesn't have his mic.
Oh, shit, you're right. I can't see.
Okay, I'll just read the title of the thing. Okay, so this is Rinks telling a story about his mother-in-law's rings missing. Ryan suddenly saying no blacks allowed at the wedding. Brenda happily agreed. This is posted by Schemo 2320. My mother-in-law had her necklace, and she had her engagement ring, and her wedding ring. So the rings disappeared. We reported, this is my wedding, and we looked everywhere, and we were like, oh, could have stolen these fucking rings. They put a damper on things before we was a kleptomaniac. Because like, you know, daughter ran into an accident, her foot was blown, so she didn't live. She left her room. They had to imagine we found them in the house. She found spiders before we found them.
What is that? His grandmother is that?
He married a girl who's, I guess, 20 years younger than him or so.
The classic comedy twist.
That was stupid of me to ask her.
by a basis of creed, rather those type of disputes require a different type of basis. So once you see what's happening over here, so I'm wondering the Mishnah says, Dini Mominus can be adjudicated by a basis of creed. But hold up. What do I mean by Dini Mominus? The zeros for Kabbalah.
I've actually kind of been in that situation too.
What don't I mean?
Which is my mother-in-law thought
Long
she lost her
requires
ring.
different type of basis. What type of basis? I don't know. Remains to be seen. But that's not a basis of creed. So the Gemara says, now we'll see why we should use it in Tzvika. Now I understand why you use it. But I'm doing Mominus. If the Mishnah would have just said Dini Mominus is adjudicated by basis of creed, how about me? That's how it goes. I would have thought. Also includes
I mean, that's why are they fist bumping for no black people being in the...
They were trying to fist bump, like, they knew that he was going to say that. It was like, oh,
Okay, so like it was like a UCB kind of like...
they're not for a job. They're joking around this. They're just doing our patent. Two naturally hilarious guys just riffing.
They had Koreans, but
What the fuck is marrying Brian Cow?
So I would have said,
Right? I mean, not that, everybody deserves love or whatever, but he...
didn't he like
just get divorced?
which is monetary law. I would have
Girls on Bad Boy. I guess so. I mean, who did he marry to? Like a 28-year-old.
She's marrying a guy whose nickname is Rings.
I think that's only the son.
Yeah, but James gets pretty
He's known as the kid. That's why he married.
It's just 2 kids, yeah.
I don't know. I mean, all that age stuff is kind of like, I've heard it's not anything but a number. That's what I'm hearing.
Okay,
so this is, sorry, I forgot my job. You guys make me fucking work. 9 a.m. Cheers. What's this?
Cheers is like cheers.
9 a.m. cheers on this crack. It's so funny. It's like a different fucking language. It's actually reading. 9 a.m. Cheers on this crisp Monday morning. Is that right? And this is User Rogan is Shorty Guy.
That's a classic.
What is up, fam? It is Monday morning, 9 o'clock a.m. on this beautiful crest.
Which one do you think he's drinking there?
You know what? I think I do know what he's drinking. I think he's drinking a little bit of
Tiger is crisp.
Tiger whiskey. Okay. See it. Ladies and gentlemen, this was sent to me by a secret. The guy didn't want his identity revealed.
That's cool. It's a cool design. It's when you award a sticker for the label or who's award-winning yet. They had to pay for, I think they just twisted it or break the seal. I sent you, I sent you from like there's like a liquor beverage like distributor website, and clearly like the company made like one chain for it, and it had the same like aesthetic graphics feel of a like regular open mic show. They just all this information going against each other. There's a microphone on it for some reason.
I've been waiting for this moment for quite some time.
Did you get your water out of there? Those are water sweets in your place.
Yeah, that feels like smells a little bit. I watered mine down a little bit. My nectar might not be as
I'll take a little bit more. Why not? We're chilling half the bottle of this sweet, thick, and it's so heavy and thick.
So it's like
oh my god. I'm gonna work out.
Yeah.
It actually kind of smells.
The guy who sent it to me, I can't say any details about him, but I checked him out beforehand. He's a real person. I was worried about giving my address out to some random guy online, but I checked him out. He's a real dude. He said that he can't be connected with it at all, and he was going to use crypto to buy it because he needs real money. So this is, thank you, sir.
Okay, well, cheers. Cheers to Thick Boy industry.
Thick Boy Nation brought us this drink. Yeah, see.
You know, the Gemara says that the Rabbi,
it really doesn't have much bite to it. It's kind of nice. It's smooth. Yeah, it's not bad. I'm really not gonna lie.
It is impossible for Yiddish to
I don't know if I want to slam it.
Yeah,
He lost forever.
I guess you're right. There's
So
not much, but I'm not really much of a whiskey connoisseur myself.
This is like a blended whiskey, right? I think it's like half Japanese. I mean, it's got. God, I bet Sean could make a great joke about that. Yeah, probably. It's half Japanese, half gay.
Yeah, it tastes a little bit gay, honestly. But
it's not terrible. You know, I'm not gonna shit on it just because of the brand, but it's not great either.
yeah,
And for a $90 retail, so that's the price. That's the price. $89, I think, is what I saw. 80 to 90.
How do you say the right?
Maybe more.
How do you
and
say
also,
the famous?
it is something like that. It's like $90 or something.
By
Bucks.
using them,
But
by
you
using
go in
them
like three
as
guys.
the human as the source,
That's only like 30.
for 10,
Back in the
10,
90s,
10,
Yeah,
over
it's like
86%
three
accurate.
bottles
I
of
would
Jameson.
use that. I will use
I think it's better than Jameson.
I
By
don't know.
using
I don't
that,
like-
by
I don't like
using
When I
by
drank
using
it, I kind of
the rabbit as the
I
source.
remembered that,
For
like,
this alcohol,
not so
what
good,
does
so
it
not
do?
the Jim Beam,
It
but like,
loses
what's the
the
other thing that's like it that's not that great?
By
Something.
using their, by
Chug it, guys,
using their
like
numbers, by using
Joe
the
Edmund
shit,
Williams.
by using
Yeah,
their
yeah,
that's
effort
like the one.
yeah,
That's
to
what.
teach us
It kind of
about
reminds me.
alcohol,
This really is not bad. Although I'm also just alcoholic.
When you, by the way, yeah, so, but you should drink this responsibly, and if you need help, we have a sponsor on the show now, another James listener. He said he has a small budget for his rehab center. It's called St. Christopher's Addiction Wellness Center, and it's located in Baton Rouge, so get help.
If you're addicted to Tiger thing.
Yeah.
I'm here to say the more I'm drinking it, and I'm not being completely honest, I'm not nuts about it. The first sip, because you didn't know what to expect, was like, man, that's not bad. But now that I've had a few sips, it's a weird blend. The Japanese whiskey and bourbon is not. It's almost soft or something. I don't know. It's like I'm way more of a Scotch, like incredibly smoky, peaty Scotch drinker. This is like the exact opposite. I mean, but I like that. I thought it would be. I just thought it'd be gone. It's okay. Yeah.
I don't know if I'd have it 7 times a week, but like, what would you do if somebody brought this in a party? Like, you know, people should drink it. Yeah.
Well, then you do shots for sure.
Yeah. What is the market for Tiger thing whiskey? Who's buying this stuff?
I still have to do some field work and going to a show outside of Los Angeles. So he's doing an hour-long. We'll just see the people who are getting into pong. I mean, there's what we talked about on the last time I was here, seeing the people who just went out to see a comedy show and have no idea about, like, and it's comedy audiences. Well, you're right, but I mean, I think it's interesting because it's. But imagine it's 1.5 stars. Sorry, I just saw that.
What
the review it has?
Oh, yeah,
1.5 stars.
That tracks.
Anyway, sorry, go on. What if there's something in the whiskey that makes you like shop?
We get redacted.
I'm like, he's actually my favorite comedian.
You have to drink this to really understand shop.
I mean, you know what we should have done is created a drinking game for this episode, right?
I mean, we still can. That's still going on.
I mean, yeah, anytime he says one of the things we drink.
Look at it,
Says
some
something
lyrics of
yeah,
our learning.
mispronounce the word, says something's gay. Here's one thing I was thinking though. You know how at his shows he'll have videos of people coming up and like, hey man, you're actually really funny. He has like, oh, you're great. Like, oh, dude, he has videos of like,
testimonials.
yeah, or like comments. Comments will be like, dude, you're so funny. Like, you're the best comic on the show. You think anybody does that with the whiskey? No, it's actually really good.
It's not like it's a long haul.
My question is, this merch table,
like what does it use to do when you finish your shots? What do you do?
I mean, I saw some stuff on the subreddit. It is illegal, but I think he was talking about doing that in San Antonio, which is like, especially in Texas, it's highly illegal. What happened to be selling bottles of whiskey in the lobby of a comedy club after a show? Yeah, I don't think you can do that. Maybe he wasn't doing it. Yeah.
Did he make that?
Look, I'm going to last night to talk to you. Just like the end of the track about
He just hired Jeffrey Dahmer like 2
Hi,
weeks
this
ago.
is Shabbos. Shiny ways to speak of that Shabbos. This car is going here. So be a great people feel the sun. say, but again, with that,
by the way,
let's give you
since
some
we just
answer.
cracked
We
open
have
the bottle, I
again,
got some
whenever you begin with
recommendations for you guys to
like
do for
everything else in life,
shop
so much
songs.
is about the
Oh,
kavanas
hell
when you
yeah.
enter in.
Let's get
So
this
what
list
do
real
we
fast.
what do we want?
What if shop was one of us?
What do we want?
Stuck
First of all,
in the middle of
hard to
shop.
understand.
Shop in the name
Sanhedrin,
of love.
like where did this
I want the shop
Sanhedrin
of
sit?
the world.
The
Looking
Sanhedrin
down
back
on
in
the
the
great
stone.
Papa, can you hear me?
More about that American Hashem in this
Papa was a
Masechta,
rolling stone.
which was one of the
We're
chambers,
going
actually one of the
down
small
into the field.
chambers,
One
small
of them
chambers
freaks
inside of
down.
the
Just show that
inside
way
of the
singing.
base of Mikdash
And then
itself.
I smell
Important
sex
to
and
understand,
prayed
even
of
the same the name
fear.
Sanhedrin,
Just
by
picking his
definition,
crotch
turns
in
his
my chair.
Flip all that.
That's on the prepared material.
That's very good, very good.
Strong
All right.
claiming, a
Yeah,
strong
well,
desire.
let's keep in mind, I guess, the drinking game, if we remember what we played was
Yeah, we'll wait. So we said when he says something wrong.
okay, figure it out.
If there's something we legitimately can't understand.
Exile is a
Like, just you'll drink if something.
redemption.
Yeah, drink. This week you
And we're going to learn about things that don't yet apply.
Okay, this one, the title is
don't
White
yet
Boy That
have a
Works Too
piece of
Much has so many fans. He
Yeah,
doesn't need to
both
watch
of you
UFC Live Papa. Posted by
again.
Able Beat
So we're not gonna have to,
4977.
but I want to the only thing is I want to be able to okay now I learned all this information. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it actually. I want to see it to see the numbers.
rewind that cheers.
Also, Chin Chin is like a way to say cheer. It's like a British thing,
I
I
want to
think.
be able to actually see
Chin
it
is
with my
like
own eyes.
yeah.
So that's our kavanah.
So
But
that
everything we
ties
learn
in.
in Eretz Hashem should be a hachana, should be a preparation in Eretz Hashem to be able to see the Sanhedrin, to be able to see the third base of Mikdash, to be able to see Klal Yisrael whole and intact in the Rabbi Aminu. Well, so with that, let's begin. In the Yikon Zman, let's continue. Sanhedrin, feel right? Feel the excitement. Okay, says the Mishnah. Yeri Balanis, so now what we're going to do is we're going to focus a little bit on
We have to remember, he also recorded this on a Chris Monday morning because he looks the same.
deal with different cases. Now, let me give you the premise of the Mishnah. The premise of the Mishnah is that there are different types of courts which deal with different types of issues. Now, how we know that, and really learn that from that in the Mishnah, we're going to get to in the As you notice, by the way, the entire Amid Aleph is one long, this is one long Mishnah, and again, each Mishnah actually will fuel us probably for the next couple of weeks. And then sometimes, but again, this is going to give us the last week's framework of how they do this system.
I was hoping San Jose Jack Johnson would mention.
San Jose. I feel like there's a lot of good stuff in that episode.
Okay, great. So Dini Monis to Shosha. Dini Monis. So again, my Harillah. And again, we're going to get into this with Gemara in terms of what things actually mean to be adjudicated with a basin of three. Regular basin of three. Same as the Kabbalah. So again, thefts and injuries. So again, thefts, pretty good. You look at Rashi, and I looked at other pieces, you want to give a very special thought on the show for that. Right? Rashi has not been with us for a little while. And again, we want to thank Hashem. Hashem did a tremendous job. Thank Hashem. He's been shepherding us in Baal Basra. Again, thank you for telling us that. So Rashi points out, top line, Delos, Kofer, the Kadon, Mishalech, Oyan Habigazon, the Kinapotik, Nathadera Habigazon, Gizon Baigzo, as Asonis Yaden. Avalon, which is supposed to so again. Delos, just a single act, what we call that. Kabbalos, that's on the side, that's the Kabbalos. Achobo Bechadero, High Bechamisha,
But I don't say like he talks bad, but right after he does it, like just then, he's an office sleep. But he doesn't say, oh, my bad, like, you know what I mean? I don't know what happened. There's too many times where he does it wrong. He has this tiger thing is making me forget my mind.
Remember again, it goes back to a couple times. So Nezek means damages. Passing Nezek has damages. Where is there has damages? What's have damages? Short time, right? So again, this is.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. There's something in this map.
First time, the second time, when you get passing Nezek is nuts.
Is that what that's the sponsor?
So Nezek, passing Nezek, Tashlume Keitao, pays double.
But it's crazy because he doesn't smoke.
Rashi points out that their last of the wide line is neighbor Shneim Teviyado. When does a thief have to be doubled? If you catch a thief and he has stolen an object in his hands, halach l'maisa, you pay double. V'tashlim arba b'chamsha, and you pay 4 or 5 times penalty day. Where did that come up? Rashi, Yishar Osesh v'tavcha u'machlo. If you sell a sheep, or you sell an ox, and you go ahead and you steal it and you theft it and sell it, there is a 4 or 5 times penalty payment for that. Now, let's say, I want to point out, you notice over here, the list that's going, Nezek to be on the site. That's the Nezek. Actually, people come up in Arba, but the 4 or 5 time payments next onus. The man violates there's a payment. I'm a fashion. This is a woman. Motzi Shema, or again, I was saying Motzi Shema is the case of a man who marries a woman, and he makes a claim she's not a Basulah. She's not a Basulah. Now, that is a very serious claim, because that claim comes with the possibility that she committed adultery. Maybe she has a relationship with another man, all of these cases, the Shlosh is everywhere. They know how to halach, so all of these cases can be included in a Din of 3. The Chum say no, Motzi Shema, the Chum agree in all of the cases except Motzi Shema. Why? The Gemara says, Chutni Motzi Shema, come on, Motzi Shema, Ba'esu Mishlocha, if they should use both the Nefashis. Then the Chum is very interesting point to this. They say we agree with all the other cases. So again, since the only other cases you're going to see that in a case of the one case in which Moses did Shema. Why? Because Moses Shema carries the possibility of a capital charge. That is just mentioned before. Since there's the possibility that the accusation if she wasn't Basulah could ultimately again unravel to lead to the fact that and because there's a possibility of capital ramifications over there, therefore that's got to be fixed up to a basin of 23. So by the way, I just want to point out, you've never heard of a basin of 23. Before they say that again. 3, I've heard about. Right? 3 becomes a typical basin.
I wanted to get better. I wanted to address some of these criticisms that people level.
You're going to jump into this guy.
Yes.
Okay, so this is debt to quote.
Sorry,
This is also from Robin Shorty Pie.
about so much. Such
But it's different.
That I was going to remember all the information. Most of us don't. But to remember something. The examples if you want to know what they are. So again, as you go along,
So first off, how many fucking podcasts are there?
as we go along, we're going to speak the basin of 3. That's what we're operating with this entire time.
This is a good
Basin
question.
of 23.
I asked it
We don't know where it
I feel
comes
bad
from,
because
but here's what I
not
do
homeless
know,
enough.
which
We
is
all
that
need
a
to get
basin of
homeless
23
to
is
know,
adjudicating
so you know what this is.
Okay? Sorry, capital cases. Yes. Makos, so it's coming, Mir Motzi Shema, basin of 3, Chachamim Motzi Shema, basin of 21. Sorry, 23. You must as follow. Makos, so Makos, what about any case in Malchus? What's the case of Malchus?
Nobody matters had changed too.
Pretty much
Forget that. But yeah, they the knock on shop. Of course, that beige frequency thing. He steals every years ago. Yeah. He steals the background first thing from some artist.
The violation of any basic parallel thoughts carries with it the penalty of lashes. Rashi points out over here. Malchus has volume. I was a Bishma, but I want to find you not fine. So about Malchus. So Mishra Bishma, This is very interesting. In the case of Malchus, now remember, where do you get Malchus? It's a violation of the law, violation of prohibition. And yet, Rabbi Shmuel says that has to be adjudicated in a basis of 23. It's fascinating. So again, this is violation of the regular law. Rabbi Shmuel takes it up to a basis of 23. Again, this is the Mishnah. So right now, we're just going through all the information. And yet, it's Hashem.
Some guy wrote on the YouTube that Corey Holcomb is a Magic Johnson.
Interesting case here. Let's keep it up. Let's look at that again. Keep it up. So how you think you should be on in Nagar near Habib? That's because so keep it up. Let's know our price. So let's say every single month.
Okay, so this is the
Like
intro
either 29 or 30
to the Golden Hour.
Right? That's the maximum. That's the thing that's probation. 1 day was probation. 2 days. Maximum number of days that you want to have. Is 32. Has to be again after the 29 days. Remember, before the calendar was fixed, that was established by a date. Whether or not the month is going to be 29 or 30 days, remember, it depends on interest that you get. That type of interest can be received in a date of 3 people. It's already made. The Shimon Meal says, it's very interesting, different process. The Shosha Masira, this is fascinating. You know, a lot of my sons, you begin to discuss like the deliberations in the days of the Hamisha notes in the notes, and then you can kind of pick up the conversation to a basis of 5. The Goldman, the Shiva. Finish it with the basin of 7. Final decision made with the basin of 7. Then God will begin on the better. And you kind of bypass that system and just decide on this basin of 3. So let's say all of this is regular because now it's just happening over here. Because they were used to again a basin of 5 and a basin of 7. So happens we do operating with a basin of 3 and a basin of 23. Yes, so it's basin of 5, basin of 7. Okay, so we'll have to start. First one by Smichas
podcasting for
what's
over a decade.
So most of we're going to deal with
successful, shit on them all you want. Big boy industries are generating some money. Like he's got full fucking stats and like also lost like Eric Griffin and Crystalia aren't fucking doing the shit anymore.
Turns out that they were wrong. So the halachah is that we bring particular
everyone that watches the shit
whole
fucking idiot.
government
I really am just drunk and angry.
So again, for that carbon, what ends up happening is
show one of your
the elders of the court
and it's like
place their
an
hand
actual show.
of
You know what I mean? Like,
so that's
this
smichas
provides
sikunim,
That's a good point,
eglos.
because you did the
So
Boot
what's
Tower. You
our
actually
Arifas
did. You had a live
eglos?
podcast there where Shah was
Ever
going
again,
to do Boot
trying to get
Tower,
that
right?
in
And then he
some
canceled
of
because
the cities.
of his
That's
kids.
what
Yeah, but really it's because
the elders
they
of
didn't
that
have tickets sold, or like he wasn't even supposed to do it anyway.
something, I forget it. It's always something shady.
Wash their
Do you
hands
think in that
over the
intro
back of his
that
hand and say,
Shaw picked out the things they do? Like, did Eric
we are
Griffin
not
pick out
responsible for the
who
death
Biden
of
smells
Definitely,
like?
like,
both
yeah,
of
it
these
was they
processes.
brainstormed. I mean, that is an example of all three of their comedic sensibilities sitting down at a editing it like hung on him for so long.
Yes.
I mean, how far? Like that's I'd almost have. I'm almost happy. Like never having success, then being. He was on his way. Like he had an NBC show. Was on 2 NBC shows, started being in movies, was on Netflix shows, and now this is what he's produced. This is it. He's not coming back. Like people aren't, like, it's not going to be like Water Under the Bridge 5 years from now. Like, oh, let's give D'Elia a show. It's been enough time. Like, this is it. And I mean, it's also, this is it for me, but even worse. So,
while
I
she
think
is
this has
still a
been said
minor to
before,
watch,
but he's like living in like a Steinbeck
change
now.
your mind. I don't want
It's a
this.
mice
I don't
with
want
men
this.
for the rest of his
What
life,
happens when
right?
she goes
So
mute?
he's basically like in charge.
No
He has to
guests,
deal with
no
Lenny.
other
tell me about the
process
times
other
before
than
you were
formal
outed as
refusal to
serial.
continue on in
Yeah,
this
and
business.
in
So
this
both
scenario,
Abisa
though,
and Neil
George is the
have
one
to be
that's
done
sort
in
of
a basis of
Yeah,
truth.
Lenny
Not the
really
Rabbi.
hasn't done anything
Mice
wrong. Well,
she was
Lenny's
done
done a lot wrong. Lenny's done a lot wrong, but not like, what George is accused of.
not the Rabbi. Not the Rabbi, but say
It didn't work checkered fast. Honestly, there's two Georges.
What
Because
is
there's
all
Rings. Yeah. Oops.
We're not allowed to go ahead
There's
and
Callan and
for
Rings.
the first
God,
year.
it's so funny that both of them were accused of like.
They will say, now what happens about the produce
Yeah.
you're
I mean, it's not funny.
that is called
Yeah,
not
it's
the
like,
Rabbi. Again,
it's
the term Rabbi,
ironic
which
that,
applies to
like,
vineyard,
That
not the Rabbi,
whole
which
kind
applies
of
to other.
comedy store scene that I was like,
Support your produce.
I don't need to go
You're
up
allowed
there
to
that
consume
bad.
it.
Like, I don't really dig any of these personalities. And it's like, oh, they're all, none of them are funny.
Essentially,
Yeah, well, that was the
like
90s.
my
It wasn't the 90s. It was
Thank
10
you.
years
The term
ago.
Rabbi, not the Rabbi,
Yeah,
sorry,
I mean,
not the Rabbi
I be able to get away with doing that?
Again, remember, it is God. So again,
That's what Castalia said.
let's have a whole sha'in
Brains
stomach.
down, Papa style, humorous down. We're doing yours there is haphazard. That's from
Oh, Hap. Shout out to Hap.
And some of the
Gonna like
and some of the rest of them are in order
Did he just jump out of a fucking
I don't
airplane
want
to be on this show?
right? I don't want to take my knuckle to my
Mercedes sunglasses from Drive.
There's a bit of drive vibe, but it also shows sponsors are
transfer the
like
sanctity onto money.
motor
Put
oil.
money to Shalani
And so it pisses
Go
off.
ahead and spend the money that you have to spend it on what? Spend it on what?
I'm trying to look at what it
That's the
actually
caveat.
is.
This is the on
It's
food.
just
Okay,
Jim.
so let's say for whatever the reason,
I don't like this studio because his favorite shoes are
assess
Yeah,
down
it's
of
their shelf.
way back to the standard over here. Let's say the produce bottom. Sometimes art
Anyways, that's what I
down
got.
to the
Even if there's things out shaking that that's walking.
that should be done. That should be done in the base of okay. At Dave shows the close up. So it's very interesting. Hectish is done in front of the base of the food. Now what does that mean? Hectish. Listen, remember again.
Is that
You
what it
can't
is?
mean
Yeah,
concentrate
it's
on
on
something.
his sleeve.
Because what do you mean you want to concentrate something? What do you need? What do you need?
That
Right? A mouth. Right? That's what you need, right? A mouth and a brain, right? You have to be able to go ahead and identify that I have to be able to say this is hectish, and he has to have dance. So Rashi points out that the hectish means above those sons started to slow shalosh.
So like that's probably a $2,500 jacket.
If you
Yeah,
want
maybe.
to
Like
redeem
he's,
hectish,
you know, like I mean,
I
yeah,
want
like
to
the
redeem
fucking coffees from
right? So if
Airline.
I want to redeem hectish, something belongs to me from the
$20
and I want it for myself.
When he wears some designer
That
clothes
requires
that
a
like
case
don't
of
necessarily
hectish,
look good,
close
but
up.
like you know, it's like Gucci, like you see somebody, it's just like a regular sweater, but they spent $1,100.
Look at Rashi. Well, Rashi is the
Yeah, and Shab walked into Gucci and got the worst possible. He walked into Gucci and got the worst work jacket.
now
And then he gave
is down
stuff
to
8 years ago.
what it sounds like is happening over here is there's a company
Can you
that
reach
was
this to
sent
the
to the
kids for the
business
changing room?
and want to review
Can I try this on?
We'll see if you might get the condition says that requires a base in the food. Rabbi Yehuda says, Echad mehen,
Yeah, tall, big man.
Echad mehen, Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Echad mehen kohen. So Rabbi Yehuda says, these are based in the food.
That's why I went quiet. That's why I went quiet. You don't say it 8 more times.
So it's sister being fundamental. One of those guys has to be a back because what happens is people refuse like what happens if you're a junior partner, you're a junior one. When they say it does, each of us are cards that face in the past, right? And one of those people has to be alright. The Adam feels it back. And the city will apply will say ultimately again to the erect value of the person. That's his back household. So hektish tzarches vasiri kolim yeshuma. Yeshuma in Palestine. But property is owned by land, is owned by the Mikdash. And I want to reduce the Mikdash. That requires a proper valuation. That valuation is going to require 10 people, and one of them has to be a Kohen. And Adam, Rashi said over here, Adam Abba Mikdash Atzmo Miyad Hektish Tzarech Asar L'Shumo. So let's say, so we're going to see the first thing. Sounds like the thing is, if I am pledged with this income, and I want to do it myself, or I want to do someone else connected, that also requires a meaning that requires 10 into the 10, and one of those people has to be a Kohen. Now let's say, Rashi points out there, you're going to ask, what do you think about that person?
Please do. I have more ice.
What's that case? Okay, hold on, we'll see. Next, we'll say okay. So now we get off the end of the That's the social capital cases. Capital cases have to be adjudicated by a basin of 23. Now we'll say once again, where does the basin of 23 come from? Where does it come from? Like, okay, you didn't listen. We don't know. Right, we don't know. Right, money is used to cost over here. Like sometimes, actually, again, when you're confused about something, oh, you know, this is a constant base of 23. Sorry, we don't know where that comes from yet. Well, here's what I do know. Capital cases, basin of 23. Harova, Vanirva, the S from Mishlosha. Those are some interesting cases. Harova Vanirva means if a person violated an animal, like that's if a person performed an act of bestiality the animal, or the animal itself went ahead and had relations with the woman. So this is a capital case. But why is it a capital case? Well, again, remember, the person who participants in this, and ultimately, again, it's a capital case for the person, and obviously the animal is executed as well. Along the family above, fashion is kosher. Issue of 23 Shinemar, Harat V'Esha, the S Hadahima. Omer, the S Hadahima Kalo. The difference on the other here is the execution of the person and the execution of the animal are linked. Both of them will be just as capital case for a person is adjudicated in favor of a major so again, the adjudication of the capital case of the animal is also adjudicated in favor of the basic of the Zuma goes back there. Zuma says, if you look at Rashi says that the Chasumot, the Adam is the last like 6 of the white modes. The Adam Harogea, this is the Adam. The Rashi has said, Isha the Esaber, you know? So again, still here that the death of the person is to engage in the act of bestiality, the death of the animal only. Once it makes it does, just as the person is judged by reason of so is the animal. Incredible. Son is stone, that's the Sosa. Nema has putting Sako, which is how that's the focus. Shard is stone, so it's a shard is stone. A stone shard, right? Someone, therefore, again, is going to be put to death himself. That's over here. Kenaga Adam Umis. This guy that warns someone, and the person died as a result of the warring. And that shard is going to be judged because of the basis of what the some people are judged, right? But ultimately, again, the claim case is being heard by a case of qualification. And at Shar Yisakel, the Gam Ba'alav must. The Pasuk says the Shar will be stoned, and its owners will be put to death as well. Misas Bailin. Once again, what you see happening over here, the Torah is going ahead and supposing the death of the Shar, the death of the owner. Now again, but they're not after that the owner is put to death, right? But the point is culpability. The idea over here is that this is capital case heard by the 23, so through the capital case charged by the 23. Incredible. I'll say that's some interesting cases here. I'll say 8. The Ha'ari, the Ha'adol, the Ha'andama, the Ha'bardol, the Ha'nachash. What's this analogy? You have a wolf, a lion, a bear. Damar is a leopard. Bardolus is also something in the leopard family. Nachash, often translated as a polecat. Nachash is a snake. Plus, like any of these animals, which kill someone, you sussel the Asim Shosha. Ultimately, again, these creatures are adjudicated in the case of 23. Don't get the Rashi. Rashi's in the second white line has Zeva, Adam, in the Domin, the shark, and the other comments. So ultimately, again, these animals are treated like a shark towards someone. So what's that? So here are these cases are adjudicated in the face of 23. Eliezer Omer, Halakhodem Lahargan Zaha. Eliezer says any of these animals that have killed someone, the first person to be able to kill them, these are damaging animals. These are dangerous animals, and therefore, interestingly, it's so fascinating over here, right? So the Tanakama says, okay, when these animals kill, there's due process. Obviously, we're talking about where these animals are owned by someone, right? It's not just that, obviously, you're not taking a free-range bear, free-range bear, right? But when I say that, that's not disrespectful for the animal rights, right? So it is still not where you hear stories like this, right? Where you have like these people who own these wild animals, it's not really well bred. Right? But it could be, you know, like sometimes you have like people who own like a pit bull, and then the pit bull does something like right? You know, like what's the matter with you, right? So it's like, so again, these are cases over here also of where someone owns the animal, right? Someone owns a wolf, someone owns a lion, someone owns a bear, right? You have that job like this, right? So the nice stuff, and then the animal does something. So again, remember when you say that it goes to basement, that means the owner is taking the basement.
He's using
Rabbi, he's incredible. Rabbi, so that's fine. So Rabbi says something amazing. Rabbi says, yo, because these are dangerous animals, there's no due process for these animals. Instead, Regulars first
that's going to be in the
animals down.
30 for 30 or the documentary that
But
comes out.
with damaging forces, they're dangerous to greater society. They should not be living within habitation. And therefore, whoever takes the law into their own hands, so to put these animals down first. Now, obviously, that's going to require some level of explanation as well. But for nice again, that's my focus of the AD. But Rabbi Akiva says, we saw some. That's the Mishloach. Rabbi Akiva says, no, these cases have to be reduced to the 23. That was interestingly enough, you was going to ask, Rabbi Akiva seems to see the same thing as the kind of comment. Right, there's a way to the 23. Okay, we'll see in Gemara Nefesh Hashem what exactly you're talking about. Next, in Johnny, Loas HaShevet, Loas Navi HaShet. Loas HaKohen. Okay, these are pretty fascinating things. You cannot put a Shevet on trial. Now, we'll say, when did he ever be judging an entire Shevet? It actually says over here, we both shall Shevet Sha'avdu Avodah Zarah B'Mitzvah. Incredible. Third wide line down in Rashi. Let's say you have an entire tribe that has to show them worship Avodah Zarah, or actually say the majority of the tribe which worships Avodah Zarah. And you put each tribe on trial, you have to adjudicate the truth of amazing, or Navi Shet, they have a false prophet, or Kohen Gadol. Or you have a Kohen Gadol that you have to take the days. Okay, that's interestingly enough. We'll have to see tomorrow what exactly is it that he's doing this stuff? So we'll say all of these cases, we're judging the entire tribe, Navi Shet, the false prophet, or Kohen Gadol matters, Ella of the basic of Shillah. Here it is. Right? It's fascinating, right? We set this close ahead. Yeah, here's the first line. In the entire list so far that we've seen, Sanhedrin of 71 judges. 71 judges. You're judging the tribe, you're judging the false prophet, you're judging the Kohen Gadol. That's kicked all the way up the ladder. That goes to the high court of the land. The Sanhedrin, 71 judges. They don't see it. Well, it's incredible. They will see it. The Mohammed Harashos, Ella of the days in Hashem Ba'achasuni against Klal Yisrael can't go out to war unless they have the permission of the Sanhedrin. We're going to talk about this, and there's going to be some great studies over here. Different types of wars for Klal Yisrael. Rashi says over here, Mohammed Harashos, this is in the wide lines about 4 lines in. Kol Melchama, Karo Yishos. He's like bullying
Not an optional one. Rip on him enough.
Discretionary war. Right? So Rashi says, war is a discretionary war. Rashi essentially says, other than that. Discretionary war. Now, what does it mean discretionary war? So Rashi says something amazing over here. Rashi says, any war except for conquering Eretz Yisrael is called a discretionary war. Now, we'll say, which is very interesting. So what does that mean? A defensive war is so again, we're going to take a lot of issue with that. Actually, I'm not taking issue with that. Actually, not on top of right now. Again, just coming back to. So again, but however, what the Gemara does say is something very interesting. The opposite of a Mohammed is Mohammed's mitzvah. Apparently, Mohammed's mitzvah does not require the permission of the Sanhedrin, which we'll get into in the Gemara. But Lamais again, but Mohammed's Rishos does require Sanhedrin. This is incredible. You cannot add on to the city. Now, the Parshas we're going to see that this is talking about over here, Yerushalayim. You can't add on to the borders of Yerushalayim, nor can you add on to the courtyards of the Beis Hamikdash without the Sanhedrin. You need a Sanhedrin of 71 judges. They don't see the Sanhedrin of Shvatim. Because it's fascinating. We're going to see that the Sanhedrin, the high court in Yerushalayim, has an obligation to establish what we call circuit courts, right, in every sheva. So who establishes the circuit court? Who establishes the smaller courts? That can only be done by the high court in Yerushalayim. In Osin Sanhedrios the Shvatim, Ella Alpi Basin Shashim Be'echad. So every Shedet should have its own court. But those courts have to be established by the High Court in Yerushalayim. Ein Osim Irani Dachas, Ella Alpi Basin Shashim Be'echad. But what's the Irani Dachas? What's Irani Dachas? One of the city where all of the inhabitants worship the holy God. What happens to that city? You wipe it out. So the declaration or the sentence of the Irani Dachas can only be established by a based in no by the Sanhedrin, 71 judges. And also in the Dachas to Saba, so once again, we're putting in the Dachas, you must have some interesting discussions over there. And also in the Dachas to Saba, you cannot declare a border city on the Dachas. I'm not going to get into this, but this makes a lot of sense. Why? What happens if you declare a border city on the Dachas? You wipe out the city. What does that do? That opens up the border. We have to leave. What happens when borders cities are overrun? How that opens up. So therefore, again, it's interesting that you have a border city. So what do you do with a border city where the inhabitants worship Avodah Zarah? That we'll have to see. But the point is, you can't go ahead and declare a border city as an Irani Dachas. Below shalosh. Furthermore, again, we'll have to see exactly what to do with this. You cannot go ahead and declare. You cannot go ahead and make 3 cities Irani Dachas, but you could do 1 or 2. Okay. Sanhedrin Gidol. Sanhedrin Gidol. The High Court, Yerushalayim, the Beis Hamikdash, was comprised of 71 judges. And also, again, a lower court was 23 judges. The Lord says, how do you know that the High Court in Yerushalayim was 71 judges? Where do you get that from? Shnei the both say very simple. Asfali Shidim Ish Nizikne Yisrael Umoshe Al Gabein. The both say absolutely incredible. Because what does the pasuk say in Bamidbar? Right, where again Moshe Rabbeinu says, I can't do this by myself. The Moshe says, no problem. Gather for me. Moshe Rabbeinu says, right, Isfali. Hashem says to Moshe, Hashem says to Moshe, gather for me 70 people. And who's together with the 70? Who's together with the 70? Who's on top of the 70? Who's got based in? Moshe Rabbeinu. Oh, there it is, 71. So 70 people gathered, plus Moshe Rabbeinu. That becomes the model for a Sanhedrin of 71. And Yehuda says Shimon. He says, no. The Sanhedrin is actually not 71, but rather the Sanhedrin is 70. Interestingly enough, it seems to be that Yehuda holds that Allah Moshe Rabbeinu was the first Sanhedrin. So really, you got to be 70 people now. What do you do with it? Even when you're Sanhedrin, is the difference. That's what we'll see in the So let's say, how do you know that the lower court is comprised of 23? Where is that? From Shneimar, Shneimar, B'shaktu ha'eda ve'etzilu ha'eda. The pasuk says, the Eidah will translate the congregation or the assembly. The assembly will judge and the assembly will save. Eidah shoftatas, ve'eda matzalas. In a Beis Din, you need a group that could indict and a group that could exonerate. In other words, every Beis Din must have an Eidah. That must be comprised of at least 2 groups, the capacity of 2 groups. One group who could find the parties guilty, one group who could find the parties innocent. How much is an Eidah? So the Gemara says, Harikan Esrim, that gives me 20. I want to say, how do you get that gives me 20? Now watch this. How do I know that Eidah represents 10 people? Get ready for it. Shneimar, Ad Mosai Le'Eidah Hara Hazos. So what's the time of Raglim? Remember again, the city said, there were 12 Raglim. Remember again, when the pasuk says, Ad Mosai, the pasuk says, how long will I have to deal with this terrible Eidah? Remember again, who did that exclude? That excluded Yoshua and Caleb. Which means Eidah means 10. Eidah means 10. So let's say, now watch this. When it comes to a court, the Torah uses 2 phrases. The Shaktu ha'Eidah, the Eidah will judge. The Tzilu ha'Eidah, the Eidah will exonerate. That shows you that a Beis Din has been made up of 2 Eidahs. An Eidah, minimum of an Eidah is 10. Where do we learn that from? Miraclim. So 2 Eidahs gives you 20. 20. So the Gemara says, now watch this. So how do I get the other three? The Pasuk says, you shall not follow after a simple majority to indict. Right? You should not follow after a simple majority to find someone guilty. This is speaking about specifically by capital crimes. So the Gemara says, that sounds like you can follow a simple majority to exonerate. Right? But you can't follow a simple majority to indict. So the Gemara says, so that's the case, that follow a simple majority to exonerate. And why does the Pasuk have to say Achar Rab Lahatos? Why does it have to say that? Because follow the majority. So the Gemara says, Lo Katiyas Chalatova, Katiyas Chalara. Teach me that the most like to follow the majority ultimately again to exonerate is not the same as following the majority to indict. How so? But following the majority to exonerate, all you need is what kind of majority do you need? What kind of majority do you need? Majority of one. So we must in order to indict, ultimately again, you need two. Now let's say, so here we go. Just follow this, right? So let's hold up our number. 4 turn the base. Don't turn it. Hey, listen, remember again, what do I have over here, right? Why do I hands off, right? What do I have over here? Right, I've got a basin of 71, which I now know that's easy. Hashem says to Moshe, gather to me 70 people, plus Moshe having 71. This brings me to the top. Fine. Now I want to know about a basin of 23. So remember again, I have the Shaftua Ida, the Tzidua Ida, 2 phrases. Ida, how much is it equal to? How much is it equal to? 20. Right, 10, 20. Good. Now what about the other 3? So here's what I know. Now I'm having a group of 20. Now, in order for a basin of 20 to go ahead and indict, what do they need? They need a majority of 2, right? Because to indict you need a majority of 2, to exonerate you need a majority of 1. So therefore, if I have 20, I need a majority of 2. What does that keep me up to? What does that keep me up to? 22. Now, turn the base. The A, phased in shuffle. Here's the problem. You can't have a basin of 22. Why can't you have a basin of 22? Because you can't have an even number phased in. Therefore, because then you can end up with a split. Therefore, Mosifin Alein Otachak, Hare Kerem, and Simon. Therefore, I can't have a basin of 22. Therefore, I got to add in one more. What do I have? So that's what I've got now my next basin. I've got my 71 member basin. I've got my 23 member basin. How many people? How many people do you need in a city in order for them to be like this? Now, what this means is, it sounds like what you are saying, it sounds like what you're saying. How many people do you need in a city in order to set up, a basin in that particular city? That's what I'm saying. How many people do you need in a city to set up a basin? So the Gemara says, depending on what assignment culture. The says, 150 people. They have access. 120 people. 120 people in the city in order to set up a city. It sounds to be like a pretty small city. And depending on the thing it says, aside the sources, you need 230 people to make a study of sellers. Corresponding to the sorry aspects. Again, we'll see exactly what that means. So looks like, so interestingly enough, fundamental focus about what the minimum population size is in a city in order for there to be an obligation to set up a local business. Looks like, Mazel Tov on our first week of the second Sanhedrin. By the way, Mazel Tov to Yishmael. I'm finishing so well about them. And beginning the second Sanhedrin today is about pretty incredible. That's the only beginning the same down expect that coming to people. finishing Yishmael, today I check Yishmael. I could just talk about something moments, you know. Okay, listen to that.
Usually do make an extra size.
Right, everything makes like perfect sense, right? Everything is beautiful, everything is money, it's Gemara and here's the problem. So what I will say, here's what Gemara says, here's the problem. Mishnah says, do you need mumminess? And then it's the same as the Kabbalah, right? Monetary laws is indicated by reason of three, and then the laws of theft and injuries are three as well. So answer to Gemara, what to? The same as the Kabbalah is not three, but we're still understand. It's repetitive. Once you tell me you need mumminess, three monetary laws is indicated by reason of three.
Billy's got a point. I mean, I don't even really know what Billy was saying there, but I assume he has a point.
Why do you have to break that out?
Sure, God said something stupid.
Gemara says, You're right. Everyone says the Mishnah is meant to be explanatory. What's the explanatory? Mahin Dinei Mamanis. Read the Mishnah like this. Dinei Mamanis b'Shlosha. And what's an example of Dinei Mamanis? What do you mean when you say Dinei Mamanis? You say what's the Kabbalah. You mean the laws of theft and damages. Aval, Hodas, V'Halvos, Lo. I will say when it comes to the laws of loans, the Hodas laws just means loan disputes. Like issues of loan disputes, those cannot be adjudicated by a Beis Din of three. Rather, those type of disputes require a different type of basis. So let's see what's happening over here. So on one hand, the Mishnah says, Dinei Mamanis to be adjudicated by a Beis Din of three. But hold up. What do I mean by Dinei Mamanis? Zealous v'chavalos. Thefts and injuries. What don't I mean? Loan disputes. Loan disputes require a different type of basin. What type of basin? I don't know. Remains to be seen. But that's not a basin of three. So you said, now we'll see why you can really be three. Now I understand why you can be Mamanis. Look at Mishnah what it just said. Dinei Mamanis can be adjudicated by a basin of three. Avamina, that's people how dolls, I would have thought that therefore this by definition also includes or dolls and avals. Must also include home disputes. Therefore, therefore the Mishnah says, no, we say this for Kabbalah to teach you that what does it mean in Mamanis? What does it mean when we say that Manafay Loch is in the basin of three? That's only theft and injuries. Each time it's zeros for Kabbalah. The Loch has Dinei Mamanis. Furthermore, again, as the Mishnah just said, so just do that Dinei Mamanis and just say have zeros for Kabbalah. Just say theft and injuries is adjudicated by a basin of three, and don't say Dinei Mamanis. So I would have said, you must have a mina who had been that you Hodas V'Halvos. I would have thought, no. Since it said Chazal, Zelos, V'Chavalos, which means monetary law, I would have assumed that includes loan disputes as well. Chahai becomes Zelos, V'Chavalos. And why did you say Zelos, V'Chavalos? Because the Eker Gimel exceeds Zelos, V'Chavalos. You will say, when it goes to the basin of three, the primary place where it talks about it is in the realm of theft and injuries. So the Gemara says, when it comes to theft, the Pasuk says, right, and the aggrieved party will come before the judge. In this context, the judge. When it comes to injuries, what is the matter if you injure someone financially, or you injure someone with injuries? Therefore, Tana, Mahin Dinei Mamanis, Zealous v'Chavalos, about those, because I was like, the Mishnah is structured very specifically. Right, so the Mishnah is written as Dinei Mamanis b'Shlosha. Right, so again, financial cases are adjudicated in a basin of three. When we stop there, we will assume that means all financial cases. Therefore, the Mishnah comes to qualify the statement and says, no. What type of financial cases are we talking about? Zelos v'Chavalos. Theft and bodily injury, physical injury. Those are the types of cases adjudicated by a basin of three. But halacha l'maisa, let's say Hodas V'Halvos, loan disputes. Once again, we're getting to the exact Hodas V'Halvos, but for our purposes today, loan disputes are not adjudicated in a basin of three. Rather, again, they require a different legal mechanism. What's the legal mechanism for them? I don't know. We'll see. But they're not adjudicated by a basin of three. And therefore, the Mishnah has to be written this way, because otherwise you would have ended up with an erroneous conclusion. I would say, I want to pause here for just a second, because I want to show you this tremendous and beautiful just before I want to get it in. And then we'll have time. We'll go back to the before Chris picks up with a little bit of a new studio at this moment. So the Gemara says as follows. So remember again, in the Mishnah, we saw something incredible. What did we see? The Mishnah learned out the concept that a basin of 23, like where do we learn out from? Ada plus 3. What's the Ada? And I will say, what's the Ada? The Ada ultimately again is miraculous. And by the way, this is something very interesting as well. When the Gemara learns out for a minion, right? Interestingly enough, what's the source for a minion as well? Is Adas Holach. Right? It's part of the minion is Holach and his assembly. If I think about the
shows there, so that's 7,000 tickets.
why are we learning
Florida, and also
bedrock concept? Let's focus over here. Right, we're talking about the judicial system. We'll say, what's the entire purpose of the judicial system? To maintain integrity, right? To maintain adherence to the laws of the Torah. why are we learning this out from the miraculous? And of all the places, you can't find another source to this. So what's it? This is what the Rabbi says. This is incredible. Reish Lomar, Chazal Omru, Meraglim Imechel Olam Haba. The Gemara says that the Meraglim always have a portion in the world to come. So we'll say this is incredible. The Rebbe says, but however, Yishmos Yisrael Ef Shalem Shiyotu the only Adi. It is impossible for a Yiddish soul, impossible for a Neshama to be lost forever. So on one hand, the Gemara says that the Meraglim don't respond, don't have a portion of the world to come. The Baal Shem Tov says, how could it be that a soul is going to be lost forever? He says it can't be. Why? Chelek Elokah Mima'al. People think that's the Baal Shem Tov. But the Jews, the Baal Shem Tov already said that Chelek Elokah. Chelek Elokah. The Neshama ultimately again is a Yisrael from. So how could it be that a Jew would be lost, or to say that a Jew doesn't have a portion of the world to come? He says, Lachem Matzu Lahem Chazal Hakala. So therefore Chazal found the way to save the Meraglim. How do you save the Meraglim? How do you save the followers of Korah? Eida Ki Asara. By using them, as the source, repent, aid the Scripture Sanhedrin. I did limud zeh, yisalu yitaku mishmoseh. By using them, by using the psukim, by using the Meraglim as the source for this halacha, what does it do? It lifts up their Neshama. By using their memory, by using their sin, by using their custom to teach us a profound halacha, bedrock halacha, ultimately that provides tremendous aliyah, lifts up their neshamas. The same is true ultimately with the assembly of Torah. We're not a million from Torah, but Chazal learned Sanhedrin from the Meraglim in order to lift up the neshamas of these individuals. That even with all of their averos, the tremendous averos, there is no such thing as non-salvation, and we have an obligation to lift everyone up. That is what. So when we learn this literally, what we're providing is a teacher for the neshamas of the Meraglim. And I've said that 2 lessons over here. Number one, no one is beyond salvation. Even the Meraglim are not beyond salvation. Even the assembly of Korah is not beyond salvation. And if those guys are not beyond salvation, then we certainly cannot keep up on ourselves as well. And number two, the lens that we have to go to help each other. You know, it's easy just to say, you know what, I'm worried about me. I don't have enough kindness towards the other. But it's not true. We all have enough kindness. We all have responsibility towards one another. We all have to look out for each other. If we see someone else who's struggling, we have an obligation to roll up our sleeves and to help out. Chazal felt that applies even to the Jews who weren't doing the right thing, even to the Meraglim, even to the followers of Torah, and therefore took them into the Gemara. Said every single time we learn these concepts, we have the ability to lift them up higher and higher.
Yeah, he's pretty boring right now, but also he talks like it's almost like a Creole type of like fast, like the words are super connected. It sounds like he has an accent. He does have an accent. Yeah. It's just like CTE or something. I don't know what it is. He's got some weird, but it's become this like demonetized and then like it's very fast. President could be demonetized. Nobody's demonetized. That's one thing about talking about fast. Okay, I can't do it.
Okay, to 100K, which I thought I'd do about 20K. After we talk about do some politics.
Why doesn't anybody do impersonations of him? I haven't seen anybody do like even that. There was a video that some guy did where he plays him, and it's pretty funny. I thought it was a good job. I don't remember who it was that did it, but he doesn't really do an impersonation of Shah. I've never heard somebody nail like a Shah impersonation. Yeah. James Austin Johnson should stop doing Trump.
All of our sponsors for this morning here. Today, our annual correspondence production crazy shit. I don't know. You come to the club and there's so much fun. For today. Rogan, Eddie, Brian, and myself for it. Was nice. And this is for all of us that all of the lovers and all of those who bring us back. But back then, got suppressed and demonetized, and it was allowed to say whatever we want. It was really now, and trust me, I fight it every single
where my shows get suppressed and demonetized and flagged and taken down and all shit every day. It's every day now. It's just like it's part of my gig now. Being a it's absolutely insane. I agree with all the stuff Elon does and stuff like that, but about Twitter, I was like, God, if he can only buy Instagram and YouTube, that'd be fantastic. Keep the train going, dude. Get some investors. So we talked about YouTube and Instagram, because Facebook owns Instagram. Get some investors, man. Buy that stuff and quit helping suppress our stuff.
This is like if you gave a monkey Adderall, a monkey that can speak, like a joker, like it was like if you gave Shop Adderall, and there's a stream of conscious nonsense. It makes no sense. You brought up Elon investing in his videos getting demonetized. He's like trying to get some like he's a hero or something.
My YouTube so that I cannot get demonetized.
But is Elon like a shot? I thought Elon was supposed to be the smartest guy ever. So the question, dude, is Elon focused? Yeah, hopefully we'll find out someday. But like, would Nikola Tesla buy Thomas Edison buy YouTube for whatever like convenience most of the day then? Probably not. No.
Incredible. So beautiful. I love it. Debbie, what a
I apologize to anyone on the show. Even Sam, I came in. I said to him stuff. It's gonna get the show demonetized.
Sam's watching. He's like, we never had that conversation.
Who is he speaking to? Who is he apologizing to? Fans of Bitcoin Nation?
Maybe people that have like they get commission off of like the percentage of the YouTube.
Maybe that's who he's apologizing to. But I just imagine like who is watching this and understanding it. You know, like is there a fan out there that's a really dumb thick boy squad guy who's like, man, he's right, dude. Everything he said, I 100% agree. 100%.
What's crazy to me is this clip is 3 minutes, and he says demonetized or suppressed like 9 times.
Yeah, why is he really getting demonetized and suppressing this?
Well, that's what the title is saying, is that he's planting the seed that because all the hate about whatever podcast he has, right, you can take it down and say that it got deleted by YouTube. Right. And
every time he tweets, like, he gets every time he tweets, like, it's a stand-up, it gets destroyed. And it's not just a stand-up. He posted, like, hey, what do you guys think about Terrifier 2? And he had to turn off the comments because people were just shitting on Bring Down Mass Web movie. It's
but yeah, he asked about it and had no comments, so you couldn't even tell him what you thought of it.
That's fine. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, so his job is turning me into shop.
Incredible. All right, you want to see what that? Let's begin. Let's begin. All right. I have no opportunity today to finish the rest of the doc tomorrow. Right, so this we gotta finish. All right, so today's topic is simplifying thought. 176, and you're simplifying 8 days. Listen, pretty much left off the already yesterday, but we did this one too long. Remember again, we're doing interesting news, we're not focusing about who does the all right stuff. How do we understand? Let's say again, Ruben lends money.
You know who else is a hero that stood up when other people would? Mr. Rogers. Alright, so this one is from Rogan and Shorty Pie. Again, dude, Rogan and Shorty Pie. All over the defect case up. This one's called The Children's Soccer Game Reeks in Bar. I'll say this about what's his name? Rogan and Shorty Pie. Rogan and Shorty Pie students. Good work on the titles. Sir, they went Jordan to the test.
What they did to Kanye, this is soccer game. I know exactly how it worked. I didn't see what they posted. I didn't see what Kanye should do along Kanye's Kanye's good.
He was just like trying to see
his son has seen him a long time, and the one person he looks more than anybody else playing. So can he stop him from seeing his son in a soccer game?
Rabbi says no. Rabbi says in reality,
I would too. Search freaking out. I would too. And if I was
You know what I would do if that happened to me? I would put solidarity into a Guadalajara group. They're trying to stop me from seeing my kids.
that might come up. Put the left right, so grab a hold, and then you get started. These
guys are like insane loose cannons, and it's work from that particular fruit.
That's the case.
Like they're always doing clips where they're like, "Oh, you know what I would have done in this? I mean, I would have gotten up in their face." Or Wahlberg will kind of like, yeah, they're basically
against any
they're
property.
Mark Wahlberg
And why did
without
Rabbi
any
say
sort
that
of
if you
reason
own
for
the
being
property,
Mark.
that Allah
Mark Wahlberg
is
is saying
collecting
that he
from
would
the property?
bounce on those
Those
planes.
today's
But
folks,
these
you know,
guys are
that
like, if I was at that soccer
in
match
order not to close the
yay,
door in front of
and
borrowers.
I
So
wanted my
it's
son
like,
to be better at soccer,
in
I
general,
would help
when you're
him
lending money to the halakhic
what?
perspective,
Beat up the
so that
refs,
means that you're
talk to and yell at his son in front of everybody. You'd help him do that.
fantastic.
Like, now we got Shab and you have like the two stupidest celebrities.
So if I can't charge
And now Callan is here, like, no one is saying
property, it's a hard
Alright,
sell.
so this is the last clip for the day. It's from Mitchie Stick LDC.
As people aren't going to want to lend money. So therefore, again, I love for myself.
Papa having a stroke live on here.
And you get a lien against all
Better
property.
builder Visa credit cards issued to Skype Bank and 8% of our license with Visa is at your checking account and $200 qualifying for
And why not even
$1,000
take a verbal
secure.
loan?
The lifetime credit builder Visa credit card regular on time payment history can
Some
help
less
positive credit score and impact the score.
next
May vary,
again,
and some scores may not improve. Take out-of-network ATM withdrawal fees may apply except at Money Pass ATMs.
Is that a side effect of Tiger-Dick whiskey? Kratom, Alpha Brain, Adderall, or one of the many energy drinks that they shelf? Who knows? Only time will tell. I'm worried about Papa. Like, look, I can't see myself for all I'm not doing the same thing. But, alright, that's it.
Rab, on the other
See you
hand,
next week.
holds she would allow so there is no concept of a lien against property. There's no encumbrance on property. So
What would you do if you were
Rabbi
hospitalized
makes
far
a
from
lien
home?
when it's
Don't
in
worry,
the star
Airmed Care
is in
Network
order not
has
to
you covered
close the
with
door
Fly You
to
Home
lenders.
memberships.
Okay, or not to borrowers, I should say.
Just one
The
call,
Gemara
and
says as
their
follows.
providers
Remember,
will
Rabbi,
transport you back to a hospital of your choice to recover closer to loved ones at zero out-of-pocket cost to you. Fly You Home offers coast-to-coast and worldwide coverage and is remarkably affordable, starting at $159 a year. Learn more at airmedcarenetwork.com/fly.
So let's remember again, interestingly enough, one of the things we learned, some of you spend a lot of time on Yerusha, of the firstborn son gets a double portion. What if you get a double portion? What is a double portion? And not the road. Right? You only get double portion from property that is considered to be owned by the estate and not property that is road.
Check the chicken and may checks left be with you.
So the property that is owned by the estate is not property that is used. You want to say something interesting. So let's say you're not the guy who's behind the shipments, moving to the car. Now, moving when that debt becomes collectible, if the debt is secured by property, then moving gets double portion of that. If it's not secured by property, or from the money that you pay, he doesn't get these times. What do you see about that? What do you see? Because here, that it must be that the lien against property is the all rights of me. And therefore, it turns out that because that lien is continually back over the life, that lien makes the loan and therefore the car gets decided. Without a lien, it's all right stuff. Get Rabbi gets the Rabbi. What's going on here? The big thing about it, maybe it's a problem. Just maybe it's really Rabbi who's not supposed to do the all right stuff. And he doesn't know
Back to 10 minutes of shop. That took us just one take. Obviously, there was one take. Took us a very long time to do it. If you didn't like it, that would be pretty sad. We'll stop doing songs. Like, we learned how to play the turtle and how to play the predator for that. Yeah, but I'm dressed up like a leprechaun because I had a work office party. And some for Halloween. At some point, we will do BGL, but you got it for the 10 minutes of shop. It's got to get to 20,000 views. Yeah, dress up like BGL. But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here for 10 minutes of shop. So this first time. Yeah, I think they caught on to the you're like you don't start for time. Yeah, somebody said the fake timer thing is like their favorite part. And it's hilarious because I just botched Alright, so this one's called Papa Claims People Accuse Him of Having Others Write Jokes for him. For him, like Chris Rock possibly that compares himself to LeBron and Tom Brady. Sounds great.
What is the nature
So
of an
here we
incumbent?
go.
Crazy
Is
like that.
incumbent
It's not
Doraisa? Is
That
incumbent
can't be.
Dragonon?
That was so
Labo,
impressive.
Dragonon,
That can't be
Budo,
real.
Doraisa.
You're actually
Ondan
helping
Doraisa.
Jake Paul
Tabii
with
bunu
this.
öyle var. Rabbi
That's what you're
Budo,
doing. You're just feeding into
Nova
his narrative.
Aka,
When you say that, that's a compliment. That's such a compliment. It's like the I've had people go with shotgun race jokes. There's no way to come to the show. Or tell you as to things you have already jokes on the that's a compliment too. I think Chris Rock round? Chris Rock? Hell man, that's dope. I'm never like, what? That's ridiculous. No, dude, hell.
Confident nobody thinks Chris Rock. Brendan Schaub's material. Oh, really, dude? That's an early, oh, really, dude. That's an oh, really, dude with an exclamation. I mean, Chris Rock. Why would you pick him? You should have the oh, really, like, a leprechaun. It's offensive. That's the worst thing that's happened to Chris Rock since the slap. It's the worst since that. To be accused, I'd rather Will Smith punch me.
Oh yeah, man. Punching these ways too, man. That's dope. That's not a club. That's great. No, he's a good show. It's so good. People think somebody else is writing it. Hell yeah, dude. This is great. It's fantastic. So with Jake, same thing.
He says it so many times.
Same thing. He's acting like same thing with Tom Brady, right? Dude, he's whatever it is, 44 tickets. No way he's that good. Yeah, he's on steroids. Man, we all cut the legs off the
Wait a minute, he's saying there's no way I'm that good. He has compared himself so far to Jake Paul, Tom Brady, Chris Rock. Like, it got progressively, like, athletic, because nobody really wants to be Jake Paul, probably. I'm sure a lot of so Jake Paul, and then Chris Rock, who's one of the greatest stands of all time, and then Tom Brady, who's legitimately the best quarterback ever lived. So what's the last one? Does he do? Didn't they say LeBron? Let's see if he does. What does he say about
people? Because we can never comprehend that even somebody can achieve these accomplishments. Oh my God, Tom Brady, he's on so much. LeBron did so much shit. Okay. Just makes you feel better about yourself.
The reason that if Schaub is watching this, the reason that people say that is because, and I want to try to say this in a way that's not super mean, but it's because you're so bad at stand-up that if you have a joke that even has like is written in a way that has like a punchline, people assume that someone else has written it because they've seen things like the Magic Johnson thing that nobody would accuse you of writing not writing that. That has Schaub written all over it. I need Magic Johnson jokes 7 times a week. I try to force that on his deck. I just love it. The tater tot thing has been stuck in my head, so I've been doing it nonstop before. Like, the tater tot 7 times a week. This one's called Stop Painting Narrative Pop-Up. Dana's gonna call you a dummy. I really, I want to know where does Schaub think Jews came from? I guess he's talking about like maybe when there were slaves in Egypt. Oh yeah, well does he elaborate more? Do you think, he watches George Carlton and Dave Chappelle. So Dave Chappelle has that one joke about one so-and-so with the Jewish person. And seeing like the impression of Olympics. Oh, I don't even remember that, but yeah, maybe he's still a inheritors
are obligated to pay back
only rights of George Carlton. So here's the change the narrative.
What do you see from there?
Watch the fight. It was definitely one.
He
says that he says he's been hearing stuff about PBI because PBI lost a split to Aljamain. He had the DQ because of the knee, and then now this Sean O'Malley thing. He's saying like he thinks the UFC doesn't have his back, so he might want to do something else. Not even the UFC doesn't want a Russian champion. As a verbal I don't know. This was anyone says against me, because he's Russian, yeah.
Even from
Russian.
That the suit indicates the concept
What do you think he said?
of
I thought he said he doesn't want a Russian champion, like Russian. Oh, yeah, it's also like this is another time where it seems like the kratom is either wearing off or coming on or kicking in. Yeah, because like people explain kratom, but in no offense, the explanation of kratom is so great that I just can't bring myself to read I like that you're commenting and like that you're engaging, and I wish you will, but I'm never going to take it. So when I'm like, what is kratom? You know, I don't care really.
Well, take kratom out of the conversation. If you see something longer than a sentence, you don't.
Is that your son? Oh, yeah. Well, it's like, no, if it's like 8, not 9 sentences, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I got a job. I can't be like reading it. There's like 300, 400 comments on these things. So I do read the comments, okay? I check my social media. But you have 2 jobs. Do you change and your job? Yeah, I got my shift to change. I got to do. You know, I had to cover for Jay Super. Respect. My guy, sorry, you got to hit, but you're going to come back even stronger next time. I feel it. And then James was with you. All right, let's go. James Super.
You have the business standpoint, the integral miracles, but you cannot collect from soul properties. Why are you able to collect from an estate?
I don't know if that's true. I heard anyone say that but him. What does that big Russia have to do with anything?
Well, he's saying that, let's say Peter Young, because the champion, you can't go to Russia to fight because of the war happening.
Do they normally go to other countries and the fighters to fight?
Yeah, they do like, if this is a Brazilian champion, they'll go to Brazil for the title defense. Yeah. UFC does that. Yeah, like, what's his name? Yeah, Falcon, like, shot. What is that guy's name?
From
purchases. Steve
And then you go around people,
but he's from Cleveland.
right? You gotta be unfair to the purchaser, right? If you lend him money, and subsequently you're gonna have to loan, and let's say they lend further, like we don't let you out and then afterwards we then sold the property to lease. It's there in the event that we sold,
Sebastian Maniscalco in the Hezzy Sklav on people who believe the rumor the Paul fight was rigged. Dude, these titles that change things, they're like tongue twisters. They're trying to make you seem good. They're great though. Yes, they're amazing. Here we go.
I also, what I think is funny is, I've had people say, let's have this story so much, yeah, it's dude, the thing that's real.
Because they had no way of knowing about it.
You talk so fast for no reason. It's gotta be that, like people said, the Adderall, that's one thing he doesn't show. Probably not allowed to promote that or whatever. He's definitely on Adderall, right? And he's on kratom and alpha brain and Tiger Thing whiskey, so at different points, you know, it's like he's very often saying that. There was a guy that messaged us about potentially sponsoring us for his rehab center, like chatting about whatever shop does kratom, touch motor, looks like he's on kratom or Tiger Thing, a little thick ski. And I would definitely bring it up now if I knew the name. But I don't know, so it'd be a good, that could be a fun bit. We'll just bring it up and help people out anytime. Seems like it would be probably a good opportunity.
Guess you gotta book his waistline, dude. You know, like if you think it's stage us on the same grown man that wants to punk his waistline,
anytime I lend money to you,
I didn't know that Shop was another one of these people that's just grown man. That's a huge thing in the YouTube. It's like, I can't believe a grown man did this. A grown man does this. So I responded to one guy. I was like, would you rather Shop just make fun of a child? It makes no sense. As a grown man. Why can't a grown man have a pumpkin spice latte? It's probably because he doesn't want to say that word, those words. The pumpkin spice latte. That's a lot of, it's a hard one for Shop. He goes into Starbucks and he's like, he wants to get a pumpkin spice latte. He's like, can I get a Guadalajara hard scoop? I need a Guadalajara hard scoop 7 times a week. Listen, Bobby. Dude, before we go into let's play one more clip. Alright, this one's called Brain Dump Having a Seizure.
what is it slavery? It's a better word.
This is like
when
when
you say
I
yourself,
was when a
okay,
dog would
it's
try
not
to
like
read.
a family.
A dog
Like,
was
after that feels good, but you gotta understand.
you know that SNL sketch where they put a helmet
No,
on
I
a
ain't
dog?
fucking know. Everywhere
Alright,
comes from
let's try
that.
to see if we
So
can
it
guess
tells
what
me
he's saying.
that I have to
Right?
be a good father.
Don't laugh.
So it
Don't
tells
laugh.
me that I have to be a good
You told
husband.
us you want to
It
make
tells
friends
me
with
that I have to
you.
be a
They
good
could do that. You want to bring fighters up. You want everyone to get paid for every transfer on every time they
It
fight.
tells me all the different
Okay,
things
I kind of understood
A
that.
lot
Like,
of
yeah,
things
he said you talk all this shit about MMA fighters, but you
we
bring
find
up
ourselves in
trash talk
comfort. It's gonna
them.
work in comfort.
Yeah, I got the beginning.
Stupid.
That's one of the things where you'd have to like listen to it a
Right, but
lot.
we find
Like an
ourselves
NBA
in
investigator.
comfort.
They
So many
yeah,
different
like,
things,
okay,
right?
what
People
did
find
Johnny say
themselves
to
in comfort to
that
their
guy?
career.
Is
People
off
find
of
themselves
wire,
in
not
comfort to
plugged in
other
right
people's
and shit. Yeah, stop moving
the
around.
society
Teddy.
norms,
I
the
remember
different
what I was
things,
gonna
good
bring up.
comfort with my friends or my
When I was
peer
driving
group are
back,
here.
I was telling
There's only
Jordan
one
that I'm
stupid
gonna
for
go
a
to
year.
a Halloween
There's only
work
one thing
party.
that come to
And
this
Jordan
world,
sent me a
and that
text
is
saying,
what I that
did
is
you
the
hear about
promotion
Shop's
of
wife?
and
And I wrote, no.
that
What happened? And he
is
wrote,
my
she dressed
life
up like a hot Cheeto for
and
Halloween.
if I'm discovering myself,
It's pretty
if
good,
ultimately
man.
I
I
get
was
a
like, there's a
supplement
chance
myself,
that could be
keep
real.
myself over.
I
I
you're
love
making
myself,
a good
little
bit
bit again.
joke,
To
but
be as Evan Hashem,
and you were.
you
But
go, Evan.
I was like, that
I'm an
couldn't be
Evan
real. I
Hashem,
went
I'm
to
a
like barber
shooter.
shop. I'd be like,
This is
you
the
get hot
alright
Cheetos,
son.
so people think like
Everything
my stupid
positive,
bits are like that.
everything
All
wonderful,
right, so
and
this one's
everything
called
incredible
Neighbors
comes
Will
from
Say
that.
It's
Hello for my
Fake.
son.
It's from
Fantastic.
the
That's
Neighbors
what I
Like
think.
it's
Finish
fake.
up. Here we go. So what's that about? You have a new type of government
Neighbors. So he really says stuff like, geez, maybe
let's
his
say
neighbors
get
hate him.
time to make money.
Wait, I thought he like, I thought he
We
was
don't
trying to
have
say haters.
a
Oh, maybe he was starting to say
I have a
neighbors.
loan document.
Oh, because his brain hack, well, he has all those break-ins in his house.
Like,
Yeah.
document
How old are
says,
you?
He's always drinking out of shoes. Yeah, so I can see it. Alright, so for this clip, I saw this before. Like, I think last or yesterday. And it's called Compulsive Liar Lies About His Age. And then so I looked it up, and Brendan is 39 years old. But this is a recent podcast. And keep in mind, too, his birthday's not recent whatsoever.
Therefore, because it doesn't have a code,
Loves that.
you can't
How old are
select
you?
from encumbered property.
38.
Accordingly, rather than a national, sorry, rather
So
than
is he lying, or is he just forgot? But there's a chance he forgot. He's so stupid. I'm done. I'm surprised I didn't have to do the math. Random, forgets age. Alright, so this one's called Francis Ngannou may need to investigate Tripoli's whereabouts when he did food truck diarrhea.
It's Francis Ngannou on this week's Food Truck Diaries. We booked really short notice, so we couldn't get him a food truck. So I went and picked up chicken sandwiches. We got him out of the trunk of my car. I stuck my dick in this chicken sandwich and watched him eat it. I have to. It seems like John Africa.
Even Mike Tyson, somebody who's been hit in the head quite a bit, is homeless as fuck. He's not only is he homeless as fuck, but he's catching Brendan's like mistakes. He's like, what? John Africa? Alright, I don't know if you keep up with the aerial beef with Brendan John, but it's fucking epic. Oh yeah, so I can cut this part out if it's not good. Okay, this is just an aerial clip. Okay, mix it up. So this one's so this one's called P.F. Chang's Sports Aerial.
Right? But if you marry anyway, the person you are essentially
The broadcast ended, and
what
you
are
take
the
off your headset.
Number one, sad, you're the way you love it.
As I'm leaving, there's all these people around the ring. I saw the great Mike Goldberg there for UFC play-by-play. I said hello to him. That was a little thing, kind of weird that I'm the one getting on for the broadcast and he's just standing there. Usually that's him. Anyway, as I walk out, there's still a bunch of fans there, and it was a very young crowd. As I'm like leaving the gated area around the ring and making a right to go into the back, there was probably a good 30 or so youngish guys there, and all of them were just chanting, P.F. Chang's, P.F. I was keeping me 100%. I would do that at any age, but I like right now, that's like, that would be the most fun part of going to a UFC. That's so great. He's got a fan base there of just the Chains people. There's so many of them. I can't talk. That's what happens when you eat that orange chicken bake. Yeah. Alright, I saw this one a couple days ago. It's called Papa Knows We Meet at Chains. Did you see this one? Okay, so check this shit out.
come on. You gotta come up with something. You guys should all get together and organize me. Whether it's a beef Chang's, Starbucks, I don't know where the hell all these hand shoes.
So again, I want to remember again. Whatever Allah was applied to you, also applied to us. Regular stars. Like the figure stuff, that is not so long ago. So what do you see here? Look at that chart from Mr. Rabbi. Over the again, here it is. What do you see over here? You have a star over here that is written in the handwriting of the husband. There are no witnesses on the star, and yet, despite all of that, Allah for myself, because this was just said before, which any husband, he's got Siva,
As you can see, I rated it in that Netflix. You know I'm honored. MMA shows are lacking. Detailed breakdowns of widely seen cartoon episodes that came out 5 years ago. That's ready.
Episode, the family, because the family's so fucked up. The family's on the theory. In order to get out of family therapy, Brett turned himself into a vehicle. His daughter's like, did he turn himself into a vehicle? He's like, no, I totally forgot. But then he has a needle that is it's a syringe and pushes in something and turns back into human being. And she's like, oh, well, if you forgot, then you probably don't need this. He's like, no, I'll take that. He's like, God damn it. And then they go to therapy. She sends her scissors all back. He's like trying to roll the rock. And it rolls and rolls and rolls. Start trying to make a great sound. And then
that is moving lens to the money. You have a
star,
like the syringe, to the borrower pen. So what's that
says the smartest person in the universe.
That look
He
is
surrounds himself with all the rat, bones, and muscle. He turns himself into this like badass superhero. It's insane. It's so great. It's so great and well done. It's by far the best.
Even when he tries to say creative, he says creative. It's so creative and well done. That was like, yeah, that was like when I talked to a little kid, like a little kid tells you a story. And then I went on like this really fun ride, but the ride had like there was like a monster on it, and you just like sit there and you go, okay, great, good, Brandon, good. And then I took my shoe out and I poured my thick whiskey in a drink of the shoe. These guys broke into my house and I wasn't there, but then I arrested them with my guns and then my wife was there and you know, she was like throwing hot Cheetos all over the place. Alright, so this is the last one for today. It's called The Amount of Nicotine Pouches He Shows in and Tries to Speak Through is Astonishing.
That's a proper guarantor. But a guarantor is actually
I remember before Rothwell fight, she needed me that hard to mess me up, and then guarantor signs after Brazil. We did that mock fight where we had a crowd there. She changed my sparring partner. She took a knife deep, before the signature. I'm like, let's go. No talking.
That was like, that was again, that was the
before my fight.
Now, remember again, that's what I do small pumpkins. Bananas to bananas. So the rest of the stuff, come around. Those are the people who start over
So he's chewing tobacco. That's what that is. So nicotine pouches.
Here it is.
Oh, you
So
put
that
nicotine
says,
pouches in your mouth?
the guarantor signs before, right?
It's like
Guarantor
the
signs
lozenges, right?
before the witnesses.
Lozenges? Yeah, whatever they're called. Lozenges.
But if you only sign after the signature of the witnesses, you only collect from the customary.
So he's like smokes or like vapes or shit. And you know, it's just he's sponsored by that nicotine company that puts
other
pouches.
kinds of that even if the
He
guarantor
does need a
signs
handler, dude.
the
I need a handler. Yes, you do.
still,
You gotta step. You know, just because he sponsors somebody doesn't mean you need to necessarily use it all the time. Yeah, or yeah, I mean, nicotine laws. That's not good for you. Don't do that. You do that if you smoke to get not smoking and then eventually stop. Just take nicotine lozenges forever.
Wow.
Yeah, that's all the clips for today. All right, well, that's all of the clips. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you enjoyed this episode. Thanks again to Walsh, the World Record Podcast, for the last one. That was great. Join the Discord. We may or may not have Alistair Williams on a 10 Message Shop thing coming up. He might have recognized Conan and Comedy Central, so he may do it. I don't know if we can talk about it. I don't know if he's homeless. Yes. We'll see. We'll find out. But anyways, thanks for tuning in. Have a great week. We'll see you next week. Bye. Happy Halloween. Bye.
If on the other hand, it just says, I would eventually $1,000, and then it says, Levy is a guarantor for this loan without the and, without the clause, then ultimately, again, a local answer that is true, Levy is a guarantor, but Levy is only a guarantor up to us, the customer, they call it not as a customer, she's not sanctioned, but the rest of the other suggestion is, you need a clause, you need something directly that guarantors it, the transaction outlines the clause. All you need is the clause, right? This. All you need is that clause. And. In other words, documental juxtaposition. Yes, that is right? Documental juxtaposition is not enough. You need something that actually, again, equals the guarantor to the transaction above it. Therefore, again, interesting enough, what God says is, having the guarantor signed before the signature is enough to keep the obligation. But it only happens
joining me today is the Brendan Walsh, the Brendan Walsh World Record Pod. Tomorrow, should I announce that well, it's not tomorrow, it's if you're watching this, you can watch the World Record Podcast, where I have Brendan on, and we talked about Brendan there too for a full hour and a half if you're on Patreon, or actually, go over to World Record Podcast on YouTube, and you can watch a whole other, probably like 45-50 minutes of Shaw talk. But this one is just going to be 10 minutes, or maybe a little bit longer. So this is the appetizer, and then get to, because I know what it's like to watch 10 minutes of Shaw, then you always want more. After you're like, come on, and that's what leads me to spending time on TFATK when I should be with my children, who you've taught to say dicey. Yeah, I hear the dicey. I should have to make that video. I saw a clip got posted somehow from the Patreon on TFATK, and you had said that he is the line where you say I watch it 80 times.
And he writes that.
80 times, that's rookie. Going to 80 times a day. But anyways, that's not why you're here for 10 minutes of shots. Let's start the clip. Alright, so the first one is from his Instagram, his latest thing that post called tomorrow. Let's see if you're
Go ahead and give over that technology. Now watch this. Gemara says as follows. Gemara says, so here's the issue. The witness is signed right below that Shalom Aleichem or that instruction to be followed continually, then the get is puzzled. Why? Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that the witness is signing on the greeting. Signing on the greeting and not signing on the Rabbi Yavo, even though it's the greeting of Yochanan, Rabbi Yavo said, the way I understood it was a problem. Shalom,
that's what's amazing is he can't say what's so works.
They'll say everything goes on the bus.
I don't know if TFK put the subtitles on there, but Salt Lake should be spelled SAWLT. That was from his on Instagram. Yeah, I've heard it both ways. It's crazy to me about his video audio.
But if it says and,
which you have again the document with the phone,
right? Which again connects
because it's just on a phone.
Get itself.
I do barely hear it. Is that what he posts online? Yeah, he posted that to somebody. I mean, maybe one of his boys took the video. It was a sanctioned video by him, and they were like, "You gotta do this stuff about how you talk about the black guys." Well, I usually say because like Utah, Salt Lake City, Utah is pretty much
So he's like, I brought some black guys so you can see what they look like in person. Like, the only reason he brought
and therefore, again,
two black guys
it's
was
not enough to have
so he had,
Gary
so he could fill up a few minutes when he got on stage.
Rather, what do you
Smart.
need?
His whole, like, he's got to be
So it
panicked
has to say, like,
every
I'm giving
night,
a
like,
$1,000,
I have to do 45 minutes at least. And it's just like, we gotta go see him. We gotta go see him do an hour. We almost went on Terrabir, right? We should go. Maybe we'll go to Canada.
Remember
Yeah,
again,
let's go to Canada. Well, let's not spoil it. Let's,
we had
we haven't gotten to that. I can't believe they didn't do any Utah Jazz for us. Because a lot of that guys, took a shot thing. Yeah, he's very hockey when it comes to that.
when
But
it
this
is
is the
clear
infamous clip that
that
everyone's talking
Gary
about this
Thor
week.
was the reason
In the Shopperverse, it's the
right?
Magic Johnson
For
clip.
example,
Here we go.
bananas is an example. Those are the Gary Thor's others. Let's say, for example, Lazy says to Ruben, let him get money to Ruben, and now Gary clear that the money being made because Gary Thor is Gary. Otherwise, banana says there is no obligation. This is an example of I want to come up to say what happened. I see Ruben holding Shimon in a chokehold, and I say, Ruben, stop. I'll guarantee that. I'll guarantee that.
He's
Banana
maybe
says,
smart enough to realize that everything's crumbling and he has to figure out how to do stand-up quick. He's like, he's had, 5 years of just like this cakewalk into the stand-up world, and now he's like, fuck, I need to learn how to do stand-up. So he's just watching clips of Joey D. I don't know, whoever's looking for a clip of somebody going, hey, you can't, like, I don't know, somebody do this, and he's like, I'll do that. So I think but he's using it wrong. He's like,
nevertheless,
it's not even watching stand-up, he's watching like a movie by accident. Yeah, he's kind of confused. I have a question for you. Do you think he watches stand-up, like, since he's a fighter, where fighters watch clips, so he goes and stand-up the same way?
I mean, I think that's the only brain he has. Like, he's not. Yeah, he's watching it as like, yeah, I mean, that's where he's getting this, and that's like everything is coming, and he's losing it. So he's gonna get knocked out in whatever way, the same as because he got knocked out for watching those clips when he's a fighter. Oh yeah, yeah. So he's gonna get like, he's still doing it wrong, and he's not learning, and he's like, you can't. He will never be funny. No, intentionally. I mean, he's my favorite comedian. Unintentionally. Yeah. He's like, let me correct myself. He's hilarious. He will never be hilarious when he wants to be. Probably not. And he also seems to not learn anything ever, right? Like, sometimes he goes like a little bit, like there'll be a clip where it's like, oh, Bob is showing self-awareness in the toothpick, and then he comes right back out with this Magic Johnson.
Even though again, it's clear. Why am I saying the word
I can't really hear what he's saying, but he's just a piece of trash. It's because he's a piece of trash. This makes me like our city more now. One thing that made me laugh because the don't make me say anything I was reading through the replies, and people were just like, what does that even mean? And Doris was like, the N-word. We'll go back a little bit to like just the like just listen to what he says, Magic Johnson. Like the guy can't talk. Like he was in the same room as Magic Johnson. He was if I was at the Samuel Jack's Johnson. If I was Samuel Jack Johnson. If I was the Samuel Jack Johnson. Let's hear it one more time. This will be an extended 10 minutes. That's like you just if I was the Sandro's Jack Johnson. The Sandro's Jack Johnson. The Sandro's Jack Johnson. Somebody gave him that mosquito on 100%. What if that's like, when you're parents say, like, don't make funny faces because we'll freeze that way. Like, we make fun of Shop so much.
much we forget how to talk. Jonathan Reddit. Sean is literally his state of his joints over the videotape. But there's no way I would bet. I am a gambling man, and I would put $1,000 on him. He did not write the mosquito line. Yeah, probably not. There's too many levels to it. Even though it's simple, it's fucking stupid. It's still it's to one level too much out of his realm. I think that people write the stupid shit. He says some of them, if it's even a joke. I always said the King and the Sting had writers. So I think it's somebody
Again, let's say, this is all another caveat.
let's get somebody, if you're watching this, if you've been involved in writing for Brendan Shaw in any capacity, reach out to my lawyer, Frank Crumb, at 69@gmail.com. It's a real that'll go to Frank.
Remember again,
let's get talking. You can be in a silhouette with a disguised voice, whatever. I just want to hear it all. We do want to find. I think that's a good idea. I want to find some of these people. Like I want to find for sure any writers that are willing to go. Any disgruntled employee from this universe is blaming you for the COVID shit. Yes, he's probably addicted to beer, and I know that guy.
Which makes sense. Since he's not part of the transaction, right? He's not part of the original transaction. In order to consume
we want that guy on.
You need something halakhic to require a fee. All you can do is go by what they also think is essentially something guaranteed. The transaction is happening in region never applies to human life. It's a no, in the heaven right, somewhere in the Sabbath. So let's get this like beautiful. Like beautiful, right? I love the nice stuff. If I'm a guarantor, the transaction is basically what does that show? That Dave's trusting. That Dave's trusting. So because Dave's trusting again, that is enough for me to guarantee it without having to do anything with it. There's a difference. In order to guarantee it is on the hook. If I'm in Dave's and Dave's trusting me to be a guarantor, so that is enough. That is enough that I fully commit myself, and there's absolutely no need for any additional fees.
It's like the first time Shab has gotten to think someone else is stupid.
In this whole
because he even says that in Gringo Copy, when his first bit is about the COVID vaccines, which I don't understand, but he does that little walk thing, but I think he got that from Rogan, maybe. Does Rogan do that, like, kind of like walking back and forth? And he does this, like, you know how, like, when the Gringo Puppy, like, pulls his eye down where he's like, I got the vaccine, I feel crazy. Like, he's like, remember that one guy, that idiot, that total moron? Remember the guy that he's talking about? Because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. I don't think there was one guy who got the vaccine. They're really sick. And he was like, he said he was like on meth. So like, there wasn't the first person they put on the news wasn't a meth addict with a droopy eye or whatever the fuck. You know, whatever Fauci. I mean, Chubb lies a lot. He just kind of makes up stuff. I think Chubb says whatever he thinks maybe happened. Like somebody. He maybe heard some of that from someone else and he interpreted. I think I wonder how much time, and we talk about this on the World Record podcast, where you would like to see like a documentary about the making of Gringo Poppy and the Showtime. I think you'd be surprised. I think you'd be surprised, or maybe it's. I think it's just you'd be surprised. Yeah, I would like to see the preparation that went into Gringo Poppy. Because I feel like that's a perfect. Not to get you. No. I mean, I was just drifting off. I know. Imagine like how much time went into prepare for that. Like I think it was like, oh, we're gonna have a vaccine thing, and so like, oh, the first person, it's like he's got like a writer's room with like. That's who we need to find out. Like, I mean, it's perfect, and it's the perfect like follow-up documentary. It's gonna be 2 parts. Yeah, first part is Showtime. I won't do it. I'll go into that because it's talking about it in yours. Oh yeah, Showtime documentary, but then this part 2 is like Gringo Poppy Redemption.
resurrection of Jeffrey Dahmer. And it has like coming up with a song and like getting people to stand outside.
Cutting is sitting in his garage with an X-Acto knife cutting out the skyline background for
covering up the improv. That is different. With the idea like, okay, what was this special going to be about? And it's like, I got it. Your wife is Mexican. It's like, how does she? I don't understand why he dresses like the pants look weird. It's like a Peter Pan kind of.
I mean, yeah, he's got a whole, I don't know.
So is a jacket. Nobody's wearing thigh-high shorts.
Something amazing. What is the greatest skill that you possess?
There's three of us here. There's three of us.
I mean, it is so easy to make fun of. It's like us, what we're doing. Like, and I said that on World Record because if like some teenage rocker walked in, it would just it's just like, all three Brandon. So easy. Let me get this straight. You know, Brandon. Why talk about his clothes, Koenig? Teenager. I don't know. I feel like black girl teenagers are like the best at like tearing people down.
I don't want to tell you.
I avoid there's a high school in my neighborhood. I don't ever walk past it because I don't care. Hey, fat's out. Hey, fat old fuck.
What is life more about?
Where is that? I wonder where that is.
I'm not
It's
sure.
improv. Yeah, I don't know what improv that is. It's also not something a 6-year-old would say.
No, and like even there's a part like, and I don't want to like keep rehashing these, but just the way he rushes through that in that clip too, where you were wearing a mask next to Magic Johnson or whatever. He goes, "That's insane." I just made that part up. But she's like, it's just crazy how he's gained serious. He's learned nothing after being on stage a lot in front of big crowds.
Well, there's a famous thing of him, kind of, they're making fun of him for lying. And he says how much he's been on stage. He's like, this guy asked him how long he's been doing stand-up. And he's like, oh, well, 6 years or whatever, but really 10 years because of how much stage time I've had. And it's ridiculous, but at the same time, he has gotten a lot.
He should have a little bit of skill.
Yeah, he should be better. The clip where he says something a 6-year-old would say, the obvious joke there, I think, is not a good one, but the obvious one is to compare it to Clinton. With like, I didn't inhale. That's the obvious.
I did not have sex with that woman.
But instead, Shab is like, my 6-year-old, and it just doesn't make any sense.
Well, I feel like what he's doing now is trying to focus on, I think somebody told him, like, you just gotta be real, you gotta be yourself. So now he's like, so I wake up at 7 a.m., I'm in my underwear, I'm drinking coffee, my 6-year-old's there, I got my car out there, my lawn is situated like this in the front. It's like, no, we didn't say just describe your day activity.
So now to his podcasting endeavors, this one's called Incessant Need to Embellish Every Story. Croissants, sure, Brenda.
Every morning is how you have
Let's see what this is.
Ramping up for Halloween. How's those costumes looking?
Nevertheless, again,
Prepares to make the costumes a little more unique. My mom's dad made mine after he saw the French robot, the infamous French robot, which I loved, and Halloween. So you got your sweet chops. I'm gonna post that. Coming up here, mine was this French robot. Croissants, told the kids,
I think for Halloween, I'm going to go as Santa St. Jackson. There's so much thing, like, he mispronounced so many things in her costume.
tomorrow,
He's not good at talking, and his career is heavily relies on talking.
He broke Moses' brain on it. There wasn't costume. What was the croissant thing? Did you understand?
Well, he was a French robot, so he would give out croissants.
And his mom didn't like that.
His mom made the costume.
But she was mad because why? He was giving away extra as a kid. Well, let's be honest, it's probably not real.
We love them.
Yeah, the puts, I mean, I don't want to go to this. It's already been 20
a lot of us
minutes.
are sorry.
But there's going to be a lot of
A lot of us, sometimes
we literally, that's like the Charlie Day meme, Yeah, it's, well, I mean, I would like, whatever, we don't have to watch it again, but it's, I don't get the point, like, really, dude.
no matter what else. A beautiful and lovely
So he's got a French robot, he's handing out croissants
for everything
at his mom's, much to his mom's
Tomorrow,
and then I went into the closet, just opened up the comic book store, because I had to open. Still had to sell my comics out of the closet. He's like, it just doesn't make sense because he's so stupid now. But as a kid, he was a genius. He's a comic book salesman, and he made this costume. He made croissants. French robot. I know how to make croissants. I couldn't make costumes as a kid. I'm not that dumb. I don't know where the croissants came out. Like, did they buy the croissants? I guess. Like, you have to stock up on croissants to be giving them out. But also, you're a kid. Why are you trick-or-treating? Why are you giving out croissants?
Good morning.
It doesn't make sense. You want
Wow.
going to
Hashem. Okay, such a source to you to begin last night for our last begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheer. To thank our annual Total sponsor, Production Hey, Utility Mishpach of Eretz Yisrael. I'm going to tell you what's happening yesterday, so for today, we're going to change the sponsorship in Eretz Hashem. As a zichus for all of those who have toiled in all of the babas and all of those Baruch Hashem who are zochat to bring Bar Basra to a beautiful and sweet and fully clothed and Eretz Hashem B'Shas Tov Mitzvachos. Begin the Sefer Sanhedrin tomorrow B'Shas Tov Mitzvachos. And that's zichus in Eretz Hashem. We should all encounter some of bracha, hatzlacha, shefa, and mazel for ourselves, for our mishpachos, and for all of Am Yisrael. Thomas Orr sponsors for the month of Kislev. Joshua Mekzim, in creation of the yahrzeit of Joshua's father, Yisrael Yehuda, then Rav Chaim Raphael, and for the safest of our hostages and the security of our soldiers, Sami and Malchus, in memory of their parents, Yitzhak Kaleb, and Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Abraham, and Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, in the memory of their dear friend, Naftali Gordon, Yona, Hashem Yikom Damo, Yishus Miriam, and Daniel Yuval. And today, that film is sponsored by the Friends of Moshe Gardens, wishing them a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas, with the completion of Maseches Bar Basra. The daf is also sponsored by the Friends of Debbie Daniel, wishing him a tremendous mazel tov on being Messiah Shas, with the completion of Bar Basra. The daf is also sponsored today by Debbie Daniel, with the completion of his Dafyomi cycle, and with tremendous gratitude to this year specifically with Dr. Brothers, Dr. Plum, and Dr. Schwartz, without whom this incredible pursuit would have only been a dream. As in, he would still be asleep. Incredible. So beautiful. So first of all, a mazel tov to Moshe, a mazel tov to Zevi. What is this saying? Incredible. I will say, by the way, I just want to say something also. If you're being the same Shas in Bar Basra, what does that mean? It means you picked up in the middle of a cycle. So sometimes, one of the most difficult things is to kind of start something when everyone else is in. So it's so easy to say, I'll catch you later. It's Bar Basra, that's another whatever 2 years. I'll just wait until I'm set brachas. And I think the Zevi also really started not even at the beginning of Basra, right? A week before Basra was over. With a week left of Basra, I'll say I want to thank Zevi and Ramesh for just giving us such a beautiful life. When a beautiful opportunity comes your way, don't wait until the opportune time to jump into it, but take it. Mitzvah habod yadecha, not talking an opportunity to learn, an opportunity to grow, an opportunity to broaden your spiritual license. Okay, it would be great if I started at the beginning of this, a little bit later, a little bit earlier. When it presents itself, take it and jump into it. Debbie mentioned much mazel, much bracha, and much incredible halacha on this accomplishment, and you should be zochat. And that's actually the Messiah Shas, many times over, the spiritual horizons for many years to come, and this is seeing Hashem can be a source of mazel and bracha and simcha and tzlacha to your mishpachos for many generations to come. Incredible. All right, so we'll say with that, let's begin. Let's begin. Right? There's no opportunity today to finish the rest of the daf tomorrow. Right? So this we gotta finish this. All right. So today's daf is Kufayim Vav 176. We'll say pretty much we left off the Gemara yesterday, but we did the sheet of Elo. So remember again, we're doing an interesting machlokas with Rabbi Yehuda D'Oraisa. How do we understand when, let's say again, Ruben lends city money? So again, as we know, so loan, halachic loans 101 is that when you loan someone money, that is leaning against their property. What is the nature of a dafi? So Eva Paskin, Yehuda D'Oraisa. Mid'oraisa, whenever you lend money, whether you lend money in a shtar, whether you lend money verbally, any loan
family farm.
Any loan could be leaning against property. The only reason why Chazal said that if you loan without a document, if you loan verbally, that there is no shibud, is in order not to put the purchaser at a disadvantage. Right? Somebody goes ahead and purchases somebody. That was fine. So now we're up to Rabbi. Rabbi Amar, our Torah, Echad Modi B'Shtar, Shemot Shemot, Kufayim Meir, 175B, probably about 25 years old. Rabbi said, our Torah, Echad Modi B'Shtar, Echad Modi B'Shtar, Rabbi says no. Rabbi says in reality, when you loan money, really, you can only collect the money from the property. You cannot collect the money from the property.
Does anybody know who's working Randy Face, the puppet?
Yeah,
it's like an Australian guy or something like that. I shouldn't say everybody likes it, because I told you I was at a friend of ours' house, and we used to dinner party. Yeah, when I came over, it was like a nice dinner party, and then he saw me, and he was like, I'm going to put on the crinkle clap for the two people that were at the dinner party. We have to leave. Not everyone's homeless.
In general, when you're lending money from a
They want to be though, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if they watched enough.
Yeah, there's a lot of just putting on Gringo Pop.
Already as it is,
If you give people a little bit of a crew, you have to have a little van outside with a little school desk and a TV screen. Just like, okay, so here's this one's called the movie and sounds, but wasn't there, but he chases them
at
away.
least if you loan with the document, you out of the shtar, then you get a lien against all property. So that's that is in order to encourage and facilitate loans, then why not even say that a verbal loan should generate a lien against property on some less late color. So because in that case, we'll say again, the halacha l'maaseh is no ba'al peh.
Wait, did he say?
Verbal loan, there's no call. Because there's no call,
I chase them because
in reality, it should evolve upon all properties.
So, like, is he saying that he wasn't there at the beginning and then he came and found his guns and chased him?
I mean, the way that it would only make sense is like, so he left for stand-up, and maybe his wife called him and said, hey, there's guys in the house, and so he turned around and came back and got his guns.
Is in order not to close the
That's
door
another thing, too, because in his...
So the Gemara says
Is it in, like, Gringo Poppy ends with some, like, big, long gun story? He is contradicting things, like, I never shot a gun, never held a gun, like, he says that sometimes, and then he's, like, chasing guys with guns, and then there was another clip where he's talking about how he has a concealed carry permit.
Another thing is, like, if his wife, this is his wife, are they in Mexico? Is he saying? This is like what I've been saying about Shab and everybody. Well, not everybody, but like the Zapruder aspect of he does this like here's different many like views, and you're like, wait a minute, if you look at Shab from this, is he saying that? Like, it's all very confused. So walking Zapruder film, so walking Zapruder film.
I don't know what happened in this
clip.
Roy.
Maybe he was doing a Zoom show in like a different part of the house, and then it just came up.
It's only property that is owned by the estate,
But
not
then,
property
guns
that
were
is
involved.
like,
Cops were robbing the house.
so let's
He's
say
like
Yaakov
big enough.
finds
So now
he's
the
behind
house got broken too.
Shimon. Ruvain is able to car. So now Ruvain, when that debt becomes collectible, the debt is secured by property. And Ruvain gets right. Double portion of that. If it's purchased of that property, and money that we pay,
You know, my
he
wife,
doesn't
she
get
came out,
right.
she had a bag of
What
hot
do you
Cheetos. She
see
started
about
throwing
that?
them.
Here,
He's
that we must
Mexican.
use against property.
They tried to get
the
the
all right
they tried to get the
and
jewels,
therefore,
but
it
all
turns
they
out
got
that
was
because that
some pico de gallo, not moquito.
that means it makes
Alright, this one's called Papa Has for Car Drug Addict. He has no drugs on him.
So that was the best idea. It was all right. So
One of my favorite moments ever from anyone's career was yours when you kicked the balls and you said, man, where you were like, I'm fucking back because I knew what that's like. I was like, I could just see, I was like, prescription pills, and then I was like, like an asshole.
I the whole of the law is our quota. Our quota about opening up the business. That's not certain to do himself as a record that we go right. So about getter, creditor, is how to do it. Remember again. So now, as much as you were saying that a creditor only gets junior grade property, what he is saying is that a creditor always has a lien against property, which would then indicate that I'm off on myself, you can go right. Hello, Rabbi, I'm a big name now. Rabbi Kamar, the name was here before about the loan. Rabbi was not espousing his own opinion. Rabbi was espousing the opinion of the himself. But he himself did not hold that. So therefore, we are left. Something like my focus. And by the way, this is actually tremendous. Tremendous.
I don't think it had registered.
What is the nature of an encumbrance? Is encumbrance the Raisa? Is encumbrance the Rabbanon? Rabba, the Rabbanon, Kula, the Raisa. Rabbi Shmuel don't talk about it. Rabbi Shmuel both say the following. Nova Asher, Nova Lomina Yosef, Lomina right? It's again, we can learn some money and come up with a nice again. Let's start that now. We can start. And what's not about you know, go over there, you're woman on the people. Ultimately, again, you cannot collect that debt from your from so like from a state of whatever you can your what does that mean? What does that mean? You need to summon what kind of like you can't collect from the state until you do the woman on the people. Nor can you collect that debt from property that has been sold after the date of the law. My time of what's you put a lot of right, so the Rabbi Shmuel told like Rabbi, if this is not the right stuff, you also mentioned it. Much is the Amitabayu, no bad, over that, over thing like a shimon. On the other hand, the Yochanan Shach is told that even a verbal loan can be collected. Can be collected from your shim or from the people. What's the reason for that? My timer, you got the right. Ultimately, again, because the whole people do the right stuff, like this. So let's say, you see what's happening over here. You see this, right? You feel it? Something big is happening. How do I know something big is happening? You've got it stacked in your feelings, right? You've got the Hanoi, you've got the Amorai, and now you see how this is really blowing up. Eventually blowing up into a major macrophone. The Mason is a this is a very interesting case. Ruvain digs the pit in the Shusarah. By the way, it's beautiful. This is back to Baba Kama case. This is back to Baba Kama. Ruvain Kama. Close to a year ago now. Right? Close to a year ago. It's a whole pet bar mitzvah Torah. It's very exciting. So first, Ruvain digs the pit in the Shusarah.
Would you also try and talk food in your mouth?
And what happens? Enough I love sorry about Hargo. Ruben does something illegal, like giving a picture of what happens? As you give me a picture of an ox falls into the pit
just the whole style of eating. The tongue's all the way out. Yeah, when he's a funny eater. He's actually pretty funny.
What's up? What's up? This is the owner of the star. Like, why is no one in the Potter? What's another thing?
Notice about the eating. Like, he's done once or twice. He'll say something, look, sir, and then take a bite.
Whenever you go ahead
and mean it. If he was doing that on purpose, then I would have been He's like, so your wife is dead.
So Reuben doesn't take the lead. The ox falls on him and goes ahead and kills him. The owner of the shark is Paco. Okay, hello, not only that, hello, Mace has shark. Oh, watch this. Let's say the shark falls into the pit. Not only does the shark kill Reuben, but what happens? What happens if the shark dies? Yarshe Balabar, Hayavim Shari, the new Charlotte Bible. Very interesting. Reuben's inheritors, Reuben doesn't pay. His inheritors are obligated to pay back the owner of the shark. Okay, so what do you see here? Yarshe Balabar, Hayavim Shari, Alma, Malta Alpha, Overman,
I'm just confused.
Now, what do you see here? Essentially,
it just doesn't make sense the way you described his account of events. It's gotta be confusing.
Right?
Now, to bring the cop, exactly. It's gotta be sucks for the cop because they're like, you're right.
I mean, maybe he admitted to doing some kind of fraudulent, like a trick. I wasn't there, but I was chasing him down the street.
The cops are like, okay, we get it. That is your favorite chick. Let's get it.
He's like, you guys want some coffee? I got a whole box of shoes up there. No one gets it.
Where the piece of the some says, the nose that they, the nice things and the nose
I opened Thursdays to size 13.
and therefore the court rules that ultimately again the owners of the Yarshe of Reuben are obligated to pay back the value of Reuben was made into a traitor. He didn't die yet. He was just mortally wounded by the ox. Mace recovered. He died because the ox buried him in the dead. Gemara says, the Hassan, yes, Daina Akuma Bidira the Haidu. Talking about a case where the judges will literally sitting at the edge of the bed and adjudicated this case at the edge of the bed. Again, listen, the idea of this is, because it's a case of the court adjudicating the situation, it becomes a note of the star, not a note of the death. Okay, Alpha. Top of Kubai about 170, one side, last stop. I'm going to go. Look at the stop. Malva Alpha, Government of York, and the Government of the Dalok, the nice thing the Papa says. Now, when you go ahead and rent, right, a verbal loan, Dalok is to collect from your street. You have the ability to collect from your street. The Government of the you do not collect from sold property. Government of your street, why are you able to collect from the state? Traditional Tino Deles is made law. In order not to close the door for
he's like, oh, I remember.
What's that issue?
There is one clip. It's way back. It's like him and Dalia and Eric Griffin.
They're going to be able to
Eric
collect.
Griffin says, he's like, you know, like when your kids or whatever, you're playing hide and go seek, and he's just sitting there and goes,
Again, we run into a real problem that people aren't going to learn.
Dalia points out, he's
Even
like,
if
this
you lend
dumb
Alpha without a document,
just
you have the
hide
ability
and
to
seek.
collect
He's like,
from
great.
York.
Like,
But you
he's
can't
all serious.
collect
He's like,
from
you play these games. He's like, hide and seek, and he's like,
and the anal government on Google's, the less they call them. You can't collect from purchases. Why? You got to be unfair to purchaser, right? If you didn't lend some money, and subsequently you're going to have to loan, and let's say they lent verbally, right? You didn't lend to Alpha. And then afterwards, Reuben sold the property to Levi. It's unfair in the event that Reuben defaults, the city is going to collect from Levi. Why?
like a dinner party. There's like waiters walking around, just trays of
Because the loan
sneakers
is
full of
undocumented. Therefore, again, Levi has no choice. He has no ability.
whiskey.
On one hand, we want to protect everyone. We want to allow, again, the borrower, the lender, to collect from the state. And therefore, again, he gets paid. On the other hand, we want to go ahead and protect the purchaser because we have no way of knowing about this debt. I love that. I love how do we
I think it's
this is a big one.
hilarious. You know, I mean, he basically, somebody told
Or
him,
who does it up on? How do we
Maybe the
I'm a
person
pastor.
told
Ready
him
for
that,
it. Hopeless mother below that. Tarek Yud Aleph Halacha Dalet.
and he just was like,
Rambam writes,
oh, I
Kol
can't wait
Nova
to
B'Shtar Go over also in your shimmer on the cookbook when you lend with the document, right? You lend in writing. So the halacha is you collect both from your shim as well as from purchase. Collect everyone. No va'al peh, if you lend verbally, you got a document. Go over in your shim, you can collect from the estate, but you cannot collect from purchasers, right? And the reason for that is because purchasers have the way of protecting themselves. They didn't know about the existence of this law. And I'm asking, Shekol Nitsi Halova, Hakas Shibut Hamalva, Minat. And I'm asking, so again, just understand what that means. Anytime you lend money, anytime I lend money to Ruben, it's all right, so Ruben's property is encumbered by that debt. Now, also with that, in the event of default, I can collect, or debt, I collect from the estate, I collect from purchasers. The only reason Chazal said it's a verbal loan, I can't collect from purchasers, is only fire protection. Fire protection. Purchasers have no way of knowing about this debt. Therefore, we can fair for them, even though that's just the other thing. Listen, so again, halacha myself, Buddha guys, what's a tremendous information. In order to generally halacha myself, but also make the general stuff for myself. What is that stuff for myself? Buddha. And then also, like, also the shit like, instantly, and to a lot of things. Right? Your person feels a sheep for a lot of things. Like not liking the kids. There's only one thing in life you should really feel like true sheepwood. Right?
He was a sniper in the military.
What is it? Is a better word. True. It's a humblance. There's only one real sheepwood, and that is ROTHSCHILD.
Did you guys know?
That's what
I
it
can't believe
is.
this. I just read this.
One
Did you guys
sheep,
know
think
that
about it
Mr.
by the way.
Rogers used to be in the Navy?
Everything else comes from that sheep.
So
It's
it's
like
like
a
killed.
family.
That's crazy.
Understand.
Just like a whole other life that we never knew about.
I
We used to drink before the show.
Everything else comes from that.
Wasted is crazy.
It's all I have to be a good father. God tells me that I have to be a good husband. The Torah tells me that I have to make a financial or
I see him pop up. I don't know his whole story, but obviously he
the
does
Torah
some kind
tells
of
me
information.
only different things I need to do. But a lot of times it looks like we find ourselves like we shouldn't.
Is he like with Rogan and on the right side, or he just has like a show?
Like we find ourselves encumbered so many different things. Right?
I don't know, too. That's more of an oath type question.
People find themselves encumbered other people's to society and to different things, to uncover what my friends or my peer group are doing. There's only one shepherd for you. There's only one thing I'm encumbered to in this world, and that is the ROTHSCHILD. That is the Ribono Shel Olam and Tshuva. That is my life.
There is
and if I'm shutting
there's a
myself,
different clip where
ultimately
he
again,
finds
sublimate
out
myself,
that
give
he's
myself
wrong
over.
at the
I
end.
allow myself again to be an Eved Hashem. That's Yehuda, is Eved. I'm an Eved Hashem. I'm a Shibun to the ROTHSCHILD. Everything positive, everything wonderful, and everything incredible comes from that. Welcome to ROTHSCHILD. Let's like that. Finish up. Here we go. So hotel of another pipe. Let's number again. Says, let's say again, I lend Ruben money. And we don't have a loan document. So what's happening over here is I have a loan document in Ruben's handwriting. Like Ruben has a handwriting. Like the document says, right, so the like Ruben $1,000, and it's written in Ruben's own handwriting. I love it. The Mishnah Paskin, I love for the nice way you could go and you touch with custom unencumbered property. So that's unencumbered property. I made to start. It's true, it is a start. Start without what? Start without what? Start without even. And then because it started out even, therefore it doesn't have a cold. Right? And therefore, because it doesn't have a cold, you can't select from encumbered property. So when we in Rabbi there are not, sorry, Rabbi Barn, that's when they're the open on, hooks up the subject of a basic mind. So say, but what happens if David knows Ruben's handwriting? Right? Ruben, I don't know, Ruben is a follower.
Frank comes on there.
He's also a witness. A witness is a lot of stuff. So point over here is they know his handwriting. So what about that? You must say mine. All right, so let's say you must say essentially, does the fact that Jason recognizes Ruben's writing, does this make it like a star that has Avis? That's the shayla. Does it make it like a star with Avis? Amalei, Afalpin Shloksik Sagyodin, in a go the element of Chassim and No, we're saying, again, in order to collect from the Chassim Yeshiva, in order to collect from the Kukos, from purchasers, you have to have witnesses. Witnesses create a call, a general awareness, and therefore, again, purchasers would be aware, even if Beis Din recognizes Reuven's signature that still only allows for collection from the Chassim and Echorin unencumbered property. So Master Rai Bachama, Shlosha Gittin, Rai Bachama raises the Kasha. So Shlosha Gittin Psulim. There are 3 Gittin that are possible. Yenises Hablat Kasha. 3 Gittin which are possible, right? But if you marry anyway, the person you are essentially a woman utilized them, the office when you still going to Kasha. What are those 3 Gittin? Number 1, Saz Saz Yodlo Ve'in Alavim. If you get handwriting of the husband, but there's no witness there. There's no witness. Look, I'm very easy because in that kind of case, it's clear that the husband's wrong, right? But there's no witnesses that sign on it. It's such a gag, it's kosher, but you really shouldn't use it. But if she did use it, right, like the Mazer Up or Rachel did use it, technically speaking, the divorce is out. Or there are witnesses that sign there, but there is no date on it. Yesh Osman Be'inba Ela Eidach. Or there is a date, but there's only one witness. What's the halacha? Are they able to get in? So these 3 really are not really fit for use. And these is not like custom, but if you used it, ultimately again, is kasha. Kasha. Rabbi Loza says, "I thought you should eat a lot either. Other stuff is made kasha." You go there in the custom Shabbat. And Rabbi Loza says the truth is, even if there aren't Jews on it, but you give it in the presence of witnesses, it's kasha. What's the number again? That's Rabbi Loza Rishon Kasha. What does Rabbi Loza hold? Well, it was like eating the seed of kasha. Remember again, it's not the witnesses. It's not the Vietnam War. That was a good one. And then, ever heard of it? Like, it goes so far to say that even if you don't have witnesses on the star, giving over of the star, halach you get discussion you could collect. What do you Mr. Rogers, I don't think killed anybody. He does a big part of his personality. Right? Or again, I want to remember again, I want to point out also, whatever halachos apply to also apply to what? Regular stars. Like regular stars, that is not so long ago. So let's say so again. So what do you see from here? Look at that graph for just a moment. Go over the star cross. Go over the cross of Shabbat. Kilomar, in star Milvahu, O star cross star Yadov, Inbo, Agent, and it's supposed to be made. Go over the cross of Shabbat. So let's say so again. Here it is. What do you see over here? You have a star over here that is written in the handwriting of the husband. There are no witnesses on the star, and yet, despite all of that, Allah because this was just said before, which we must have shiny Hassam, and the Shas Siva, which is Shavi Nafshe. That case is different, right? That case is different. Why? Because let's say in this type of situation where Halach and Amai said then it's first in the beginning, that Ruben is not going to use it, but not going to do those things to the Shavi himself. He obligated himself in this level of obligation from the beginning of the Rebbe Shiny Hassam to the Shas, Siva who did Shavi Nafshe, the next up Hashar, the next up to the Ramasha of the Fnei, she even is Sima Machal of the Siva. Even though the laws are even seen in Parsi, she will next remove the soul Hashar. So that is different. Because since it's like the line on the Laws, therefore again, even the Sira Parsi, therefore you shot himself from the beginning. Testimony in the Shtar itself. Avalan, the Boilan, Bahus, Yalav, Savyadu, Ba'almo, Shishmoshim of the Laws, and remember the mold our initial question. Our initial question was, Mishma said that if Reuben lends Shimon money, and you have a star, like the star is giving Shimon the borrower's handwriting. So what's the halacha of the halacha is that only again, Reuben can collect from Shimon, but only from the custom and only from the child. The Gemara asked, what happens if halacha l'maisa is recognizing Shimon's handwriting? Does that make it as if I guess they're just saying that on the king and the wait, that's the king and the raya over here. That's the king. So the king is saying Shav is cutting off. And Allah the way we pass it, even if we recognize the handwriting of Ruvain, the handwriting of Shimon the follower, that's fine. In other words, it's a valid document. Ruben, the lender can collect from unencumbered property, but he cannot collect from
This one's
encumbered
called
property.
Another Day Code.
Beautiful.
It's
Alright,
called
last
Dumbest,
piece.
Longest Question
No,
in
that's
history.
Other thing, notes about how
Right,
you
do
can
you
start. So
feel
next,
like when
listen to me
I
again,
were talking
that
at
the
the improv, do you feel like the younger
guarantor
generation,
signs
I've
before the
figured
signatures
was going to come
and
with that
after the
appreciation, like the
signatures.
respect you
Right?
have. It's
The
like,
north is
now you're
just
an OG.
essentially a guarantee
Like,
sign
you're like a
before the
pioneer,
signatures.
like the
That's the
MySpace
proper
and marketing.
guarantor. But a guarantor signs after the signatures,
Influenced
not
by
to be
everybody is. Kevin Hart, you were the first one to do
Now,
it.
the way the
Do you feel because
initial
everybody
said,
I talked to,
that
especially
the
if they're
guarantor
marking
signs
mine,
after the
every
signatures of the
take
witnesses,
how much
you
is
can
taken.
only collect from the
Take it.
custom
If
and
you
its
feel
code
that respect,
of the guarantor, not from the custom issue.
Like
The person that
insulting question,
signs
you know,
before
like
the signatures,
everyone hates you,
collect
and like
even
so.
from the custom
Well,
and its code.
I
That
mean,
was like, the
Dane
ultimate
Cook
again,
probably
that
thinks
was
he's a great
sorry,
comic,
but
yeah, and I mean, I laugh when I
issue
saw
about
his own stuff. And
Now,
this
remember
question
again,
is like,
that's what Rabbi
you're like the greatest marketer ever,
Bananas
right?
disagree.
And like,
Come to
you're
bananas
very
in
good
just
at
a little bit.
merch, and that's
So the
all
rest
that
of the
John
class, I'm
cares
around.
about.
Told him
And he
keep
asked
him
the
stars,
answer,
go from
I
the
wonder
custom
if
budget.
Cook
Rafa,
responded,
keep him
and
stars,
stuff,
go from the
no,
custom and
that's
code.
not
Let's hear it is. So that says, if the guarantor signs before, right? Guarantor signs before the signatures of
yeah,
the
I guess I'm a
witnesses,
soulless
you could
marketer.
collect from the
That's
custom
the
issue
Dane's
button.
job.
But if he only signs after the signatures of the
Wait, so
witnesses,
if
you only
Dane
collect
Cook's
from
like,
the
wait,
custom
I
and the code.
inspired you and
Simeon
Andrew
Amarav, again,
Schultz?
other
Like,
times Rav said, after the code keep him stars, going to go back and the custom and the code.
so this one's called Word
Other times Rav said that even if the
Logistics.
guarantor signed before the signatures of the
I think that's what it
witnesses,
says. Thinking
you
we're
still
talking about
can
logistics.
only collect from unencumbered property. Kasha, the Rav on the Rav. What is it? It was incredible. No kasha, it's not a contradiction. Hadikasav Bay, Floni Ari. Hadikasav Bay, Floni Ari. Wow. It will say everything hinges on a thought. What does this mean? So let's play this out. Ruben's
Well, the
earning
mallet prop
$2,000.
doesn't work.
So in
I
the
don't even know if
document it
that's the word.
says,
It's
I
like when
remain
he
a
messes
membership
up
of
words,
$1,000.
it's always
So let's say,
funny.
now watch this.
Yeah, it's
If it
brainy.
like,
He
if
like
in the
gets a
sky it
little bit of
says,
it.
and,
Know what he's trying to say.
lazy
He doesn't say it right, and then it's also such a stupid. Of course, someone didn't do that.
They have this in the witnesses. And
You
I
know,
love for myself,
his
and I love
idea
for
of like
myself,
when you get
then
older,
the
it's not
ladies
like,
on the
you
hook,
know,
even for
18,
the
20, it's like 36.
If on the
Like,
other hand
you
it
get
just
the
says, I
impression
would
that he
mention
figured this out last
$1,000,
week.
and then it says, ladies is again a reference to out the end, without some thought, and ultimately again, I'm also reminded that just like the two ladies is the guarantor, but ladies is only the guarantor of what? In the custom that they call it, not in the
Figured out
custom.
himself. So he was probably telling that story to somebody like Dalia, and they were like, dude, that didn't happen.
Something that
Or like maybe he was telling the story to his kids to scare them into either not doing acid or wearing Crocs. And then they were like,
All
Dad,
you need
that
is that
probably
whole
didn't happen.
and. In other words,
Then he says
documental
at some point,
juxtaposition. Yes,
this was the one I most liked.
right? Documental juxtaposition is not enough. You need something that actually, again, holds the guarantor to the transaction of others. Therefore, again, interesting enough, what Rab says is having the guarantor sign before the signature of the witnesses is enough to create an obligation. Remember, again, it's an obligation, but it only obligates an actually custom than a home. If you want the guarantor to be obligated even for the custom issue bargain, you need that hook, you need that and, which again documentally goes ahead and leads him to the actual transaction itself. Incredible. So the Gemara says as follows.
Can I have my own thoughts?
Rabbi Yochanan says no. In cover element of custom is covered. Yaakov up the custom they flowing out. Rabbi Yochanan disagrees with that. Rabbi Yochanan says no. The way a guarantor works, Rabbi Yochanan holds that a guarantor's obligation is always capped at his nefashim. That's it. That's it. A guarantor is never on the hook for the custom mission. Massive Rabbi. Rabbi is the kasha. Either my custom Sheila Shalom get puzzle. A Shina Shema Al Sheila Shalom custom. So okay, this is actually a very interesting case. So Rabbi brings up the following question. Okay, so let's say again, you have a document, right? So again, Ruben is divorcing his wife, in the document that he's like this, right? Ruben is divorcing Rachel, and then in the document itself, it says And witnesses, do me a favor, when you go and you deliver this stuff to Russell, sing alone tonight. Right? Because again, Russell is Russell, you know, Ruben lives in Tel Aviv, Russell lives in Yerushalayim, so Ruben tells the witnesses, you know, my old childhood friend lives in Yerushalayim, you deliver the guests, you don't see him over the sugar. And he writes that, you got to meet yourself. Don't say hello to my childhood. Okay, I agree. Right. But the Maisa, you know, sometimes it's all about the celebration of Jesus, right? Why spend money on the original stand? Right? If you can just go ahead and have the witnesses go ahead and give over that knowledge. Now watch this. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, so here's the issue. The witness is signed right below that Shalom Aleichem over there, or that instruction to give Shalom to Shimon, then the get is puzzled. Why? Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that the witnesses are signing on the greeting. Signing on the greeting and not signing on the oath. So remember Yavo, the beginning part is being named Rabbi Yochanan. So what says Rabbi Yavo said, and what says as follows. Rabbi Yavo said, the way I understood it was as follows. Shalom, puzzle. Visha'ilu kasha. Or says, She'ilu puzzle, Visha'ilu kasha. Oh, so it says, everything depends on the above. If you're not going to get, I do it in the bracha, right? And the next section. Please make sure to inquire about the welfare of my friend Shimon, and then see witnesses. That's going to validate the get. It's possible that the witnesses are just signing on the greeting piece. But if it says and, if you have again the documental form, right, which again connects the greeting to the get itself, I would be able to go to the Ruffle, go deliver this get tonight, and please give greetings to my friend Shimon. And the documental form allows us to understand when the witnesses are understanding both on the get as well as on the greeting. How can I mean because of Cody Ari? I knew to that. Okay, that's the same thing as that. It's the right. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. So it says, "Halach the nice stuff." And therefore, again, essentially, it is not enough to have the guarantor sign before the signatures of the witnesses. Rather, what do you need? You need a documented form. So it has to say, like, I will then lend you $1,000, and maybe. The guarantor, afterwards the signatures of the witnesses. Beautiful. All right, then we'll say the last piece, Maisa, so remember again, after this we have the hopes which on bananas. What did bananas say? So bananas holds that halacha l'maisa, the only time that a guarantor can hold his way when it is clear that the guarantor was the reason for the debt, right? So, for example, in Bananas' example, the only time that the guarantor is obligated is when, let's say, for example, Levi says to Ruben, lend money to Shimon, and I'll guarantee it. So it's clear that the loan is being made because the guarantor is guaranteed. Otherwise, Benana says there is no obligation. It's the example of I walk into the marketplace and what happens? I see Ruben holding Shimon in a chokehold, and I say, Ruben, stop. I'll guarantee the debt. Benana says, but anyway, of course not. I'm just trying to get him out of the chokehold. So I walk to the mice again. So this is another whole Benana and Rabbi Shmuel. Here we go. 7 big tomorrow. Mice to follow the Rabbi Shmuel. Even though, let's say, remember again, that Rabbi Shmuel praised bananas. Right? Remember again, how did he praise bananas? He said, if you want to learn Dinei Mamonos, right? Dinei Mamonos is the most incredible thing. And if you want to learn Dinei Mamonos, which you should go to, make sure to learn under bananas. Nevertheless, halacha kimosa. Halacha is like Rabbi Shmuel and not like bananas. Not like bananas. We'll say, now what does that mean? The halacha is that as long as the guarantors are signed in the documents before the signatures of the witnesses, now as we just said before, and there's a whole connecting the guarantorship to the piece of the document before the signature. You don't want to, even though Rabbi Shmuel plays bananas, you don't ask him to bananas. The funnel, Mali Rabbi Shmuel. What about the case of the chokehold? This is important to know. What about the case of the chokehold? Right? I walk into the shop. I see Ruben is holding Shimon in the chokehold. He's saying, pay me, right? And I say, Ruben, let him go. I'll guarantee the loan. I'll guarantee the loan. What would Rabbi Shimon, and I now would guarantee for that loan or not? Here we go. The Gemara says, Tashma, Rabbi Yaakov, Rabbi Yochanan, Cholot Chaya, Rabbi Shmuel, after the Chanuk. No, Rabbi Shmuel disagreed even in the case of Chanuk, and Rabbi Shmuel actually hold that the guarantor is Chayiv. Incredible, right? And even though, again, it's clear. Why am I saying to Ruben, I'll guarantee the debt? I'm trying to save shit. That's what's happening over here. But there was Rabbi Shmuel said, I'm going to be obligated as a guarantor. So the Gemara says, okay. Allah will say. Should we pass me that way or not? The Tashma, the Asher Rabbi Yochanan, Cholot Chaya, Rabbi Shmuel, after Chanuk. I will be obligated as a guarantor. Allah Kimoso after Chanuk. Allah Rabbi Shmuel, even in the case ultimately again of the chokehold. I'm going to do the Shmuel. Chanuk, the Chanuk Yado, Mishtabe. So no. Discussing. So it comes along the reason saying the process like this. In the chokehold case, if I get a key, so let's just clarify this, right? So I walk into the sun. Ruben is got 2 minutes in the chokehold. Third guy.
I guess it might be like, but that would make sense if this is why he's like this. And he looks all tired and shit. This doesn't make me want to buy a happy hippo or an alpha brain or any of that
works
It seems like he's, I don't know what Creative does.
with the lender to say that I'm going to guarantee. What do you see from there? Michlal, the already the Alma low by we can infer from this that in general, a guarantor does not require a key. We could rub now, and it's argues on that. So this is another interesting idea. In order to become a guarantor, do you need some type of premium or not?
Why is your sister gay all of a sudden?
We could do Rav Nachman. And this argues on Rav Nachman. Why both sides of the Gemara says, I'm Rav Nachman, or I'm the case of saying last moment, or a Jason who do not like you, or the Allah like you. So let's say normally only any guarantor who becomes a guarantor in the presence of Jason who does not require a key. But in general, let's say otherwise, in order to become a guarantor, for that guarantorship to be binding, you do need a kingdom. And also, we'll say, what's that? Local? Or is it that? If you became an artist, if you became a guarantor, at the time that the loan was made, if you become a guarantor at the time that the loan was made, then halacha l'maisa, there is no need for a key. In other words, if you're present at the time of the transaction, like say you are a guarantor at the time of the transaction, again, let's say, with all the other caveats, you're a guarantor at the time of the transaction. You're signing before the city of the witnesses. There's a documental quote linking your guarantorship to the actual part of the loan document. If you have all of that, opinion is not necessary to formalize and concretize your guarantorship. However, after Matan Ma'os, this is very important. Now, let's say, remember again, you can technically introduce a guarantor after the loan is made, right? You may lend some of the money, and then later on you bring a little bit late, or shitting decides to get a guarantor. You can introduce a guarantor after the transaction has already been made. But in order to do that, what has to happen? In that case, the guarantor has to be Makabel Kingdom, which makes sense. Since he's not part of the right? He's not part of the original transaction. In order to introduce him, you need something with halakhic teeth. You require a kingdom. Already, based in law by opinion, once in all circumstances, a person becomes a guarantor. The transaction that's happening in engagement never requires a key. Why? Because the Ha'iyano in the Hemenlei drummer Umushav. So this is actually quite beautiful. Quite beautiful. Why? Because halacha l'maisa, if I'm a guarantor in the transaction engagement, what does that show? That based in trust. That based in trust me. So because based in trust me, again, that is enough for me to fully commit myself to the guarantorship without having to do anything. Listen, for those opinions there, in order to ensure that the guarantor is really on the hook. If I'm in Daisy, and Daisy is trusting me to be a guarantor, so that is enough. That is enough that I fully commit myself, and there's absolutely no need for any additional opinion. So let's say it happens to be It happens to be that halacha l'maisa in this chokehold case. The way that I'm not passing the halacha l'maisa, the guarantor, is not on the hook. That's what I'm doing, which again, I think is logical and intuitive because halacha l'maisa, again, is clear I'm only doing in order to go ahead and
If we keep getting
now,
people
listen,
on there,
amazingly
maybe
enough,
we'll do longer episodes. And there's
amazingly
also
enough, also
the
possible,
Halloween
like
episode.
Rabbi
We may
Shmuel,
that too.
and not like Ben
Interest of
Nanas.
this
The
VGL
halacha
briefing.
l'maisa again, essentially. So again,
We'll see.
a guarantor
Tune in next week.
need not to do a opinion if he's becoming a guarantor at the time of the transaction itself, right? That doesn't have to happen. The only time he requires opinion it's if he's being introduced later on. And halacha l'maisa becomes a guarantor in basic, doesn't never require his opinion. Needs to be signed. The guarantor needs to be written in before the signature of the witnesses, and needs the documental hook in order to make it binding. It was just to close out the accepting. The last Mishnah ended up with a really beautiful idea that harotza shiyaso k'dinei mametz. A person harotza shiyach, a person who wants to become wise, yaso k'dinei mametz. A person should go ahead and really involve himself in monetary law, right? That's the ability to become exceptionally wise. What's the shot? Well, why don't you say, harotza shiyach, you want to become wise? Learn Hilchos Shabbos. Learn Hilchos Kashrus. I don't know why k'dinei mametz? This is so beautiful idea.
Because every
From
time
the shame Shmuel.
makes the episode start later. So like, should we do Still Not a Player by Fat Joe and
He says,
Bayon? Should we do
what is k'dinei mametz?
Sean Paul?
He says, k'dinei mametz. Tell you how my monos shall be
You
slow.
didn't come here for that.
Right? When
You came here for 10 minutes of shots, so let's start the clips.
There's a pile of money over there, right? Or there's a financial claim.
Version's called
And
Papa Casually Stealing Material from
Right?
Randy Schultz
You
News
have
Special.
Reuben and you have Shimon. U'tzichim lahakir. And you have to try to figure out, like, how to distinguish Mamon Zeh Lemi Hu Shai. Who owns the money? Right? So there's one bucket of money or one claim. Who gets it? Zeh Hayudi or the Chavero? Does it go to Reuben? Does it go to Shimon? Zeh U'Chach Magidol or the whole Shikar Ne'elam. So the Shimon supposed to say something amazing. K'dinei mametz requires a very specific skill. Havdalah. The ability to be mafia, the ability to distinguish, does the money belong to Reuben? Does the money ultimately belong to Shimon? So k'dinei mametz requires the ability to distinguish between two things that look so similar. Right? Reuben is doing political. Reuben is such a great guy. Shimon is such a great guy. Reuben makes such a public claim. Shimon makes such a public claim. And what do I have to try to figure out? I have to figure out how to be mafia. How to be mafia. Says the Shem Yishmael something amazing. What is the greatest skill that we possess in life? The ability to be mafia. If you learn the second brachas brings down. What's the first thing we learn Masay Shabbos? Right, first thing we do Masay Shabbos. We bracha Ato Konei La'adam Zaz. We say, you give us wisdom. How does that wisdom manifest itself? Where does Havdalah happen in Shemona Esrei? In Atachonu La'adam Das. Ultimately, again, the greatest gift we have is the ability to distinguish between different things. So k'dinei mametz represents this ability to engage in the internal process of Havdalah. Now, once you ask something like that, it's very nice. Once you have k'dinei mametz, once you know in the financial law how to do Havdalah, how to make a difference between Reuben and Shimon, then of course I can take that skill set and I can bring it to the rest of life. Because what is life all about? Life is all about a mavdil bein kodesh bein or nefosha bein Yisrael la'am. Life is all about the ability to make sometimes very, very nuanced distinctions. What's right and what's wrong? What's holy, what's impure, what's kosher, what's straight, what's light and what's dark. That's what life is all about. I will say, more often than not in life, the big decision is not really between two things that are polar opposites. But it's often in daily life navigating those nuanced decisions. What's the real proper plan for me? What's the right decision?
Here's one thing that bothers me about this already. I hate when the bro guys pretend to like something more than they do. And they think it's funny that Cal thinks it's like hilarious that he likes J-Lo's music or something like that. No, dude, I really care about this. Just another fucking stupid
you want to
hack
find
thing
you
that these
have
guys
those
do.
skills,
But I will stand by
that's
Shakir
what
singing over J-Lo's all day long.
moments.
See, I
And
was just right
engage
there. See
in
what I did?
financial wealth.
Exactly.
Because if you do that, if you
I mean,
do
Shakir's
it,
pretty good.
and you learn that
She's
part
better than J-Lo.
of
Yeah,
nuance,
I don't really like any J-Lo
if you
songs,
learn
but
it
there's
here,
like one or two. Like that She Will song's pretty good.
those
That's a
like
good song.
good.
Dan, do me a favor. Let's see. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me be your 55. Let me be a holy fuck. Go to hilarious. Album sales, Jennifer Lopez. Album sales have nothing to do with it. Would you like some more? No, that's a okay. I will sell more hamburgers.
You see how BGL is blanked out? We have to make sure that he's blanked it. Everybody, I forgot once. Yeah, I would apologize to the viewers for that misunderstanding. We even, at least we talked about it when we watched. We didn't end up blanking it out. Alright, we'll see.
Tomorrow morning starts Sunday.
You can't lie to my people.
You're gonna go fuck عشان دول يا جماعة just fuck. What do you see in your mind? The multitudes to tomorrow we start financial tonight, and then invited our real pretty nervous will be actually our last Shabbos here in the Jewish. It will be Shabbos January 18th, that will be our Galaxy, and it goes out. She's the Galaxy in your section, and but tonight, everyone is invited to show a little behind the scenes event at 9 at 9 o'clock. We're going to celebrate together at Hillside. Celebrate for our last tomorrow, tonight, tomorrow morning,
These two are literally
start,
being forced.
ready to go, well rested, whether you get
They're
enough
stuck in this room, they can't leave. And that's why he's doing this weird, like, sitting like this. And Brian is saying all crazy. It's because somebody is like forced them for 24 hours to be in this podcast studio. And they have nothing else to talk about.
Been by our side, no matter what was happening in my life. There was like a lot of us outside. A lot of us, you know,
You can't just go by how many records she's selling, and she still beats her with records.
You're going to love you, and never going to cut you, and it's always going to be willing to learn with you no matter what else happens.
Just, I mean, I just think she falls short. I don't like it when they talk about it. I'm a fan of J-Lo and Shakir. When Ari should be able to be like J-Lo, but what do you mean? What do you mean? Like, why are you a fan of Shakir? Calm down, dude. No, you're not Shakir. Here's my other thing. I don't give a fuck, but if you want to argue all your whole fucking day with us, Ari, so calm down. Why do you like? Here's the thing. Adele's better than both of them. Correct. Shakir is pretty badass, but she's not an amazing voice. As far as voice, no, hold on. We're not talking about dancing. We're talking about singing. Shakira can sing. It's not like Adele, bro. Adele is not even close. No, really, Adele's amazing. But Shakira's amazing. They're not even the same fucking category. I don't even say that. I don't know. I mean, I'm a huge Adele fan. Damn, compared to Shakira. Shakira can sing. Adele. Adele's ridiculous. Yes, she's great. But Shakira, that's your point. Your point is Shakira's better because she has a more better voice, right? I think Shakira is a
quintessential chop fuck cooking. Yeah, this is a very boring clip about like them pretending like where maybe they're serious. They like really are into Adele, Shakira, and J-Lo. Just like I can't believe people watch the show. I'm in Def Leppard. Food and ready. I was like, put an apron on me. That's it. Food and apron on me. Jill's boring as fuck. Apron on me. They tell fucking apron on me. Shakira's really hot. Shakira's best one. I do approve. Shop at Calvin or fucking food. Suck it. Put your hand on your dick. Take your hand off your dick. The CTE, Jesus, has been on his hand. His hand has been on his dick the whole fucking clip. So strange.
That's how good she is. But how big is the word about Shakira? She's anything but big. Also, there's some big Shakira. I am. She's pretty crazy.
Walsh was talking about, I forget what he said, but he was sort of making fun of Brennan Walsh was making fun of the Sandals thing that Callan always does. He always says like the jeans and the Sandals are just like a real piece of shit.
and you lose the possibility of a
Not a
hospital,
good look.
the possibility of
Shut up, Red Bulls.
negotiations
Shut up.
finally progressing.
World record
You
pod.
never know. You
There
never
may
know.
be some,
You never know what
you know what, they posted us some
things
Changs.
and the things
Again,
that
they
get
posted,
extra
well, they
clout.
posted us.
These days
They
when you
posted
hear
Walsh and
that
Changs. He
little
talks a little bit about me, so somebody
how
wrote
the
like,
guys, we just push
the
ourselves
post was
a little
like,
bit more, work a
Brennan
little bit
Walsh,
harder.
homeless
There's
again,
no
or something,
telling.
and
We
this
want
is 10
incredible
minutes.
miracles.
So we usually got this
is the
probably
month
the
of
first time.
miracles. This lady
Well,
is
I
every
think we've been posting
It's a
before.
month of
Oh shit,
miracles.
yeah.
Shout out.
Yeah, thank you.
Especially
Thank you,
in
Changs.
I think that's the end. It's amazing. She's it. I think
a little bit harder. Don't tell me what
Oh my god. It's so frustrating that they don't even get to a conclusion.
75 and
Yeah. That clip made me homeless as fuck. I was already pretty homeless with that one.
Yesterday.
Super homeless.
Remember
Alright, so this one's called College Shop Use Their Hands to Make a Living.
The story that we started was Moshe Bar
I'm not sure about
Atzi
somebody that doesn't
was the
use their
father of
hands
the
to make a
Hula.
living.
Moshe Bar Atzi also guaranteed his brother-in-law's Suba. The Hula followed all financially difficult times. So Abaye gave the Hula interceding, which was divorce your wife. You have her married. The Hula heard Suba from your father to guarantee one of the results. And he was a Hula and was offering a little mess along with you.
Wash
So
their
the
hands
Gemara
after
says,
they piss. Okay.
so the Gemara says, so Allah, so remember, the Gemara asked, I know that, so you asked about what's up, you don't understand,
That's like when somebody you guess about child, like, yeah, that guy doesn't wash his hands. You look at him, you're like, I bet he doesn't wash his hands. Talk about soap. It's that dumb. You go to the bathroom, you're like, Sean, do you wash your hands? He's like, what are you talking about, soap? Did you really talk about soap to me? Come on, man. Come on, it's gay. That's gay, Chan. Bob doesn't need a fucking Bobby. Bobby, get you a guy that doesn't wash his hands, bro. Talk about soap. Spicy. Dicey. These guys are
Poverty
this is just slow-mo. Also, I don't think I've ever pissed on my hands.
And therefore, again, there's really no mechanism to extract him from his poverty. And what's the truth is, that is a pretty sad statement. Like the source of Yiddish type is always about changing your circumstances. You know what changing your circumstances?
This is hilarious, but it's hard to laugh.
It's because it's one of the most beautiful and incredible heartening lessons in Yiddish type is
It's like genuine concern for them. BF Changs, baby. Changs. Alright. So, that was fucking disgusting. Let's see the next one. Next one's called Someone Suggested. Give Brandon digging in his ass. I did you one better. Okay. Another one of him digging in his ass.